You are now the Boland Amendment 243 on notice. This is not speculation about another Vietnam. This is a first step of our Vietnam. Some of us came here to stop Vietnam. And here is a chance to stop the new one. Miller and his colleagues spoke for a generation of younger Democrats in the House. 15 They did not command a majority of votes or the support of the House leadership, and they did not expect Harkin's amendment to win. What they did hope, however, was to embarrass their party leaders into joining their assault on the administration's policy in Nicaragua. The clear implication of their charges was that Boland and the Intelligence Committee were either willing participants in an illegal and immoral war, or dupes of the Reagan administration. Chairman Boland took the floor to defend himself, saying that those who are supporting the Harkin amendment had a field day here and I do not blame them. I can say to my friend to have the intent of overthrowing the government of Nicaragua. 1Q Harkin's amendment would still have been subject to interpretation by an executive branch looking for loopholes, but it would have gone a long way toward undoing the ambiguity that Boland's language deliberately perpetuated. The modified amendment was rejected without even a recorded vote. 20. Harkin and his colleagues nevertheless achieved their more limited objectives. Were it not for Harkin's efforts, there might have been no public vote on covert aid to the Contras in 1982. The passage of the Boland Amendment now made it a matter of public record that the United States was supporting a covert war in Nicaragua. Congress, meanwhile, put itself on record as simultaneously supporting aid to the Contras, supporting the Balkan Amendment 245 strict ions on that aid, and consciously providing the loophole through which those restrictions could be made irrelevant. The unanimous vote resulted from lobbying by the Reagan administration in concert with Boland and the House leadership in a deal that had been made beforehand. Within the Reagan administration, some officials argued that the Boland Amendment should be opposed, in part because they feared it was impossible for the administration to avoid falling afoul of the new law. They were overruled. 21 William Casey went to Capitol Hill during the debates in the House and Senate to assure members that the program would remain within the prescribed limits and that, even though the Contras' intent might be to overthrow the Sandinistas, this would not be the goal of the Reagan administration. Minutes before the vote, Congressman Barnes rose to urge fellow liberal Democrats to accept Boland's language so that we can go on record, and because if Boland's substitute amendment did not pass, then we will not pass anything. I fear 22 Harkin and his colleagues laid aside their objections and voted with Boland, secure in the knowledge that they had made their point and put both the Reagan administration and their own leaders on notice. In the Senate, Senator Christopher Dodd of Connecticut forced consideration of a measure to prohibit American support for any irregular or paramilitary groups operating in the Central American region. His amendment, which eschewed even Harkin's efforts to win support by narrowly addressing aid to the Contras, failed decisively by a vote of 56 to 38. Like Harkin's amendment, however, Dodd's was a symbolic effort to expose not only the Reagan administration's secret war, but the Congress's willful acquiescence. The Boland Amendment was passed into law on December 21. The day before the House passed the Boland Amendment, the CIA hurriedly organized a news conference in Fort Lauderdale to unveil a new political directorate for the Nicaraguan Democratic Force, the main group of rebels fighting out of Honduras and in the north of Nicaragua. In response to criticism as old as the FDN itself that the fighting force represented a return to Somocismo and rule by the National Guard, the Reagan administration brought 5 members of the Nicaraguan bourgeois political class to the fore. One was Edgar Chamorro, the descendant of 2 prominent families of the Nicaraguan aristocracy. José Francisco Cardenal, the political leader of the political-military alliance, had quit, 246 the Reagan Revolution or been expelled, in a dispute with Bermudez over control of the movement, but the FDN leadership acquired a more significant political figure when, at the beginning of 1983, Adolfo Calero finally left Nicaragua and joined the FDN directorate. Calero had played a prominent and outspoken role in the struggle against Somoza throughout 1978 and 1979. He had been jailed briefly by Somoza in the crackdown against moderates in the fall of 1978. He led a conservative party faction and had continued his struggles for democratic government in Nicaragua well into the second and third year of the Sandinista Revolution. Not surprisingly, when he joined the FDN at the beginning of 1983, he quickly became the Directorate's leader, both by the force of his personality and thanks to the effective support of the CIA. He also soon forged a strong and potent alliance with the former National Guard Colonel, Enrique Bermudez, the senior military officer in the Contra movement. Some opposition politicians in exile argued against joining with the former guardsmen, but Chamorro and others responded that Bermudez and his group were professional soldiers and not necessarily bad guys. Besides, I pointed out, we didn't have the capacity to train a fighting force, and we had to work with people who did. Just as most moderate leaders in the days of the FAO, including Robello, had been willing to form a new government with the support of a reformed National Guard, so these FDN political leaders were willing to join a political military alliance in which guardsmen like Enrique Bermudez, whose reputation for decency was not even questioned by the Sandinistas, 24 led the fighting. Nicaraguan moderates, as always, lacked the guns which they considered essential to force political change. In 1979 many moderates had hoped the Sandinistas' guns would force Somoza from power while the guns of the National Guard would prevent a Sandinista victory. Now some Nicaraguan moderates turned again to the National Guard to do the fighting they could not do. At the December 7 press conference, the new political directorate declared it was opening its arms to all those who wish to join us and expressed the patriotic intention of cooperating with any group which shares our objectives. The Directorate appealed to the nations of the hemisphere for help, using the rhetoric and the symbols of the democratic revolution. As they supported our first effort to free ourselves from dictatorship, they might now, convinced that our struggle is also their struggle, offer us their decided support in our effort to complete the Boland Amendment 247 ODIC task. Invoking the words of Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, they looked forward to the day when Nicaragua can again be a republic. 25 The new rhetoric and composition of the Contra leadership fit well with the foreign policy President Reagan had outlined that year. While Congress and the administration shook hands behind closed doors over the Boland Amendment's restrictions, the new Contra political leaders proclaimed a democratic revolution in Nicaragua. 26. With a gun at our heads, while the rebel leadership was being reshaped in Florida and Honduras, rebel fighters moved into Nicaragua in unprecedented numbers. In Nueva Segovia, the Sandinistas estimated that almost 1,000 had entered and taken up positions by the end of December. One in northern Zelaya, according to a Honduran military officer, 5 columns of 125 FIGHT-ERS each crossed over from Mosquito Indian camps in Honduras. 2 The FIGHT-ERS moved in during the coffee picking season, hoping also to disrupt the harvest. They ambushed trucks carrying coffee pickers to the fields, sometimes forcing the trucks to turn back after lecturing the campesinos, other times firing on them, especially when the trucks were escorted by armed Sandinista militia. The Mosquito fighters headed for their homelands in the northeastern portion of the country and began by attacking near the border villages of Huaspan and Bilbas Karma. The FDN troops in Nueva Segovia prepared to make another attack on Jalapa. According to a local Sandinista commander, their plan was to take Jalapa from different sides, then cut off the highway south and declare this a liberated territory. In the first weeks of 1983, Suicida occupied a 200-square-mile area around Jalapa in the center of Nueva Segovia, striking out periodically against civilian and military targets to undermine the government's control of the region. In March, the Sandinistas reported heavy fighting. 248. With a gun at our heads, 249 around Quilali, 20 miles south of Jalapa. They estimated the number of rebel fighters in the area at about 2,0004. A group of fighters led by a former National Guard lieutenant, Tono, organized for more ambitious ventures. At the end of December, Tono trained and organized 240 fighters into a unit called the Jorge Salazar Task Force. His plan was to travel deep into the central Nicaraguan province of Matagalpa and establish a permanent base. The Jorge Salazar task force crossed into Nicaragua in February 1983, and although some of the men deserted toward their homes, the rest of the force found an open path to the central regions of the country. Tono discovered that once rebel forces made their way past the Sandinista forces blocking infiltration at the border, there were many fewer Sandinista units to impede their southward progress. Tono's men set up camp in the mountains at El Rosario and on March 8 cut off the road from Huaslala to Rio Blanco, overrunning 3 Sandinista military garrisons. 5. The rebel fighters found themselves in friendly territory in both the Segovias and further south in Matagalpa. At the end of March, 2 journalists, Christopher Dickey from the Washington Post and James Lemoyne from Newsweek, joined a group of Contras in Honduras and marched with them into Nueva Segovia to meet up with Suicida and get a close look at the war from the Contras' perspective. The fighters they traveled with were mostly small landowners and local country people. The commandos were tough professional soldiers from the old National Guard. The guerrilla units appeared to be as well trained and well armed as virtually any regular infantry in Central America, fully equipped with American weapons and supplies, seasoned by months of combat, and their morale was high. The Contra forces led by Suicida appeared to count on considerable and invaluable support among the few peasants left in the increasingly deserted war zone. 6. When peasants were asked why they were offering the rebel fighters food, sometimes bringing it unbidden to mountaintops for them, or why they offered the rebels shelter and gave them information about the whereabouts of Sandinista troops, or why they joined the rebel army, the peasants said nothing about fear. Instead they talked in terms of what they view as Sandinista threats to their economic, social, and cultural survival. 7. The peasants complained about Sandinista rationing and low government prices for their crops and livestock. They said they were infuriated by Sandinista troops who took their food and supplies, leaving B-250 the Reagan Revolution behind a slip of paper. The Contras, on the other hand, paid in cash. The patrol Dickey traveled with carried the equivalent of several $1,000s in Nicaraguan currency. In addition, the local farmers and country folk were strongly religious Catholics and evangelical Protestants, who resented the government's pressures on them and believed the Sandinistas to be atheists. They find it easier to sympathize with the Contras, Dickey wrote, some of whom carry weathered Bibles to leaf through during breaks in their long marches and wear large crucifixes around their necks and religious medals on their fatigue hats. 8. One civilian told reporters that in December the Contras had escorted 600 residents from the village of Los Encinos across the border into Honduras. The Sandinistas try to keep people from leaving, the man said, so we had to flee at night. We walked for 3 days. Another group of refugees said that 30 families had been displaced near Jalapa after Sandinista troops burned their homes. Another journalist traveling with the Contras reported that conversations with the combatants over the 5 days left the impression that even if covert American aid ends, deep-rooted unhappiness with the government among the people in northern Nicaragua will keep the insurgency boiling for a long time. 9. To maintain their position in the countryside, Contra leaders used brutal intimidation as well. Although there were no reports of Sandinos infamous gourd cut, reports of campesinos murdered by Contras who suspected them to be informers, of women raped and men beaten, circulated the countryside. In some towns and villages hostility toward the Contras was as great as support for them was elsewhere. After an attack on the small village of Rancho Grande, a few miles south of the Honduran border, the Contras were driven off by a combination of militia and local PEOPLE. One 70-year-old man holding an old Soviet-made rifle said he had shot at the Contras and would do so again if they returned. 10. The Contras routinely executed Sandinista soldiers and militia captured in ambushes or Sandinista officials sent from the cities to teach in the schools or work in the fields. They frequently killed lay preachers and religious workers who came to the countryside to pick crops in support of the revolution and in service to the People's Church. The Contras treated these civilians as enemies, and on this basis justified their rape, torture, and murder. Some of the Contras simply enjoyed killing the pericuacos, or rabid dogs, as they called the Sandinistas and their official supporters, Others executed captured soldiers and militia because it was with a gun at our heads 251 too difficult to bring them along as prisoners while the unit moved quickly through the hills and jungles. Still others killed whenever and whomever they chose. We walk here as lords of this land, Suicida told Dickey. The tradition of local warlords in the rugged hills of Nicaragua was an old one. Sandino had made Nueva Segovia his own fiefdom in the 1920s and 1930s, and many Contras, including Suicida, looked to Sandino as a model. 11 As Adolfo Calero told Dickey, this is not the second civil war that Nicaragua has had. We've had dozens of them. None of these Nicaraguan wars had been fought without brutality. Sandinista army commanders expressed concern, nevertheless, that the Contras enjoyed at least tolerance, if not support, from some farmers and villagers in the region. 12 Over the course of several months, the Sandinista commanders had witnessed a rapid improvement in the Contras' military abilities. On their own, the Contras would have taken 10 to 15 years to achieve this level of arms and organization, one commander in the northern provinces told reporters, but now they have small combat units equipped with M60 mortars, M79 rocket launchers, automatic RILs, communications and so on, which gives them tactical independence. A Sandinista commander said, we'd like to see the Contras invade in a conventional way because we would whip them, but they're not going to do us that favor. They're going to keep chipping away and we have to learn to live with the problem. This could go on for a long time. 13 Torio's drive into Matagalpa made the Sandinistas especially nervous. The Jorge Salazar task force was hardly in a position to conquer the Sandinista army from Matagalpa, but the location of the new offensive was troubling to Sandinista commanders who had hoped to keep the rebels bottled up along the Honduran border. Instead, the fighting had moved to what was always seen to be indeed what is the central province. 14. On March 22, Sandinista officials reported that between 200 and 500 Contras had entered the city of Matagalpa, and Humberto Ortega told reporters that Sandinista soldiers and militiamen were fighting against at least 1,200 guerrillas around Matagalpa. Ortega dispatched regular army forces, including a specially trained army battalion, to push back the rebels. Hundreds of militia were also rushed to Matagalpa to man defenses. Although the loss of Matagalpa would be disastrous, the Sandinistas were reluctant to send more reinforcements. Worrying as the deep penetration was, the Sandinistas considered it a ruse to draw their forces away 252 the Reagan Revolution from the border area around Jalapa, a tactic they used themselves in the fight against Somoza. Borga explained to reporters on March 24 that Matagalpa was merely diversionary to make us lower our guard in the north. 15 Despite Sandinista efforts to dislodge them, the Contras remained in Matagalpa province into April. In the end, the Sandinistas counted on the Contras' impossibly long supply lines to thwart any sustained attack so deep into the country. Ortega insisted the rebels had no chance of taking a single town because it was impossible for them to be supplied from Honduras. 16 He was right. By the second week of April, large numbers of Contra troops began their trek back toward the Honduran border for rest and resupply. Those who had penetrated as far as Matagalpa found the trip back particularly rough going. It took us 20 days to walk out of there, one Contra spokesman told a reporter afterwards. 17 On their way out they were attacked repeatedly by Sandinista forces and, as the Contras weaved their way quickly through the difficult terrain, they sustained heavy losses. According to the Nicaraguan Defense Ministry, 196 guerrillas were killed between March 30 and April 1. Most of the casualties were suffered by columns of Contras making their way back into Honduras. During the entire March offensive, the Sandinistas reported killing 402 Contra fighters while losing 91 men of their own. 18 After their successes early in the year, rebel leaders complained bitterly that the CIA and their own military leaders were not providing them with the long land and air supply lines necessary to sustain the offensive. By April 1983 the FDN had acquired two C-47 cargo planes, but their range was too short to reach the forces that most needed resupply. Contra-political leaders outside Nicaragua told reporters that the United States is helping us in ways we don't want. They are saying no, no, no to everything. Our men want to do spectacular things. You have the momentum and they stop you. It's like an invisible hand holding the strings. Others expressed their concern and puzzlement at the restrictions imposed by the Boland Amendment, and they questioned the extent of America's commitment to their THIRD. I would like to know where they stand, one rebel leader told Christopher Dickey. Why must this be a covered thing if they are for us? 19. American officials in Washington and Central America, however, had not been prepared for the enormous growth of the rebel forces that began at the end of 1982 and continued throughout 1983. When Mike Lima told Bermudez in August 1982 that he was bringing back 180 new RE with a gun at our heads. 253. Cruz, Bermudez had asked him not to bring such a mountain of men. The Americans don't want us to grow so much. 20. The Reagan administration had simply underestimated the potential strength of its lowball option. The retreat from Matagalpa did not end the Contras' months-long offensive. However, in May Suicida and his men launched another assault on Jalapa. It failed like the last, but only after the Sandinistas rushed several battalions of regular army and reserve troops to the isolated northern town. 21. On June 7 the Contras took a small hamlet on the Honduran border known as El Porvenir. They held it for 8 days, with the Honduran army providing covering fire with rifles and mortars from the other side of the border. Although the Sandinistas finally retook El Porvenir on June 15, a Sandinista military spokesman, Roberto Sanchez, declared that the war had entered a totally different phase. 22. As one journalist reported at the beginning of July, although managed to repel efforts to take any of the major towns in Nueva Segovia, they lost at least temporary control of a number of small villages and strategic sites and still do not exercise complete control over a significant part of the border region. 21. None of the Contras' successes in 1983 made any great impression on officials in Washington. American observers inside and outside the Reagan administration labored under the misapprehension that the Contras could pose no threat to the Sandinistas until they struck at the populated Pacific coast. Twice in 1983 the CIA sent rebel commando teams on a difficult and dangerous mission to destroy a heavily guarded tank battalion in Chinandega, both times the mission failed. 24. In Washington, the rebels' activities in the eastern portions of the country were considered peripheral. The Sandinistas understood, however, that the fall of any major town in northern and eastern Nicaragua would mean serious trouble. No more than Somoza or any other Managua-based government in Nicaraguan history could the Sandinistas afford to see liberated territory carved out of the Nicaraguan countryside. Such a setback could mean, if not the end, at least the beginning of the end for the regime. The unexpected strength of the rebellion forced the Sandinistas to reconsider their tactics. Before the 1983 offensives, the Sandinista army's strategy had been to throw the militia at the Contras, perhaps employing some regular army troops in blocking positions near the Honduran border, but holding the bulk of the regular forces in reserve to protect strategic positions near the major military bases and large cities near the Pacific 254 the Reagan Revolution coast. The theory was to defend against the possibility of an American invasion, although Humberto Ortega recognized that any attempt to repel such an invasion would be futile. The strategy had obviously not worked. The government was alarmed to learn how close the Contras had come to dealing it a significant blow in the north, and, just like Somoza, the Sandinistas were forced to send regular battalions to the front to prevent the loss of a single town. Transportation for Sandinista forces in the north was difficult, however. There were few roads, only one between Jalapa and Ocotal, and these were subject to constant ambush by Contra forces. With an estimated 2,500 fighters operating in columns of 500-600. Moreover, the rebels could pose a threat in several locations at once, and the Sandinistas could not afford to be caught short. A complete change of strategy was called for. No sooner had the heaviest fighting come to an end in the middle of June than reports circulated in Managua that a high-ranking Cuban general, Arnaldo Ochoa, had arrived to take charge of the war against the Contras. 26 General Ochoa had commanded the Cuban expeditionary forces in Angola, and his dispatch by Castro to take control of the situation in Nicaragua suggested that the Contras' bold actions in the spring worried the Cuban military high command, as well as the Sandinistas. 2. Whether on the advice of Ochoa or on their own, the Sandinistas immediately set about revising their military strategy, tactics, and capabilities. Rather than using the militias and reserves as the sole buffer against contra-attacks in the north, the Sandinistas reoriented their army toward more aggressive counterinsurgency warfare. They began to train special counter-guerrilla battalions that could move quickly and over extended periods of time in search of contra forces. The changes came slowly, however. For the next several months the Sandinistas could do no more than repeat their earlier tactics more effectively. When most of the Contras withdrew back into Honduras from northern Nicaragua, Sandinista troops immediately set about digging trenches and foxholes in rice fields, and reinforcements were brought in to block the next offensive. On June 19 reporters counted at least 1,000 Sandinista troops deployed around Jalapa. 2 more arrived in the weeks that followed. The Sandinistas learned that blocking infiltration of rebel forces was almost impossible along the 500-mile-long border. The Sandinistas desperately needed greater mobility for their army if the new strategy was to succeed. Here the Soviet Union stepped in with a vital contribution of weapons and equipment. After Ochoa's arrival, the weaponry flowed at unprecedented levels. Soviet deliveries reportedly in with a gun at our heads 255 eluded up to 10 Mi-8 helicopter transports, over 300 new trucks increasing the number of trucks by one-third 20 to 25 armored fighting vehicles and personnel carriers, a number of multiple rocket launchers the so-called Stalin organs and additional tanks that increased the total number of tanks in the Sandinistas' inventory to 60. These additional weapons, vehicles, and helicopters increased the mobility of Sandinista forces responding to contra-attacks far from the strategic center of the country. They also permitted larger numbers of Sandinista forces to be supplied for longer stretches in forward positions near the borders. The cost of conducting this different type of war against the Contras went beyond weapons and supplies, which the Soviets provided for little or nothing. The military's demand for oil to operate all the new vehicles and aircraft also grew, as did the Sandinistas' vulnerability to sabotage of its oil supplies. More significantly, the new counterinsurgency strategy required an increase in the already large numbers of men under arms. On July 15 Humberto Ortega announced plans to begin universal military conscription in order to make possible the massive defense necessary to protect the revolution. 29 The political price of universal conscription promised to be high. In the cities, where most citizens had so far been able to ignore the war in the northern provinces, opposition to the new draft law would be stiff. The Sandinistas could expect to anger many middle and lower-class Nicaraguans who had been at worst indifferent to the revolution, but who now saw their sons taken into the army. The draft issue immediately strengthened the hands of opposition parties representing the interests of the urban bourgeoisie. The expanded rebellion forced the Sandinistas to change their political and diplomatic strategies, as well as their plan for fighting the war. One of the first shifts could be seen in the Sandinistas' agrarian reform program. As reporters traveling with the Contras in May reported again and again that the rebels, for all their violent misdeeds, enjoyed significant support among the peasants, the Sandinistas looked for ways to repair their own relations with the campesinos. Along with their opposition to the Sandinistas' alleged atheism and to their military conscription policies, the campesinos complained most bitterly about the government's land policies. Beginning in May and June of 1983, the Nicaraguan government reversed its course of the previous 2 years and began distributing parcels of land to peasants along the northern and southern borders of the CON 256. The Reagan Revolution try. The new program did not exactly give ownership of the land to those who farmed it. The peasants were given title to lands which they were to work as cooperatives. The titles had symbolic and political importance, however. Rebel leaders in the north frequently proclaimed their desire to return lands confiscated by the Sandinistas to their original owners, which in the case of many Contra fighters meant to themselves and their families. The new titles presented by the Sandinistas in the summer of 1983 presumably gave those who received them an incentive to defend their claim to the land against rebel attacks. Along with their new titles, the peasants were also handed guns. The government handed out titles to more land in 2 months than in all the previous 4 years of the revolution. At the same time, to win greater support among farmers, cattle growers, and small landowners, the government announced it was considering pardoning some outstanding debts owed the central bank. These new policies completely reversed the original conception of the Sandinista agrarian reform. At the beginning of the revolution, the Sandinistas had been committed to keeping intact the large estates confiscated from Somoza's family and friends, in part to produce more efficiently for the agricultural export market, and in part to avoid the enlargement of a peasant class of small property owners with bourgeois interests. 34 years later, concern about the bourgeoisization of the peasantry gave way to concerns about blocking political and strategic inroads by the Contras. Under the pressure of the rebel war, and the international scrutiny it was attracting, the Sandinistas began to make some concessions to their unarmed political opponents. Not much had been heard from these groups since the Sandinistas had imposed a state of emergency throughout the country in March 1982. The opposition's newspaper, La Prensa, had been heavily censored, its radio stations shut down. Its political rallies were prohibited, the opposition's properties periodically confiscated, and its leaders periodically arrested. Now the Sandinistas loosened the restraints, spoke a new flexibility and even hinted of the possibility of elections. At the beginning of 1983 the leaders of a coalition of political parties, unions, and business groups known as the Democratic Coordinating Board, or Coordinadora, traveled throughout Latin America to gain international support for their efforts in Nicaragua. In particular, the Coordinadora's leaders sought to bring pressure on the Sandinistas to hold free elections sooner than 1985. 31 In pursuit of this goal, the leaders of the opposition parties demanded that the Sandinista-controlled Council of With a Gun at Our Heads 257 state finally pass a law on political parties making clear the terms by which the opposition would be allowed to compete in any election. 32 The Sandinistas were uncharacteristically tolerant of the opposition's public complaints. The Sandinistas did not hide the fact that their more moderate stance was the result of new economic and military pressures. When the second wave of the Contras' northern offensive was in full swing, Carlos Núñez, the president of the Council of State, addressed the legislature's opening session and made clear the growing conviction among Sandinista leaders that the pressure exerted by the United States demanded in response a greater degree of political flexibility. The imperialist enemy wants us to make mistakes now, when it would be most advantageous to that enemy for impatience to prevail over prudence and revolutionary ire over good sense. The enemy wants us to respond irrationally and to push aside our mixed economy and our political pluralism. But we won't make any mistakes. We can't afford to. 33 Over the course of several months, the passage of the new political laws and the holding of elections had ceased to be the annoying refrain of the opposition parties and had become, in Núñez's words, tasks made necessary by the defense of the revolution. 34 The pressure brought by the rebel forces also forced the Sandinistas to reconsider their diplomatic position. In January 1983 the foreign ministers of Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, and Panama met on the island of Contadora to inaugurate a new effort to find diplomatic solutions to the growing crisis in Central America. Unfortunately for the Sandinistas, the new Contadora group seemed more interested in negotiating an end to the violence in Nicaragua than about furthering the Sandinistas' interest in bilateral negotiations with Honduras. Indeed, the Contadora group soon began to bend to American insistence on multilateral talks involving all Central American nations, where Nicaragua would likely be outvoted 4-1. 35 At the beginning of May, therefore, the Sandinistas took their case to the United Nations Security Council, where Nicaragua had won a two-year membership the previous year. Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Miguel Descoto demanded that the Security Council take up the issue of U.S. support for the rebels, pass a resolution denouncing American aggression against Nicaragua, and designate the UN Secretary-General to intervene directly in the crisis. 36 But again the Sandinistas were rebuffed. On May 19 the Security Council voted unanimously to support the efforts of the Contadora Group to achieve solutions to the problems that affect Central 258 the Reagan Revolution American countries and to secure a stable and lasting peace in the region. The final resolution did not condemn American aggression, it reaffirmed the right of Nicaragua and of all the other countries of the area to live in peace and security, free from outside interference, a phrase that could be said to refer not only to American support for the Contras but also to Nicaraguan, Cuban, and Soviet interference in El Salvador. 37 Except for the fact that the United Nations officially put the issue of Nicaragua on its agenda for the first time, 38 the resulting resolution was a defeat for the Sandinistas and a victory for the United States. 39 Having openly attempted to displace Contadora as the mediator and failed, the Sandinistas now risk diplomatic isolation if they refuse to bend. When the foreign ministers of the 4 Contadora countries called a meeting in Panama on May 28 with the 5 foreign ministers from Central America, the Sandinistas had no choice but to attend. This time, Foreign Minister Descoto sat at the same table with the other Central American foreign ministers and held bilateral discussions with his Honduran counterpart while the others looked on. As the international talks proceeded, the Sandinistas found themselves increasingly outnumbered. The Nicaraguan government had hoped that the Contadora Group, led by a sympathetic Mexico, would protect its interests against the United States and its allies. The other Central American governments, however, had demanded a greater say in settling the region's conflicts, and the Contadora Group had not resisted. This opened the door to a number of strong demands by the Sandinistas' adversaries. The other Central American governments insisted, for instance, that the question of democratization be part of any peace proposal devised by the Contadora Group. The Nicaraguan political opposition leaders also lobbied to make their demands for free elections and broad political reforms part of the Contadora Group's deliberations. 40 The Sandinistas saw that the negotiations were turning against them. In the middle of June, Descoto was still declaring that the real test for the Contadora Group would be to bring Honduras back into bilateral talks with Nicaragua. But on July 17 the presidents of the Contadora Group met at Cancun and issued a statement supporting continued dialogue with the participation of all the governments in Central America. The Contadora Group went even further and endorsed the Reagan administration's new political goals in Nicaragua. In their declaration from Cancun on July 17, the 4 presidents called not only for commitments to cease delivery of weapons to insurgencies, to freeze arms levels, to with a gun at our heads 259 inhibit installation of foreign military bases in the region, and to reach agreement on other security matters, they also called for a great effort to strengthen democratic institutions and guarantee the observance of human rights. To this end, the communiqué continued, we must benefit the methods of popular consultation, guarantee free access of the different currents of opinion to the electoral process, and promote the full participation of citizens in their country's political life. 41 The Sandinistas had little choice but to bend further or suffer international isolation. On July 19, at ceremonies celebrating the 4th anniversary of the revolution, Daniel Ortega announced that his government, despite its absolute conviction that the real threat to peace in the region demands bilateral solutions, nevertheless agreed to accept the Contadora Group's multilateral format so there will be an end to the excuses. Descoto complained that Nicaragua was being forced to negotiate with a gun at our heads. 42. Meetings among the Central American foreign ministers at the end of July yielded no progress, so the Contadora ministers pressed ahead on their own. On September 8 and 9, they drafted and then presented to the Central American foreign ministers a document of objectives, which became known as the 21 points, a concatenation of different proposals. 43 Although intended as a compromise among all the involved parties, the 21 points fell hardest on the Sandinistas. The first points of substance had to do with internal political reforms, and point 4 called for the adoption of measures conducive to the establishment and, where appropriate, improvement of democratic, representative, and pluralistic systems that will guarantee effective popular participation in the decision-making process and ensure that the various currents of opinion have free access to fair and regular elections based on the full observance of citizens' rights. Point 5 called for the promotion of national reconciliation efforts wherever deep divisions have taken place within society, with a view to fostering participation in democratic political processes in accordance with the law. 44. The points concerning security in the region also addressed few of the Sandinistas' demands. Except for calling on all governments to prevent the use of their territory for the destabilization or subversion of other governments in the region, a demand aimed at both Nicaragua and Honduras, the rest of the security provisions rejected Sandinista demands and were more favorable to the requirements of the United States and its allies. While the Sandinistas had insisted that all deliveries 260 the Reagan revolution of weapons to both sides in the Salvadoran conflict be stopped, which would have prevented the United States from sending arms to the SAB veteran government Contadores too. 1. Points opposed weapons deliveries only to groups seeking to destabilize other governments. While the Sandinistas had demanded an immediate signing of a non-aggression pact between Nicaragua and Honduras, the Contadora document was silent on this point. While the Sandinistas called for commitments that no foreign military bases be established and that no military exercises be conducted in the region by foreign armies, the Contadora proposal, drawn up in the very midst of large American exercises, called only for a ban on foreign military bases or any other type of foreign military interference. Moreover, the Contadora group added points that the Sandinistas had consistently rejected when presented by the Americans and that clearly worked against their strategic interests. One was a call for reductions in stocks of weapons and in the numbers of armed troops which, given the size of the Sandinista army in relation to those of its neighbors, could only result in a sharp reduction of the Sandinista army at a time when Humberto Ortega was seeking its rapid expansion. The other was a call for reductions in the number of foreign military advisors and other foreign elements involved in military and security activities, with a view to their elimination, a measure that would also fall heavily on the large number bears of Cuban and Eastern Bloc advisors in Nicaragua, numbers that had been growing since the spring in order to help the Sandinistas handle the Contra War. The Central Americans, including Nicaragua, had little choice but to agree to the 21 points or face international opprobrium. In the days following the Contadora meeting, Descoto grumbled that although the United States was not physically represented in the Contadora group, its militaristic attitude is present in every discussion. 45. Nevertheless, at the end of September, Daniel Ortega wrote to express his agreement with the Contadora group's document of objectives. While maneuvering to avoid isolation abroad, the Sandinistas also continued to loosen restraints on their opposition within Nicaragua. They sped up the process of approving an electoral law, and on August 20 the Council of State announced that it had completed work on the laws to govern political parties in the next election. Opposition leaders told reporters they had won some concessions from the Sandinistas in the law, including guarantees that parties could hold meetings and public rallies, maintain offices, and distribute literature, so long as their proposals end with a gun at our heads. 26. 1. Platforms were constructive and respected the basic principles of the Sandinista revolution. The law also gave parties the right to aspire to power. What remained unclear was whether the Sandinistas intended to put their control of the government at risk. 46. Whatever the Sandinistas' ultimate intentions, however, their small opening permitted opponents a forum denied them for over 2 years. At the end of August, 90 members of the Conservative Democratic Party met in a movie theater to hold the first convention by an opposition party since the victory of the revolution. There the opposition party delegates pledged publicly to do whatever they could to prevent the consolidation of totalitarian Marxist-Leninist regimes which are in the Soviet orbit and are rejected by the immense majority of our people. Neither Sandinista police nor Sandinista-controlled mobs disrupted the remarkable gathering. Earlier in the week, the Social Christian Party held a meeting of 200 activists in Chinandega. The party's leader, Adon Flores, spoke cautiously about the new opening provided by the government. The meetings that are going on these days would never have been permitted 3 months ago. But we remember the years of dictatorship, when there were periods of looseness interspersed with repression. Perhaps that same cycle still exists. We shall see. 4. A violation of the law. While the Sandinistas bent under the new international and domestic pressures created by the Reagan administration's covered program, that program itself came under severe pressures in Washington. The very visibility of the larger war proved disruptive of the thin consensus that had been reached in Congress at the end of 1982. By April 1983, the covered war in Nicaragua was anything but covered. Television reporters flown to the scenes of battle by the Sandinistas filmed the dead and wounded campesinos. American viewers, who had not followed the obscure debates over the Boland Amendment, understood only that a secret war allegedly supported by the United States was being waged against Nicaragua, and the dead and wounded campesinos they saw on the television were the casualties of this secret war. Many observers believed that if the administration was involved at all in support of the fighting in Nicaragua, then it was somehow in violation of laws passed by Congress. The Boland Amendment's subtle distinctions and loopholes were either misunderstood, or ignored, or forgotten. Even Congressman Michael Barnes told reporters that Congress intended to prohibit the administration from trying to take paramilitary action against Nicaragua. But they have ignored it? I think they're in pretty obvious violation of the law. Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont, a liberal member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, told reporters on April 4 that the 262, a violation of the law. 263 press accounts alone suggested wrongdoing by the Reagan administration. The New York Times reported that the recent increase in fighting between the military and anti-government forces in Nicaragua, according to members of both the Senate and House Intelligence Committees, has raised questions about whether the CIA has aided the anti-government forces, violating the amendment passed by Congress. 3. The Vice Chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Daniel R. Moynihan, said there was a crisis of confidence building between the committee and the intelligence community over this issue. They say it complies with the law. Committee members are saying we're not so sure. Moynihan insisted that there was evidence every night on television that the law was being violated. 4 members of the intelligence committees, like Moynihan and Leahy, knew better. Even the administration's harshest critics knew that the Boland Amendment's loophole allowed the administration to support the rebels. Congressman Barnes obviously knew the Boland legislation did not bar paramilitary action against Nicaragua, because in March he introduced new legislation to close the loophole Boland had left open. Barnes's proposal barred funds which would have the effect of supporting, directly or indirectly, military or paramilitary operations in or against Nicaragua by any nation, group, organization, movement, or individual. 5. Senator Moynihan had been among the few to point out in December 1982 that the Boland Amendment was fraught with ambiguity. He had warned it would be difficult to draw the line between harassment activities and a deliberate attempt to destabilize or overthrow a government. Even when he declared the Reagan administration was violating the law in April, Moynihan said that Congress might have to rewrite the law to make more explicit what our intentions are. 6. The new legal interpretations in Congress were the result of the new publicity given the war, publicity which was as unwelcome to members of the intelligence committees as it was to the Reagan administration. The New York Times reported on April 10 that as recently as 3 weeks ago, before the activities in Nicaragua moved into the headlines, half a dozen members of the Senate Intelligence Committee said they had no anxiety about the legality of the operations. Some of the same members now express serious doubts. The Reagan administration was confounded by the new controversy. Officials would scarcely talk about the covered program, much less defend it. President Reagan would not comment. Secretary of State George Shultz had replaced A1 Haig in the summer of 1982, after Haig had re-264 the Reagan Revolution signed in anger over what he believed was mistreatment at the hands of White House officials. Shultz knew little about the covered program and referred all questions to the intelligence committees. 8. The Senate Major ITY leader, Howard Baker, denied any knowledge of what was going on in Nicaragua. 9. Boland's loophole, which Reagan officials had quietly accepted rather than face a public battle in the House, had become a trap. As a legal matter, the administration could cling to the Boland amendment's fine distinction between the U.S. government's intentions and those of the Contras. 10. But the technical legality of the administration's actions did not provide a satisfactory political argument now that the covert war had become a public controversy. President Reagan was his own worst enemy, telling reporters on one occasion that his policy aimed only at trying to interdict the supply lines, which are supplying the guerrillas in El Salvador. On another occasion he argued that since it was impossible for the Contras to defeat the large, well-equipped Sandinista army, then his policy could not be in violation of the Boland Amendment. 11. Reagan's weak and inaccurate responses did not stem the tide growing against his policies. Although some Republicans and conservative intellectuals pleaded with the administration to defend itself openly and vigorously, the president and his advisers simply denied they were violating the law and asked Congress to continue supporting the administration's foreign policies. 12. Eventually the Senate Intelligence Committee acknowledged that the CIA was not violating the letter or the spirit of the legislation. 13. The House Intelligence Committee, however, was under too much pressure from liberal colleagues to admit that the Reagan administration was only doing what Boland's amendment had allowed. Boland himself was traveling in China when the controversy broke out, but he quickly became a target for liberals opposed to the covert war. Washington Post columnist Mary McGrory claimed Boland did not like to upset the CIA, which was why he had put over the loophole version and overrode Harkin's objections in December. McGrory reminded Boland that he had then assured the House that he would personally see to it that the situation did not get out of control. But now that it had, she wrote, he is in China on tour. 14. With Boland out of the country, other members of the committee took matters into their own hands. On April 7 Congressman Wish Fowler, a moderate Democrat from Georgia, declared that the administrative violation of the Law 265's support for the Nicaraguan rebels did not fully comply with the law. To one observer, Fowler's announcement suggested that Democrats, breaching what has generally been a bipartisan approach to intelligence matters in Congress, might seek to gain political advantage from the Reagan administration's intelligence activities in Central America. 15. Fowler's charge, which in effect put the House Intelligence Committee on record declaring the Reagan administration's activities illegal, opened the floodgates. On April 10 Senator Christopher Dodd of Connecticut declared that the administration was clearly breaking the law and called for new legislation barring any funding by the Central Intelligence Agency and the Defense Department for any paramilitary group operating in Central America. Dodd proposed a closed session of the Senate so that we can find out exactly what our government is doing, who we are supporting and how far we intend to go. 16. The next day, the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs, of which Congressman Barnes was chairman, voted in favor of Barnes's legislation prohibiting aid to the Nicaraguan rebels unless such aid was approved openly by both houses of Congress. Congressman Boland, still traveling in China, was incensed when he heard about Congressman Fowler's unprecedented news conference. But when he returned to Washington on April 12, he took the measure of the furor that had arisen against him within his own party. A generational confrontation was brewing between young liberals of the post-Watergate era and their older colleagues. Members of the Intelligence Committee told reporters that the driving force behind the opposition to the covert policy in Nicaragua was a group of 40 to 50 members, mostly young and democratic, who have worked behind the scenes during the last 18 months to persuade their colleagues that current policies are dangerously misguided. 17. The younger members believed that old liberals like Boland had allowed the country to go to war in Vietnam, had allowed the CIA to become a rogue elephant in Latin America, and would allow the Reagan administration to carry out its covert war against the Sandinistas. Eddie Boland tends to be of the old school, one liberal Democrat told reporters. He sees his role as being supportive of the administration, and he gives a strong benefit of the doubt to the administration. He's less skeptical than some others, and that's why he was chosen to be chairman. Eddie reflects how things used to be, before the turmoil surrounding the Central Intelligence Agency about abuses in the past. 266 The Reagan Revolution. Boland angrily denied he was of the old school, but he acknowledged differences with the young liberals. I think there's more of a willingness and a desire to cooperate on my part and get along with different administrations. I think there's a responsibility on the part of the chairman to cooperate with any administration that's in. Boland declared himself in complete sympathy with President Reagan's efforts to deter communist expansion in Central America and agreed that the United States has a vital interest in the area. 18 Boland would not resist the party's liberals on this increasingly embarrassing issue, however. On April 13 Boland declared that the administration was in apparent violation of the law. The chairman of the Intelligence Committee based his contention solely on the news stories coming out of Nicaragua. The question, he argued, was whether the Contras have gone beyond merely stopping the infiltration of arms and equipment into El Salvador. It is my judgment that there has been an apparent violation of the law. If you look at the stories that have come out of there, from reporters and members who have gone down there, the evidence is very strong. 19 According to one reporter who interviewed Boland at the end of April, junior members of the committee were the first ones to insist that the Boland amendment was being violated. The chairman agreed with their judgment only reluctantly, and even now says that he is able to see the argument on both sides. 20 Having declared the Reagan administration in violation of the law, Boland promptly invited administration officials to meet with the committee and discuss how best to proceed. Boland refused to give any further endorsement to the covert war, but he wanted to block the legislation proposed by Congressman Barnes, which would be an embarrassing infringement on the Intelligence Committee's domain. To protect his prerogatives, and to defend himself and his party from charges of softness in Central America, Boland proposed his own legislation to cut off aid to the anti-Sandinista rebels. Boland's bill would provide $80 million in overt assistance to El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala for the purpose of preventing the flow of arms from Nicaragua across their borders. 21 His legislation was soon endorsed by the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Clement Zablotsky, another member of the old school of liberal Democrats. By the end of April, the Boland-Zablotsky legislation supplanted the Barnes legislation as the main Democratic challenge to the Reagan administration's policies. In this way, the more venerable a violation of the law 267 Democratic leaders wrested control of events back from their younger and more radical colleagues. The uproar in the middle of April dealt a blow to the Reagan administration, which was already reeling from other setbacks to its policies in Central America. The controversy over the covert program in Nicaragua was almost subsumed in a larger crisis over the administration's policies in El Salvador. Since the beginning of the year, senior administration officials had been very concerned about the erosion of public and congressional support for aiding both the Salvadoran army and the Contras. Much of the concern was based on extremely pessimistic reports about the situation in Central America, especially in El Salvador. When the year began, Enders reported to Schultz that the crisis seemed almost without solution. Cuban-type communism was being consolidated in Nicaragua. Nicaragua, in turn, was promoting a revolution against El Salvador, and Cuba was planning to step up support for a similar insurgency in Guatemala. So far, Enders said, we don't see the end game. Enders's assessment was more sanguine than that of other officials. Schultz's military advisor told him it was the view of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that we are losing. It could be finished by the end of the year. 22 Such dire reports seemed to demand drastic measures, but the Reagan administration was already having a hard time maintaining support in Congress for limited amounts of aid to the Salvadoran army and the stationing of a few dozen military advisors. At the end of 1982, William Casey had complained to Secretary of State Schultz in exasperation that the American people were not behind our policy in Central America, support in Congress was fading, and, as a consequence, the administration was in danger of losing on what is by far the most important foreign policy problem confronting the nation. Casey even told Schultz he should not be spending his time traveling around Europe but should be going around the United States sounding the alarm and generating support for tough policies on the most important problem on our agenda. Force, Casey reminded Schultz, was the only language the communists understand. 23. The alarm within the administration exacerbated divisions that had opened among senior officials. For several months a bureaucratic battle had been brewing between Reagan's second Secretary of State, George 268 the Reagan Revolution Schultz, and his second National Security Advisor, William Clark. Differences over policies in Central America provided the highly inflammable substance of this dispute and drew others into the fight on both sides. The foreign policy-making apparatus of the Reagan administration came unhinged in 1983, and largely over the issue of Central America. As Casey's attack on Schultz showed, mistrust of the new Secretary of State was rampant among President Reagan's more conservative advisors. The principal issue between them was negotiations. Casey had once warned Schultz not to be a pilgrim, which he explained meant an early settler, in Central America. 24. From the point of view of Casey, Weinberger, Clark, and Kirkpatrick, however, Schultz was an early settler. The moment he had turned his attention to Central America as Secretary of State, Schultz had begun to search out opportunities to begin or to encourage negotiations. He wanted a vigorous negotiating track to reach an agreement if we could. He wanted to work closely with Latin American governments, and not only with American allies in Central America but also with the three major regional nations, Mexico, Colombia, and Venezuela. 25. In seeking a negotiated settlement, Schultz adhered to certain general principles, but he was sometimes less concerned with the details of a possible agreement than his colleagues might have wished. In April, for instance, he met with Mexican Foreign Minister Sepulveda in Mexico City, where the two men agreed on an informal list of principles that could serve as the basis for talks in Central America. Most American officials knew that, when it came to Nicaragua, Mexico was likely to be the least helpful of all the Latin governments and Sepulveda the least helpful of all Mexican officials. 26. The two foreign ministers were, indeed, able to agree on only broad, general points. The principles Schultz brought back to Washington, therefore, were less specific in their demands on the Nicaraguan government than all previous American proposals and scarcely represented an advance. 2. While Schultz rather naively suggested that cooperation between the United States and Mexico might create a potentially new and positive force for change, Clark objected both to Schultz's principles and to the whole idea of a common proposal with the Mexicans. Clark bluntly told Schultz that we do not want the Mexicans to deal bilaterally with Central America. Schultz believed Clark was entirely missing the point, but he had no time to fight this issue. 28. Clark, however, was right to find Schultz's and Sepulveda's principles inadequate. A few months later the Contadora Group, of which Mexico was a violation of the Law 269 produced its document of objectives, which contained points far more specific, far more demanding of the Sandinistas, and far more favorable to the United States. Clark mistrusted Schultz, and as the crisis in Central America grew more alarming, he tried to seize control of policy in Central America with the support of Casey and Weinberger. Schultz returned from a trip to China in February to find that the political atmosphere was bitter. One Assistant Secretary Enders was under fire for a memorandum outlining what became known as the two-track strategy in Central America. In El Salvador, the two-track policy meant arming the Salvadoran army against the guerrillas while simultaneously supporting negotiations with the guerrillas for a political solution. In Nicaragua it meant arming the Contras while seeking an eventual negotiated settlement with the Sandinistas. Clark and other critics of Enders inside the administration suggested that the two-track policy really meant letting the guerrillas negotiate their way into a share of power in El Salvador and letting the Sandinistas win their security through talk rather than actions. Secretary Schultz, who always favored combining what he called power and diplomacy, supported Enders' approach, and he recognized that the assault on Enders was really an indirect attack on him and his policies. Schulz and his colleagues differed, as well, on the best approach to take toward the Democrats in Congress who opposed the president's policies. Casey favored doing what we can and not being afraid of Congress. He was sure the Democratic Party would never take the risk of losing Central America. Schulz had an entirely different view. He did not believe the Democrats could be bullied into supporting the administration's policies. He wanted to get a workable policy in place, and workable meant a policy with congressional support. There was a strong connection between Schulz's more accommodating approach to Congress and his vigorous support for negotiations. He believed it was necessary to convince Congress that the administration intended to be forceful in defending American interests and yet also willing to pursue diplomatic solutions in Central America. Schulz wanted to demonstrate that we were working to achieve a peaceful solution. M0 Schulz did not disagree with his colleagues' assessment of the strategic stakes in Central America. He said he found the growing Cuban and Soviet influence alarming. If the Soviets consolidated a communist regime on the mainland of the Americas, he argued, they could tie us down and preoccupy us right on our southern border in the hope that we 270 the Reagan Revolution would not attend adequately to the Soviet challenges in the farther reaches of the world. Implicit in Schulz's assessment, however, was a conviction that the Reagan administration should not do the Soviets' work by preoccupying itself with Central America and engaging in endless, divisive battles with the Democrats in Congress. The Soviets understood full well, Schulz argued, that Central America and the Caribbean was the region where the American press and American public opinion were the most sensitive to the possibility of another Vietnam. 31 The question in Schulz's mind was whether his colleagues at the National Security Seven Council and the CIA understood this as well as the Soviets did. A Gallup poll taken in the middle of March showed that of 87% who claimed to have heard or read about the situation in El Salvador, a large major ITY opposed the president's request for military aid, and a majority opposed raising the number of American military advisors in El Salvador. A majority believed that U.S. involvement in El Salvador could turn into a situation like Vietnam. Schulz believed these fears were in part the product of the administration's own threats. Told that Clark and the other hardliners feared the Reagan administration was losing its battle, Schulz responded that we are losing because of them. 32 Schulz's concern about maintaining the support of Democrats in Congress led him to oppose many of the actions that his colleagues believed necessary to confront the crisis in Central America. Clark wanted more drastic steps taken to prevent the fall of El Salvador, including the dispatch of many more military trainers and advisors. Schulz considered the plan to send more advisors a wholesale Americanization of the effort, and in a meeting with Reagan in March he argued that seeking congressional approval for this idea was a self-inflicted wound that would soon amount to suicidal behavior on our part. 33 President Reagan and his political advisors agreed, and the request was not made. At the end of May, senior officials at the Pentagon, the NSC, and the CIA proposed a plan to place mines in Nicaragua's ports, while high-speed patrol boats fired at oil tanks and port facilities. Schulz thought the plan was outrageous and persuaded President Reagan to reject it. On this and other matters, Schulz found Reagan to be a cautious though decisive man, sensitive about being viewed as too pugnacious. 34 While Schulz believed the problem was the administration's threatening style, Clark, Casey, Weinberger, and Kirkpatrick all believed the problem was that the president and the administration had not effectively made their case to the American people. President Reagan himself via violation of the Law 271 believed the public was confused and didn't understand what was going on in Central America. They were misled by a liberal media and liberal members of Congress, who warned of war every time he lilted a finger. His more conservative advisers complained repeatedly that the great communicator had not lent his personal efforts to this task of persuasion. They proposed he deliver a televised address on Central America to a joint session of Congress in the hopes of intimidating the Democrats by appealing directly to the American people. The president's political advisers opposed the idea of a speech on the grounds that it could only stir greater fears. To the White House Chief of Staff, James Baker, to Michael Deaver and to Nancy Reagan, the whole topic OT Central America was to be avoided as much as possible. Schultz also believed a speech to Congress was ill-advised. But Clark and others believed in Reagan's power to persuade, and the president agreed to do what they considered necessary to save his policies. On April 27 Reagan addressed the Congress, trying to balance alarm with optimism. Given the enormous strategic stakes involved, Reagan declared, he could not believe there was a majority in this Congress or the country that counsels passivity, resignation, defeatism, in the face of this challenge to freedom and security in our own hemisphere. Senator Dodd, speaking for the Democrats, evoked the memory of the Vietnam War. The American people know that we have been down this road before and that it only leads to a dark tunnel of endless intervention. Reagan's speech had little immediate effect. The polls showed no change. On May 3, just a week after the speech, the House Intelligence Committee voted to cut off funding for the covert program in Nicaragua and approved the Bolin-Zablotsky proposal. President Reagan denounced the Intelligence Committee's action as irresponsible and defiantly told reporters, "We'll keep right on fighting." In a long interview with journalists at the White House, an angry Reagan revealed the true contours of his thinking about Nicaragua, denying altogether the legitimacy of the Sandinista government. It was a government out of the barrel of a gun, and referring to the Contras as freedom fighters. Reagan's first use of this term caused another scandal in the press and in Congress. Senator Moynihan declared there existed an unmistakable sense that he and other senators were still not fully apprised of the purposes of the covert program. When Secretary Seven Schultz returned from the Middle East in the middle of May, he found that once again people at Defense and the CIA and Gene 272 the Reagan Revolution Kirkpatrick all surged into a heightened state of alarm over Central America. Their immediate target was Assistant Secretary Enders, but Schultz saw Clark's attack on Enders as a grab for power. He decided to sacrifice Enders in the hope of thwarting Clark's broader ambitions. 36 He demanded assurances from the president that he would be in charge of policy in Central America, and he asked the president to reconfirm that a negotiated settlement was the goal of American policy. Though we must continue to strengthen the shield against the Salvadoran rebels and keep the pressure on Nicaragua, Schultz wrote in a May 25 memorandum, we cannot expect a military solution, at least in the next several years. The only way to establish peace in Central America, free from foreign incursions into democratic countries, was by regional negotiations leading to a reciprocal and verifiable agreement in which the Nicaraguans come to terms with the need for them to mind their own business. In a bow to the president's oft-stated views, Schultz also insisted that democracy in Nicaragua ought to be a goal of the negotiations. And forcing Nicaragua to the negotiating table, Schultz wrote, we must not sell out the Nicaraguan patriots who wish their government to live up to the promises of free elections and a pluralistic society made when the Sandinistas came to power. 37 Reagan responded that Schultz's judgments regarding our policy toward the region are correct, thus approving both the negotiating track and Schultz's statement that the Contras should not be sold out. Reagan also agreed that the Secretary of State was to have full charge of the government's policy in Central America. Schultz had to wait before reaping the fruits of this bureaucratic victory, however. As Clark and Casey grew still more alarmed about the situation in Central America over the summer, they in turn alarmed the president, and Reagan looked to them, not to Schultz, for answers. Officials worried that the Salvadoran government's position was deteriorating and that the guerrillas were increasingly dangerous. In the meantime, Soviet arms shipments to Nicaragua had increased dramatically in the first 6 months of 1983 in response to the growing effectiveness of the Contras. 38 In July, American intelligence officials estimated that the rate of Soviet weapons and supply deliveries had doubled in 1983 compared with previous years, from about 10,000 tons of equipment per year to 20,000 tons. 39 By August, American officials were estimating that the Soviets had already delivered twice as much military equipment in the first 7 months of 1983 as in all of 1982. 10 Soviet arms shipments had arrived in Nicaraguan ports compared with only 5 in the previous year, and 10 other ships from the violation of the Law 273 Soviet bloc were due to arrive within the coming weeks. The Soviets also increased the number of advisors from 70 to 100, and the Cubans had increased their numbers of advisors from 7,500 to 9,000, of which more than 2,000 were military and internal security advisors. 40 The chief of naval operations warned that integral Cuban units had begun arriving in Nicaragua in the wake of Cuban General Ochoa's visit. The Contras were on the verge of being cut off by Congress and were not, in any case, the answer to the new influx of Soviet weaponry and Cuban military expertise. Administration officials believed more was needed to show American resolve in the region, to intimidate the Cubans and Sandinistas, to signal the Soviet Union that the administration was serious about preserving its hegemony in the region, to bolster Allied governments in Central America, and to undo the damage being done by the Democratic opposition in Congress. Ironically, Clark and Weinberger now looked to the source, as Haig once had, hoping to intimidate both Castro and the Sandinistas with a demonstration of American military might. At an NSC meeting on July 8, the president was presented with a list of military responses to the crisis in Central America and had asked, "How do we stop Castro with exercises 7?" Within days, Clark and Weinberger had won Reagan's approval for large naval maneuvers in the Caribbean and off Nicaragua's Pacific coast to last for 6 months. In Honduras, up to 3,000 American troops were to conduct joint maneuvers with the Honduran Army. Scheduled to begin at the end of July, after the House vote on the Boland legislation, the military maneuvers aimed at President Reagan's twin frustrations, at the communists who challenged America in its own backyard, and at the Congress which stood in the way of meeting that challenge. The president approved the plans without discussing the matter with Schultz, who later complained that he had been totally blindsided. 41 The decision to hold the exercises became public almost immediately, causing another stir in Congress about a week before the critical vote on aid to the Contras. 28. An amendment to the amendment, as amended. While Reagan administration officials fought amongst themselves, the Democrats in Congress confronted their own difficulties. CIA Director Casey was not wrong to believe that the Democrats were politically vulnerable and fearful of standing in the way of President Reagan's anti-communist policies. Although the polls showed little effect from the April 27 speech, a substantial minority of Democrats in Congress sought some means of supporting the president. Even Democrats who disagreed with the president said they did not want to. He labeled the party that lost El Salvador, or the group that walked away. In the South, where the population was more conservative, and especially in Florida, where large numbers of Cuban immigrants were politically powerful and virulently anti-communist, this concern was acute. Florida Democrat Dante Fascell, a high-ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, was already working on a compromise on aid to El Salvador that would be more to the administration's liking. The House Majority Leader, Jim Wright, quickly pronounced himself in favor of the president's efforts to support the government in El Salvador in a clear break with the northern, liberal wing of his party represented by the Speaker, Tip O'Neill. For many of the more conservative Democrats, the easiest answer to the problem was to support Reagan in El Salvador but oppose him in Nicaragua. Wright thus declared himself, on the one hand, absolutely, firmly. 274. I amendment to the amendment, as amended. 275 and enthusiastically behind the president's support for El Salvador's battle against the insurgents, but on the other hand totally opposed to covert operations against Nicaragua. It was one thing to provide arms to a government, and quite another to be financing the invasion of another country. 7. The legislation proposed by Boland and Zelaki offered the perfect balance, a cut-off of aid to the Contras and an $80 million increase in aid to El Salvador and the other 3 American allies. Democratic members of the House Intelligence Committee could thus insist that they shared the administration's objectives in Central America. HUT disagreed with administration policy toward Nicaragua. 4 Southern Democrats remained nervous, however, lest their cut-off of aid to the Contras appear to their constituents as an endorsement of the Sandinistas. When a Republican charged that the committee's decision gave a great morale boost to the Sandinistas, Congressman Fowler responded heatedly that the Democrats on the committee had serious troubles, all of us. with the repressive nature of the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua. What the committee did today was by no way, in any manner, to be construed as any sort of favor to the Sandinista government. On June 2, Congressmen Wright, Hamilton, Zalaki, and Fasel joined Liberals Barnes, Solars, Mikulski, and Torricelli in sending a strongly worded letter to Daniel Ortega, criticizing the conspicuous Cuban presence, serious human rights violations, and absence of democratic rights in Nicaragua. They called on the Nicaraguan government to negotiate with its political opponents to arrest the trend toward civil war, repression, and Cuban domination. As one congressional observer has noted, these Democrats were reluctant to let the Sandinistas' increasingly restrictive domestic behavior become a political liability. 6. Even though it was almost impossible for most of these Democrats to support continuation of covert aid to the Contras in any form, they eagerly sought negotiations with the Reagan administration to demonstrate their desire to work with Reagan. Congressman Lee Hamilton met with Enders in May to find a middle ground that would show congressional unhappiness with the covert action while preserving some flexibility of accession for the president. Hamilton even complained that the more liberal members of his party wanted to make a political issue of this and do not want a compromise at any point. In June and July, moderate and conservative Democrats such as Fasel, Micah, Congressman Dave McCurdy of Oklahoma, and Majority Leader Jim Wright all took part in negotiations with the Reagan administration to find a compromise. 276 The Reagan Revolution. The much larger, liberal wing of the Democratic Party was just as determined to prevent a compromise. After the meeting between Enders and Hamilton, Speaker O'Neill said he hoped there would be no agreement to allow the Reagan administration to continue to break the law for the rest of the year. O'Neill's opposition to the Contras was, by his own account, virulent and emotional, and this visceral feeling was shared by other liberal Democrats. 9. For reasons of moral conviction, O'Neill was not interested in compromise, and neither were the other liberals in the House. Congressman Robert Torricelli from New Jersey told reporters he was disappointed that some Democrats were negotiating with the administration, because American laws are being violated and a sovereign nation is being invaded, and those are two actions that defy compromise. 10. O'Neill and the liberal bloc favored confrontation for political reasons, as well. The frustration of Democratic leaders after 2 years of Reagan administration legislative victories was acute. 11. Buoyed by polls that showed the American people very much on their side on Central Aimer ICA, O'Neill and other leaders relished the prospect of dealing the president a resounding, partisan defeat in an open vote on the House floor. Congressman Peter Kostmayer spoke for many when he suggested that as Central America becomes an issue in the national presidential campaign, it is important for the Democratic Party to take a position. The longer the issue was dragged out, the less decisive impression there is in the country that the Democrats have taken a clear-cut stand. It was not long before Congressman Hamilton was declaring that he and the administration were actually a long way away from any agreement. 12. Under pressure from the liberal wing of the party, moderate Democrats had to ask more from the Reagan administration than it was prepared to give. Congressman McCurdy complained that he could not get a clear answer from administration officials when he asked whether Nicaragua had to agree to stop sending weapons to guerrillas in the region in order to trigger the cutoff of aid to the Contras, or whether in addition the Sandinistas had to agree to adopt democratic political reforms. The problem I had all along, McCurdy insisted, was that there appears to be a shifting of conditions and escalation of the conditions. 13. Administration officials, locked in battle on so many issues, did not agree among themselves on exactly what they wanted. According to Robert McFarlane, who conducted much of the negotiations with Congress, Reagan officials would not agree to a straight trade, exchanging American support for the Contras for Nicaraguan support for the Salvadoran guerrillas. The administration, an amendment to the amendment, as amended 277, wanted commitments from the Sandinistas to allow a free press, freedom of religion, to conduct negotiations with the opposition, and to hold free elections. Moreover, McFarlane insisted that the administration would not give away our authority to support the Contras, by which he meant that the administration did not want to leave to Congress the decision of when and how to end assistance to the rebels. This just about precluded any hope of an agreement with moderate Democrats like McCurdy, who demanded much greater congressional control of the covert program. According to McFarlane, he and other administration officials were aware that by insisting on such terms they could lose the vote in the House in July. In their view, however, the alternative was worse. Tying aid to the Contras to some promise by the Sandinistas to end support for the SAB veteran guerrillas was, in their view, dangerous and fanciful. They fared to lose, blame the Democrats for losing Central America, and come back to fight another day. 14 The Reagan administration did not stop negotiating, however. In the first 2 weeks of July, the White House Chief of Staff, James Baker, held talks with Congressman Fascell, Mica, McCurdy and, most significantly, Jim Wright. More than anyone else, it was Wright whose decision would determine the outcome of the vote on Contra aid in 1983, and many believed Wright might be amenable to a compromise that would preserve aid to the Contras in some form. Wright was known to feel personally betrayed by the Sandinistas, whose broken promises to allow greater freedom in Nicaragua had left him angry and embarrassed after his visit in the summer of 1980. One-to-one Republicans involved in the negotiations considered Wright a key figure who was trying to bridge the gap between the two sides. Liberal Democrats, worried that Wright might indeed strike a deal with the administration, warned their leader against any concessions. Speaker O'Neill publicly declared that he expected Wright to support the Bolin-Zablotsky bill, and younger liberals let it be known that they expected party members to take a stand against Contra aid. 16 According to one observer, Wright was under instruction from freshman members who think there is a difference between Republicans and Democrats. The liberals in the caucus had delivered the unspoken message that if Wright wants to be Speaker, he must be more liberal. 17 The race for Tip O'Neill's job was already on, and everyone knew that Wright badly wanted it. 18 He needed a majority of Democratic votes in the House, and most Democrats were Northern liberals and moderates, not Southern conservatives. Wright, whose appreciation and understanding of 278 the Reagan Revolution, his party's ideological composition, was as keen as anyone's, did not need to. He told where his political vulnerability lay. His relationship with the liberal wing of his party had never been friendly. 19 He had barely won the post of majority leader. Wright had overcome the liberals' opposition only when O'Neill's close friend in the Massachusetts delegation, Edward Boland, announced his support. 20 Wright had since tried to conform himself as best he could to soften the opposition against him in the party's liberal wing. The Congressional Quarterly reported he had moved somewhat to the left since he became majority leader. 21 In the middle of July, he reversed himself on the issue of the MX missile and joined the liberals in their losing effort to defeat funding for the weapon. 22 Conservative Democrats complained that Wright was abandoning them, but they understood his reasons. Congressman Charles W. Stenholm, a fellow Texan who became a leader of the Conservative Democratic Forum in the House, lamented in early 1984 that the Jim Wright I know is a moderate, not a liberal. But he has come to be known as a liberal. Stenholm conceded, however, that Wright's shift has been a matter of necessity to be a leader in our Democratic Party. I don't hold that against Jim. 23 Wright had angered liberals by supporting President Reagan on El Salvador. He could never hope to win their support if he crossed them again on Nicaragua. Wright appeared to be looking for compromise, however, almost until the day of the vote. Other moderate Southern Democrats, like McCurdy, also appeared to be unsure. The Oklahoma congressman with 3 military bases in his district was sufficiently worried about appearing soft on communism that he commissioned a poll in his district to help him decide if it was safe to vote against aid to the Contras. 24 The problem was that the Bolin-Zablotsky legislation was clearly inadequate for the more conservative segment of the party. Even after the House Foreign Affairs Committee passed the legislation on June 6, Congressman Hamilton predicted it was not going to become law in its current form. 25 Congressman Dante Fascell argued that the Hill did not come to grips with the complex problem we face of Soviet penetration in Central America, and another Florida Democrat, Dan Mica, declared he would try to modify the Hill in a way that would be acceptable to all. 26. The question, Micah told a reporter, is how you extricate yourself from this covert operation without abandoning your opposition to the Sandinistas. Our cause in opposing the Nicaraguan export of revolution is just. Our methods are illegal. We're trying to find a reasonable way to resolve that problem. 27. As Congressman Barnes explained, moderate and conservative in amendment to the amendment, as amended 279 Democrats were desperately looking for a way to be on both sides of the issue. The inadequacy of Boland-Zablotsky meant that some other alternative would have to be proposed, and there was no telling how close such an alternative might come to providing for a renewal of the covered aid in some form. Congressman Micah proposed continuing aid to the Contras until the Sandinistas ended their aid to the Salvadoran guerrillas, and this proposal seemed to gain support as the day of the vote approached. By July 14, less than 2 weeks before debate was scheduled to begin on the Boland-Zablotsky bill, House Democratic leaders pronounced themselves worried about the outcome of the vote. O'Neill predicted it would be very close, and Congressman Zablotsky admitted to reporters that he did not have the votes to pass his bill as of today. The Reagan administration had made some effort to win wavering Democrats, not by making concessions, but by appealing to the spirit of bipartisanship. A week before the scheduled vote, Reagan announced the appointment of a bipartisan commission on Central America. Recommended by the conservative Democrat, Senator Henry Jackson, the commission was modeled after another panel led by General Brent Scowcroft, which had eased passage of funding for the MX missile by uniting moderates and conservatives around a compromise plan. Reagan's announcement of the commission and its chairman, Henry Kissinger, was hailed by moderate Democrats. 30. The helpful effect of this announcement was immediately destroyed the very next day, however, when the New York Times revealed the Reagan administration's plans to conduct large naval and land exercises around Nicaragua beginning at the end of July. The Times reported that senior administration officials had not ruled out the possibility of a quarantine around Nicaragua and suggested that other actions were also under consideration, including increased military assistance to countries in the region and the prepositioning of American weapons in Honduras to enable U.S. troops to deploy quickly in a crisis. 31. In addition to the leaks about the exercises, there were reports that the Defense Department proposed raising the number of U.S. military advisors in El Salvador from 55 to 125. Other reports claimed that the CIA had formulated ambitious new plans for expanding the covert program in Nicaragua and intended to support between 12,000 and 15,000 fighters over the course of the coming fiscal year. Liberal Democrats seized on the reports as further proof that the administration wanted war. Democratic presidential candidate Walter Mondale 280. The Reagan Revolution told reporters it was clear that is on a course that will lead us into war. Speaker O'Neill called the exercises an unneeded show of strength, intended for domestic political purposes. The administration got support from some conservative Democrats, like Georgia Senator Sam Nunn, who called it a strong message to Cuba and Nicaragua that needs sending. 32. Overall, however, news of the exercises damaged the administration severely. Even Republican leaders were angry that the White House had not consulted with them before going ahead with the maneuvers, just at the moment when they were trying to woo Democrats to support the controversial aid for the Contras. 33. Democrats and some moderate Republicans worried that their vote on the covered program would later turn out to have been a vote to approve a panoply of as yet undisclosed military actions by the Reagan administration. The covered aid program, objectionable by itself to liberals and moderates, had to carry the additional burden of being only a first step down Senator Dodd's dark tunnel of endless intervention. A vote for continuing aid to the Contras, the liberals claimed, amounted to another Gulf of Tonkin resolution. Secretary Shultz found both the administration's actions, and the Congress's response bizarre. He was angry at Caspar Weinberger's Pentagon, which seemed to take any means to avoid the actual use of American military power but every opportunity to display it. He lamented that the Reagan administration was engaged in a continuous, divisive debate about the use of strength versus diplomacy at a time when we needed both and had neither in Central America. Meanwhile, We had a Congress whose most active members saw the specter of another Vietnam and seemed determined to prevent such an outcome by denying the United States the ability to use any aspect of national power to deal with communist advances in Central America. 34 As the day of the vote approached, the Reagan administration and its supporters in Congress found the prospects for victory slipping away. The first true vote on the administration's covered program in Nicaragua was a legislative tangle. Since neither the Bolin-Zablotsky legislation nor the administration's request for unfettered covered aid was capable of gaining a majority of House members, complicated compromise proposals abounded. Congressman Mica's amendment, for instance, delayed any cut-off of aid to the Contras until October 1, 1983. It required the President to submit a new plan for interdicting arms to El Salvador that would conform to the Boland Amendment, and then cut off the covered program only if Nicaragua agreed by formal action to end its support for guerrilla. An amendment to the amendment, as amended 28. 1. Groups in the region, and even then only after the President or the OAS verified that the Sandinistas were abiding by their commitment. Mica's bill did not have the Reagan administration's enthusiastic support, but it was the only proposal for a continuance of covered aid that stood any chance of passage. At the other extreme, Congressman Barnes offered an amendment which would cut off aid to the Contras, while expressing the sense of the Congress that Nicaragua and its neighbors should reach an agreement not to support subversion against one another. In a choice between the amendments offered by Mica and Barnes, Democratic Party leaders feared most Southern moderates and conservatives would support Mica. The House leaders, therefore, used clever parliamentary procedures to avoid a direct vote on the Mica amendment. Before any vote was taken, an amendment to Mica's amendment was hastily drawn up by a New York Democrat, Stephen Solars, and presented in the name of Congressman Boland. The trickiest proposal yet offered, the Boland-Solars amendment to the Mica substitute amendment for the Young amendment to the Boland-Zablotsky amendment, turned Mica's proposal on its head. Aid to the Contras would end immediately, but if after 30 days the President reported to Congress that Nicaragua was still aiding the Salvadoran guerrillas, Congress could renew support for the Contras. Solars called his amendment a compromise to the compromise. We would take the first step, he argued, by cutting off Contra aid. If the Sandinistas did not reciprocate, the United States would be in a position to resume paramilitary operations against Nicaragua. As both conservatives and some liberals were quick to point out, the Solars-Boland amendment undermined Boland's original, stated goal of ending an immoral and illegal covered war. 6. The only purpose of the Solars-Boland amendment, however, was to drive a wedge between Mica and some of his more moderate supporters. As the debate on the amendment drew to a close, Congressman Wright rose to throw his considerable influence on the side of Solars-Boland. Proclaiming his support for a bipartisan compromise, Wright said that while we agree on certain things, we come to one unbridgeable gulf. We want to put a stop to that U.S. financed military intervention, and we want to put a stop to what the Sandinistas are doing. Wright insisted the only question was who goes first. 7. In the kind of rhetorical flourish for which he was famous, Wright suggested this case should address the fundamental flaw in human character that has always led to war. And go on dying, and infants crying at mothers' breasts. 282 The Reagan Revolution and blood comes instead of milk because the statesmen of the world are insisting that no, you go first, and then we will follow suit. Wright suggests that the United States must wash our hands clean, come into the court with clean hands, expunged of our own sin, and then say to the court, require the same compliance from Nicaragua. 37 The House voted first on the Barnes Amendment, which lost by only one vote, 213 to 214, a bad sign for Mica and the Reagan administration. Wright supported the straight cutoff, as did McCurdy and most of the more moderate Southern Democrats. The Solars-Boland Amendment came up next, and it passed by a vote of 221 to 205. Other votes followed on amendments proposed by Republicans, but the battle was over. Mica angrily insisted that a vote be taken on his own amendment, but Wright and the House leaders had already maneuvered successfully to divide his Southern colleagues. Mica's amendment was defeated, 203 to 223. Just before the final vote on the MICA amendment, Wright rose to offer yet another modification to the pending legislation, or as the brilliant Texas parliamentarian put it, I offer an amendment to the amendment, as amended, offered as a substitute for the amendment, as amended. Wright's amendment was simply a strong denunciation of the Sandinistas. The Nicaraguan government, it stated, had failed to keep solemn promises, made to the Organization of American States in July 1979, to establish full respect for human rights and political liberties, hold early elections, preserve a private sector, permit political pluralism, and pursue a foreign policy of non-aggression and non-intervention. The amendment further declared that the Sandinistas, by providing military support to groups seeking to overthrow the government of El Salvador and other Central American governments, had violated Article 18 of the Charter of the Organization of American States. Wright declared that the Nicaraguan government ought to be held accountable before the OAS. And he called upon the President to seek a reconvening of the 17th meeting of consultation of ministers of foreign affairs which had presided over the transfer of power from Somoza to the Sandinistas in 1979 for the purpose of finding effective measures to bring about compliance by the Nicaraguan government. President Reagan himself could not have more fervently laid out the accusations against Nicaragua nor been more extreme in his demands of the Sandinistas, including the demand for full and rapid democratization. Wright professed himself more angered by the Sandinistas' internal policy and amendment to the amendment, as amended. 283. Size than by their support for the Salvadoran guerrillas, and he made clear that he took their broken promises as a personal betrayal. We asked them, can we tell our colleagues in the Congress that you will assiduously observe the political rights, free speech, free press, free assembly? Yes, they said, you may. They have not done that. We said, can we tell our colleagues in the Congress that you will observe a pluralistic political system in which you honor the rights of other political parties to participate? They said, yes, you may. They have not done that. And we asked if they would observe the rights of private property, refusing to confiscate such property except by due process of law, and they said, yes, you may indeed. We asked if we might report that they would have early, free elections to ratify by the vote of the people the government by which they would be governed. They said yes, we intend to do that very soon. They have not really obeyed the spirit or, I am convinced, the letter of those commitments. 38 Wright's amendment thus cast the pending legislation as a measure against the Sandinistas. Although Wright was sincere in his strong denunciations of Nicaragua, he also created a shield against charges by Republicans and conservatives that the Democratic Party was soft on Nicaragua. He reassured the few uneasy moderates that a vote against the MICA amendment was not a vote for appeasement. Wright had not yet finished for the day. With a majority of votes firmly in hand and all dangerous amendments including MICA's defeated, Wright now delivered the coup de grace to the administration. He reintroduced the original Bolin-Zablotsky legislation, which put a final end to aid for the Contras, amended only by his own proposal concerning Nicaragua and the OAS. His maneuver stripped away the Solars-Boland amendment, revealing it for what it was, merely a device for splitting moderate votes away from MICA. The Bolin-Zablotsky legislation that probably could not have passed earlier in the day was now ushered through the House by Wright with the largest margin yet, 228 to 195. The defeat, which Schultz called the worst legislative defeat of the Reagan administration to that date, had many causes. Schultz and others blamed the announcement of the Big Pine 2 military exercises, and that was certainly a large contributor. Congressman Mike Garofoli told RE 284 the Reagan Revolution porters afterwards that he wished the president hadn't sent his boats down there just 2 days before the vote. Congresswoman Olympia Snow, one of a handful of moderate Republicans who voted for the Bolin-Zablotsky amendment, said her vote was a message to the administration that I have concerns about its Central America policy. If the Reagan administration was willing to undertake such extensive military maneuvers, she said, I can only wonder what we can expect in the future. 39 Congressman Salars rightly surmised that in the process of scaring the Sandinistas, the president scared Congress. 40 It is impossible to know how many votes the administration lost as a result of the exercises. It is also hard to know how the voting might have turned out had not Wright and the House leadership used clever parliamentary tactics to split Southern moderates. The House was closely divided, even more closely than the final vote suggested. As the coming years proved, at any given time the House of Representatives could vote one way or another on aid to the Contras. Nicaragua was such a contentious issue because it involved political needs and ideological principles that contradicted one another. The Sandinistas were unpopular, and Democrats did not want to appear indifferent to the spread of communism in Central America. But there was also broad agreement within the Democratic Party that the United States ought not to confront the Sandinistas with force, directly or indirectly. Congressman Barnes insisted the only question at issue was will we or will we not authorize the government of the United States of America to seek by military means to overthrow the duly constituted government of another nation. 41 Many liberals and moderates in both parties found such an idea objectionable. The post-Vietnam Democratic Party, in particular, had become devoted to undoing a history of American intervention, in Latin America and in Southeast Asia, and the July 28 debate was replete with the phrases of the 1970s. Boland compared the Contra program to a rogue elephant, doing what it wanted to, a pointed allusion to democratic assaults on the CIA in the 1970s. 42 As part of his personal peacemaking with the younger liberals in the party, Boland apologized for his generation's errors in Vietnam. Comparing the current vote on Contra aid to the vote on the Gulf of Tonkin resolution in 1964, he explained that then we did not have all the facts. Many of us could not see where it would take us. Today the House does not suffer from that disadvantage. Boland, in fact, renounced any further role in the distasteful program. It was no longer a matter for the 14 members of an amendment to the amendment, as amended 285 the Intelligence Committee. It is an action that must be justified in the full light of American values, American responsibilities, and future American involvement. 43 The covered program was dirty, like the Bay of Pigs and the covert undermining of Allende. Wright spoke of it as a sin and asked that Americans come to court with clean hands. Nicaragua evoked such feelings because it had already been the site of American intervention in the past and because an overtly anti-American revolution had finally succeeded in challenging America's hegemony in Central America. I'm not crazy about the Sandinistas, Tip O'Neill explained, but their country was ravaged by the Somozas and their cronies for 45 years, when we virtually forced their people into servitude through our corporations. This sinful behavior by the United States had been undone by the Sandinista revolution. Now the Reagan administration was trying to reverse the defeat and return American policy to its past ways. The liberals' insistence that the Contras were also Macistas, instead of mostly illiterate peasants, was crucial to their effort to cast present American policy in the light of past sins. After the Somozas had been thrown out of office, O'Neill argued, the Reagan administration was trying to put them back in. 44 There was a strong sentiment among liberals and moderates in Congress that, in Nicaragua, no matter how distasteful the Sandinistas might be, it was wrong for the United States to try to reverse its defeat and return to the dominant style of its unsavory past. The covered program had been rejected in the House, but not in the Republican-controlled Senate, where it continued to have some support in both parties. A few days after the House vote on July 28, CIA Director William Casey went before the Senate Intelligence Committee to present a new intelligence finding, as part of an agreement reached with the committee earlier in the year. In May, both Goldwater and Moynihan had proposed continuing covered aid until September 30, the end of the fiscal year, and had allocated $19 million to the CIA's reserve fund for the next fiscal year. In order to receive these funds, President Reagan had to submit a new intelligence finding which restated his goals. Goldwater had said the president needed to explain just a little more clearly just what it is he wants to do, and Senator Moynihan insisted the new finding would have to be approved by a majority vote in the committee. For Casey's ambitions had not been lessened by the defeat in the House. On August 3, he told the Senate Intelligence Committee he wanted to in 286 the Reagan Revolution increase support to the Contras significantly and frankly suggested that the administration did indeed seek a change of government in Nicaragua. 46 Casey's proposals got a poor reception from the committee. According to Moynihan, committee members believed the administration's new proposal was much too broad and ambitious, and they had no hesitation in telling Casey precisely that. 47 administration officials went back to the drawing board and, after close consultation with the Intelligence Committee, put together a new proposal which the President signed on September 19 and which Casey brought to the committee on September 20. This time Casey was accompanied by Secretary Schultz. Senator Moynihan had insisted that Schultz attend to demonstrate that aid to the Contras was not a substitute for, but rather an aid to American diplomatic efforts. 48 with one exception, the new finding did little more than go back to the administration's own interpretation of the earlier Boland Amendment. It stated that the purpose of the covered program was to provide support, equipment, and training assistance to Nicaraguan paramilitary resistance groups as a means to induce the Sandinistas and Cubans and their allies to cease their support for insurgencies in the region, to hamper Cuban-Nicaraguan arms trafficking, to divert Nicaragua's resources and energies from support for Central American guerrilla movements, and to bring the Sandinistas into meaningful negotiations and constructive, verifiable agreement with their neighbors on peace in the region. 49 After the committee hearing on September 20, an administration official explained to the New York Times, "We were always being questioned on whether we were going beyond our program of interdicting arms. Now we say, yes, we are supporting the rebels until the Nicaraguans stop their subversion in neighboring countries." 50 Senator Moynihan declared that this description of the administration's intentions, even as expressed anonymously, was a welcomed statement. 1 The committee's members pronounced themselves satisfied by the limited nature of the program and declared that the new plan was much more sensible than in the past and looked as if it had some coherence and practicality, a quality they attributed to the intercession of Secretary Schultz. 52 On September 22, the Senate Intelligence Committee voted 13-2 to approve the President's new program and agreed to release $19 million for the fiscal year 1984. The CIA could also spend $10 million in unused funds left over from the fiscal year 1983 budget, making the total amount approved by the committee $29 million. Given that in fiscal year an amendment to the amendment, as amended. 287. 1983 The Contra program cost almost $50 million, the committee planned to force the administration to come back for more money at some point in 1984. Sources on the committee made clear that their intention was to keep the Reagan administration on a tight leash. 54 The debate in the Senate on November 3 was perfunctory. 55 Senator Moynihan delivered the only interesting and important speech, and as vice chairman of the Intelligence Committee and a Northern Democrat, he wielded the kind of influence in the Senate that Boland wielded in the House. Moynihan chided the administration for the vagueness with which the goals of the program had been stated from the beginning. Times, Moynihan declared, the covered program appeared to be preceding policy and not following it. 56 Having dismissed the administration's arguments, Senator Moynihan chose to justify his own support of covered aid to the Contras firmly on the basis of international law. The government of Nicaragua has violated international law by providing military support to the Salvadoran guerrillas, Moynihan argued. From that view, he declared, it follows that we have obligations as well as rights to respond to the violations of law by these other nations. 7 Our goal, Senator Moynihan said, should be nothing more, nor nothing less, than bringing the government of Nicaragua into conformity with the accepted norms of international behavior. The solution Moynihan sought was a negotiated settlement in which the Sandinistas agreed to abide by those norms. He asked the administration to take recent diplomatic proposals by the Sandinistas seriously. Even though a measure of caution was warranted, since the timing of Sandinistas proposals right after the House vote and right before the Senate's deliberations was suspicious, Still, the bona fides of the probe should be tested to determine whether it might indeed constitute a first step by Nicaragua in reaching a modus vivendi with its American neighbors or merely another propaganda ploy. Moynihan said he and the Intelligence Committee intended to watch with some care the seriousness with which the administration takes the Nicaraguan proposals. Led by Moynihan and Senator Goldwater, the Senate saved the covered program for the administration. On November 2 the House had approved the Boland-Zablotsky legislation again as part of the fiscal year 1984 Defense Appropriations Bill, where the appropriations for the intelligence agencies were hidden. On November 17 and 18, House and Senate conferees met to resolve differences in both the Intelligence Authorization and Defense Appropriations bills. The outcome provided a small victory 288 the Reagan Revolution for Reagan. Boland fought a lonely battle in the conference against Republicans from both chambers and with little help from Senate Democrats. The conferees approved money for the covered program and dropped the Boland Amendment restrictions as unnecessary in light of the President's new intelligence finding. 59 Boland succeeded only in winning an absolute cap of $24 million on the amount of money the administration could spend on the covered program in Nicaragua in fiscal year 1984. To spend more out of the CIA's contingency fund, which would become necessary within 6 to 8 months, the administration would have to seek approval of Congress. Boland was not happy with the compromise, but he tried to convince the rest of the House to accept it as the best that could be obtained. The compromise, he said, would force either a significant phase down of the covered action or a situation where the administration will have to come back and request additional funds if the covered action is to continue. 60 The limited victory in Congress at the end of 1983 did not make administration officials sanguine about the future. Opposition in the House to aiding the Nicaraguan rebels seemed almost insurmountable, and it would be easier for House Democrats to block passage of a new aid authorization in 1984 than it had been to cut it off in 1983. Even in the Senate, support for the rebels was less sure than the outcome in November suggested. Moderate Republicans on the Intelligence Committee, like Senators Cohen of Maine and Durenberger of Minnesota, were uneasy with the program, and other moderate Republicans in the Senate, like Senator Nancy Kassebaum of Kansas, consistently expressed their discomfort with the president's policies in Central America. It was hardly a sign of strength that a liberal senator from New York, Daniel P. Moynihan, held this fragile coalition together. If Moynihan dropped his support, the battle in the Senate could become as brutal as that in the House. With congressional approval hanging high a thread, administration officials grew impatient with what seemed to them the slow progress of the rebel army. If funding for the rebels could be cut off within 6 or 12 months, some Reagan officials wanted the rebels to make extraordinary and even decisive gains during that period. William Casey told Duane Claridge, the covered program's chief, that he wanted the rebels to come out of the hills and do the urban bit, a shift in strategy for which the rebel army was ill-prepared. Casey also asked other analysts for ways to increase the pressure on the Sandinistas more quickly, to make them an amendment to the amendment, as amended 289 Sweat. 61 Congressman Hyde told McFarlane, our guys have to win one occasionally. People don't like to back losers. 62 Intelligence analysts assessing the war wrote disparaging reports about the rebels' abilities, leading McFarlane and others to the conclusion that the rebels were not fighting that well. 63 failed rebel attacks on Ocotal and on 5 other towns in Nueva Segovia during September and October confirmed the impression that the guerrillas were failing. So, too, did the controversy that erupted over the behavior of Suicida in the second half of the year. After his second failed attack on Jalapa, Suicida and some of his lieutenants went on a rampage of murder and torture, mostly of their own followers. Frustrated by what they considered the lack of support from the FDN leadership, they became virtual renegades within the movement until they were captured and executed. The reports of abuses badly damaged the rebels' already poor reputation and caused Reagan officials further anxiety. The lack of a credible political leadership, McFarlane feared, was a significant vulnerability that could undermine the rebels' already tenuous support in Congress. 64. The notable failures of the rebels at the end of 1983, combined with the precarious political situation in Washington, distracted attention away from the rebel army's successes that year and from its potential successes in coming years. When not measured against the demands in Washington for immediate, crushing blows against the Sandinistas, the rebels' progress was impressive. The growth of the forces had been extraordinary, from less than 1,000 fighters at the end of 1981, to more than 2,000 at the end of 1982, to as many as 6,000 by the end of 1983. 65 in its first full year of receiving consistent foreign support, the rebel army had managed to conduct major offensives in the spring, summer, fall, and winter, and in the northern, central, and eastern parts of the country. In September some 450 rebel fighters had penetrated as far south as Boco and Chontales. 66 if Reagan officials and members of Congress were not impressed, Sandinista army leaders were. Humberto Ortega admitted publicly for the first time that the military situation in the north was difficult. At the end of August, Sandinista officials reported rebel attacks in 8 different locations in northern Nicaragua. The officials confirmed that the rebel forces seemed better disciplined, better trained, and better armed than in the past. They also reported that Contra forces were now obviously being resupplied by air. The CIA had, indeed, established a crude system to re-290 the Reagan Revolution supply Contra forces using 2 or 3 small planes to drop weapons, ammunition, medicines, food, and clothing at predetermined locations. Adolfo Calero confirmed that whereas before we didn't have the capacity to supply our people, now we are better prepared logistically. 68. If the rebels failed to do the urban hit or seize liberated territory, they accomplished other goals more appropriate to a guerrilla army in its infancy. They were already forcing the government to spend scarce resources to prevent the fall of any major towns in the north, to impose an unpopular draft on an unwilling urban population, and to crack down on, and thereby alienate, much of the rural population of the north. The rebels penetrated deep into the central provinces of Matagalpa, Boco, and Chontales. They grew in size and fighting ability, and they posed enough of a threat to the regime to give encouragement to its opponents. Although some attacks failed, others succeeded. In October, forces led by Mike Lima attacked and occupied Pantasma, just 80 miles north of Managua. The setbacks at the end of 1983, which so troubled Reagan officials, moreover, soon proved only temporary. In the first 6 months of 1984, the rebels would mount the most spectacular offensives of the war and drive the Sandinistas to the point of desperation. The Reagan administration, however, preoccupied with the brutal political battle at home, took little notice of these trends. In the last months of 1983, therefore, it was the American government that reached the point of desperation. Officials searched for ways to turn the tide in Nicaragua quickly, before congressional support evaporated. As they searched, the foreign policy-making bureaucracy was torn apart by internecine feuds. In the wake of the congressional outcry concerning the naval maneuvers in July, Secretary Shultz had threatened to resign. He told Reagan that the process of managing foreign policy has gone completely off the track. 69 After several weeks of bitter infighting, Reagan's second national security advisor, William Clark, was forced to resign his post. The battle to succeed him pitted Shultz and his allies at the White House, Baker and Deaver, against Weinberger, Casey, and Kirkpatrick. Shultz and the White House advisors wanted Baker, Casey and Weinberger proposed Kirkpatrick. Either of these individuals might have proved a strong force in the National Security Council, strong enough to tilt the battles over policy decisively one way or the other. For that very reason, the two sides compromised on a weaker candidate, Robert McFarlane, under whose leadership these battles would continue. In the midst of this frenetic transition, the Reagan administration conned an amendment to the amendment, as amended 29. 1. Continued to thrash about for quick answers to its problems in Central Amur ICA. Even State Department officials, who had been a voice for restraint for much of the year, began searching for a rapid way out of the increasingly controversial Nicaraguan imbroglio. With the State Department's constraints lifted, Casey and Claridge gave freer rein to their imaginations. And if the rebels themselves were incapable of carrying out some of the more spectacular projects Casey and Claridge had in mind, the CIA had other men on its payroll who could. The first of the new spectaculars was carried out by a hitherto unknown rebel air force. On September 8, 2 airplanes flown by Contra pilots bombed Sandino Airport outside of Managua, the first air attack of the war. One of the planes was shot down and crashed into the control tower. Unfortunately for the Reagan administration, Senators Cohen and Hart were flying into Managua that day. They arrived at Sandino Airport 7 hours after the attack. Incensed at the CIA, Juan Pastora immediately claimed responsibility for the attack, declaring that our objectives were to bomb military installations of the Sandinista Air Force as well as the Soviet electronic telecommunications station known as Santa Maria. Neither goal was accomplished. According to the Sandinistas, flight documents on the downed plane showed that it had taken off from an airfield in Costa Rica. The Costa Rican government promptly arrested more than 80 of Pastora's fellow ERS-73, but 2 weeks later Pastora's new air force carried out 2 more raids, hitting a military installation near the port of Puerto Sandino and a distillery near Montelimar, once the summer retreat of Somoza, now the retreat of the Sandinistas. Pastora's air attacks were more sensational than effective, or as Robello put it, they had a purely political value, and Pastora traveled to the United States soon afterward to try to win some financial support. 74 On October 2, fuel tanks at a Nicaraguan port on the Atlantic coast were destroyed by shots fired from motorboats. On October 11, armed men in motorboats attacked dock installations at Corinto on the Pacific coast, blowing up 5 fuel storage tanks which contained more than 3 million gallons of gas. The fires raged out of control for most of that day and 25,000 residents had to be evacuated from the port city. 7 According to one report, the attacks on the ports left the Nicaraguan government with less than a month's worth of oil reserves. 0 The New York Times' Philip Taubman reported from Washington on October 16 that the CIA had recommended and helped plan the attacks. 292 The Reagan Revolution According to administration officials he interviewed, the CIA had decided over the summer that direct attacks on industrial and transportation targets inside Nicaragua would be a quicker and more effective way of hurting the Sandinistas. Officials also told Taubman they hoped the attacks would show members of Congress that the rebels could be more effective in harassing the Nicaraguan government. 77 What the officials did not tell Taubman, however, was that the men carrying out the attacks from the motorboats were not Nicaraguan fighters. They were contract employees of the CIA, so-called unilaterally controlled Latino assets, men of Hispanic origin hired by the CIA to carry out these special covert actions. These actions were the closest the United States had come to a direct role in the attacks on Nicaragua. Other actions by the CIA followed at the end of the year. For several months Claridge, encouraged by Casey, had advocated mining the harbors of Nicaragua to discourage oil shipments and strangle both the Nicaraguan economy and the Sandinista military effort. The mines would be designed not to destroy ships, but to frighten their captains. Mere rumors that harbors and ports were mined could be enough to reduce shipping significantly. For months, State Department officials, led by Craig Johnstone, had rejected the idea as both reckless and futile. Mining harbors recalled the Vietnam War, Johnstone argued, and would be poorly received in the United States, and the benefits were unlikely to justify the risks. 78 Schultz had fought the idea in meetings with Reagan. In the winter of 1983, however, State Department officials changed their minds. Frustrated at their inability to force concessions from the Sandinistas, and at what Johnstone called their empty quiver, they wanted some way to turn up the pressure. 79 The decision to mine the harbors of Nicaragua, which would have such a devastating impact on the Reagan administration's policy in 1984, was made without debate or rancor. At the end of 1983, American policy in Nicaragua had been overshadowed by 2 far more dramatic events, the bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut on October 23 and the American invasion of Grenada that same week. The second half of 1983 ended in considerable frustration for Reagan officials concerned with Central America. Congress had slashed aid for a covered program that was not, in any case, living up to the expectations of many Reagan officials. To others it had become more and more apparent an amendment to the amendment, as amended 293, that the Contra program was inadequate as the sole tool of policy. No immediate victories and no end to the conflict lay in sight, either in Nicaragua or in Washington. Without consciously choosing it, the Reagan administration was pursuing a policy John Stone called playing for the breaks. This approach fell well short of a strategy. On the other hand, in a confrontation between a superpower and a much weaker nation in its sphere of influence, the larger power could afford many more errors and failures than the smaller. The correlation of forces. In 1983, the Reagan administration's bumbling efforts to confront the Sandinistas, as well as the Democrats in Congress, did not appear to hold much promise of success. In 1984, even more damaging errors and internal divisions would bedevil the American government, while the Sandinistas would improve both their military and their political response to the North American aggression. The year 1984 was, nevertheless, a turning point in the confrontation between the two countries. The Sandinistas were forced along a different path from the one they had originally intended. The Reagan administration, though suffering its worst legislative defeat in 4 years, took the first step toward future legislative victories. More generally, the enormous disparity of power between the two countries began to manifest itself, lessening the effect of many American errors and making any Sandinista victories limited and temporary. The United States brought to the struggle the raw economic, political, and military power of the world's most potent nation. American influence in the international economy reinforced its political influence with the major Western powers and with many other nations in the developing and newly industrialized world. In the Western Hemisphere, the predominance of American power was overwhelming. Virtually every country in the hemisphere depended for its economic and political well-being on American trade or aid, and thus, in a general sense, on American good. 294. The correlation of forces. 295 will. The one country that stood in open defiance against the northern superpower, Cuba, was admired by many Latins for its brave stance, but few wished to emulate its poverty and isolation. Byron Vaki had once argued that the Sandinistas would never be so foolish as to follow Castro into challenging American economic, political, and military hegemony in the hemisphere, that the realities of life in the shadow of the superpower would convince the Sandinistas that they had to behave realistically. But the Sandinistas had challenged American hegemony, in pursuit of power and independence at home and security abroad. In so doing, they depended heavily on three sources of strength: the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc for the military means to resist American direct and indirect intervention, the international community for the diplomatic means to isolate the Reagan administration and block its aggression, and the American domestic opposition to Reagan for the political means to undermine the American administration's strategy from within. In 1984, at least two of these sources of strength suffered erosion. The Soviet Union's economic and political strength, its ability to compete on an equal footing with the other superpower, came under question during an unprecedented crisis of succession when Yuri Andropov died and Konstantin Chernenko was chosen as Soviet leader. In this difficult phase of Soviet history, the Sandinistas were among the first to sense a shift in the global correlation of forces. Meanwhile, the international diplomatic community, though clearly in disagreement with the Reagan administration's policies in Central America, proved at best unable and at worst uninterested in stopping American intervention in its own sphere of influence. This was just one of the troubling lessons of the American intervention in Grenada. Reagan's dispatch of troops to that tiny Caribbean island in October 1983 had aroused little international condemnation. Ultimately, the key to ending U.S. aggression seemed to lie in the American domestic political arena. From the days of their revolutionary struggle, the Sandinistas had understood that by actively exploiting the political, ideological, and institutional schisms in the American system they might be able to constrain even an aggressive administration such as Reagan's. With the Soviets and the Europeans unable to stop the Reagan administration, the Sandinistas' best strategy for ending American aggression was to persuade America to constrain itself. But, once again, Reagan's decision to intervene in Grenada, and the overwhelming support he received from the American people, including even erstwhile Democratic 296 the Reagan Revolution critics, forced the Sandinistas to reassess their vulnerability to an American invasion and to change their political and military strategies in response to all the other forms of American aggression. The immediate problem facing the Sandinistas in the first months of 1984 was the growing rebellion in Nicaragua. Militarily, and even politically, the Contras reached a level of strength and effectiveness in the first 6 months of the year previously unimagined by their supporters in the United States or by their adversaries in Nicaragua. In the United States, the Contras' successes actually received less attention than their more modest gains in the spring of 1983. In Nicaragua, however, the Contras were unmistakably shifting the political and military balance of power. The sheer number of rebel fighters infiltrating from Honduras and Costa Rica and taking up positions deep inside Nicaragua in 1984 was frightening to Sandinista military leaders. In the first months of the year, as many as 6,000 fighters pushed into the northern, eastern, central, and southern portions of the country. Communiques from the Sandinista Ministry of Defense charted the rebels' southward drive beginning in January. On January 15, the Defense Ministry announced the start of a new offensive by Contra forces in the northern provinces of Nueva Segovia and Jinotega, with some clashes occurring deeper, into northern Matagalpa province, some 30 kilometers north of the town of Rio Blanco. 2 days later, Humberto Ortega announced that FDN forces were engaged in a coordinated assault employing 3,000 to 4,000 fighters in Nueva Segovia with the aim of occupying Jalapa. By February, the FDN claimed to hold territory in northern and central Nicaragua, allegations which the Sandinistas soon confirmed. By the middle of March, according to Sandinista military reports, Tigrello's Rafael Herrera forces had taken control of San Jose de Bocaí in the Bocaí River Valley in Jinotega. According to the Sandinistas, Tigrello held this territory in his native province for almost 2 months. The rebel forces also claimed control of another river valley in Madreis near the town of Talpanca. From January to June, Contra forces numbering in the thousands fought continuously against Sandinista regular army and militia units in Jinotega, Madreis, Nueva Segovia, and northern Matagalpa. While the FDN penetrated from the north, Eden Pastora's forces drove across the southern border from Costa Rica. On April 1, they laid siege the correlation of forces 297 to and eventually overran a Sandinista military garrison at San Juan del Norte on the Atlantic coast at the mouth of the San Juan River, one of the most spectacular raids of the war. Pastora's men held the garrison for 5 days. Before Pastora could establish his provisional government, Sandinista forces counterattacked and drove Pastora's force of about 300 men back across the Rio San Juan into Costa Rica. Pastora's raid nevertheless forced the Sandinistas to send more than 2,000 troops to the southern border in April and May to prevent any renewed offensive. By the beginning of April, Sandinista leaders were calling on civilians to prepare for what Daniel Ortega called the largest military offensive that the United States has launched. The government put 20 towns on alert in the northern provinces of Madreis, Nueva Segovia, and Estili, and Ortega warned that 8,000 rebels were attacking in both the north and the south of the country. On April 13, Tomas Borges spoke in even more dire tones. In this offensive, he declared, the largest mounted to date, there are more than 8,000 mercenaries of the CIA participating inside the country. And many have even entered central regions of Nicaragua. Fighting is underway in the departments of Matagalpa, Jinotega, Nueva Segovia, northern Zelaya, southern Zelaya. Borga also noted that for this operation the CIA is employing an enormous apparatus of logistical support and is maintaining a steady supply of arms, ammunition, foodstuffs, information, and communication for its mercenary army. 8. The next day, Daniel Ortega reported that fighting is constant, in the northern area of our country, the departments of Nueva Segovia, Jinotega, and northern Zelaya, even on the border area of Chinandega department. These are areas where we are being attacked continuously. 0. Although Humberto Ortega and the Cuban General Ochoa had begun to devise new tactics to respond to the rebels, by the beginning of 1984 few of these new tactics had yet reached the field. In March the Sandinista army brought tanks and heavy artillery up to the border in northern Nueva Segovia and Jinotega to meet the FDN's attacks. 10. The Sandinistas also made increasing use of their new irregular combat battalions, the BLIs. The more mobile BLIs, now better trained in counterinsurgency operations and directed in many cases by Cuban military advisors, began chasing rebel units around the countryside, making it more difficult for the rebels to rest and receive supplies. The Sandinistas still did not have the manpower they needed to meet rebel offensives in so many parts of the country at once, however. They 298 The Reagan Revolution were unable to protect and lacked the manpower or mobility to pursue the guerrillas. 11. Although the Sandinistas had announced the beginning of universal conscription in 1983, Humberto Ortega recalls, we didn't start recruiting until 1984. 12. Their efforts to block the rebels' infiltration failed, and while they concentrated their efforts on blocking in the north, the forces of the Jorge Salazar Regional Command drove deeper into the central provinces. In the middle of May, Adolfo Calero, a member of the FDN Directorate, declared that the FDN task forces had penetrated the center of the Nicaraguan territory in our southbound march and had reached into the provinces of Boco and Chontales. 13. The rebels' 1984 offensive was marked by a return to more classic guerrilla tactics. There were fewer pitched battles like Suicida's mad attacks on Jalapa, more hit-and-run raids and ambushes designed to undermine government authority in the hinterlands. The offensive also heralded a shift in the organizational structure of the rebel army. Rebel task forces like the Jorge Salazar grew so quickly that they were redesignated as regional commands containing several task forces. In some of the regional commands, even the task forces grew so large that they became virtually autonomous armies, and the task force subcommanders grew in stature equal to that of the regional commanders. This development began a transformation in the rebel leadership that would soon become an important asset both inside and outside Nicaragua. Within the Jorge Salazar Regional Command, which penetrated deepest into the provinces of Matagalpa, Boco, and Chontales, the new task force chief symbolized the evolution in the social composition of the rebel army's leadership. Unlike Torrio and Quiche, the two ex-National Guardsmen who founded the Jorge Salazar Command, young leaders like Rigoberto, Franklin, Emiliano, Fernando, and Dumas were representative of the farmers, petty landowners, and campesinos who had always made up the bulk of the Contra forces but had hitherto been kept out of the leadership ranks. The Jorge Salazar Regional Command was unique among the task forces in displaying this degree of social mobility, but it was also the largest and most wide-ranging rebel force in Nicaragua. The success of the Jorge Salazar task forces as they drove down through Matagalpa into Boco and Chontales was unforeseen by American or Sandinista strategic planners. While there were at times reports of murders and kidnappings by Contra forces, the rebels nevertheless appeared to enjoy a good deal of support. The correlation of forces 299 from the local populations in these provinces. In Matagalpa, small farmers had many political and economic grievances against the government. In Boco and Chontales, the cattle growers who dominated the sparsely populated regions were famous for their independence and resistance to control from any regime in Managua. Wherever people had held land or depended on good market prices for their produce, discontent with the Sandinistas was high, and so was the level of support for the Contras. Defense Minister Humberto Ortega best summed up the problems the government was having. On June 5 he explained that the Reagan administration's open war strategy consisted of permanently weakening our country through counter-revolutionary activity in the large territories of Segovia, Matagalpa, Jinotega, the Atlantic coast, part of Chontales, and Rio San Juan in order to dismember the country's economy. The widespread rebel offensive was aimed at dispersing the more than 10,000 genocidal individuals are constantly launching criminal attacks. The CIA, meanwhile, was unleashing campaigns to confuse the people, with the objective of blaming the revolutionary government for the grave economic problems we are experiencing. 14 On May 24, FDN officials declared their goal was to deepen our penetration from the north and the south, to tie the two fronts together in the central department of Matagalpa and thus to divide the country in two. In this way it would be very 7. Hard for the Sandinist army to break our resistance and our supply lines, while we would be isolating the Pacific coast from the Atlantic. 15 This goal, unimaginable at the beginning of 1983, no longer seemed implausible, even to the Sandinistas. We faced a grave situation in the summer of 1984, Humberto Ortega later recalled. The war was very, very hard. 16 On June 15, the same day the Sandinista army sent 2,000 troops to the southern border to liquidate what remained of Pastora's forces near San Juan del Norte, the government suddenly announced that senior officials led by Daniel Ortega were heading off on an unscheduled trip to Moscow. Ortega told reporters only that the delegation would discuss with the So-300 the Reagan Revolution Viet leaders matters pertaining to the situation of aggression experienced by Nicaragua and the economic problems we face because of this aggression. 17 The Sandinistas were off to Moscow to ask for more military assistance and to win a greater degree of Soviet commitment to their survival. The Soviet patrons the Sandinistas turned to in 1984 were not the same as those whom they had found when they arrived in power 5 years earlier. By the middle of 1984, the Soviet Union had chosen Chernenko as its third leader in as many years, and the Brezhnev era in Soviet politics and foreign policy was closing quickly. The most committed Brezhnevites and devotees of active Soviet support for radical states in the Third World were growing old, changing their tune, or otherwise waning in strength in the upper reaches of the foreign policy apparatus. 18 The changing faces reflected subtle shifts in Soviet foreign policy doctrine, and while these shifts did not suggest immediate problems for the Sandinistas, they did portend a future different from the one Humberto Ortega and others had envisioned. The weakness of the Soviet economy had become an inescapable fact. As far back as June of 1983, then General Secretary Andropov had made the Soviet Union's poor economic performance the main theme of his speech to the Central Committee plenum. In addition to forcing the Sandinistas to recalculate their earlier perception of Soviet-American equality, especially since the American economy now appeared as strong as the Soviet Union's was weak, the Nicaraguan leaders also had to confront the implicit suggestion in Andropov's speech that the Soviet Union could not continue to sustain its Third World allies economically. 19 To be sure, Soviet economic support, while important, had never been enough to float the Nicaraguan economy. Symbolically, however, the Soviet Union's increasingly open acknowledgement of its economic crisis threatened to weaken the main pillar of the Sandinistas' entire strategy toward the United States and the West. Even more dramatic than the Soviets' admission of their own economic weaknesses were the signs that proliferated in 1983 and 1984 that the correlation of forces had shifted against the Soviet Union along the entire range of U.S. Soviet competition. Most notable was the successful deployment of Pershing and cruise missiles by the NATO alliance in December 1983. Soviet leaders had lobbied hard to prevent this deployment by both threatening and cajoling Western European nations for over the correlation of forces 31. 3 years, hoping in the process to separate the United States from its allies, particularly West Germany. The deployment thus had not only strategic but broad political ramifications. Far from opening cracks in the alliance, the Soviet challenge succeeded only in re-establishing American leadership in the Atlantic Alliance. Andropov had retaliated by withdrawing from all talks on strategic nuclear weapons with the United States, but rather than creating panic in the West, this tactic only allowed Reagan to appear the willing peacemaker without having to make any concessions. When, after the death of Andropov in February 1984, the Soviet leadership saw the futility of its position, it took steps to repair relations with the same American president who had in both word and deed assaulted the Soviet Union for nearly 4 years. Although the crisis in U.S. Soviet relations was the central theme of Walter Mondale's campaign against Reagan, the Soviet leadership did Reagan the favor at the end of September of permitting a highly publicized meeting between the president and Foreign Minister Gromyko at the United Nations, thus helping to put a final nail in the coffin of the Democrats' campaign. Soon after Reagan's re-election, the Soviets agreed to begin new negotiations over nuclear and space-based weapons, thus abandoning their earlier refusal after less than a year. Those who relied on Soviet power to check that of the United States could not fail to take note of these developments, and Sandinista leaders had many occasions to view the Soviets firsthand during this period. They met with senior Soviet officials 3 times in the first 6 months of 1984. Daniel Ortega attended Andropov's funeral in February, where he met Chernenko and Gromyko. Umberto Ortega met with Soviet military chiefs Ustinov and Ogarkov, and Admiral Gorshkov, in April. Daniel Ortega returned to Moscow in June for another emergency meeting with Chernenko to obtain further Soviet military support. Umberto Ortega recalls he could see within the party a serious crisis of succession. Worse still, although the meetings were friendly and Soviet military aid continued to flow to Nicaragua at record levels, the Sandinistas detected a growing reticence by their Soviet patrons to challenge American hegemony in Central America. 21 For the Sandinistas, a key test of Soviet will came on the question of advanced fighter aircraft. Soviet officials had promised to deliver MiG fighters to Nicaragua. Sandinista fighter pilots had been training for a year in Bulgaria. Airstrips in Nicaragua had been lengthened and configured by Eastern Bloc engineers to handle advanced fighter aircraft, and MiG-302, the Reagan Revolution fighters earmarked for Nicaragua, were said to be in Cuba awaiting shipment. Nevertheless, Soviet leaders and Castro rebuffed repeated Sandinista pleas in 1984 to deliver the planes. At the beginning of 1984, the American administration had delivered a stiff warning that the introduction of advanced fighter aircraft into Nicaragua would not be tolerated, and now it appeared that the Soviets would not challenge Reagan's ultimatum. On the military level, Umberto Ortega recalls, the Soviets were being very careful with us. Their unwillingness to provide the MiGs was either prudence or shyness. In either case, from the Sandinistas' point of view, the Soviet Union had made a decision to let the United States dictate what was and was not permissible for Nicaragua's defense. The military value of the MiGs would have been small, except as a counterweight to American-made fighters in the hands of the Honduran and Salvadoran air forces. In the Sandinistas' battle against the Contras they would have been nearly useless. But they were important as a symbol of the Soviet commitment to the Sandinista revolution. Cuba, after all, had entire squadrons of MiGs. The fact that the Soviets had considered sending the planes to Nicaragua, but apparently changed their mind in the face of American warnings, greatly disturbed Sandinista leaders. Viewed in the context of the overall decline in Soviet power and will relative to those of the United States, the Soviets' failure to deliver on this implied promise boded ill for the future. Umberto Ortega warned his colleagues in the Directorate that the correlation of forces in the world had become very difficult for the socialist camp. 22 As in the past, when faced by threats to their survival, the Sandinistas moderated their course. The simple strategy of revolutionary consolidation that had guided them for the past 2 years gave way to the far more complicated political and diplomatic strategies necessary to blunt American aggression, forestall international isolation, and defeat internal counter-revolutionary forces of both the armed and unarmed variety. As early as the summer of 1983, after the first big waves of contra-offensives, after failed efforts to enlist the support of the United Nations against the United States, and after the Sandinistas were forced to agree to Contadora's document of objectives, the Sandinistas had begun to discuss publicly the possibility of holding elections. In November of 1983 the Directorate had voted by a narrow margin to hold elections in 1984 as a way out of the increasingly dangerous confrontation with the United States. The correlation of forces 303. On December 4, 1983, Daniel Ortega announced that the electoral process would begin on January 31, 1984, and on February 2 the government declared that the elections would be held on November 4, 2 days before the American election. 23 Bayardo Arce, next to Tomas Borga, the most radical member of the Sandinista Directorate, elaborated the new strategy candidly in a speech to the Nicaraguan Socialist Party in May. 24 The Sandinistas, Arce suggested, now had to pay the price for the promises made to Carlos Andrés Pérez, José Figueres, and others in the summer of 1979. The Sandinistas had promised revolutionary change based on three principles which made us presentable in the international context: non-alignment abroad, a mixed economy, and political pluralism. With those three elements we kept the international community from going along with American policy in Nicaragua. 5 years later, prudence once again required a measure of flexibility to prevent the defeat of the revolution. Elections were, of course, a nuisance. What a revolution really needs, Arce insisted, is the power to act. The power to act is precisely what constitutes the essence of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the ability of the class to impose its will by using the means at hand, bourgeois formalities. And of course, Arce explained, if we did not have the war situation imposed on us by the United States, the electoral problem would be totally out of place in terms of its usefulness. But from a realistic standpoint, being in a war with the United States, those things become weapons of the revolution to move forward with the construction of socialism. 27 The main opposition alliance, from the first saw the elections as an opportunity to expose the Sandinistas to the world as tyrants. For the first time since the imposition of the state of emergency in 1982, opposition leaders were near the center of international attention. They were invited to Caracas to meet with Contadora leaders. They had played a part in devising the 21-point document of objectives. They had the public backing of leading American politicians like Jim Wright. They knew, however, that the attention they received was due to the war. Indeed, they went out of their way to associate themselves with the Contras. On December 24, 1983, the coordinator had set forth a set of 9 demands to ensure that the elections would be authentic. 28 The demands included complete separation of the Sandinista Party from the state, the transformation of the Sandinista People's Army into a national army removed from political or ideological sectarianism, the repeal of the law establishing universal military conscription, the law allowing censorship of the media, and the law under which private land and businesses had been confiscated. The opposition demanded an end to the state of emergency that had been in place since March 1982, the promulgation of an amnesty law pertaining to political crimes, full respect for freedom of worship, freedom for opposition labor unions, full autonomy for the judicial branch of government, and the restoration of habeas corpus. The coordinator called for a national dialogue on the elections among all the political parties and movements, including those in arms. And finally, the opposition leaders demanded that any elections had to be supervised by an international body. The Sandinistas paid no attention to these demands, and from the first opposition leaders believed the Sandinistas' motives were entirely cynical. A prominent young businessman, Antonio Lacayo, declared that expecting free elections from the Sandinistas was like saying you're going skiing without snow. The Sandinistas were playing a very cool game, another opposition leader told American journalists. It was a chess game with the correlation of forces 305 your American leaders and with our people, with the opposition. 29 On January 27 Arturo Cruz wrote in the New York Times that the Sandinistas were not interested in a genuine electoral contest but in a farcical vote that will give a veneer of legitimacy to their de facto government. Nicaragua's erstwhile liberators, Cruz wrote, had become addicted to power. 30 Under the circumstances, the opposition would also play a game. The Sandinistas had given the opposition an apertura, a little opening, and we are fighting to widen that hole, Enrique Bolaños explained. We're telling the world, stop and think. Don't he fooled. Please keep the pressure on and let us inside Nicaragua make our demands for democratization of Nicaragua, hoping no blood will he shed. One opposition leaders hoped, however, that the war and the attendant international pressure would mount and, eventually, bring the Sandinistas to their knees. Divided counsel. While the Sandinistas reeled in the first months of 1984, the Reagan administration seemed to recover from its earlier missteps. President Reagan and his advisors began the year in a mood of greater optimism. The invasion of Grenada had brought a surge of popular support for the president, and the booming economy helped push Reagan's popularity ratings to their highest level since early 1982. Reagan's advisors looked ahead confidently to the coming re-election campaign. Over the first 6 months of 1984, Reagan's lead in the polls over his Democratic challenger, Walter Mondale, grew steadily to 10 and 15 points. Even on the troublesome issue of Central America, there were favorable developments. The release of the report of the Kissinger Commission in January gave Reagan officials more confidence to press their case in Congress. The report fully endorsed the administration's strategy in Central America, calling for vastly increased economic and military aid to the 4 U.S. allies and even for aid to the democratic forces in Nicaragua. 1. These findings came as little surprise, since all but one of the Democrats on the commission were moderate, conservative, or even hawkish members of their party. Still, the report gave the administration's policy an elaborate explanation and justification that had been lacking. A second boon for the administration came in March, when the first 306, 307 round of presidential elections was held in El Salvador. Salvadoran voters turned out in great numbers despite threats from the guerrillas. Both the fact of the elections and their result, the election of José Napoleón Duarte in the second round in May 3, served the administration's political needs. Duarte's election proved a decisive turning point in the long congressional fight over aid to El Salvador. Jim Wright, who personally witnessed the voting, told reporters he would press fellow Democrats to defend the freely chosen government in El Salvador. On May 10, Wright led 55 Democrats in approving most of President Reagan's request for military and economic aid, in defiance of the Democratic leader, Tip O'Neill. El Salvador thereafter faded as a controversial subject in American politics and was more than adequately replaced by Nicaragua. A memorandum from Secretary Shultz to the new National Security Advisor, Robert McFarlane, expressed the State Department's measured optimism as 1984 began. There had been substantial gains in Central America, destabilization supported by Cuba and the Soviet Union had been blunted, and the United States had shown that with our help, the rest of Central America need not go the way of Nicaragua. With democracy strong in Costa Rica and taking root in El Salvador, the Sandinistas were increasingly isolated. American military aid to the region had strengthened the resolve of Honduras, improved the performance of the Salvadoran military, and increasingly placed the Sandinista government on the defensive. Schultz and his advisors at the State Department began pressing for a renewed diplomatic effort early in the year. With the Sandinistas' acceptance of the Contadora Group's 21 points and their agreement to hold elections in 1984, Schultz argued, the Nicaraguan government was attempting to appear more reasonable and might even signal a desire to reach some form of accommodation. Eager as he was for a negotiated settlement, Schultz was even more hopeful of ending what he considered the administration's increasingly futile struggle to win new aid for the Contras from Congress. Schultz did not favor the repeated clashes with Congress and the immobilizing controversies they stirred. He claims to have been convinced the rebels could somehow continue fighting, with or without congressional aid, but he was willing to accept the demise of the Contras. American strength, he argued, could be demon 308 the Reagan Revolution straight in other ways, in naval exercises, in intelligence overflights, in the assistance Congress votes for El Salvador, in our determination to stand by our friends. Schultz was not especially optimistic that a negotiated settlement could be reached with the Sandinistas. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Craig Johnstone had developed an elaborate four-stage proposal, by which both the United States and the Sandinistas would take simultaneous steps toward solving their differences and achieving normal relations. If carried out faithfully by both sides, the four-step plan was designed to achieve, after 90 days, the withdrawal of all Cuban and Soviet military and security personnel from Nicaragua, the full termination of all Sandinista support for the Salvadoran guerrillas, a negotiated agreement on the size of all armed forces in the region and the beginning of steps to reduce the Nicaraguan army to meet the agreed limits, the holding of free and fair democratic elections in Nicaragua allowing full participation by the opposition parties, to be verified by international observers. In exchange for these concessions by the Sandinistas, the United States would, end all support for the Contras, significantly reduce the size of its military presence in Central America, reduce arms shipments to the region, and begin to provide economic assistance to Nicaragua. Schultz was not at all sure the plan would work, but he was willing to give it a serious try. Even if we failed, he later wrote, the demonstration that I was seriously pursuing a diplomatic track was essential if we were to have any hope at all for support from Congress for our Central America policy. 9. Anticipating opposition from the rest of the administration, State Department officials moved with stealth in formulating their plans. No one outside the State Department saw the four-step plan until the early summer. Then, only McFarlane was let in on the idea so that he might transmit it to Reagan. McFarlane believed the proposal had teeth and provided for a much more demanding standard of performance by the Sandinistas. 10. McFarlane's support proved crucial as the State Department moved to the next phase of its plan, the beginning of direct talks with Sandinista leaders. Schultz also had important support from Reagan's top political advisors, James Baker and Michael Deaver, as well as from Nancy Reagan. 11. All wanted to end the politically damaging debate over Contra aid and approved the idea of a diplomatic effort during the campaign season. As in 1983, however, Reagan received divided counsel. While Schultz, 309, and his advisors looked forward to a possible negotiated settlement, other officials were preoccupied with finding more aid for the Contras. Robert McFarlane advised the president on February 21 that unless an additional $14 million is made available, the program will have to be drastically curtailed by May or June of this year. McFarlane argued that not just Central America but the credibility of the United States in the world was at stake. While Schultz believed other forms of American power could be used to persuade the Nicaraguans, McFarlane argued that the rebel forces were the only significant pressure being applied against the regime in Managua. If the covered program had to be ended, the United States would lose its principal instrument for restraining the Sandinistas from exporting their revolution and, in fact, for facilitating a negotiated end to the regional conflict. The international repercussions of this failure would affect friends and adversaries alike. McFarlane insisted that the only practical alternative was to approach Congress with a concerted effort to obtain additional funding for this program, despite the anticipate strong resistance we expect. 12. The President accordingly directed Schultz, Weinberger, Casey, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Vesey, to make aid to the Contras a matter of highest priority in order to prevent a major foreign policy reversal. President Reagan was determined that this program should continue. 13. Given the near certainty that the House would not vote new aid for the Contras, administration officials knew they would have to win the Senate's approval for new money first, and then try to force the House to compromise again in a conference. In March, the Senate Intelligence Committee voted 14-0 to approve $21 million in new aid for the rebels, to supplement the $29 million that had been approved at the end of 1983. 14. The unanimous vote masked the fact, however, that support for the covered program was quietly eroding in the Intelligence Committee. Senator Moynihan, running for re-election in New York, was under pressure from fellow liberals in his party to withdraw his support for the aid. 13. Moynihan's discomfort was shared by others on the committee, including 2 moderate Republicans. Senator Cohen warned that the Reagan administration was ignoring the Contadora process and not paying enough attention to the very strict restrictions the committee had. 3-1. 0. The Reagan Revolution placed on the conduct of the covert war. Senator Durenberger complained there was no real evidence that the covert action effort had brought about changes in Sandinista policy. 16. No sooner had the $2.1 million aid bill passed the Senate than disaster struck. The mines planted in Nicaragua's harbors earlier in the year, though they did little damage to the Sandinistas, exploded into scandal in Washington. Minutes before the final vote to pass Contra aid, Senator Goldwater was handed a report from a member of the Intelligence Committee staff who had learned that the president had approved the mining of Nicaragua's harbors and that the action had been carried out directly by the CIA. For senators on the Intelligence Committee, the mining itself was no surprise, but the extent of the CIA's participation was. Goldwater rose in fury and, much to the surprise of assembled senators and Intelligence Committee staff members, began reading the note aloud to his colleagues while the Senate stenographer transcribed his words into the public record of the Senate proceedings. Senator Cohen had to rush over and tell Goldwater that the information he was reading into the public record was highly classified. Goldwater's words were deleted from the Senate record, but a Wall Street Journal reporter heard what he had said and rushed it into print the next day under the headline, U.S. role in mining Nicaraguan harbors reportedly is larger than first thought. 17. In the weeks that followed, the CIA's direct role in the mining was the subject of angry, private exchanges between the Reagan administration and the Senate Intelligence Committee and above all its chairman and vice chairman, Senators Goldwater and Moynihan. In the public debate, however, it was the mining itself that came under attack. Critics denounced it as an act of war, and on April 10 the Senate voted 84-12 to condemn the mining. The uproar put Senate Intelligence Committee members in a doubly embarrassing position. Accused of having known about the mining but done nothing to prevent it, the committee members could not explain to the public that their real complaint with Casey was that he had never told them about the extent of the CIA's direct involvement. Indeed, they could hardly say anything without revealing highly classified information. Members of the committee were thus vulnerable to attack from all sides. One member of the Intelligence Committee, Senator Leahy, charged his colleagues with hypocrisy. There were senators who voted one way the week before, in support of aid to the Contras, and a different way the following week, to condemn the mining, who knew about the mining in 3-1. 1. Both instances. And I think they were influenced solely by public opinion. And I think that's wrong and that's a lousy job of legislative action. 19. After all, Leahy argued, the mining was a logical extension of an undeclared, secret war. What did members of Congress think organizing and supplying the Contra army of thousands was? Peace. 20. Leahy, of course, could afford to make such statements, since he had consistently opposed the covert program. For senators like Moynihan, however, who had supported aid to the Contras and had raised no objection to the mining, but only to the CIA's role, the political embarrassment was acute. Even Senator Goldwater said he had been humiliated because I did not know the facts on this. Moynihan's vote for Contra aid in March of 1984 was the last he would cast to support the Nicaraguan rebels. The embarrassment felt by senators was nothing as compared to the damage done to the Reagan administration's covert program. And that was nothing compared to the disaster the entire episode brought down on the heads of the guerrillas fighting in Nicaragua. Enders and Johnstone had been right to resist the mining idea early in 1983, before giving in desperation. As Johnstone had feared, the scandal put an end to already dim hopes of obtaining new funding for the Contras in fiscal year 1984. The Senate could, and eventually did, pass the $21 million, but after the mining scandal it was unlikely to overrule the House in a conference as in 1983. On May 24, the House voted against aid to the Contras by an overwhelming margin of 241 to 177. In the absence of any effort by the White House to hold its troops together, 60 Republicans from the North and Midwest joined the Democratic majority, no doubt eager to distance themselves from the embarrassing affair with elections just 6 months off. A week after the devastating defeat in the House, Secretary Shultz paid a surprise visit to Managua to open a new round of direct negotiations with the Sandinistas. On June 1, Shultz spent 2.5 hours with the Sandinista leader in a meeting he publicly characterized as constructive. 21 The two sides scheduled another round of talks. The Sandinistas designated Vice Foreign Minister Victor Tinoco to represent them, and the United States named as presidential envoy, Harry Schlotterman. They set the first meeting for late June in the Mexican town of Manzanillo. Shultz had succeeded in winning Reagan's approval for his plan without any formal meeting of the president's national security advisors, how 312 the Reagan Revolution ever, and before Schlotterman and Tinoco could exchange a word, the inevitable battle erupted within the Reagan administration. 22 Weinberger, Casey, and Kirkpatrick demanded a chance to express their objections. With congressional support for aid to the Contras collapsing, and Ambassador Schlotterman about to begin the first round of negotiations in Manzanillo, the president met with his advisors on June 25 to reconsider the administration's strategy. 23 The president was offered sharply divergent advice by his senior policymakers. Weinberger and Kirkpatrick implored Reagan to put a stop to Shultz's negotiations immediately and to devote his efforts instead to finding new aid for the Contras. Even as they were meeting, Senate Republican leaders were acting to strip Contra aid from an emergency supplemental appropriations bill, thus dooming the prospects for any assistance to the rebels in fiscal year 1984. Kirkpatrick insisted that the time had come to require the Democrats to stand up and be counted and to make their responsibility clear to the U.S. public. She warned that the coincidence of our undertaking this bilateral negotiating effort at the same time as the Congress fails to support funding for the Contras was enough to totally unravel our entire position in the region. Some discussion on June 25 was devoted to finding alternative sources of funding for the Contras if and when the Congress cut them off. Kirkpatrick and Weinberger favored seeking aid from third countries. 24 Robert McFarlane limited himself to expressing the hope that none of this discussion will be made public in any way, and Reagan agreed that if such a story gets out, we'll all be hanging by our thumbs in front of the White House until we find out who did it. Unknown to Shultz, Weinberger, and Kirkpatrick was the fact that Reagan and McFarlane had already been promised funds for the Contras by the Saudi Arabian government. Shultz argued that seeking money from third countries was very likely illegal. He insisted that while he agreed on the need to save the Contras, his negotiating strategy offered the only way to regain congressional support. Posing an analogy with recent events in Europe, Shultz argued that we would not have gotten the deployment of Pershing missiles in Europe if people had not seen that we had a credible, vigorous negotiation going on. Similarly, he told Reagan, "You have moved to get yourself in a position with the USSR where we have made credible proposals and they have walked out." That had been useful because it shows who is at fault for the lack of progress. In Central America, too, Shultz argued, an essential ingredient in strategy is that we can say, if Nicaragua is 3 halfway reasonable, there could be a regional negotiated solution. He did not claim that a satisfactory settlement with the Sandinistas was likely. "I give the chances of a positive negotiation outcome with Nicaragua as 2 in 10, he told Reagan, "but if it doesn't succeed, it needs to be clear where the responsibility is, and that we have tried to help our Contadora friends obtain a positive outcome." 25 While it was often President Reagan's custom to sit silently while his advisors argued, keeping his own counsel and making his decision known only afterwards, this time he openly agreed with his Secretary of State that the direct talks with the Sandinistas should go forward. His goal, he made quite clear, was not a negotiated settlement, but more aid for the Contras. The question, he insisted, was how can we get that support in Congress? 7 Participation in negotiations was important from that standpoint, to get support from Congress. Reagan said he could not imagine that Nicaragua would offer anything reasonable in a bilateral treaty. But he insisted that to back away from talks would look like a defeat. 26. Having lost in their attempt to cancel the negotiations, to Weinberger, Kirkpatrick, and NSC staff official, Konstantin Menges, fought to prevent Schlotterman from presenting the State Department's four-stage proposal, which Menges regarded as a false agreement because it would not assure implementation of genuine democracy in Nicaragua. The details of the plan were less at issue, however, than the fact that Schultz was conducting negotiations at all. At bottom, Weinberger, Kirkpatrick, and Menges believed Schultz could not be trusted to avoid a bad deal that would leave the United States and its allies helpless to resist communism in Central America. 20. Everybody was worried, Kirkpatrick recalls, that Schultz was about to definitively compromise something, but we weren't quite sure what. And since he didn't keep anybody informed, Casey or Cap or anybody, everybody felt free to develop their own fantasies. 30. The president, however, proved to have a keener sense of the likely outcome of negotiations than his nervous advisers. The lengthy battles over the State Department's proposal, which Menges and other officials did manage to dilute and delay, proved superfluous. The Sandinistas approached the negotiations in 1984 guided by the same principles that foreign ministry officials had set forth in 1982, that the negotiation process was a tool to buy time, that the negotiators themselves had to be weak, so they could not make any decisions, and that the negotiating strategy had to take advantage of American dissension over Central America. 31. Schlotterman held 4 rounds of talks with the Sandinistas at Man 314 the Reagan Revolution's Ainalo between June 25 and August 15. At first he was instructed to read only summaries of the State Department's proposal, then he was permitted to read the entire plan orally, although at the insistence of Menges, Defense Department officials and, ultimately President Reagan, some of the proposed American concessions were left vague. 32. The Sandinistas did not respond favorably to any aspect of the State Department's proposal. Tinoco and the other negotiators, Schlotterman reported to Schultz, were clearly operating under a tight rein, without authorization to discuss substance. 33. The State Department's demand for elections was the least of the Sandinistas' concerns, since they planned to hold elections that year. But they were not about to forego their strategic relationships with Cuba and the Soviet Union, nor their support for the Salvadoran guerrillas, no matter what the Americans offered in return. While Menges and other critics of the State Department's plan worried about the inadequate guarantees for genuine democracy, and liberal critics of the Reagan administration believed the call for any democratization killed any chance of agreement, it was on the security provisions that the Sandinistas found the State Department's proposal far too demanding. 34. Schlotterman himself ultimately decided that the entire State Department proposal was not worth a damn and took it upon himself to seek a more limited agreement with the Sandinistas. I had in mind to get something concrete in the security field that we could then go forward on. 3. This independent attempt to find grounds for a settlement would have justified the worst suspicions of Menges and others if they had known about it. But Schlotterman's independent efforts achieved nothing. Schlotterman later recalled his conviction that the chances of a really stable agreement with the Sandinistas were nil, regardless of the Reagan administration's position. 36. Although there was never any progress at Manzanillo, Schultz regarded his initiative as a tent strike and told Reagan so on several occasions. The Sandinistas, he argued, were defensive and isolated. When Robert McFarlane asked what the point of continuing the talks was, Schultz argued that the ill repute of Nicaragua could be used to build support for our efforts in El Salvador. 3. Schultz obviously could not claim, as he once had, that the talks with the Sandinistas were bolstering support for Contra aid in the Congress. Indeed, the Manzanillo talks were proving anything but a deft combination of power and diplomacy, as Schultz liked to put it. Peter Rodman, director of the State Department's Policy Planning Office, had warned Schultz that negotiations undertaken without the leverage 3.1.5 of Contra aid could lead to an outcome favorable to the Sandinistas. 38. With the danger of another Grenada clearly past, aid to the Contras was all that remained to frighten the Sandinistas sufficiently to consider the large concessions demanded in the State Department's proposal. 39 Whatever signs of accommodation State Department officials detected at the beginning of the year diminished as the pressures on the Sandinistas diminished. By the end of the summer, Contra forces began retreating from Nicaragua back into Honduras in a state of disarray. Honduras's support for the Contras was wavering. The Reagan administration openly admitted the futility of pursuing more Contra aid for the remainder of the year. Under the circumstances, the Sandinistas felt no pressure to accept the State Department's four-step plan. In time, moreover, they would find a better alternative. While Schultz and his advisors at the State Department pursued the bilateral talks at Manzanillo, the negotiations sponsored by the Contadora Group seemed fatally stalled. On June 8, the Contadora ministers produced a preliminary draft treaty for discussion and comment by the 5 Central American governments. At a meeting of the Contadora Group's vice ministers in Panama at the end of August, Nicaraguan Vice Minister Tinoco rejected major provisions in the draft, telling reporters that Nicaragua would not tolerate arms limitation nor the suspension of its electoral process and reserves the right to decide on foreign advisors. 40 The next day Costa Rican President Alberto Monge told reporters that Contadora had made an extraordinary effort and carried out sincere labor but had reached a point where it could go no further. Monge recommended turning the matter over to the OAS, where it was sure to be buried. The governments of Mexico and Colombia, however, were not willing to see their negotiations fail. With the American elections approaching in November, they wanted to reach a quick agreement on the assumption that Reagan in a second term would have far less political interest in seeking peace. As the U.S.-Nicaraguan talks went ahead fruitlessly at Manzanillo, the two governments determined to push the Contadora negotiations forward to a resolution. Rather than allowing the Central American governments to control the pace and substance of the talks, as they had over the past year, Mexico and Colombia decided to break the logjam by taking matters into their own hands and drafting their own treaty. The United States and its allies had long demanded that any treaty had to be comprehensive, that is, covering all issues from arms levels to 316 the Reagan Revolution support for insurgencies to domestic political reforms, verifiable, that is, subject to strict, meaningful international monitoring, and simultaneous, meaning that all provisions, from arms reductions to political reforms, must occur at the same time. But the Mexicans and Colombians decided that, in the words of Colombia's President Betancur, to conclude a binding, comprehensive, verifiable agreement in treaty form was impossible. It was better to gain agreement on general points first, and then later press for results. 41 The Mexicans called an emergency meeting of Contadora on September 6 and wrote a new draft of the agreement with provisions more palatable to the Sandinistas. On September 7 the Contadora Group submitted the new draft for approval by the Central American governments. The new draft agreement abandoned the points of greatest importance to the Reagan administration, simultaneity and verifiability. Immediately upon signature, for instance, the United States would have to suspend all military maneuvers in Central America and end aid to the Contras. While these main demands of the Sandinistas were to be satisfied immediately, however, matters of interest to the United States and its allies, the size of the Sandinista armed forces, the number and type of weapons in the Sandinistas arsenal, and the limits on the numbers of foreign advisors would be the subjects of future negotiations. The methods for verifying compliance with the agreement, moreover, were weak. Each nation was to take the main responsibility for ensuring that its own territory 7 was not used to harbor or support irregular forces. The highly visible presence of the Contras on Honduran territory, therefore, would be a bigger problem for the Hondurans than the highly secretive support for the FMLN would be for the Sandinistas. Overall verification of security matters was to be left to a commission of delegates representing states of recognized impartiality, and these independent commission members, not the parties to the treaty, would decide if violations of the provisions of the treaty had occurred. Secretary Schultz considered the draft most unsatisfactory, just the sort of trap the State Department had hoped to avoid by presenting its own proposal at Manzanillo. 42. Under the weight of the Contadora Group's pressure, most of the Central American governments were inclined to agree to the new draft. but despite the Contadora Group's concessions to their interests, the Sandinistas remained ambivalent. On September 8, Nicaraguan Foreign Minister Descoto rejected any provision on disarmament, even a speculative one. 43. 317. The Sandinistas still objected to the security provisions of any treaty more than to the calls for democratization, and with good reason. The strategic relationships with Cuba and the Soviet Union, all Sandinista leaders agreed, were critical and non-negotiable. On the other hand, the Sandinistas had every intention of holding elections in 1984 and putting to rest this element of international criticism. The only question for the Sandinistas was the amount of risk they would have to take in holding elections deemed acceptably free and open to the West. The Nicaraguan elections of 1984. For the first 6 months of 1984, the Sandinistas had not worried much about their upcoming elections. The opposition was weak, lacking organization and the means of campaigning, while the government enjoyed a near monopoly of the public media and a seemingly unlimited reserve of funds and material for conducting an electoral campaign. The opposition was also divided by the usual personal jealousies, seemingly unable to agree on a single candidate out of all its ambitious party and factional leaders. For most of the year, it never occurred to Sandinista leaders that they would not overwhelm any opposition slate and achieve their goal of legitimizing the revolution. The Ortega brothers, moreover, looked forward to the popular endorsement of President Daniel Ortega, making the Ortega family the unquestionable leaders within the directorate. What complicated this happy scenario was the selection of Arturo Cruz as the coordinador's candidate in July. Cruz's name had often been mentioned by the more progressive factions of the opposition. The former president of the central bank, member of the government junta, and ambassador to the United States was fairly well known in Nicaragua and very popular among American politicians. Indeed, his selection owed much to the intercession of the State Department's Craig Johnstone, who persuaded Cruz to accept the nomination and persuaded the other opposition leaders, including Calero and the Contra leaders, to accept Cruz. 318. The Nicaraguan elections of 1984-319. The announcement of Cruz's candidacy on July 20 attracted considerable attention in the United States, both to the candidacy itself and to the question of whether the Sandinistas would actually allow him to run under reasonably fair conditions. In the eyes of many American observers, particularly those of a moderate and liberal caste, the elections had become the true test of the Sandinistas. As a way out of the increasingly unpleasant confrontation between the Reagan administration and the Nicaraguan government, elections began to take the place of the stalled diplomatic efforts. In the middle of July, the Washington Post editorialized that those with misgivings about American support of the Nicaraguan insurgents ought to have none about American support of a Nicaraguan democratic process won in Congress. Democrats opposed to the covert war against Nicaragua supported the goal of fair elections if only because they would end the divisive debate over President Reagan's policy. At the end of March, Jim Wright and several other liberal and moderate Democrats had sent a letter to Daniel Ortega, commending him for taking steps to open up the political process in your country. We write with hope, the letter continued, that the initial steps you have taken will be followed by others designed to guarantee a fully open and democratic electoral process. If the Sandinistas followed this course, Wright and his colleagues would protect the Sandinistas from the Reagan administration. We have been, and remain, opposed to U.S. support for military action directed against the people or government of Nicaragua. If the Sandinistas did what was necessary, those responsible for supporting violence against your government would have far greater difficulty winning support for their policies than they do today. With this broad support in the American Congress, Arturo Cruz arrived in Nicaragua at the end of July. He immediately spelled out tough demands of the Sandinistas. Cruz stood by the 9-point Coordinadora document of December 1983 which called, in effect, for the dismantlement of Sandinista controls of all the levers of power in the country. The Sandinistas, as one observer has written, had overwhelming advantages, beginning with their control of the press, the police, and the 3-member Supreme Electoral Council charged with overseeing the campaign. They had set the voting age at 16 to take advantage of their support among young people, and had insisted that soldiers, who were required to attend Sandinista political education classes and were cut off from contact with the opposition, be allowed to vote at special polling places 320 the Reagan Revolution adjacent to military bases. Mayors and provincial governors used their control over ration cards and business permits to discourage people from supporting the opposition. 3. As long as such controls remained in place, Cruz and his opposition colleagues argued, the electoral campaign would be an unequal test between one party with all the powers of government at its disposal and an opposition with none. 4. Cruz refused to register his candidacy formally with the Electoral Council until his demands were met. In addition, Cruz and the Coordinadora insisted that the date of elections had to be postponed so that if and when agreement was reached, the opposition parties would have sufficient time to campaign under more favorable conditions. Cruz made these demands because he believed that the Sandinistas had decided on a Somoza-style election, a propaganda extravaganza aimed at an international audience. 3. But he also believed the Sandinistas needed the opposition's participation in the elections and that this gave him a strong bargaining position. He told supporters in Nicaragua that the Sandinistas were using the proposed elections to buy an international certificate of legitimacy and that they hoped that the opposition would co-sign the purchase check. I insisted that for this to happen, legitimate elections were required, otherwise the check would be fraudulent. 6. From the first, Cruz understood that he might be forced to drop out of the race if the Sandinistas would not provide fair electoral conditions. His plan was to remain in the contest as long as possible, demanding concessions from the Sandinistas to the limit of their tolerance. When the Sandinistas finally refused to offer a fair contest, he would expose them to the world as totalitarians. Alfonso Rabello, who advised Cruz, employed a stark metaphor to describe this strategy. Sandinista duplicity in the elections was like an abyss. Cruz had to have the courage of advancing to the very cliff's edge in order to demonstrate that one more step would have been fatal. Advancing to the edge, however, required clever and flexible negotiating by Cruz and the Coordinadora. The appearance of inflexibility by Cruz and his allies could give the Sandinistas the chance to declare to the world that the opposition did not really want to participate in the elections and, repeating Somoza's standard charge, that the opposition in fact feared the elections because it had no popular support. Cruz's flexibility was constrained, however, by the opposition factions he represented in the Coordinadora. The opposition was divided between those who wished to participate in the elections and those who wished to abstain, but the decisions of the Coordinadora had to be unanimous. The Nicaraguan Elecciones of 1984-32. 1. Imus. Cruz's personal advisors favored taking risks in bargaining with the Sandinistas. What developed was a process that bestowed virtual veto power on the hardliners. The business leaders of COSEP wielded great influence within the group, and COSEP's leader, Enrique Bolarios, adhered to the position, in Cruz's words, that no gratuitous legitimacy be given to the Sandinista front. Instinctively, Cruz recalls, I agreed with the viewpoints of the pragmatists. Nevertheless, I opted to remain neutral because I was afraid to polarize the differences, which would then be exploited by the Sandinistas. Cruz worried that the more conservative members of the coalition would turn on him if he compromised too much. As in the days of Somoza, the charge of being a collaborator, a pactist, was always a dangerous possibility. 0. The Reagan administration also had mixed feelings about the elections. Although united behind Cruz's candidacy, officials differed over the goals of his campaign, just as the Nicaraguans in opposition did. Most American officials, in the CIA and at the White House, expected that the Sandinistas would refuse to hold fair elections and that this would strengthen the case in Congress for a renewal of Contra-Aid. President Reagan himself was convinced the Sandinistas would not hold a fair election, but a rubber stamp election of the kind that we see in any totalitarian government. 10. A handful of officials in the State Department, led by Craig Johnstone, genuinely hoped that elections would begin to moderate the regime and make the continuing Contra war unnecessary. 11. For most of the campaign these divergent strategies were not at odds. since both required making extensive demands of the Sandinistas that both believed were unlikely to be met. Most Reagan officials, however, remained more concerned about the fate of Contra aid than about the fate of Cruz. They had given up hope of obtaining money for the Contras before the end of the 1984 fiscal year, but hoped to renew aid after October 1. Above all, they wanted to avoid any effort by House Democrats to ban future aid to the Contras. 12. That, however, was exactly what was coming. The Senate version of the authorization bill contained $28 million for the Contras, but in the House the Democrats led by Congressman Boland sought to impose a comprehensive ban on all aid to the Contras for the coming fiscal year. The language proposed by Boland and the House Intelligence Committee stated that, during fiscal year 1985, no funds available to the Central Intelligence Agency, the Department of Defense, or any other agency or entity of the United States involved in intelligence activities may be obligated or X 322 the Reagan Revolution pended for the purpose or which would have the effect of supporting directly or indirectly, military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua by any nation, group, organization, movement, or individual. What later became known as the Second Boland Amendment was for all intents and purposes the amendment originally proposed by Harkin but rejected by the House at the end of 1982. Secretary Schultz and other officials argued in vain that the talks at Manzanillo and in Contadora required that the Contras be supported to keep pressure on the Sandinistas. Boland argued that, to the contrary, the secret war hasn't brought Central America closer to peace or Nicaragua closer to democracy. What it does is to provide the Sandinistas with the perfect excuse to foist unfair elections, a huge army, censorship, and the draft on the Nicaraguan PEOPLE. 11 On August 1, the House passed the Intelligence Authorization Bill in which Boland's language was embedded by an overwhelming margin of 294 to 118. The prospects for a compromise between the Senate and the House after such a lopsided vote were slight. The effect of the House vote was felt immediately in Nicaragua. The very next day negotiations between Cruz and the Sandinistas over the terms of the Nicaraguan elections broke down. The Sandinistas had extended the deadline for opposition parties to register their candidates until August 5, but they made no concessions to Cruz's substantive demands. Their attitude hardened as Cruz campaigned and denounced the government at opposition party rallies, first in Cruz's hometown of Jinotep at the beginning of August. After a week of tolerance, the Sandinistas began to show their displeasure with the opposition's political activities. The rally in Jinotep drew a large number of anti-Sandinista protesters. But when Cruz traveled to the next planned meeting, in Matagalpa, the Sandinistas took steps to disrupt the gathering. Directorate member Bayardo Arce had warned in May that at some point the divine mobs would intervene in the political contest with the bourgeoisie. 14 In Matagalpa on August 4 these turbas divinas, as the Sandinistas called them, appeared in front of the theater where Cruz and his supporters were meeting and verbally and physically assaulted those who attended the opposition meeting as they left the event. The response by local residents, however, surprised both the opposition and the Sandinistas. Young boys threw rocks at the Sandinista group and chanted anti-Sandinista slogans. Cruz was amazed by the local reaction. These were the younger brothers of the boys who 6 years previously had fought alongside the Sandinista front against the forces of Somoza. The Nicaraguan elections of 1984-323. The Sandinistas had sunk to the same level of popular repudiation that Somoza's forces had previously occupied, a categorical moral defeat. 15 That same day, Daniel Ortega traveled to a city near Chinandega, the site of the next opposition meeting, and personally rallied supporters to prevent a repetition of the events in Matagalpa. On the morning of August 5, according to one American observer, 50 turbas burst into the soccer field, tearing down the banners and dispersing the organizers. 16 Observers estimated that, despite the harassment, at least 7,000 Nicaraguans assembled in Chinandega to hear Cruz speak on August 5. The crowd chanted, "What do the people want? That the Sandinistas go away, and the Sandinistas and Somoza are the same thing." As one observer recounted, when Cruz began to speak, dozens of turbas armed with sticks, stones, and machetes surrounded the field. They came on what appeared to be army trucks chanting, "Power to the people." They proceeded to break the windows and puncture the tires of demonstrators' cars. The police seemed to make no serious effort to restrain them. When the turbas attacked the demonstrators themselves, opposition youths dispersed, only to return wielding their own sticks and stones. Outnumbered, the turbas were routed. One as William Baez recalls, "Our mob was bigger than their mob." 18 News of these events did not reach Washington until September, for on the same day that Daniel Ortega announced the lifting of press censorship, the Sandinistas censored all reporting on the Chinandega rally in La Prensa. The American press did not report at all on the events of August 5. 19 Nevertheless, the episode at Chinandega had an enormous emotional impact on Cruz, on the Sandinistas, and eventually, on opinion in the United States. Cruz, who had until then been pursuing the campaign with every expectation that his efforts would be both futile and brief, became infused with a new enthusiasm for the race. Surprised both by his own favorable reception and by the evident hostility of many Nicaraguans toward their 324 the Reagan Revolution government, Cruz leaned toward mounting a serious challenge to the Sandinistas and seeing the campaign through to the end. In Chinandega, he recalls, "A peasant girl handed me a simple note. It said, 'Don Arturo, the Sandinistas are fooling the people outside Nicaragua. Go and tell the world the truth. It isn't true that the people like them, what we want is for them to leave us alone so we can live in peace.'" Cruz had suspected that anti-Sandinista feelings were strong, but that morning I reached the conclusion that the Sandinista vanguard that formerly had the backing of the Nicaraguan people and the sympathy of the world was now, due to its own excesses, reduced to an armed minority that held the country captive. 20 Cruz began to believe that if the Sandinistas held a fair election, they could lose. The Sandinistas were taken aback by the degree of popular antipathy revealed in the rallies at the beginning of August. They had thought hostility to their rule was confined to the bourgeoisie, while the people who presumably benefited from the revolution were supportive. No more than other Managua governments did the Sandinistas maintain close contact with the masses, however. They receive favorable reports from lower-level cadres whose jobs depend on the perception of success. 21 Roger Miranda, a senior aide to Humberto Ortega who defected to the United States in 1987, confirmed that Ortega and the other commanders were not aware of their political weakness, especially outside Managua. Miranda reported that he himself understood the seriousness of the problem only after touring the Northern Front and seeing the extent to which the campesinos were disaffected by the revolution. 22 As the summer wore on, the Sandinistas had come to discover that the risks of elections were greater than they had thought. The risk was not that they would lose, that seemed inconceivable, but that they might not win by a large enough margin. It was one thing to prove to the world that pluralism existed in Nicaragua, it was another thing to show that the traitorous bourgeoisie and the Somocistas were almost as popular as the revolution. A very narrow victory over Cruz could be dangerous. For Daniel Ortega, the Sandinistas' presidential candidate, it could be humiliating. While the dangers of holding fair elections appeared to grow, moreover, the risks of not holding them had diminished with passage of the Boland Amendment. The combination was enough to determine the Sandinistas' course. After Chinandega, Cruz believed, the Sandinistas had re-evaluated the participation in the elections and had the Nicaraguan elections of 1984-325 decided that it constituted an unacceptable political challenge to Sandinista control. That first weekend in August furnished enough evidence for them to imagine what could happen throughout Nicaragua. 23 On August 6 the Supreme Electoral Council declared that the Coordinadora would be barred from participating in the elections as a result of Cruz's failure to register as a candidate by the August 5 deadline. To increase international pressure on the Sandinistas after Chinandega, Cruz set off on a tour of Latin and European capitals. Some questioned Cruz's decision to leave Nicaragua just as the momentum of his campaign was beginning to build. 24 But Cruz and his advisors believed their challenge to the Sandinistas would depend on foreign as much as on Nicaraguan opinion. The lack of international coverage of the events at Chinandega was a problem they wanted to overcome by directly addressing foreign leaders. Policy consisted of deceit and force, Cruz recalls, and it was designed to give absolute advantage to the ruling party. In order to counter these tactics, we decided to go on a tour outside Nicaragua, seeking international support for our efforts. 25 As a former member of the Group of 12, Cruz well understood the importance of inviting foreign intervention in any battle with the regime in Managua. Cruz returned to Managua on September 13 with enhanced authority to challenge the Sandinistas. His successful tour of Latin America, in which he met with the presidents of Venezuela, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Ecuador, and Colombia, increased his stature both inside and outside Nicaragua and showed just how vulnerable the Sandinistas had become to foreign meddling. Colombia's President Betancur, in particular, made common cause with Cruz in his campaign to pressure the Nicaraguan government to make concessions in the nature and timing of the electoral campaign. Betancur believed Contadora's fate might well hinge on the Nicaraguan elections. Peace not only in Nicaragua but in the whole region was at stake. Betancur began to mediate between the two sides in Nicaragua, urging Cruz to show more flexibility and telling the Sandinistas that the elections were the best defense against any possible U.S. intervention. 26. Cruz thus returned to Nicaragua with a new set of more limited demands. At the urging of the Colombian government, and of Craig Johnstone at the State Department, 27 Cruz dropped the coordinator's insistence that the Sandinistas engage in a dialogue with the Contras. He also dropped all demands having to do with the basic structures of the Sandin 326 the Reagan Revolutionista state. Instead, Cruz recalls, we were careful to propose only those electoral guarantees that were directly related to the electoral process, specifically the essential freedoms previously outlined by us and the length of time required for a fair campaign. 28 The most important issue quickly became the date of the elections. If the elections took place on November 4 as planned, Cruz would have only a few weekends to campaign. He wanted to be able to spend at least one Sunday in every capital of Nicaragua's 16 departments. 29 Betancur agreed that Cruz's demands constituted the minimus minimorum. 0 Faced with the new challenge posed by Cruz's more reasonable demands and his potent international patrons, the Sandinistas had a difficult choice to make. In addition to Betancur, a number of leading Latin politicians, including members of the Socialist International like Carlos Andrés Pérez, called the Sandinistas repeatedly in the first 2 weeks of September to urge them to negotiate an agreement with Cruz. Prominent liberal and moderate Democrats in the United States, including Jim Wright, Edward Kennedy, and Michael Barnes, also made appeals. 31 The Sandinistas were willing to continue talking with Cruz, but they insisted that postponement of the elections was not negotiable. 52 On September 18 Humberto Ortega stated that for practical and technical reasons the Sandinistas had ruled out the possibility of postponing elections. Cruz declared that if the Sandinistas would not consider the first demand, which was postponing the elections, there was no sense even talking about the other demands. 33 The Sandinistas, in turn, toughened their measures against Cruz's campaign. After the turbulent rallies in Matagalpa and Chinandega at the beginning of August, the government decided to prohibit the opposition from holding any more outdoor meetings. The coordinator had thus begun organizing indoor meetings in a variety of cities. In Leon on September 18, a meeting of 100 opposition supporters was surrounded by what Cruz described as a shouting and threatening mob that in my estimate consisted of about 600 individuals. 34 Sandinista radio boasted the number was more like 2,000. On his way out of the building, Cruz was hit by a stone thrown by one of the demonstrators, had his hair pulled, and was spat upon. The police, after watching the attacks for a while, finally escorted Cruz and his supporters from Leon. In Boco and Masaya over the next two the Nicaraguan elections of 1984 327 days, the violent mobs came again, Cruz's car was pelted with rocks, demonstrators brandished machetes. The Sandinistas, as in the past, called these riots a spontaneous popular repudiation of Cruz. Daniel Ortega declared, "We are not ashamed to be Turbas, because to be part of the Turba is to be part of the people." 56 International pressures on the Sandinistas increased. Leading Democrats in the United States took a harsh line. Presidential nominee Walter Mondale expressed his intention, if elected, to quarantine Nicaragua if the Sandinistas did not stop supporting insurgencies in Central America. The Washington Post's Stephen Rosenfeld noted that some opponents of Contra aid were beginning to believe that, with the terms OT the Nicaraguan elections still unsettled, this may not be the right moment to take the heat off Managua. The issue of democratization was beginning to unite Americans where supporting an armed intervention in another country had divided them. Democracy was an issue tailor-made for a bipartisan approach, and it was playing right into the hands of Ronald Reagan. Rosenfeld predicted the Reagan administration would be able to argue, if Cruz continues to be denied a fair crack, that the Sandinistas have left no alternative but further support of the Nicaraguan insurgency. 37 Rosenfeld was ahead of most Democrats, who were not prepared to agree that the pressure of the Contras, as Reagan argued, was necessary to force the Sandinistas to hold fair elections. What was striking, however, was how many moderate and liberal Democrats had begun publicly holding the Sandinistas to a standard of behavior in their internal affairs that hitherto only conservative ideologues had demanded. Past concerns about intervention and sovereignty were temporarily submerged as many American politicians of all political stripes now felt justified in demanding that the Sandinistas hold free, Western-style elections. That some did so mainly in order to deny Reagan the chance to seek more aid for the Contras did not make matters any easier for the Sandinistas. Under great pressure from all sides to show some flexibility in both the elections and in the Contadora talks, the Sandinistas made a daring effort to finesse the problem. On September 21 they made two surprising announcements. First, they announced once and for all that the date of elections would not be postponed. But second, the Sandinistas announced they would sign the current draft of the Contadora Agreement, 328. The Reagan Revolution provided there were no further changes made in the draft and provided the United States would agree in a separate, bilateral treaty to cease its aggression against Nicaragua. As the Sandinistas had hoped, their announced willingness to sign the Contadora draft at first drew far more international attention than their decision not to postpone the elections. In his letter to the Contadora Group, Daniel Ortega met the insistence of Betancur, Sepulveda, and others to reach as quickly as possible a peace accord for the whole region. Further amendments to the agreement, he declared, would only obstruct the peace. And he deftly shifted the burden of achieving a peaceful settlement onto the Reagan administration, insisting that the accord among the 5 Central American nations will only be sufficient if it can count on a formal and obligatory commitment by the United States. 38 With this one stroke, the Sandinistas threw the Reagan administration into embarrassing disarray. Reagan officials had been so preoccupied with their struggle over the terms of the State Department's 4-step proposal that they had lost track of the Contadora talks and missed the decisive shift engineered by Mexico and Colombia at the beginning of September. It was several days before the State Department could publicly explain its opposition to the Sandinistas' maneuver. Spokesman Alan Romberg declared that Nicaragua was clearly seeking to close off debate on those provisions of the latest draft concerning the size of military forces and procedures for verification and control. They talk about open elections but their actions belie their promises. 3G But the Sandinistas did what the Contadora Group had hoped all the Central American countries would do. While the United States complained that the Sandinistas were engaged in chicanery, the Contadora foreign ministers worked to convince the other Central American governments to join Nicaragua in agreeing to the document. Within days the Reagan administration was in retreat. Now it was the United States that faced international isolation, and there was the added danger that the other Central American governments might agree to the draft treaty. 40 Secretary Schultz and his advisors scrambled to avoid what could be at the very least a public relations disaster. State Department officials were confident the Sandinistas had only agreed to the draft because they knew it was unacceptable to the United States. If the United States and its allies could force the Contadora Group to accept some important changes, Schultz considered it unlikely that Nicaragua would sign on. 41 The Nicaraguan elections of 1984 329 Insisting that the drafting process is not over, the State Department declared there was still a need for all the provisions, including those on troop levels, armaments, and foreign advisors, to go into effect at the same time. 42 From the end of September through the first 3 weeks of October, the Reagan administration worked with its 4 allies on an alternative draft. Schlotterman, at his 6th meeting with Vice Foreign Minister Tinoco on September 25, dropped the State Department's 4-step proposal altogether and suggested using the Contadora Group's September 7 draft treaty as the basis for further negotiations. Tinoco refused. Schlotterman returned to Washington convinced the Sandinistas were just stringing us along at Manzanillo. 4. 1. In Schultz's view, the Sandinistas were reading the U.S. congressional votes. 44 The Sandinistas were certainly enjoying the Reagan administration's discomfort. 45 They had supported the Contadora draft not because they liked it, but because they knew the Reagan administration did not like it. 46 The Sandinistas also knew that the United States would come back to seek changes as Schlotterman was now trying to do, but they saw no need for further concessions. They had played their best card in the diplomatic game and were content to watch the Americans scramble. At the end of October, Tinoco suggested to Schlotterman that perhaps the United States and Nicaragua could sign a secret bilateral treaty, on the side, as Schlotterman recalls, about maneuvers, support for Contras, no organized Soviet presence, no FMLN support, verification. Schlotterman considered the proposal a disingenuous ploy. He explained to Tinoco that the United States would enter into no secret agreements, and certainly none with the Sandinistas. 47 By the middle of October, the State Department's alternative draft had been completed in consultation with the 4 other Central American governments. The draft restored the simultaneity of all parties' actions, proposed a detailed timetable for the withdrawal of all foreign troops and advisors, tightened the requirements for democratic elections, and strengthened provisions for verification. Without such changes, Schultz told reporters, Washington would regard any treaty as just a piece of paper. Daniel Ortega complained that the Americans were raising questions just to slow the process. The important thing is to sign the act, in the implementation these details will be taken care of. The Mexicans agreed with Ortega, but they could not budge the Reagan administration. After a testy meeting with Mexico's foreign minister, Bernardo Sepulveda, Schultz told reporters, there's a real difference between agreeing on the 330 the Reagan Revolution idea that verification is necessary and important, and agreeing in advance that it will be done and here's how. Sepulveda reluctantly gave in, abandoning hopes for a settlement before Reagan's anticipated re-election. 48 The struggle within the Reagan administration continued to be as brutal as ever. While Schultz and his aides set about trying to strengthen the Contadora Treaty without appearing to obstruct an agreement, Constantine Menges and others in the administration charged that Schultz was looking for an October surprise of false agreement to ensure the president's re-election in November. 49 On his way to the inauguration of a new Panamanian president on October 10, Schultz was contacted by McFarlane, who reported great consternation in Washington that Schultz was about to sign a pact with Daniel Ortega and give it all away. 10 Menges was convinced Ortega would agree to the State Department's new draft in Panama. This was only one of several misreadings of the Sandinistas by the more hawkish wing of the Reagan administration. Daniel Ortega did not even attend the Panamanian inauguration on October 10, knowing he would be pressed by other Latin leaders to make concessions on both the Contadora Treaty and on the elections. While many Reagan officials were convinced, then and later, that the Sandinistas would sign almost any agreement, with the full intention of evading its provisions, the Sandinistas proved to take the agreements far more seriously. Despite many false alarms rung in Washington, the Sandinistas never actually signed any Contadora draft. This did not mean that the more hawkish Reagan officials were wrong about Schultz, however. The Secretary of State would have been pleased if Daniel Ortega had agreed to the State Department's revised draft. Even after October 10, Schultz claims to have hoped to use the coming months to develop a negotiated settlement in Contadora if at all possible. 51 It was not possible. On October 19 the four other Central Americans, meeting in Tegucigalpa, formally agreed to present an alternative draft to Contadora. By November, the Contadora group reluctantly agreed to consider the new Tegucigalpa draft, thus ensuring that the negotiations would continue fruitlessly well into 1985. 52 Despite the great success of their diplomatic maneuver on September 21, the Sandinistas still faced the problem of Cruz and the elections. The international pressure to reach agreement with Cruz did not diminish as much as they might have hoped. The Reagan administration continued the Nicaraguan elections of 1984-33. 1. To emphasize the point, of course, and on October 1, the State Department spokesman told journalists that Nicaragua's rush to preempt the process involving the Contadora Act was designed to take the spotlight off elections while they shut out Arturo Cruz and the major opposition parties. 3. The Sandinistas were also aware that, in the last week of September, the issue of the elections had become enmeshed in the continuing Rongle in Congress over aid to the Contras. The Senate was due to vote on aid once again, in the Defense Appropriations section of the giant continuing resolution being assembled for the president's signature. According to reports in the Washington Post, pressure on Nicaragua has been intense from its friends in Congress to concede the date this week, in time for the Senate vote. One congressional aide told reporters, "Really have nothing to lose, and talk about a propaganda victory." For many moderate and liberal Democrats sincerely wanted the Sandinistas to allow Cruz to run, but Democrats in Congress also had another motive. To kill Reagan's covert program in Nicaragua, liberal Democrats needed the Sandinistas to make a good showing in the elections. In Latin America, Carlos Andrés Pérez, the broker of Nicaraguan political deals in the past, invited Cruz to a meeting of the Socialist International in Rio de Janeiro on September 30. Bayardo Arce was there representing the Sandinistas, and Pérez aimed to forge an agreement between Cruz and the Sandinistas before midnight of October 1, the Sandinistas' latest deadline for registration of candidates in the Nicaraguan elections. Cruz arrived in Rio very suspicious of the Sandinistas' intentions. The Sandinista leaders wanted to appear to agree to the wishes of foreign democratic leaders, he believed, and would make only cosmetic concessions while demanding fundamental concessions that they would find unacceptable. 55 With the U.S. Congress about to vote on Contra aid, Cruz knew the Sandinistas were telling members of Congress that they would not be to blame if the talks in Rio failed. 56. Cruz also wanted to appear as flexible as possible in the talks. Did not approve my petition, I would be obliged to separate myself, and the Sandinistas would be able to throw the blame on the for its intransigence. 64. Cruz asked for a 2-day extension of the deadline to register his candidacy and persuade his colleagues in the Coordinadora to accept the agreement. Now it was Bayardo Arce's turn to make a decision. But Arce number 334 the Reagan Revolution longer had the authority to agree to his own proposal. In New York Daniel Ortega had already declared the negotiations ended and had reaffirmed that the election date would be November 4 under strong pressure from Pérez. Arce for a moment appeared willing to sign the agreement. Indeed, one witness to the talks recalled that for 20 minutes we had an agreement 6, just as the terms of the agreement were being put in writing. However, Arce abruptly stood up from the table, shook hands with the officials from the Socialist International, and left. He went immediately to a press conference and announced that the Coordinadora had lost their last chance to register. There is no longer any question. The elections will be held in Nicaragua on November 4. 66 Despite the Sandinistas' obvious unwillingness to let Cruz campaign on fair terms, 67 Some critics of the Reagan administration have placed the blame for the failure of the 1984 elections on the Reagan administration, others on Cruz. One critic argues that the many missed opportunities to achieve at least some of the stated U.S. goals in Nicaragua, perhaps none compared to Cruz's failure to run for president in 1984. The division in Washington all but assured an inconclusive contest. 68 Carlos Andrés Perez later tried to claim that negotiations failed because the CIA had given instructions, had put pressures against Cruz's candidacy and therefore it wasn't accepted. They just didn't want someone with the prestige of Cruz to enter the elections, because it would validate them. They wanted to demonstrate there was no freedom of elections in Nicaragua. 69 The New York Times Stephen Kinzer, while arguing that Sandinista leaders bore ultimate responsibility for breaking off the talks in Rio de Janeiro, and, by extension, for the failure of the election, nevertheless blamed Cruz for a failure of nerve. Cruz could have saved the day if he had been willing to take the bold stand many of his friends expected of him. He had known all along that he had no chance of defeating Ortega for the presidency, and that the election would be less than pristine. Kinzer argued that if Cruz had agreed to run in the elections, despite all the obstacles placed in his way, he would have run a strong campaign and attracted much sympathy for the abuses to which the Sandinistas would probably have subjected him. He would have finished with a third of the vote or more, and become Nicaragua's undisputed opposition leader. But he flinched at the crucial moment, refusing to re-enter the campaign and thus retreating from the historic challenge before him. Never again would Nicaraguans turn to him for political leadership. 70. The Nicaraguan elections of 1984 335. Cruz himself shared these misgivings and regretted his lack of flexibility at Rio. When the was unable to enter the race on 10 October, one he recalled later. It may have lost a salient opportunity to show the Sandinistas for what they really are. Had been in the race there would have been more incidents of mob terror, like those in Chinandega and Masaya, and that Sandinista hypocrisy could have been irrefutably demonstrated. 7. As for the fairness of the balloting, when the vote was actually held on November 4 the Sandinistas, even though they faced no serious opposition, felt compelled to censor all news reports that suggested electoral irregularities and decreed a ban on all references to the election in terms that directly or indirectly express or suggest citizens' abstentions, fraud, manipulation of figures or lack of confidence in electoral authorities. 74 The Sandinistas allowed informal international observers to attend the elections, but like Somoza they refused international supervision of the elections, and in 1984 the level of international scrutiny was nothing like what it would be in 1990. The debate over whether or not the Sandinistas rigged the elections of 1984 has raged for years, but Kinzer's statement on this subject seems to be the truest. There was simply no way for outsiders to determine if vote counts were genuine. Whether or not an election held under such circumstances would have resulted in a political opening in Nicaragua in 1984 would have depended heavily on the intentions and the behavior of the Sandinistas after the elections. Perez and others believed the Sandinista regime might have evolved toward the kind of one-party rule that exists in Mexico, which Gutman describes as left-of-center, semi-democratic, broadly based one-party rule. Perez argued that the election was thus not a solution to the problem, but it certainly was an opening. 76. 336 The Reagan Revolution. Such judgments represent wishful thinking more than understanding of the Sandinistas' goals in 1984. The Sandinistas themselves later recalled that they were not prepared to make a real change in their political strategy in 1984. The great majority of the FSLN, according to Humberto Ortega, didn't see the election as strategically significant. They only saw it as a game. The fact that we had elections in 1984 didn't mean anything. At Rio the Sandinistas had the opportunity of bringing Cruz and the bourgeois elites he represented into the political process, but they declined. Nor did this decision represent a victory of the hardliners over the moderates in the Directorate. It was the Ortegas who finally rejected the deal proposed by the hardliner Arce at Rio de Janeiro. 78. It was Daniel Ortega, not Tomas Borga, who incited local Sandinista officials and divine mobs to break up Cruz's rallies in August. According to Rafael Solis, a well-known Sandinista moderate, and Augusto Montealegre, an assistant to Humberto Ortega, all the Sandinistas were crippled by fear of democracy. The moderate Sergio Ramirez was vehement against the deal in Rio in September. The Ortegas wanted to win quickly and decisively, and the margin of victory, they feared, would not have been large enough 79 if they had postponed the date of elections. An election that demonstrated widespread popular opposition in the streets or at the ballot box was more than the Sandinistas were prepared to concede in 1984. Nor did the Sandinistas believe they had to pay such a high price in the fall of 1984. Although the Contras had proven dangerous, they were in retreat after the cut-off of American assistance. By the end of the year, at least half of the Contra forces inside Nicaragua had returned to their bases in Honduras. The Sandinistas shared the view of most Americans that Congress would never again vote aid to the Contras. The Soviet Union had not agreed to deliver the MiGs, but Soviet arms shipments in 1984 surpassed all previous years, and by the fall the Sandinistas had begun receiving the Hind helicopters which proved to be such a formidable weapon in anti-guerrilla warfare. On the heels of their political coup over the Contadora Agreement, the Sandinistas may have believed they did not need to make further concessions to international opinion. Their prospects for the future were not favorable, but they were also not as glum as they had been in June. Rather than take the significant risk posed by a Cruz candidacy, the Sandinistas chose as governments often do to secure immediate gains and worry about future problems later. The Boland Amendment and beyond. The immediate price the Sandinistas paid for ending the talks with Cruz was small. On October 10 the Reagan administration gave up trying to win renewed funding for the Contras in the fiscal year 1985 supplemental appropriations bill that Congress was trying to pass before the elections. Negotiators from the House and Senate had been wrangling for weeks over this huge continuing appropriations resolution, in which Contra aid was only one of many controversial provisions. At the last minute, Senate negotiators dropped their insistence on this and several other measures included in the defense appropriations legislation, in return for the House dropping its insistence on a variety of water projects. Boland's legislative restrictions banning direct and indirect support for the Contras by intelligence agencies thus became part of the law governing the next fiscal year as well. President Reagan would later be criticized by conservatives for not vetoing the appropriations bill containing the Boland restriction, the violation of which was later to erupt into the Reagan administration's greatest scandal. The Republican minority report of the congressional committees investigating the Iran-Contra affair, though sympathetic to Reagan, concluded that the president should simply have vetoed the strict Boland Amendment in mid-October 1984, even though the amendment was only a few paragraphs in an approximately 200-page long continuing. 337. 338 The Reagan Revolution Appropriations Resolution and a veto therefore would have brought the government to a standstill within 3 weeks of a national election. 1. The very wording of this criticism showed how unreasonable it was to blame Reagan for this failure, however. A veto of the entire appropriations bill because of the Boland Amendment would have been an act of political folly, and only subsequent events could make it appear the lesser of many bad choices. As it happened, this appropriations bill was already on the president's desk for a second time. A week before, Reagan had vetoed a first version of the Hill because it contained budget-busting expenditures. Thus he had already put government employees on furlough and infuriated members of Congress. Now senators and congressmen were desperate to return to their districts for the last days of campaigning. Reagan and his advisers did not relish explaining to the American people, 3 weeks before the election, that it had been necessary to shut down the government again so that the secret war against Nicaragua could be supported out of the CIA contingency fund. 2. Another reason the Reagan administration accepted the new legislation was a provision added by Senate negotiators at the last minute that ensured another vote on aid to the Contras on or after February 28, 1985. The measure, which reserved $14 million in military assistance for the Contras to be released by a joint resolution of the two houses, showed how the Cruz candidacy had already begun to affect the deliberations in Congress. Although introduced by Republican senators, the idea was the brainchild of moderate Democrats troubled by the Sandinistas' refusal to accede to Cruz's demands. The Washington Post expressed the view of moderate Democrats when it acknowledged the possibility that the insurgency was one factor inclining the Sandinistas to consider broadening the elections. Robert Lycan, an increasingly influential advisor of moderate Democrats, argued that our best hope to avoid regional war and a national bloodbath would be to suspend a decision on aid to the Contras until after the Nicaraguan elections. Kagan suggested that while aid to the Contras was the outcome of a misguided approach, nevertheless the Congress should consider carefully when and how to terminate funding for them. Not only domestic sobriety but also the fate of Central America demand deliberation, not haste. The Republican Senator Tad Stevens, who introduced the measure delaying a decision on Contra aid until February 1985, expressed the view of many that the Contras could support themselves in the meantime with assistance they are getting from elsewhere in the world. Stevens hoped the Boland Amendment and Beyond 339 that the possibility of renewed aid in 1985 would encourage that assistance from other sources to the Contras during this period. 6. As the tempestuous year came to a close, in fact, some members of Congress and officials in the Reagan administration comforted themselves with the expectation that the Contras would somehow find a way to survive even without direct support from the United States. Secretary Shultz had made this argument both publicly and privately. On June 29 he told the New York Times that the Nicaraguan insurgents would continue one way or another and that the Reagan administration would give moral support to their efforts to obtain funds elsewhere. 6. In his memoirs Shultz recalls he had confidence that the Contras could survive and fight without congressional aid. His advisors felt that the Contras could scrape up enough money themselves to hold together. Such faith in the Contras' fundraising abilities would become the cornerstone of not only the administration's but also the Congress's strategy in 1985. Yet Shultz and members of Congress had reason to assume that, in fact, it would be the Reagan administration's fundraising abilities that would be tested. Even before the cutoff of funds in May, Reagan officials had begun searching for ways to provide temporary funding for the Contras until Congress could be brought around. The idea of turning to another source for temporary assistance to the Contras seems to have been discussed at least as early as the fall of 1983. Secretary Shultz himself wrote about finding alternative benefactors for the Contras in a September 6, 1983, memorandum to President Reagan. 6. Indeed, McFarlane had taken it upon himself to seek alternative benefactors, not always keeping his colleagues informed of all his efforts. Even before the mining scandal, McFarlane had asked an Israeli government official if Israel might be willing to assume for a time the instruction, guidance, and support of the Contras. The Israeli government declined, no doubt fearing the repercussions in Congress if its role in such a controversial program became public. On March 27, however, William Casey urged McFarlane on, in view of the possible difficulties in obtaining supplemental appropriations to carry out the Nicaraguan Covert Action Project through the remainder of this year. Late in April, McFarlane made a second, weaker attempt to obtain assistance from Israel, which the Israeli government again rejected. 10. At meetings in the early spring of 1984, all senior foreign policy advisors discussed in greater detail the prospect of asking for help from third countries. Secretary Shultz expressed reservations about all of the RECOM 340 the Reagan Revolution mendations. He flatly opposed asking Israel for help, on the grounds that it would be unwise for the United States to incur such an important, secret, and potentially explosive debt to that country. In addition, there was a legal question about whether a recipient of American aid could be asked to perform a function for which Congress had denied funds to the administration. Shultz wondered more generally about the legality of the United States acting as a conduit for funds from a third country to the Contras. 11. Nonetheless, in early summer Robert McFarlane had continued to seek a benefactor for the Contras. Worried that the Contras would become demoralized by the cut-off of funding, President Reagan told McFarlane to reassure the Contras of his continuing support, and McFarlane had dispatched one of his aides, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, to Honduras. McFarlane understood his charge from President Reagan to keep the Contras together body and soul. The controversy that later erupted in the Iran-Contra scandal in 1987 had to do with elaborate efforts by North and colleagues outside the government to raise private funds for the Contras and, finally, to divert money from the proceeds of arms sales to Iran. These were not, however, what kept the Contras alive during the cut-off of congressional aid. The crucial contribution, without which the rebel army might have disintegrated in 1985, came from Saudi Arabia. In a meeting with the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States, Prince Bandar, McFarlane let it be known that it looked as though we were heading for a defeat regarding congressional support for the Contras, that it was almost inevitable that the administration would fail in getting any support for the Contras and, because of that, it would represent a substantial loss for the president. 12. The Saudi ambassador understood the point and returned to McFarlane days later with the news that his government had decided to provide the Contras with $1 million each month through the end of the year. The Saudi donations would eventually amount to some $32 million. McFarlane did not consider this veiled solicitation illegal but says he did not tell Secretary Shultz about it. 13. In early July, after the Saudi government had deposited the first $1 million in the Contras bank account, McFarlane met privately with Shultz and Secretary of Defense Weinberger. With the situation in Congress hopeless, Weinberger asked, according to McFarlane, what the administration was going to do. McFarlane recalls that he responded, "It is taken care of. If you want to know how, I will tell you, but you two are the ones who have to testify before the intelligence committees." 14. According to McFarlane, neither gentle the Boland Amendment and beyond 34. 1. Mann pressed the matter further. 15. Shultz recalls hearing about efforts within the NSC staff to drum up private donations to support the Contras. 16. McFarlane, in fact, told Shultz the Contras were getting $1 million each month, and although McFarlane said he didn't know where the money was coming from, he did say he was confident they can get it for the next 6 months. 1. Only by assuming that someone in the administration was looking out for the Contras could anyone share Shultz's conviction that the Contras would have enough money to continue one way or another without the aid they had been receiving from Congress. As 1984 drew to a close, the Sandinistas and the Reagan administration stood about as they had at the beginning, bloodied but ready for the next round of confrontations. Both ended the year with damaged images in international and American domestic opinion. The general perception in Congress and in Latin America was that the United States had blocked the signing of a peace treaty in Central America, although Shultz's efforts in October and November left a muddle sufficient to confuse the issue. The World Court condemned the Reagan administration's mining of Nicaragua's harbors, and the administration was doubly criticized for refusing to participate in the adjudication. The Reagan administration and the Contras suffered another blow in the last weeks of the American presidential campaign when it was revealed that the CIA had produced a manual for the Contras suggesting, among other things, that local Sandinista officials should be neutralized as part of the Contras' political military strategy. In addition to the immediate scandal this caused, the manual raised the issue of the Contras' human rights record to a new prominence. Walter Mondale made much of the CIA manual in his second presidential debate with Reagan, and Reagan had no answer to the charge other than to disavow the manual and blame it on low-level CIA officials. The second to last thing American voters heard about Nicaragua before they went to the polls on November 6, therefore, was the CIA's assassination manual. The last thing Americans heard about Nicaragua was the victory of Daniel Ortega on November 4. Ortega won over 60% of the vote, and many international observers attested to the fairness of the voting, but the elections did not confer the legitimacy the Sandinistas had sought. Cruz's withdrawal from the campaign hurt them, particularly in the American Congress. Sometime after the elections were held, Carlos Andrés Perez wrote to decline an invitation to attend the inaugural SIR 342, the Reagan Revolution monies scheduled for January. In his letter, which was made public, Perez explained to Daniel Ortega that those of us who believe we have done so much for the Sandinista revolution feel cheated, because sufficient guarantees were not provided to assure the participation of all political forces. Sadly, the limiting in this way of true political pluralism weakened the credibility of elections. 18. There was a difference between the political damage suffered by the Sandinistas and that suffered by the Reagan administration. While the harm done to the Sandinistas in 1984 pertained to their legitimacy as rulers of Nicaragua, the harm done to Reagan concerned only his policy of support for the Contras. President Reagan, himself, ended 1984 far more powerful than he had begun it. On November 6 Reagan crushed Walter Mondale with 59% of the vote and swept 49 out of 50 states. In Congress, the Republican Party fared less well, gaining only 1 seats in the House and none in the Senate, but Reagan's personal triumph matched that of his 1980 election and promised to give him a similarly strong hand in dealing with the next Congress. Part 4. The Reagan Doctrine. 33. The Non-Lethal War. The landslide re-election of Ronald Reagan guaranteed another battle with Congress over aid to the Contras in 1985. The first second-term president since Nixon, and the most popular second-term president since Eisenhower, Reagan stood ready to turn his enormous popularity into legislative successes across a broad range of foreign and domestic issues. Critics both inside and outside the Reagan camp complained that Reagan's issueless 1984 campaign left him no mandate to demand actions from Congress. Over the course of 1985, however, it became clear that Reagan's second landslide victory carried a message to the Democratic Party that a majority of voters understood in general what Reagan stood for and preferred it to what the Democrats had been offering. The nation's overwhelming support for Reagan did not translate directly into support for the Contra War in Nicaragua. Polls still showed the American people opposed to the covert war, insofar as they knew about and understood it. But the 1984 elections demonstrated in a more general way, as the 1980 elections had, that the constellation of political and ideological forces in the American system favored a more aggressive, anti-communist foreign policy than that advocated by Reagan's Democratic opponents. While 1984 ended with the Contra program all but dead, at a broader level the entire 1984 campaign, from the Democratic primaries to Election Day, had once again revealed Democratic vulnerability. 345. 346 The Reagan Doctrine abilities and Republican strengths that were likely to affect the debate over Contra aid in 1985. For Democrats, the invasion of Grenada in October 1983 had cast a shadow over the entire 1984 campaign. In the Democratic primaries at the beginning of the year, ideological differences among the party's candidates were delineated in part by their stated view of whether the invasion was justified or not. And the party's eventual nominee, Walter Mondale, intentionally staked out a position on this question clearly to the right of his most significant challenger, Gary Hart. Hart never expressed even qualified approval of the invasion, but by September Mondale was saying that he, too, would have ordered the troops into Grenada to go in there and protect American lives. On the subject of Central America, Hart clearly spoke for the party's liberal wing, and Mondale just as clearly for the more moderate and conservative wings. While Hart introduced legislation in February 1984 to remove all U.S. forces from the region, Mondale promised he would not pull the plug in Central America. While Hart reminded Democrats that Mondale had supported the war in Vietnam, suggesting he might support another Vietnam in Central America, Mondale sought to portray Hart as an irresponsible isolationist who did not understand the importance of defending American interests. On the stump, Senator Hart accused the Reagan administration of providing the bodyguards for Central American dictators. But Mondale attacked Hart repeatedly for once having suggested that Fidel Castro was not a dictator. When Mondale turned his attention to the general election after defeating Hart in the primaries, he moved even further to the center, trying to win back the Reagan Democrats who had defected in 1980. On one occasion he deliberately chose Nicaragua to burnish his centrist credentials, promising to quarantine Nicaragua if the Sandinistas continued to export their revolution. This evocation of President Kennedy's naval blockade of Cuba during the missile crisis of 1962 aimed, as New York Times reporter Leslie Gelb suggested, at sharpening and toughening positions on what aides call strength issues to broaden his appeal to moderates and conservatives. So while it was true, as has often been noted, that Reagan did not run a campaign designed to highlight specific issues, least of all Nicaragua. The campaigns of both parties and Reagan's monumental victory portended a more conservative political atmosphere for the coming year, one that could not help but shape the debate over issues such as Nicaragua. Reagan was not a suicidal politician, thus he had not made Contra-Aid the non-lethal war 347 centerpiece of his 1984 election bid. Instead, Reagan began BIS campaign for Contra-Aid after BIS landslide victory, taking advantage of BIS' own popularity and democratic unease. In each phase of the battle, B pushed the congressional consensus as far as B believed it could go and then settled, always a bit short of his goals, but always further along than before. One result was that the compromises he made along the way sometimes became traps, both for BIS policy and for him. The other result was that in the Sisipayan task of winning congressional support for the Contras, B did finally push the stone to the top of the bill. To some of President Reagan's leading advisors, the effort seemed a waste of energy and political resources. Under the legislation passed in October 1984, Reagan could ask Congress to release the $14 million in covered military assistance any time after February 28. Before the new year had even begun, however, Reagan officials believed there was little chance of Congress passing such aid. Some in the State Department suggested foregoing the battle for aid altogether. Secretary Shultz recalls that B did not favor continued futile efforts. Only underlined and contributed to our problem. Assistant Secretary Motley and Craig Johnstone tried to start a discussion about the possibility of life in Central America policy after the Contras. For as late as January 17, Robert McFarland told Adolfo Calero that if the Contras could not prove themselves a more potent force politically and militarily, then I thought we owed it to them and to ourselves cut both our losses and theirs. McFarland's comment reflected his conviction that without much greater congressional support the Contras were a hopelessly weak reed on which to rest American policy. 5 officials at the NSC, the State Department, and the CIA discussed a variety of options for responding to congressional objections, from providing aid to the Contras overtly to seeking financial support from third countries, but the consensus was that these alternatives were not satisfactory. 6. The idea of overt assistance had come from Congress. The new chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator David Darrenberger, said he favored any open policy to support the democratic revolution in Nicaragua, but under covert action, I'll vote against it. Darrenberger didn't want to give the money to Bill Casey and have it end up as a manual floating down into the jungle in a balloon or a mine going off in the harbor. 8. 348. The Reagan doctrine supporting the Contras overtly, however, posed political and legal problems. The administration considered declaring the Contras a government eligible for foreign assistance, but since the Contras did not hold any territory and could not qualify for recognition under international law, this was quickly rejected. 0. A more palatable, but far from desirable, overt option was for the United States to provide only non-lethal or humanitarian assistance to the Contras, while relying on other countries to provide military assistance, intelligence, tactical advice, logistical support, and training. McFarland's aides believed this option had a number of political advantages. It excluded the most controversial aspects of the original program, covered military assistance provided by the CIA, and it would not require opponents of the old program to reverse their previous votes against covered aid. 10. To make up for the lack of direct U.S. military assistance, McFarland's staff recommended increasing the amount of assistance from the $14 million in the current legislation to as much as $100 million. 11. But this plan for overt, non-lethal assistance also had significant drawbacks. Under existing legislation, it turned out to be almost impossible to ask Congress for more than $14 million, even in humanitarian aid. 12. Another problem was the complex legal issue of requesting support from third countries, much discussed by senior officials the previous year. Shultz and James Baker had argued that the administration could not do indirectly what Congress had forbidden it to do directly, and the CIA's General Counsel declared the agency could not seek aid from third countries without running afoul of the Boland Amendment's restrictions. 13 In January 1985, one of McFarlane's aides, Oliver North, recommended that the administration seek explicit approval from Congress for soliciting aid from third countries, on the assumption that Congress favored doing something against the Sandinistas so long as Congress did not have to take responsibility for it. 14 Secretary Schultz seems to have broached the idea with Senator Richard Lugar, who told reporters in January, if you cannot get $14 million out of Congress, then you find a different route through third countries. But another McFarlane aide, Donald Fortier, was not as optimistic that the House would agree. 15 At the end of January, Congressman Fasell told Fortier he opposed the administration trying to raise money on its own. 1 McFarlane was unenthusiastic in any case. Although he had secretly solicited help from the Saudi government, he was reluctant to continue relying on such help in the future. Donations from third countries were unreliable. The administration lost control over the non-lethal war 349 TRA forces when they provided only indirect support. McFarlane told President Reagan he preferred to seek congressional approval for new aid rather than further help from other countries. According to McFarlane, Reagan agreed. He wanted this program to be one that was American-funded and supported without any other involvement. 17 This did not stop either McFarlane or Reagan from gratefully accepting one final, and very large, donation to the Contras from Saudi Arabia in February. One of the Reagan administration's biggest concerns about any overt program, however funded, was that Honduras might refuse to cooperate. Were the United States to declare its support for the Contras openly, Honduras would lose even the thin veneer of official deniability with which it had deflected international criticism for harboring the Contras. American relations with the Honduran government were severely strained at the beginning of 1985, in part because a coup within the Honduran military in March of 1984 had brought a less pliant group of officers to power. The massive return of Contra fighters to their Honduran bases at the beginning of 1985 particularly troubled the Hondurans. The presence of so many armed Nicaraguans caused the government political problems. The army feared a Sandinista military strike at the Contra sanctuary. In the third week of January, McFarlane went to Honduras to reassure the government and army, who in turn demanded that the Contras move back into Nicaragua, armed and supplied or not. They also demanded more economic and military assistance, as well as a written promise of American military support in the event of a Nicaraguan attack on Honduras. The meeting broke up in disagreement, and McFarlane reportedly stalked out. 18 On March 16, Vice President Bush had to travel to Honduras and publicly declare the administration's deep commitment to Honduran security, adding that the United States would strive to go the extra mile for economic aid to Honduras. 19 Given the continuing problems, administration officials feared that the passage of an overt assistance program in Congress might be more than the U.S.-Honduran relationship could bear. On January 23, the president himself publicly rejected the idea of an overt program on the grounds that it would be tantamount to a declaration of war against Nicaragua, and Senator Lugar agreed that there was no consensus in the public for that. 20 On January 24, the president's spokesman reiterated the administration's concern that overt financing of the rebels would raise questions under international law as to whether the United States was not itself at war with Nicaragua. At the beginning of February, an NSC staff memorandum listed the administration's options 350 the Reagan Doctrine and recommended that non-lethal aid might be acceptable, but only as a bottom line in any negotiations with Congress. 21 While the situation seemed hopeless to Reagan's top advisors, however, the president himself remained determined to win support for the Contras or to find some way to back their cause. He put an end to further discussion of cutting the Contras loose. Administration officials thus turned back to their original plan to seek new covert aid from Congress. Some had a lingering hope that Congress might yet be persuaded to approve the original program, others were merely following the president's clearly stated desire. In Congress, hostility to the Sandinistas had grown since the Nicaraguan elections in November. The Sandinistas had withheld exit visas from more than a dozen political leaders in the Coordinadora, arrested a local opposition leader in Leon, severely tightened censorship of La Prensa and the few remaining opposition media outlets, and declared that the rightist sector was now without rights. 22 Having survived the political challenge of Cruz and the military challenge of the Contras in 1984, the Sandinistas were determined to prevent any recurrence of such a dangerous combination in 1985. The crackdown spawned the second exodus of opposition leaders since 1982. On December 14, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, Jr., co-editor of La Prensa, chose exile in Costa Rica. Other less prominent figures also left the country, while those who did not began calling themselves the captive dissidents. Most damaging to the Sandinistas, however, was Arturo Cruz's decision to lend his support to the armed opposition. It was not a choice he made easily. In the first weeks after the November elections, Cruz had called upon the United States to eschew military solutions and allow Daniel Ortega a period of grace. He predicted that the Ortegas would make an effort to reach national reconciliation. By January 3, however, Cruz had changed his mind. At a press conference with Chamorro, he called on the United States to resume aid to the Contras and declared his intention to lobby for the aid in Congress. 24 Cruz's announcement was a boon to the Contras' flagging reputation in Congress. He had attracted a loyal following among moderate Democratic congressmen during and after his aborted campaign for the presidency, and his change of heart had a strong effect on the attitudes of some of these swing votes. 25 Even liberals like Congressman David Obey told reporters there was something to be said for keeping the Sandinistas under pressure or in doubt as to our intentions. Congressman Bill Richardson, a strong the non-lethal war 35. 1. Opponent of aid to the Contras in 1983, called Daniel Ortega a little catro, 20 and even Congressman Michael Barnes professed to he struggling to find a compromise that could achieve the ends the administration wants to achieve, while getting us out of this program. 27 Reagan officials believed they saw an opening in such statements. In February the administration shifted tactics to try to win support for a covered military aid bill. Private negotiations with Congress turned into public confrontation, as the president sought to bludgeon the Congress into doing what it would not be cajoled to do. Within the administration there was no shortage of enthusiasm for this new battle. A reshuffling of the president's staff after the election had already made for a more confrontational disposition in the White House. The president's chief of staff, James Baker, had traded jobs with the Secretary of the Treasury at the beginning of the year, and the new chief of staff, Donald Reagan, was as contemptuous of Congress as Baker was solicitous. Reagan hired Patrick Buchanan, a conservative columnist, to serve as director of the White House Office of Communications, and Buchanan became a strong advocate of confrontation with the Democrats. The loss of Jeane Kirkpatrick, who left her post as UN ambassador after the election, and the almost complete isolation of Constantine Menges on the NSC staff, 28 reduced the ranks of the confrontational camp in the administration, but this was more than made up for by the apparent enlistment of a new recruit, George P. Shultz. After months of seeking diplomatic settlements with both the Sandinistas and the Democrats, Shultz by 1985 was reserving his moderate advice for the more promising field of U.S. Soviet relations. On the subject of Nicaragua, he became a devoted and outspoken hawk, following the lead of his president. Shultz's shift to a harder line was attributed by some observers to his desire to mollify conservative critics, to give Nicaragua to the Republican right wing so that he might have a freer hand in dealing with the Soviet Union. With the failure of negotiations in the fall of 1984, the constant attacks from the president's more conservative advisers, and then the embarrassment caused by the Sandinistas' clever ploy in the Contadora talks, Shultz, as Schlotterman put it, had been burned. The results of all his risky undertakings had been neither a diplomatic settlement nor increased support in Congress for the Contras. In February, at a confrontational meeting with the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Shultz declared sharply that Nicaragua had fallen behind the Iron Curtain and that the United States could not put up with a Brezhnev Doc 352, the Reagan Doctrine trine, by which he meant the permanent control of Nicaragua by the Sandinistas. And while Schultz did not completely close the door on the diplomatic track, 29 he told the committee members that he had put on ice the talks at Manzanillo. 30 In a break with his past statements, Schultz on February 22 declared it immaterial to us how a change in Nicaragua was achieved, whether through negotiations or through the collapse of the Sandinista regime. 31 Liberal commentator Tom Wicker was shocked to find George Shultz, supposedly the steady man of the Reagan administration, engaging in the kind of inflammatory discourse he had come to expect only from the president. 32 President Reagan himself was eager to do battle on the issue of Nicaragua. He intended to wield his restored political power to make the members of Congress feel the heat if they refused to see the light. Less constrained after his landslide re-election, Reagan gave fuller voice to his moral convictions about communism and America's role in fighting it. As a means of selling his unpopular covert war in Nicaragua, President Reagan elaborated more fully on themes he had adumbrated at Westminster in 1982. 34 Linking together the popular Afghan and unpopular Nicaraguan rebellions and putting both in a broader historical and ideological context that stretched from the American Revolution to the French Resistance, Reagan elaborated an international strategy that was revolutionary abroad and politically potent at home. The Reagan Doctrine, as it was dubbed by columnist Charles Crothammer in 1985, was a sweeping application of American political philosophy and morality to the conduct of international affairs. It denied the fundamental legitimacy of all communist governments, and by implication all non-democratic governments, declared them to be essentially transient, affirmed the right of democratic movements to challenge them, and proclaimed the right, even the responsibility, of the United States to provide assistance to those movements. There are those who say AMER-ICA's attempt to encourage freedom in Nicaragua interferes with the right of self-determination, Reagan said in April. When a small clique seizes a country, there is no self-determination, and no chance of it. 35 Reagan was thinking primarily about communist governments, but Secretary Shultz took the doctrine to its logical conclusion and declared that as a matter of fundamental principle, the United States supports human rights and peaceful democratic change throughout the world, including in non-communist, pro-Western countries. 36 Pushed by the difficult task of selling its policy in Nicaragua, and emboldened by the CONT in the non-lethal war 353 success of democratic reform in El Salvador, Reagan and Shultz thus called for an unprecedented ideological consistency in American foreign policy. The departure from traditional Republican policies was striking. For most of the 20th century, Republicans had been isolationists, anti-communists, or practitioners of realpolitik. Even Democratic presidents, from Kennedy to Carter, had hesitated to question the legitimacy of non-communist dictatorships. The Reagan Doctrine was the unique product of a unique combination of circumstances in the United States. At the height of the Cold War, with the most fervently anti-communist president in American history, a Congress half controlled by Democrats, and an American public moved by conflicting desires for national assertiveness and withdrawal, by belligerent anti-communism and post-Vietnam moralism, the Reagan Doctrine came as close as any other international political strategy to answering the contradictory demands of the country. And as intended, the Reagan Doctrine proved both attractive and frightening to a Democratic Party divided between anti-communists and liberal idealists and seeking a marriage between the two. More than even Reagan officials might have imagined, the idea of supporting armed rebel lions against communist regimes, at least in some parts of the Third World, found increasing support among moderate and even liberal Democrats over the course of the year. The tearing down of the old double standard by which conservatives and liberals accused one another of coddling dictators of the left or right came as welcome relief to many Democrats, who could better justify their anti-communism when it was explicitly tied to support of democracy. For moderate and conservative Democrats, the attraction of the Reagan Doctrine was that its anti-communism was subsumed in a higher idealism with democratic roots. It removed some of the stigma that Democrats had long attached to Republican anti-communism. The fuller elaboration of the Reagan Doctrine in the first months of 1985 helped force an important shift in the terms of the Nicaragua debate, although that shift had begun before the Nicaraguan elections. More and more Democrats now express the view that the Sandinistas should be urged and even pressured to reform their regime and institute democracy. Few disputed the administration's claim that the 1984 elections in Nicaragua had been illegitimate, in contrast to the popular perception of El Salvador's elections. If anything, the Sandinistas' election only increased Congress's scrutiny of their internal politics, and it wet 354. The Reagan doctrine fed the appetites of American politicians in an increasingly idealistic and intrusive mood. Many were not prepared to take the next step with the Reagan administration by supporting the Contras, but the enunciation of the Reagan doctrine inevitably drew attention to the supposed forces of freedom in Nicaragua, whom Reagan even referred to as the moral equal of our founding fathers. 38 The freedom fighters. While the Reagan doctrine provided the rationale for long-term support of the Contras, however, it also placed a heavy burden on the rebel movement, a burden which the Contras could not easily sustain. As the terms of the American debate shifted to democracy, both critics and would-be supporters of the Reagan administration's policy asked the obvious question: were the Contras capable of bringing democracy to Nicaragua? That question broke down into two parts: were the Contras Democrats, and could they win? The scandal of the CIA's assassination manual in the fall of 1984 had raised again the question of the Contras' conduct of the war, and their opponents focused new attention on the issue in the months leading up to the vote on Contra aid in April 1985. New allegations of widespread human rights abuses by Contra forces struck at President Reagan's arguments on his own ground. A New York lawyer, Reed Brody, compiled a list of 200 abuses committed by the Contras over the previous 3 years, including assassination, torture, rape, kidnapping and mutilation of civilians. The Sandinistas, recognizing the importance of Brody's investigation, did their best to help him, arranging interviews with victims of Contra attacks, one providing transportation and escort to the interviews, paying Brody's 3-month hotel bill, and even providing office space. 2. If Brody's report was thus somewhat tainted, however, more independent. 355. 356. The Reagan Doctrine. Human rights monitors also found evidence of violations by the Contras. In March, America's Watch cited abuses by both the Contras and the Nicaraguan government, but singled out the Contras for what it called the deliberate use of terror. 3 other reports attacked the composition of the Contras' top leadership, which was still dominated by former National Guardsmen. 4 These reports bolstered charges by Democrats that the Contras were, in the words of New York Democrat Thomas Downey, thieves, brigands, and butchers. Enrique Bermudez, returning from a trip to the United States at the beginning of March, reported to his troops that "we have a terrible image." In response to these charges, the president's speechwriters pulled out all the stops, resulting in the president's ill-advised comparison of the Contras with the Founding Fathers. 6 But while the allegations of Contra abuses were sometimes exaggerated by human rights monitors hostile to Reagan's policies, it was indisputable that Contra troops in their attacks and ambushes often made no distinction between civilians and armed Sandinista soldiers. It was the Contras' policy, de facto if not always de jure, to treat civilians who helped the Sandinistas as combat ants. In years past, there had been many incidents of campesinos murdered as informers without evidence or investigation. Contra officials complained that the Sandinistas often placed those whom they considered civilians in harm's way, for instance, in the lead truck of a convoy, and that they were not to blame for civilian deaths under such circumstances. But rebels also admitted to journalists that they often killed Sandinista prisoners and government officials, and that they believed the Sandinistas would kill them. 1 In the United States, the violent behavior of the Contras became the rallying point for the nationwide movement of church organizations that in 1985 turned their attention from stopping aid to El Salvador efforts, which were having less and less effect in Congress, toward the more promising goal of stopping further aid to the Contras. The critics' case against the Contras on moral grounds was complemented by arguments that the Contras were also too weak militarily to achieve the goals that Reagan had set for them. The timing of this second argument was apt, because in the first 4 months of 1985, the Contras had reached a nadir in their 3-year struggle against the Sandinistas. 1984 had ended in disaster as Contra forces, cut off entirely from American supplies and logistical support, began pulling out of Nicaragua. In the last 3 months of 1984, more than 3/4 of the Freedom Fighters' 357 the FDN's forces retreated back across the border into their camps in Honduras. Those that remained in Nicaragua were low on supplies and chiefly tried to avoid engagements with the Sandinista army. In the view of State Department officials, the Contras had been largely ineffective since the U.S. funding had run out. Money raised by McFarlane from the Saudi government did help a little. From July through the end of 1984, the Saudis had deposited $6 million into an account controlled by Calero, and the FDN leader had begun making purchases of arms. In the fall, Calero bought $2 million worth of rifles, ammunition, and hand grenades from a retired American colonel, the former military attaché in Nicaragua during the fall of Somoza. He also placed an order for weapons through Richard Secord, whom Oliver North had asked to serve as a liaison between the Contras and international arms dealers. Second's shipment of weapons, however, which eluded surface-to-air missiles, did not arrive until the spring of 1985. By December of 1984, the Contras' stocks of weapons and materiel had fallen dangerously low, and Calero asked Secord for a shipment of emergency supplies to relieve what had become, in his words, a very, very difficult situation. 11 The emergency supplies Calero requested still did not reach Contra base camps until February. 12 As 1985 began, the Contras' ability to move supplies into Nicaragua had also been severely weakened by the loss of CIA logistical support. Contra forces returned to primitive methods they had used in the early years of the war, marching equipment in by mule or on the backs of young boys. The mobility of Contra forces was consequently dramatically reduced. The weakness of the Contras at the end of 1984 and beginning of 1985 gave the Sandinista army a much-needed pause to repair weaknesses revealed during the previous year's battles. In 1984, according to Humberto Ortega, we did not have a young and properly trained force. The EPS had no specialized forces and virtually no helicopters. Its logistics system was weak and lacked a number of resources, for which it had already signed contracts but had not yet received. Our situation was very difficult. By the beginning of 1985, however, Sandinista forces were well on their way to a peak in their performance in the 10-year war. The addition of new Soviet attack helicopters, the Mi-24s, or flying tanks, was about to shift the equation dramatically against the Contras. The strategic goal of the Sandinistas in 1985 was to drive the Contras hack into Honduras and Costa Rica, keep them from reinfiltrating back 358 the Reagan Doctrine into Nicaragua, and then, with luck, destroy them in their sanctuaries. The Sandinista army took the opportunity of the Contras' retreat to move large forces into the former Contra strongholds up near the Honduran border and to begin an operation to wipe out Pastora's smaller force on the Costa Rican border. They abandoned their previous, exclusive reliance on fixed, defensive positions around northern towns and villages, manned by ill-trained and poorly equipped local militias. Instead, the Sandinistas made increasingly good use of the irregular warfare battalions, or BLIs, which, though still not manned by the Sandinista Regular Army 13, were well-trained, highly mobile units, independent of fixed bases and able to operate for weeks at a time in the hills and jungles, searching for the enemy. 14 In the northern provinces, the BLIs chased small units of Contras around the mountains and countryside while other Sandinista forces set up blocking positions along the Contras' customary routes of infiltration from Honduras, deploying troops in fixed positions and planting thousands of mines along roads and paths. According to some estimates, 6,000 Sandinista army troops moved to the immediate border area in the first 4 months of 1985. 16. The Sandinistas also brought heavy artillery and tanks up to the front, along roads which they gradually built or improved to allow more rapid reinforcement and resupply of new forward bases. 1. The tanks served as mobile gun platforms, self-propelled howitzers, according to one military analyst. in terrain where artillery could not move. 1. The Sandinistas also made increasing use of the Mi-8 helicopters to transport troops quickly to the sites of Contra attacks, forcing the Contras to scatter quickly after any attack and making it difficult to sustain their assaults for more than a couple of hours. To accomplish these simultaneous missions of chasing Contras and holding fixed positions on the borders, the Sandinistas had to increase the number of men under arms. "We must achieve numerical superiority over the enemy," Bayardo Arce declared on February 3, and throughout 1985 the Sandinistas placed their highest priority on recruitment. 19 Until the middle of 1984, the universal conscription announced by Humberto Ortega in October 1983 had not been strictly enforced. In the last months of 1984, however, the government began a more active draft of young men from the urban middle class, and these began manning the BLIs and the forward units in 1985. With superior numbers, increased firepower, and new forward positions, Humberto Ortega and his top commanders hoped to deal the Contras a fatal blow in the first few months of 1985 while aid the Freedom Fighters 359 from the United States remained cut off, thus rendering moot any future vote by the U.S. Congress to provide new aid to the rebels. 20 The Contras were not entirely passive during these months. Some forces had begun to move back into the northern provinces of Jinotega and Nueva Segovia in early December, replenished with the arms Calero had purchased. In the first 3 weeks of January, these Contra forces swept through the northern town of Pantasma in Jinotega province, blew up 4 electric towers south of the town, interrupting power throughout much of the province, and partially destroyed 2 bridges on the Coco River. Journalists reported at the end of January that the rebels had begun descending from the mist-shrouded mountains often enough so that unarmed Sandinistas now rarely travel here. 21 Despite their low levels of supplies and uncertain future, moreover, the Contras' ranks were still swelling, thanks in part to the very same Sandinista draft that was manning the BLIs. 22 While the Sandinista army conscripted thousands of young men into its ranks, thousands of others fled the country to avoid the draft. 2. 1. Sons of the middle and upper classes fled to Costa Rica and elsewhere, but thousands of young campesinos from the northern provinces fled to Honduras, where a small but significant percentage joined the Contras. 24 Explaining their decision to dodge the Sandinista draft and then risk their lives with the Contras, these youths told reporters that fighting with the rebels was different because it was voluntary. 25 That the Contras, even at their weakest moment, could continue to attract such strong support in the northern provinces exasperated Sandinista political and military leaders, who finally lost patience. 26 Near the end of February, Sandinista forces reportedly used mortars and long-range cannons to shell 15 small communities in Jinotega where Contra forces had been operating. 27 This heavy-handed tactic was soon followed by a more coordinated, and less bloody, effort to empty northern villages. On March 17, Daniel Ortega announced the resettlement of 7,000 families or more than 20,000 people in Jinotega and their relocation to government-controlled farm cooperatives. 28 families ordered from their homes, with little notice and little time to pack, watched as soldiers set fire to their shacks and slaughtered or hauled away their livestock. Sandinista political officials declared it an opportunity to reorder the population, which has been very dispersed. 20. Tomasz Borga put the matter differently: the removal of civilians made it easier to use our artillery. It clearly becomes a war zone. One Sandinista soldier told a reporter, "There will be nobody left but them and us." M0360 The Reagan Doctrine. By March, the Sandinista army's actions in the north, combined with the Contras' uncertain and sporadic supply of weapons and materiel, had stymied the rebels. Enrique Bermudez reported that only a quarter of his troops were in the held, with the rest sitting in Honduras. Contra commanders told reporters their men needed guns, boots, everything. Although some supplies were coming in, it was not enough to outfit the entire force. Some had been waiting 5 months for supplies. 31 In February, the emergency airlift of weapons bought through Secord had arrived in Honduras carrying 90,000 pounds of ammunition and grenades. Another airlift came in March with more ammunition, rocket-propelled grenades, and launchers, mortars, rifles and explosives. 32 Between the end of February and the end of March the Saudis deposited $24 million in Calero's account, bringing their total contribution to $32 million. With this assistance, Calero was soon able to purchase all the weapons and ammunition the Contras needed for the remainder of 1985 and well into 1986. The future looked better than the present, however. The shortage of weapons was relieved, but it remained extremely difficult to transport the weapons into Nicaragua to replenish forces deep inside the country. Oliver North advised Calero in the middle of February to set aside $9-10 million for nothing but logistics. But the Contras faced the threat of annihilation before any supply system could be set up. North told Calero of American intelligence reports that between 45,000 and 60,000 Sandinista troops were involved in operations in the northern provinces, nearly a third of which were up near the Honduran border. He recommended that Contra forces go into hiding in an effort to survive the Sandinistas' attempt to destroy them, even providing Calero and Bermudez with a map from the CIA showing concentrations of Sandinista forces and places where Contra forces could safely wait out the current offensive. 33 While I know it hurts to hide, North wrote Calero, now is the time to do it. Most important is saving the force from what I believe will be a serious effort to destroy it in the next few weeks. 34. If Nicaragua was dangerous for the Contras, however, Honduras was an unreliable haven. The presence of so many Contras posed problems for the Honduran government. With presidential elections approaching, every candidate promised to rid the country of the Nicaraguan rebels. 3 At the beginning of February, the Honduran army told the Contra leaders to move their entire force of 5,000 troops back into Nicaragua within 1 week. The Hondurans, Motley wrote in a memorandum to Schultz, are evidently anxious to avoid a Nicaraguan cross-border attack against such the Freedom Fighters 361 a large FDN concentration on Honduran territory. 56 Such an incursion threatened a double embarrassment for the Hondurans. First, because it would reveal the extent of Honduran support of the Contras, and second, because it could reveal the Honduran army's unwillingness or inability to defend Honduran territory. The Hondurans wanted the Contras out, whether they had the supplies to fight the Sandinistas or not, and the Contras were badly squeezed. The Contras' military setbacks in the winter of 1984-85 wiped out what little memory there was of their successes in the spring and summer of 1984, when they had the Sandinistas in a very difficult spot. The Contras became victims of a vicious circle. Weakness in the American political SYS turn in 1984 had translated into weakness on the battlefield in 1985, which undermined support toward Contra aid as the next vote approached. When the retiring commander OT American forces in Latin America, General Paul Gorman, told members of Congress in February that overthrow is feasible in the near future, his statements were seized upon by critics of the administration's policy as conclusive evidence that the Contras could never win in Nicaragua. 5. General Gorman's testimony had two sides, however. The general said he didn't see any immediate prospect that these guys in blue suits in the hills are going to march into Managua, and he argued that the whole resistance movement has got another year or more of slogging to go before that would ever be possible. 36 But while a year or more seemed a long time to officials in Washington, Nicaraguans had seen their guerrilla wars stretch across decades. For Humberto Ortega, the most important issue was what Americans would call momentum. Ortega defined a Sandinista victory as the moment when the mercenary forces cannot develop strategically as a military threat to the revolution. Short of that, there was always the possibility that the Contras could win growing support in the country. As Gorman put it, the nature of the beast is that you join what you think is a winning cause. 3Q The Sandinistas did not fear an outright Contra military victory, moreover. They feared their own defeat under the combined pressures of domestic dissatisfaction, economic failure, military confrontation, and diplomatic isolation. President Reagan's master plan in 1984, in Ortega's view, had been to make the balance of forces tilt in favor of the mercenaries by November 1984, to isolate us from the foreign Commu 362, the Reagan Doctrine 90, and particularly from Latin America. He wants to enclose us financially, Ortega explained. He wants to create huge economic problems for us so that the people will become dissatisfied with the revolution. A dissatisfied and disgusted people will turn against the revolution, and that will be the end of the revolution. Ortega and his colleagues recognized this multi-pronged strategy as the one they themselves had employed to defeat Somoza. General Gorman argued that combined military, diplomatic, economic, and political pressures could eventually bring the Sandinistas to a reckoning, even though it might take several years. President Reagan said much the same in a televised news conference on February 21, when he declared his desire to see the Sandinista government removed in the sense of its present structure, in which it is a communist, totalitarian state. Asked whether he was not, in that case, advocating the overthrow of the present government, Reagan responded, "Not if the present government would turn around and say, 'All right,' if they'd say, 'Uncle, all right, come on back into the revolutionary government, and let's straighten this out and institute the goals.'" 41 Although the president was probably unaware of this, the hope he claimed to harbor was precisely the hope of many members of the Nicaraguan political and economic elite. They, too, entertained the possibility that the Ortega-Broth ERS, at least, could be forced to restore the Tercerista alliance to what the Nicaraguan moderates thought it would be back in 1979, before the revolutionary triumph. Nicaraguans like Arturo Cruz held out such hopes and believed that military pressure by the Contras was required to achieve it. In the United States, however, Reagan's hopeful scenario was roundly attacked by critics who considered it so far-fetched as to be indistinguishable from a call for overthrow. "Say, Uncle," became another embarrassing presidential gaffe. The Contras' military and political weaknesses forced the Reagan administration to seek remedies. Democrats wary 7 of the Sandinistas needed something more to support than Adolfo Calero, Enrique Bermudez, and 10,000 Contra fighters sitting in Honduras. Reagan officials believed the main weakness of the Contras was their lack of legitimate leadership, which in American terms meant moderately progressive, anti-Somoza, bourgeois politicians or business leaders. McFarlane believed that in order to pass aid to the Contras, Congress had to find the Contra movement a more appealing, legitimate movement oriented toward political goals, pluralism, and so forth. 42 He had told Don Fortier and Oliver North that to help win the vote they should try to expand the base of the Contra the Freedom Fighters 363 leadership to include acknowledged, credible, political figures in Nicaragua. 43 After the 1984 elections there were few more credible political figures than Arturo Cruz. Cruz and his advisors had the same idea. Near the end of 1984, Cruz's son, Arturo Cruz, Jr., argued that liberal and moderate Democrats in Congress needed their own pretext to approve Contra aid. He compared the situation to that of El Salvador. "The rebels needed to find our own Duarte to lay the basis for a bipartisan consensus. Then the liberals can say that they do not necessarily approve of the policies of the Reagan administration, but rather are approving aid in order to strengthen the center, and Nicaraguan Democrats." 44 Cruz's analogy with the congressional politics of aid to El Salvador was apt, and there was another pertinent analogy, the Carter administration's attempt to block the Sandinistas in 1978 and 1979. Then, too, Vaki and Baudelaire had searched for moderate Nicaraguans like Robelo and Calero to forge an anti-Sandinista, anti-Somoza, centrist alliance with a reformed and purged National Guard. Grafting Cruz onto the Contra leadership was no simple matter, however. Cruz did not want to become just another rebel. His strength lay in his political appeal inside Nicaragua, in his connections with the internal opposition groups that had chosen him as their candidate, in his role as a leader of the Democratic Coordinadora. These connections made him popular abroad, in no small part because it made Cruz a part of the peaceful, not the armed, Struggle against the Sandinistas. The prize Cruz represented to the Americans, and the danger he posed to the Sandinistas, was as the solitary link between the bourgeois political opposition in the cities of the Pacific coast and the armed campesinos in the northern hills of Jinotega. He could do for the Contras what he and the Group of 12 had done for the Sandinistas. Cruz refused, however, to play the role of facade a second time. As Cruz and his allies contemplated a merger with Calero and the forces of the FDN, they wanted to make sure Cruz had some control of the guns, too. Cruz's international prestige was as much a threat to Calero and Bermudez as to the Sandinistas. Bermudez had not led his troops for 5 years in order to turn them over to Arturo Cruz and Alfonso Robelo. As the negotiations between the two sides proceeded in February, Bermudez insisted that he owed it to his fighters to remain in a position of power and to ensure that all we have told our fighters about our principles would not be deviated from or distorted. 45 The Contras top commanders, in turn, pledged the loyalty and solidarity of the 15,000 fighters of 364 the Reagan Doctrine the FDN to Calero and Bermudez and attack certain propagandist, anti-patriotic, and sectarian campaigns carried out by persons incapable of any struggle for liberty. 46 According to North, Calero was uncomfortable with both Cruz and Robelo in that they were in the Sandinista government which expropriated his property and jailed him, but Calero's real fear was that Cruz would now try to expropriate the FDN. 47 The confrontation between Cruz and FDN leaders was not only over personal power, but also over fundamental political goals. Their differences emerged as the two sides set about drafting a declaration of common principles that would serve as the first step toward formal alliance. Cruz genuinely hoped for a peaceful solution, though he agreed with the FDN and the Americans that military pressure was necessary, for the moment. And the elements of a peaceful solution, in Cruz's mind, could well include a reconciliation with the Sandinistas, at least with the Ortega brothers. As a member of the junta in the early years of the revolution, Cruz had never fully abandoned the hope that the Ortegas would come to their senses. 48 Calero viewed the possibility of conciliation with the Ortega brothers as a dangerous illusion. 49 Cruz's flirtation with the idea of a negotiated settlement struck Calero and Bermudez and the Contra fighters as vaguely treasonous. The loyalty proclamation signed by the FDN's regional and task force commanders in February left no room for conciliation. It ended with the words "until the final victory." Calero had reason to suspect that Cruz in the end was more likely to find common cause with the Sandinistas than to help him and Bermudez into power. But Calero was under enormous pressure from the Reagan administration to accept Cruz and Robelo into the Contra leadership. McFarlane warned him in January that if the Contras could not produce a political leadership that was more appealing, then perhaps it was best to forget about further aid from the United States. North had cajoled Calero, saying "You and I both know value and limitations," 50 but North left no doubt where the Reagan administration stood. At the end of February Calero, Robelo, and Cruz agreed to work together. The symbol of the new alliance was a document released in San Jose, Costa Rica, in the first week of March. Signed by Cruz, Calero, Robelo, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, Jr., Carlos Coronel, and other opposition lead ERS, the San Jose document served Cruz's interests as well as the Reagan administration's. It called for a church-mediated dialogue between the Sandinistas and their political opponents. The subject of the dialogue, the Freedom Fighters 365, would be the return to the original plan of government. The San Jose Declaration emphasized reconciliation of the Nicaraguan family and sought no victory over the FSLN. On the contrary, it implicitly held out the hope of a return to the original tercerista alliance between the moderate Sandinistas and the progressive bourgeoisie, suggesting that the totalitarian tendency in Nicaragua had only or the moment accepted the Sandinista front as its vanguard, implying that the Sandinistas themselves might choose a different course. 51 The signers even declared that if national dialogue with the Sandinistas proceeded, we pledge to accept that Mr. Daniel Ortega continue as acting head of the executive branch until such time as the people pronounce themselves in a plebiscite. For Reagan officials, the declaration was designed only to forge a union of the armed and unarmed opposition to the Sandinistas, with Cruz as the vital link between the two. For Cruz, however, the San Jose document expressed the hope that maybe, just maybe, one of the Sandinista leaders will stop to meditate for a moment, to ponder the situation and say, well, we should be more Nicaraguan than communist. The opposition leaders gave the Sandinistas a short deadline to meet their demands, however. If the national dialogue was not making progress by April 20, the war would continue. This deadline coincided with the expected vote in Congress on Contra aid, and was put in at the request of Reagan officials. 5. It was also the sine qua non for Calero. As he told reporters, if the Sandinistas don't agree to the negotiating proposal, I take it to mean that Mr. Cruz agrees with those of us reinforcing our quest with military efforts. 54. On March 3, Archbishop Obando endorsed the opposition's plan informally in a Sunday homily, and Cruz planned to meet with Archbishop Obando and the opposition leaders in Managua to show the unity of opposition forces. 55. On March 7, the Sandinistas denied Cruz entry into Nicaragua. Borge's Interior Ministry released a communique announcing a CIA plan which aimed to give the Nicaraguan Democratic Force the status of an internal political force. 56. On March 9, the 10 top opposition leaders in Nicaragua, including the editor of La Prensa, were summoned to state security headquarters, where the director, Lenin Serna, warned them against participating in the plot. On March 1, Daniel Ortega insisted that Cruz's efforts to establish unity between the mercenary forces abroad and the political forces inside the country were impermissible. 58. In Washington, Cruz's efforts had more success. According to North, the San Jose document was intended to convince the U.S. Congress that 366 the Reagan doctrine the opposition was led by reasonable men, 7 and it went a long way to accomplishing that goal. Cruz's devoted following, which included Robert Lycan, an influential liberal writer, and Bruce Cameron, a liberal human rights lobbyist, worked to build Cruz's image on Capitol Hill. Moderate Democrats like Ike Skelton began arguing that we have to change the perceptions of the American public and international opinion toward the Contras. This means we have to support Arturo Cruz in the Nicaraguan situation in much the same way we supported Napoleon Duarte in El Salvador. 60. As his son had foreseen, Arturo Cruz now came to represent both a centrist alternative and the hope for a negotiated solution, a national reconciliation in Nicaragua. These people were not talking overthrow, Congressman McCurdy recalled. They were talking some opening of the political process. With Cruz and Robelo in the Contras leadership, South Carolina Democrat John Spratt said, there was a genuine opportunity for social democracy in Nicaragua. 61. And the Washington Post called the opposition's proposal entirely fair and reasonable since it required only that the Sandinistas return to the original goals of their own revolution. 1 foot 62 inches. The humanitarian war enlistment of Cruz did not solve the Reagan administration's problem in Congress, however. Most moderate Democrats were still not ready to vote for military aid to the Contras, even though Cruz's plan for a national reconciliation required it. At the beginning of March, the president remained at least 20 to 30 votes shy of a majority for his proposal in the House. On April 3, House Minority Leader Robert Michel told Reagan his Contra aid plan was dead in the water, and the White House legislative director agreed the administration was short of the necessary votes. 2. Even in the Republican-controlled Senate, Majority Leader Dole considered the Contra aid vote a quixotic distraction from more important issues. 3. Some of Reagan's advisers recommended extraordinary measures. Oliver North recommended that the president go around Congress and appeal directly to the American people to contribute funds to support liberty and democracy in the Americas. 4. Pat Buchanan and Constantine Menges wanted the president to make a nationally televised speech to put more pressure on the Democrats to approve his proposal. Conservatives inside and outside the administration wanted to fight and lose, if necessary, so that the American people would know who was responsible and which policy failed. 5. 367. 368 The Reagan Doctrine. McFarlane, other White House officials, and ultimately Reagan himself rejected this strategy. White House officials adamantly opposed a televised speech by Reagan on Nicaragua, fearing it would put the president's prestige on the line in a losing cause. 6. McFarlane was intent on finding an agreement with House Democrats, not in proving them irresponsible. 7. With the latest Saudi contribution to the Contras in the bank, McFarlane sought to win broad support for a policy which the administration could sustain through the Congress and the American people. 8. Conservatives like Henry Hyde recommended to McFarlane that the administration should just expand private sector and third country assistance, in the effort to support the resistance. Instead, McFarlane and North put together a compromise designed to win the votes of some moderate Democrats. On April 4, Reagan announced that if Congress approved his request for $14 million in covert military aid, he promised to withhold weapons and ammunition from the Contras and provide them only with humanitarian assistance until June 1. If the Sandinistas agreed to a ceasefire on the terms presented in the Contras' March 1 proposal in San Jose, Reagan would continue withholding military aid for an additional 60 days, while negotiations toward a final settlement on national reconciliation were completed. If the Sandinistas did not agree to a ceasefire by June 1, Reagan would resume military aid to the Contras. 10. Reagan officials assumed, correctly, that the Sandinistas would never agree to a proposal they had already rejected in March. 11. McFarlane hoped, however, that moderates in Congress would be attracted to the president's effort to find a compromise. The proposal, sponsored in the House by Minority Leader Robert Michel, forced the House leadership to respond with a compromise of its own. Speaker O'Neill lashed out in a fury at the president, calling the proposal a dirty trick and accusing Reagan of hoodwinking the American public with his talk of humanitarian aid to butchers who were killing people out there, ravishing the villages. 12. But observers noted that the plan put Reagan's Capitol Hill critics on the defensive. 13. Congressmen Hamilton and Barnes quickly prepared a letter to their colleagues urging them not to decide yet how to vote on the aid request. 14. With Reagan's surprise peace proposal on the table, Congress adjourned for a 2-week Easter recess. The coming days were consumed by a public relations battle mounted across the country. The president opened the week on April 15 by declaring that a vote against his proposal was more than a rejection of the freedom fighters, literally a vote against peace. 1. A private con. The Humanitarian War 369 Conservative Group, Citizens for America, working in consultation with North, organized a public relations campaign to take the president's case right to the people, to hop right over the national media. 16. The campaign cost about $300,000 and included visits by 22 Central American business officials to cities across the United States and then to the offices of selected congressmen. Another group, the Nicaraguan Refugee Fund, to whom Reagan delivered his April 15 speech, brought 6 Nicaraguan refugees to Washington to tell their stories. Resistance International, a group of European politicians and writers, visited the White House on April 18 to endorse Reagan's proposal. 1. New York millionaire Louis Lehrman, then director of Citizens for America, made speeches in several cities. The State Department's Office of Public Diplomacy released documents like Bayardo Arce's secret speech of May 1984 and studies alleging a variety of Sandinista misdeeds, including involvement in the international drug trade. Former UN Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick gave a speech in Pennsylvania. Cruz, Calero, and Robello were brought up to lobby members of Congress. While opponents of Contra aid, then and later, complained about this barrage of public diplomacy, 16. The campaign was more than matched by what the Congressional Quarterly called a well-organized drumbeat of opposition to policies in Central America. A broad coalition of church groups, peace groups, human rights groups, environmental groups, labor and professional organizations, and solidarity networks across the country had mobilized at the beginning of the year, loosely coordinated by the Coalition for a New Foreign and Military Policy. 19 With their historical roots in the small human rights movement of the late 1970s, these groups had been transformed by the Salvadoran death squad murders of American nuns and Archbishop Oscar Romero into a nationwide movement of activists opposed to the Reagan administration's policies in Latin America. After 4 fruitless years trying to block American aid to the Salvadoran government, these groups shifted their attention to Nicaragua, drawn by reports of atrocities by the Contras, by the desire to prevent President Reagan's intervention against another poor Latin American country, by a concern as U.S. citizens about what such policies say about our national character, and by a conviction that the difference between Vietnam and Central America is that the Catholic Church stands between us and Central America. 20 The U.S. Catholic Conference, the United Church of Christ, the Presbyterian Church USA, and the American 370 The Reagan Doctrine Baptists all worked to activate their congregations, while the Protestant Interreligious Task Force on Central America and the Catholic-based Religious Task Force on Central America coordinated from Washington the grassroots lobbying efforts in the home districts of congressmen. During the Easter recess and in the week before the vote, congressional offices reported receiving hundreds of phone calls from church members opposed to Contra aid. 21 In addition, dozens of national celebrities, former government officials, and other notable figures took part in the lobbying campaign against Contra aid. 22 By the time the votes occurred on April 23 and 24 one coordinator of the lobbying effort recalled, opponents to Contra aid had involved more than 150 national organizations and their constituencies in the efforts to terminate the aid. It would be the largest organizing effort to that date on a Central America-related policy issue, and would set the standard for all future campaigns. 25 Both supporters and opponents of Contra aid concentrated on the swing votes of moderate Southern Democrats. The president's combination of political pressures and his apparent compromise had exposed the strained seam of a Democratic Party that was pulling itself in 2 opposite directions at once. Concern among leading Democrats about the disastrous results of the 1984 presidential elections had been growing since the beginning of the year. House Democrats went off on retreats and formed new policy groups to discuss how to respond to what seemed to them the far more conservative mood of the country. Southern Democrats in particular believed the party's leaders needed to develop the perception that they favor a strong defense. 24 Liberal Democrats, on the other hand, took an opposite view of their party's predicament, arguing for a more forceful assertion of liberal principles in foreign and domestic policies. For both factions, Nicaragua had become a defining issue. Southern Democrats feared opposing Reagan too stridently, out of concern that he could successfully blame them later if all of Central America erupts into conflict. 2. Although they opposed covert military aid, they did not want the Democratic Party to appear to be abandoning the Contras altogether. 26 During the Easter recess, one prominent Southern moderate, Congressman Dave McCurdy, traveled to Nicaragua and was disturbed by evidence of growing Sandinista repression, censorship, and duplicity, and by the escalation of their military forces. While he had always voted against aid to the Contras, McCurdy told reporters, he believed more strongly than ever that there is a compelling case for continued the humanitarian war. 371 American involvement in Central America. To relieve the outside pressure on the Sandinistas would be a mistake. 27 Liberal Democrats felt just as strongly that Reagan's policies were immoral, however, and the Liberals held a majority within the caucus, as well as the support of Speaker O'Neill. 28 O'Neill turned control of the issue over to the liberal wing by appointing David Bonnier as head of a new task force on Nicaragua. Bonnier was a young, articulate, and virulent opponent of Reagan's policies, sure to carry out the Liberals' desire to confront and defeat Reagan on the question of aid to the Contras, even as more conservative party leaders hoped to avoid precisely such a confrontation. The man who stood in the middle of the Democratic Party's ferment was the majority leader from Texas. A Southerner who nevertheless depended on the Liberal majority to elevate him to Speaker after O'Neill's retirement in 1986, Wright embodied his divided party, and its strains pulled at him from both directions. Liberals suspected him of being too conservative. 2Q conservatives suspected him of selling out to liberals to win the speakership, and indeed, Wright could no longer command the allegiance of conservative colleagues even in his own state. 30 Wright searched for safe ground on the divisive issue of Nicaragua. Even though a poll conducted by Democrats in the House showed that Reagan's request would probably be defeated by 10 to 20 votes, Wright convinced a reluctant O'Neill to let Congressmen Hamilton and Barnes put together an alternative to the president's proposal that could give moderates the protection they needed without betraying the liberals' goal of defeating Contra-Aid. Wright told reporters it often is best if, in addition to saying what you're not for, you're able to say what you're for. 31. Finding a proposal that appealed to both Northern liberals and Southern moderates, however, was no easy task. With the 2 days left before the vote, Barnes and Hamilton proposed that $10 million in humanitarian assistance be provided to Nicaraguan refugees through the Red Cross or other international relief agencies. The rest of the money would be given to the Contadora countries to support negotiations. This was not the same humanitarian aid the administration had in mind. Indeed, the purpose of the Barnes-Hamilton proposal was to end the war. Barnes and Hamilton made one concession to win the support of moderates like M.C. Curti. Their bill provided an opportunity for the president to return to Congress for more aid to the Contras on October 1, the beginning of the next fiscal year. This was less than McCurdy and other moderates asked for, 32, but more than House liberals had wanted to give. The minor Con 372. The Reagan Doctrine session attracted moderates from both parties in search of a comfortable middle course between supporting the president's plan for covert military aid or doing nothing. In the Senate, Georgia Democrat Sam Nunn offered a similar humanitarian aid proposal, but without the provision limiting aid to refugees. Nunn's intent, unlike Hamilton's, was not to end the war but to keep the Contras alive while the Sandinistas were tested. If the Sandinistas did not change their behavior, Senator Nunn declared, the president could come back to Congress and request resumption of military aid. At that point, a request for military aid would be on a very different foundation. I would support and am certain that many others would support an expedited procedure in both the House and Senate for such a presidential request. 33. Nunn's proposal did have the effect of scuttling military aid for the time being. The day after Nunn's speech, President Reagan agreed to compromise once more and to forego military aid for the rest of the fiscal year. 34. Henceforth the debate in Washington would be about humanitarian aid only. Moderate Democrats in the House and Senate hoped their proposals could attract broad support from both parties. The larger the consensus, they believed, the safer the vote in favor of compromise. But efforts to achieve a consensus across the political and ideological divides failed in both houses. Liberal senators would not accept Nunn's proposal, and neither conservatives in the House nor the Reagan administration would accept the Barnes-Hamilton proposal. On April 23, the Senate passed Nunn's humanitarian aid plan by a narrow margin, 53 to 46. In the House that day, the contest was even closer. Speaker O'Neill wanted a clear victory over President Reagan, after losing to the president on MX missile legislation the previous month, and he used all his power as Speaker to muster the necessary votes. An aide to O'Neill later said he hadn't seen the Speaker work so hard on a vote in 10 years. You could hear the sound of elbows crunching, the aide recalled, as swing voters and freshman members were called into O'Neill's office for one-on-one encounters. 35. As moderates took to the floor to support the Barnes-Hamilton proposal, however, their arguments revealed their discomfort with the plan to end support for the Contras. Congressman Richardson, a former Contra-Aid opponent who had begun to shift his position after the 1984 elections in both Nicaragua and the United States, argued that pressure on the Sandinistas should be increased so that the Sandinistas negotiate with the Contras. 56. Passing the Barnes-Hamilton bill, Richardson insisted, would send a message to Managua. It says to the Sandinistas, vary the humanitarian war 373 forcefully, you have to reduce your Soviet and Cuban ties. You have got to negotiate with the Contras besides cleaning up your act or else. There will be members of Congress like myself who agonized over this vote who will not continue to support the Sandinista efforts as we have indirectly. 37 The crucial assumption that underlay such statements was that the Contras were going to find their own sources of military aid, no matter what kind of humanitarian aid the Congress passed. Congressman Richardson could argue that the conflict won't end with this vote because we all know that there is a lot of private aid that is going to flow to the Contras. Senator Cohen similarly satisfied himself that the Contras didn't need American military 7 aid. They can raise $14 million with a couple of fundraisers in Florida, Texas, or California. 38 Few knew what McFarlane and North knew about efforts to raise funds for the Contras, but members of Congress, like Secretary Schultz a year earlier, simply assumed the funds could be found. This was the centerpiece, albeit largely unmentioned, of the moderates' new policy. The expectation of private or third country military aid to the Contras was what made it possible for a moderate Democrat like McCurdy to declare the Barnes-Hamilton proposal, which officially cut off congressional support for the Contra War, as a symbol of bipartisan determination to stand firm for democracy in Central America. 39 Even so, the voting on the amendments was close. The administration-backed Michel amendment lost by 2 votes, 213 to 215. The Barnes-Hamilton proposal passed, 219 to 206, due as much to the defection of 14 liberal Republicans as to lack of support among moderate Democrats. 40. The Democrats had no time to rejoice, however. Throughout the debate, a number of liberal Democrats had expressed objections to all Contra aid proposals, including the Barnes-Hamilton amendment. 41 And so, in the vote on final passage of the amended bill, more than 100 liberal Democrats and 3 moderate Republicans joined almost 200 conservative Republicans and Democrats in voting no. The Barnes-Hamilton proposal fell under an avalanche, 123 to 303. At the end of the day, no aid of any kind had been provided to the Contras, and the moderate Democrats were left stranded. On April 23, after the House voted down the president's original request, but before it voted on a final Contra aid bill, the Nicaraguan government announced that President Ortega would travel to Moscow to meet with 374 the Reagan Doctrine General Secretary Gorbachev at the beginning of May. Some House members heard the news during the voting on April 24, but it wasn't until the next day's morning papers that word spread throughout Washington, and the recriminations began. 42 Senator Sasser of Tennessee, who had voted against the administration's aid bill on April 23, told reporters he would have voted in favor had he known of Ortega's planned trip. The ill-timed and ill-advised visit to Moscow showed that Ortega was either naive, incompetent, or not as committed to negotiations as recent statements would indicate. 45 Even Sasser's strong comments gave only a hint of the anger and embarrassment felt by those moderates who had voted against Reagan. During his visit to Moscow at the beginning of May, the Sandinistas claimed, Ortega won Soviet agreement to supply 80 to 90% of Nicaragua's oil needs. 44 The Sandinistas later insisted that Ortega's trip had been forced by economic emergency. 45 That the government was facing an oil shortage after Mexico canceled oil shipments on April 16 and badly needed a Soviet commitment to fill the gap. 46 But the trip also revealed an uncharacteristic tactical inflexibility by the Sandinistas. Oil crisis or not, the Sandinistas did not have to conduct their visit to Moscow in such a clumsy manner. Sandinista leaders knew their decision to go to Moscow at that moment could cause them difficulties in Congress. 47 Once the votes in Congress had been scheduled for April 23, Ortega could have put his trip off for a month to allow a decent interval to pass. Or, if he feared the Soviets would not reschedule the meeting, he could have made Moscow and the East Bloc capitals the last stops of a longer world tour, perhaps landing first in Madrid or Stockholm. 48 Nor did the Sandinistas have to send President Ortega. A trip by the planning minister, Henry Ruiz, would have attracted far less notice. 49 No special oil emergency was required to explain Ortega's eagerness to travel to Moscow, however, regardless of the cost in the United States. The visit was part of a consistent pattern, the 8th by a senior Sandinista leader in 5 years. 3 of these visits had been to attend the funerals of Soviet leaders, and after each funeral, there had always been a second visit soon afterwards to meet with the new leader. Thus Daniel Ortega went to Brezhnev's funeral at the end of 1982 and then traveled again to Moscow in March 1983 for a meeting with Andropov. Ortega met Chernenko at Andropov's funeral in February 1984 and then met with Chernenko again in June 1984, and he met with Gorbachev at Chernenko's funeral in March 1985 and managed to schedule this second visit, the Humanitarian War 375, with Gorbachev 2 months later, perhaps, as one scholar humorously suggests, to make sure that Mikhail Gorbachev did not leave the scene before could make contact. 50. The specific agendas for the 8 meetings with Soviet leaders varied, but the Sandinistas' main purpose was always the same: to establish good personal relations with the new leadership as quickly as possible. In 1985, the Sandinistas' relationship with the new Soviet leadership was more important than ever. Not only were the Sandinistas more dependent on Soviet support not just for oil, but for an increasing supply of fairly high-quality weapons, but they also had more reason to worry about the depth and longevity of that support. To be sure, the weapons flowed in greater abundance than ever in 1985, the Soviets were willing to solve the Sandinistas' oil problems, and Gorbachev's public rhetoric in 1985 gave little hint of any softening. But the Sandinistas in their strategic planning had once counted on 30 years of Soviet support, not just 5 or 10, 51, and they rightly perceived that Gorbachev and his associates were even less enthusiastic about Third World revolutionary movements than Andropov had been. In Moscow, Ortega held meetings and was honored at the highest levels, but he was probably aware that Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko was lately more interested in repairing US-Soviet relations. 52. Nor could it have escaped Ortega's notice that one of the earliest supporters of the Nicaraguan Revolution, the Communist Party's international department chief, Boris Ponomarev, was now 80 years old. 55. If US-Soviet relations improved, which by 1985 seemed increasingly likely, the Sandinistas wanted to ensure that their revolution would not become a casualty. The vital importance of close relations with the Soviet Union had been one of the few constants in Sandinista theory and policy since their earliest pre-revolutionary days. Since taking power, they had been eager suitors in an effort to prove themselves Moscow's most reliable allies, much as Somoza had once sought to prove himself Washington's best friend in Central America. The Sandinista government had decreed 3 days of national mourning after the death of Comrade Chernenko, though surely the Soviets would not have taken amiss some smaller gesture. 54. The Sandinistas clung to their geopolitical ally, however, even though that alliance, when openly flaunted, earned them the hostility of the U.S. Congress. In the United States, the trip was a disaster for the Sandinistas. Senator Dodd could well express wonder that some Democrats were surprised. 376. The Reagan doctrine that Daniel Ortega went to Moscow. Where do my colleagues think he was going to go? 7. Disney World. 70. But what so offended moderate Democrats about the timing of Ortega's trip to Moscow, aside from the immense political embarrassment it caused them, was that it cast in stark relief the strategic choice the Sandinistas had made and apparently always would make. Rather than put their fate in the hands of the American Congress, the Sandinistas ran off to seek the succor of the Soviets. Butler Derrick, a Democrat from South Carolina, told reporters he took it as an international slap at the Congress and a slap at those of us who had gone out on a limb to come up with something. Congressman Charles Schumer, a Democrat from New York, said members of Congress considered the trip to Moscow a personal rebuke to Congress. 56 members of Congress knew how to respond to such treatment. The defeat of the Barnes-Hamilton proposal had already begun a migration of moderate Southern Democrats away from the House leadership. 07. Ortega's trip turned it into a stampede. 2 days after O'Neill had twisted the arms of wavering moderates, the Speaker and other House leaders now bore the brunt of the moderates' fury at Ortega. One angry Southern Democrat, Congressman Tommy Robinson from Arkansas, was still fuming more than a month later and publicly chastised himself for letting my leadership and the liberals in this Congress convince me that Daniel Ortega was going to do right. He did not do right. They have a Neville Chamberlain mentality. O'Neill's aides confirmed that Ortega's trip undercut enormously the position of the leadership. 58 O'Neill's helplessness to undo the damage became apparent when the Speaker hastily called a meeting of the top Democratic leaders on May 4 and told Lee Hamilton to see what you can work out in the way of a compromise to pass some form of aid to the Contras. But this then raised a firestorm among party liberals, and O'Neill was forced to deny the next day that he had considered reversing our position on financing the Contras. 59 The House leadership was paralyzed and unable to bridge the now yawning gap between the two wings of the party. 60 This allowed the moderates, led by McCurdy, to chart their own course and to draw up compromise legislation that more faithfully reflected their true aims. 61 The Reagan administration, after a week of hesitation, responded to one of the moderates' demands and imposed a trade and economic embargo against Nicaragua. The embargo was another idea that came from Congress, especially from Democratic Senators Lloyd Bentsen and Sam Nunn. 07 Reagan officials were unenthusiastic. Secretary Shultz believed the humanitarian war 377 an embargo would be ineffective. The United States supplied only 20% of Nicaragua's imports and bought 18% of its exports. Other officials considered it a weak measure designed only to make congressmen feel better about their votes against Contra aid. But Senator Bentsen privily pushed the administration to respond to his suggestion, and on April 27 Senator Dole publicly called on the administration to impose an embargo. "I think it's time to get tough. And stay tough," the majority leader declared. 63 On April 29, Shultz gave in and President Reagan approved sanctions against Nicaragua. "It's not going to be an overpowering event," Shultz told reporters, "but there's a certain sense of feeling that regardless of the effect, certain kinds of relationships with countries we think are doing a lot of damage are undesirable." 64 Reagan announced the sanctions on May 1, the same day he arrived in Bonn, West Germany, for the beginning of an economic summit, and the timing could hardly have been worse. American allies had not been notified in advance, and they unanimously denounced the decision. 65 On May 7 McCurdy and his moderate colleagues introduced their new legislation. 66 Like the Michel Amendment the moderates had just voted down 2 weeks before, McCurdy's bill provided the $14 million in humanitarian aid directly to the Nicaraguan resistance forces. And while the Barnes-Hamilton legislation had stated that aid may not be provided with the intent of provisioning combat forces, McCurdy's bill eluded no such restriction, stipulating only that the United States could not provide weapons or equipment of a lethal nature. Both the intent and the certain effect of McCurdy's legislation was to provide food, clothing, medicine, and other humanitarian assistance to a fighting force in the field. McCurdy's bill also included the provisions favored by moderates in both House and Senate during the previous debate and promised by President Reagan in his letters to both houses: an economic embargo against Nicaragua, the removal of human rights violators from the Contras ranks, and the resumption of bilateral talks between the United States and Nicaragua with a view of encouraging a church-mediated dialogue between the Contras and Sandinistas, national reconciliation in Nicaragua, and a Contadora agreement. 67 McCurdy's bill also stipulated that if the president determined that diplomatic and economic pressures had failed to produce a negotiated agreement, Reagan could ask Congress for more aid for the Contras in such amount and of such a nature as the president deems appropriate, which amounted to an invitation for the president. 378 The Reagan doctrine to seek military aid if the Sandinistas did not agree to negotiations with the Contras. McCurdy had skillfully placed himself at the head of the moderate bloc that held the balance in the House. He no longer had to bend to the dictates of his own leaders in the House, but neither was he subservient to the Reagan administration. At the beginning of June, Senator Nunn introduced his own bill co-sponsored by 4 Southern Democrats: Benson of Texas, Boren of Oklahoma, Chiles of Florida, Johnston of Louisiana. 68 That provided $14 million in humanitarian assistance in fiscal year 1985, and another $24 million in fiscal year 1986. Nunn's bill lifted the Boland restrictions altogether and did not specifically preclude the CIA from delivering the aid, but it prohibited the president from providing any other material assistance to the Contras. On June 6 the Senate passed Nunn's Amendment 55-42. In the debates in both houses during the second week of June, the forces led by McCurdy and Nunn had a better chance than ever to lay out their goals, their political concerns, and the logic behind the policy toward Nicaragua they were shaping for the United States. McCurdy and his colleagues took pride in offering a moderate synthesis of the two extreme positions that had been tearing the Congress and the country apart, not just over Nicaragua but on many foreign policy issues since the end of the Vietnam War. Between the morally pure isolationism of the liberal Democrats and the morally tainted anti-communist interventionism of the Reagan administration, they argued, lay a third path, a modern, liberal anti-communism that blended elements of both the pre-Vietnam and post-Vietnam democratic foreign policy, the Cold Warrior tradition of Truman, Kennedy, and Johnson with the idealism of the human rights lobby and anti-war movement. McCurdy and his colleagues would support a fight against communism, on moral and strategic grounds, but they would support it only on behalf of a democratic, not authoritarian alternative. They would support the use of force, but only in pursuit of an eventual negotiated settlement, not outright victory. As Democrats, McCurdy, Nunn, and other moderates necessarily defined their policy by the ways in which it was not like President Reagan's, and, as Arturo Cruz, Jr., had predicted, they used El Salvador as the model. The Reagan administration had been firmly allied with the extreme right in El Salvador, Bernard Aronson 69 wrote in the New Republic, until forced by strong democratic criticism of human rights abuses and a deteriorating military situation to take action against death squads and the humanitarian war. 379 support President Duarte. In Nicaragua, the Reagan administration was allying with the Somocista right. HUT Democrats could once again force the administration to reform its ally by conducting a purge of ex-Guardia from the military high command and of human rights abusers from the entire force. 70 Thus would the United States be giving its full support to the genuine Democrats Juan Cruz, Robelo, and Calero, men of sterling credentials resembling that of El Salvador's Duarte. 72 In both El Salvador and Nicaragua, the moderates asserted, President Reagan preferred a military victory to a peaceful settlement, and their role was to force the administration to support negotiations for a political solution. Moderate Democrats had to bring the president a long way from the warmongering statements of the past, Congressman Jones declared. 75 Robert Lycan summed up the views of McCurdy and other moderates in an editorial later in the year. Consider what happened in El Salvador. The administration had little success until, under pressure from Congress, it began to speak out against the death squads, urge military reform and support President José Napoleon Duarte in his efforts to open a dialogue with the rebels. 74 The moderates proposed the same strategy for Nicaragua, and the same roles for themselves. They would steer an indifferent president toward support for human rights, a war-loving president toward support of diplomacy and peace. Finally, the moderates claimed their policy was superior to Reagan's because it created consensus in the United States instead of confrontation. It aimed as much at binding the political wounds of post-Vietnam America and patching the rifts in the Democratic Party as at solving problems in Nicaragua. The United States had so far avoided both another Vietnam and a communist victory in El Salvador, wrote Bernard Aronson, largely because we have achieved something approaching a consensus uniting moderates in both parties. 75 That consensus was built around a unique mixture of anti-communism, liberal interventionism, human rights, and peace. A principal virtue of McCurdy's proposal for Nicaragua, Congressman Jim Jones argued, was that it represented an El Salvador-style coming together of both sides. 76 That coming together provided protection to those who would otherwise be caught in the crossfire of the ideological war, and the broader the consensus, the more the protection. While the moderates' doctrine was thus defined by the ways in which it differed from, and corrected, Reagan's policies, it also shared important elements of those policies. McCurdy, Nunn, and their colleagues shared the conviction that the United States had a strategic interest in resisting 380 the Reagan Doctrine, the expansion of communism in the Western Hemisphere. More significant still was their belief that the United States had a moral interest in seeking what McCurdy called genuine democracy in Nicaragua. While Jim Wright continued to insist that whether one liked the Sandinista government or not, it was the established government of that country, 77 Democrats like McCurdy, Nunn, and their supporters rejected this non-interventionist principle in favor of a more intrusive concept of American policy. Aronson argued that the Sandinistas had forfeited any legitimate claim to invoke the principle of sovereignty since they themselves had received foreign help in overthrowing Somoza, and he asked fellow Democrats, why was it legitimate to help the Nicaraguan people wage their revolution in 1979 but illegitimate to help the Nicaraguan people save their revolution today? 78. This had been President Reagan's argument for the past 3 years. It was, moreover, the novel principle that underlay the newly enunciated Reagan Doctrine, which questioned the legitimacy of all non-democratic governments everywhere and asserted the right of the United States to interfere on behalf of democratic forces fighting those governments. When McCurdy insisted that American foreign policy be guided by standards that are the same for El Salvador, Nicaragua, South Africa, Chile, and other nations throughout the world, he was only echoing what Secretary Shultz had said in February. 79. Nor did McCurdy, Nunn, and others disagree with the Reagan administration's assertion that military pressure, as well as economic and diplomatic pressure, was necessary to force changes in Nicaragua. McCurdy's proposal gave humanitarian aid to a fighting force in the field because McCurdy and other moderates believed the Sandinistas had to be convinced to negotiate and make reforms. The Sandinistas can hardly be expected to hold a political dialogue about the future of their country with a group of exiled refugees, Aronson wrote. 80. Even the moderates' support for reform of the Contras aimed not only at reducing human rights abuses, but at enhancing the Contras' political appeal in Nicaragua, particularly in the cities where they were weakest, and thereby improving their capacity to challenge the Sandinistas. On many occasions, McCurdy and other moderates declared the Contras could never win unless they made the necessary reforms. The moderate Democrats who supported McCurdy's proposal were fond of arguing that Reagan's goals were unclear and his means of attaining them uncertain or inadequate. Their own policy was not immune to the humanitarian war. 381 such charges, however. The centerpiece of their strategy for achieving a political solution in Nicaragua was a dialogue between the Sandinistas and the Contras, which the Sandinistas had adamantly and repeatedly rejected. The purpose of this unlikely dialogue was to discuss the conditions for national reconciliation and the creation of genuine democracy, meaning among other things new elections for president. In the absence of any Sandinista willingness to hold a dialogue and then make concessions, McCurdy's policy appeared to be indistinguishable from Reagan's, more military pressure. The main distinction between McCurdy's and Reagan's strategy, in the end, was one of emphasis. Both sides agreed on the need to pressure the Sandinistas by supporting the Contras, but the Reagan administration preferred victory to negotiations and the moderates preferred negotiations to victory. McCurdy and his colleagues wished to support the war as briefly and as parsimoniously as possible, while probing constantly for any signs of Sandinista accommodation. Their great hope was that the Sandinistas would eventually see reason. The Reagan administration's great hope was that the Sandinistas would eventually collapse. The distinction was lost on many of McCurdy's more liberal colleagues in the Democratic Party. When debate began on McCurdy's Hill on June 12, there was fundamental disagreement on the most fundamental question, whether the aid in McCurdy's bill did or did not support a resumption of congressional aid for the Contras war against the Sandinistas. McCurdy's coalition of moderates included members from both parties who simply were not prepared to say that they were supporting war or even military pressure against the Nicaraguan government. Both McCurdy and Nunn had insisted that their respective amendments in the House and Senate moved any military options to the back burner, 81, which wasn't quite true. But Congressman Jones of Oklahoma went much further. Jones was in the awkward spot of having co-sponsored the Barnes-Hamilton amendment in April and was now a co-sponsor of McCurdy's bill in June. Naturally, he tried to argue that the policy goals of Barnes-Hamilton and that of McCurdy-McDade are virtually the same. 82 He even persisted in referring to the intended recipients of McCurdy's aid as refugees and to the aid itself as relief. Pursuit of an acceptable compromise had required deliberate avoidance of unpleasant facts. McCurdy could only gain the support of more liberal Democrats because he was not asking them to vote for military aid to the Contras. But his goal of increasing the pressure on the Sandinistas 382 the Reagan doctrine depended very much on the Contras receiving that aid from other sources. McCurdy's liberal opponents were at pains to point this out. Congressman Boland insisted that McCurdy's concept of humanitarian aid was a fig leaf. As we all know, the private groups will continue to provide money for arms and ammunition. The effect of amendment, and that private aid, is going to be more money for the Contras than they have ever received in the past. 83 Boland argued that the humanitarian aid in McCurdy's amendment actually constituted more than logistical support to an army in the held. In reality, he asserted, it was difficult to distinguish between logistical support to an armed force in the field that is receiving arms from other sources, and direct arming of that force, since the Contras could simply use the money they had been spending on logistical support to buy more arms, which is precisely what they did. 84 As Congressman Spratt, a close ally of McCurdy, later admitted, the real purpose of McCurdy's bill was, indeed, to maintain the Contras as a fighting force. 85 McCurdy's compromise straddled incompatible positions on another point, as well. Many members of his coalition wanted the Reagan administration to begin direct negotiations with the Sandinistas. Reagan officials, however, had little interest in bilateral talks. In a letter to McCurdy on June 11, written at the congressman's request, Reagan stated his reservations. It was possible, he wrote, that in the proper circumstances, such discussions could help promote the internal reconciliation called for by Contadora and endorsed by many Latin American leaders. However, such talks cannot be a substitute for a church-mediated dialogue between the contending factions. Therefore, I will have our representative meet again with representatives of Nicaragua only when I determine that such a meeting would be helpful in promoting these ends. 86 McCurdy gave up trying to get stronger assurances. 87 and his legislation simply urged that the president resume the talks, and then only with a view to encouraging negotiations between the Contras and Sandinistas and a comprehensive, verifiable Contadora agreement. While McCurdy himself did not claim to have exacted any promise from Reagan concerning bilateral negotiations, others in his coalition did. 88. In rising to cast one of the most agonizing votes of his career, Congressman Bill Richardson declared he would vote for the McCurdy amendment, in part, because I think the President of the United States for the first time is saying that he is for negotiations and meaning it. I, the humanitarian war 383, am willing to give the President of the United States a chance and the benefit of the doubt. I hope and pray he does not let us down. 89 On June 12 the House approved McCurdy's amendment by a margin of 248 to 184, with 73 Democrats joining 175 out of the 182 Republicans. Coming less than 2 months after the defeat of Contra aid in April, the vote was a remarkable turnabout, and the large margin of victory owed much to McCurdy's efforts to bring as many moderates into the deal as possible. Both Democrats and Republicans found safety in numbers. Just as the unanimous 410-0 vote on the first Boland Amendment in December 1982 had proven completely deceptive, however, so the large majority that passed aid to the Contras on June 12, 1985, was a deeply divided group, and the coming together engineered by McCurdy on this one vote masked a world of different intentions and expectations. Of the 248 members who voted in favor of the winning amendment, about 180 did so with the intention of resuming American support for the Contras war against the Sandinistas and would have voted for military aid if given the chance. 90 but few of the remaining 70 to 80 members who voted for the McCurdy amendment shared those intentions. Of the 73 Democrats who voted for the McCurdy amendment, no more than 25 were hardcore conservatives. 91. The rest were split between moderate conservatives in the mold of McCurdy and Democrats substantially more liberal than MC Curdy. They voted more out of anger and fear than out of conviction, anger at Ortega and fear of the political consequences of voting against aid to the Contras. Political fear played a critical role in pushing moderates further than many might otherwise have gone. During the debate, conservative Virginia Democrat Dan Daniels sternly reminded his more moderate colleagues that their party had been trampled at the polls in the presidential election and that post-election polls indicated that one of the reasons for that political loss was the perception that the Democrats were soft on defense. If we now fail to oppose the spread of communism in this hemisphere, Daniel warned, and we are once more perceived to be soft on defense and communism, then we could be shut out completely in the next election. Senator Nunn called Central America a great testing ground for our nation and also for the Democratic Party. And even a young moderate like Congressman Richardson believed it was critical for the party not to be the typical no response, don't intervene in my country 384. The Reagan doctrine joining the majority. Aid to the Afghan guerrillas continued with broad support in both parties. Summing up the legislative events of the year, observers noted a new mood in Congress, the most visible manifestation of which was the House's willingness to intervene around the world on behalf of anti-communist forces. Congressman Hyde traced the beginnings of the new attitude to the October 1983 invasion of Grenada. Congressman Salars told reporters, only half-jokingly, that Congress's message was, "We are ready to march on Moscow." 98. The Humanitarian War. 385. McCurdy's humanitarian aid to the Contras was only a half-step, however, intentionally designed to give only equivocal support to the anti-communist forces in Nicaragua. Congressman Stuart McKinney, a liberal Republican from Connecticut, characterized the House as divided into three groups: those who hoped the current conflict in Nicaragua would just go away, those who felt we should intervene, and those who were terribly afraid of being misinterpreted for either action. 99. It was this third group of moderate Southern Democrats and Northern Republicans who provided the margin of victory for the legislation to resume American support for the Contras war. It was this third group, moreover, afraid of misinterpretation, that tried to interpret their action to suit their complex political needs. Thus did a Republican liberal like McKinney speak for all the moderates in both parties when he explained the meaning of the legislation just passed: we do support the Contadora process, we do support humanitarian aid, we do support negotiation, and we want peace talks. 100. The administration would be well advised not to push the law too far. If the moderates' purpose in passing humanitarian aid to the Contras was to foster dialogue, national reconciliation, and peace in Nicaragua and Central America, however, events after the June 12 vote moved in quite the opposite direction. Throughout the summer of 1985, Sandinista and Contra forces continued as before, trying to inflict as much damage on one another as possible, and they moved no closer to dialogue. Tensions along Nicaragua's borders with Honduras and Costa Rica reached new heights. Within Nicaragua, the Sandinistas cracked down further on their unarmed, political opponents. The Contadora talks all but collapsed when the Sandinistas walked out of the negotiations. Ironically, the passage of humanitarian aid neither benefited the Contras war effort nor brought a respite in the fighting. The new legislation did not reach the president's desk for signature until August, and shipments of U.S. humanitarian aid did not begin arriving in Honduras until October. In the summer and early fall of 1985, the Contras relied almost exclusively on the money provided by the Saudi king and on the arms and ammunition bought with that money in the first months of the year. One reliance on this kind of support was what members of Congress expected. The most common assumption was that the Contras were raising money themselves and buying arms on the international arms market. A less common but still prevalent assumption was that the Reagan administration. 386. The administration would be well advised. 387 was facilitating these transactions somehow, as indeed was the case. Earlier in the year, reports surfaced in the newspapers of alleged diversions of American aid to El Salvador and Honduras into the hands of the Contras. Those reports proved unfounded. The most important source of funds for the Contras, the Saudi government, somehow remains secret. Oliver North's role did not, however. In August, reports in the Miami Herald and then in the New York Times described in some detail North's increasing efforts to assist the Contras since the cutoff of American aid in 1984. On August 8 the Times reported that the Contras had been receiving direct military advice from an official on the National Security Council staff since the summer of 1984. The official met frequently with rebel leaders in Washington and on trips to Central America, gave frequent speeches and lectures on the subject of Nicaragua and, when asked, advised people on how they might donate money to the rebel cause. The anonymous officials providing the information were prolific with their comments and judgments. "Oh, you know our policy is to support them," one official explained, "and that's his job. And the right people can't manage the operation, you have to look for other alternatives." Another senior administration official told reporters that the Contras were this NSC official's account and complained that there was a lot of frustration within the White House, because they do not believe the NSC is the logical place to manage the program. The staff is too small. Oliver North was soon revealed as the man whose account was the Contras. Two members of Congress reacted slowly and uncertainly to these rather detailed, if anonymous, comments from administration officials. The first congressman to express an opinion on these reports was Congressman George E. Brown, Jr., of California, a liberal Democrat and member of the House Intelligence Committee. Brown told reporters, "If the president wants to use the NSC to operate a war in Nicaragua, I don't think there's any way we can control it." Brown said he and other Intelligence Committee members had discussed the operation but hadn't taken any formal action. 3. The chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Lugar, said the National Security Council staff was carrying out the president's policy. Lugar even said he knew essentially what the administration was doing, and I approved it. 4. Congressman Brown thought better of his passive stand a day later, when he told reporters it appears on the surface that the NSC is attempting to circumvent the law. The intent of Congress was clear that all direct involvement with the Contras was to be cut off. All intelligence-related matters go through 388 the Reagan Doctrine. The NSC, the question is whether it's considered an intelligence activity. I'm going to ask for very close scrutiny by the Intelligence Committee and, if there is any evidence, I will ask for hearings. 5. The House Intelligence Committee did not rush into action, however. As a source of opposition, Mary McGrory complained on August 13, "The Democratic House has flopped." 6. On August 14, a private watchdog organization, Common Cause, wrote to the two Intelligence Committee chairmen calling for investigations. Still the committees were slow to respond. Congressman Barnes of the House Foreign Affairs Committee then took it upon himself to write McFarlane seeking all information, in eluding memoranda and any other documents, pertaining to any contact between Lt.Col. North and Nicaraguan rebels as of enactment of the Boland Amendment in October, 1984. 7. McFarlane waited almost a month before responding to Barnes that all actions by the NSC staff had complied with both the spirit and the letter of the law. There had been no expenditures of NSC funds which would have the effect of supporting directly or indirectly military or paramilitary operations in Nicaragua by any nation, group, organization, movement, or individual. McFarlane further denied any parallel efforts to provide, directly or indirectly, support for military or paramilitary activities in Nicaragua. On September 30, Barnes wrote back asking McFarlane again to provide the pertinent documents. 8. McFarlane again delayed. The House Intelligence Committee took a very different tack from Barnes. On August 20, Chairman Lee Hamilton wrote McFarlane on August 20 asking for a full report on the kinds of activities regarding the Contras that the NSC carried out and what the legal justification is for such actions given the legislative prohibitions that existed last year and earlier this year. 0. On September 5 Hamilton announced his intention to hold hearings. "It seems to me," he told reporters, "that the NSC is involved in intelligence activities and I don't see how they can escape the Boland Amendment. Since North's activities were no longer secret, Hamilton stated his opinion that had to travel, he had to do some things that involved spending money. If Colonel North was spending money to meet them, that is an expenditure of funds. I do not prejudge the question of legality. But I do have questions about whether what they did was in compliance with the Boland Amendment. The administration, Hamilton believed, would have a tough case to make to show that it did not violate the law. Unlike Barnes, however, Hamilton made no request for documents. McFarlane responded immediately with a letter to the administration would be well advised, 389 Hamilton, similar to the one he sent Barnes. Seeing that the matter would not die on its own, McFarlane took steps to put out the fire. On September 5, McFarlane met alone with Senators Durenberger and Leahy of the Senate Intelligence Committee. After the meeting, Durenberger told reporters, "We came away from the meeting feeling that from Bud McFarlane we're getting what he believes to be the situation with regard to his staff. Are we satisfied that this sort of concludes the matter and that no one was in any way involved in directing the effort? No, you can't be satisfied. You can be satisfied with Bud McFarlane telling you the truth as he perceives it. But you can't be satisfied that you know all the factors." Leahy agreed that Mr. McFarlane told us what he had been told. "I am also satisfied," Leahy told reporters, "that if the law has been broken either in spirit or in fact, it will come out." 10 With this feeble vote of confidence from the Senate committee, McFarlane met on September 10 with Hamilton and the House Intelligence Committee and repeated his denials. After the meeting, Hamilton said, "I, for one, am willing to take you at your word." 11 The next day, Hamilton cancelled his investigation and his plan to hold hearings. He told reporters it was the testimony of the advisor to the president versus some stories in the press based on undisclosed sources. It was a court with only one witness. 12 The investigations by the two intelligence committees did not exactly exhaust the investigatory powers at their disposal. On September 12, 31 congressmen wrote Hamilton and Senator Durenberger urging them to pursue their investigation more actively. Hamilton responded on September 18 that at this time the committee does not have any information to contradict Mr. McFarlane except several unsubstantiated news stories, and Hamilton and presumably other members were aware of Congressman Barnes's request for documents and McFarlane's demurral. In response to Barnes's September 30 letter, McFarlane finally invited Barnes to his office to see the documents pulled together by his aides. McFarlane and his staff had discovered 6 potentially damaging memoranda, mostly written by North, which showed the extent of North's activities and McFarlane's personal awareness of them. McFarlane considered invoking executive privilege, but instead he brought Barnes to his office, without staff, placed a tall stack of documents in front of the congressman, and invited him to look through them. Barnes angrily rejected the offer, telling McFarlane, "You'll hear from us." Barnes was convinced McFarlane was withholding evidence of a possible crime. 14 But he and his small subcommittee lacked the political clout to force the administration to divulge the documents. 390 The Reagan Doctrine. Hamilton and the Intelligence Committee, now aware that Barnes had actually seen a stack of relevant documents, still did not ask McFarlane to make them available to Congress. On October 7 McFarlane responded to a list of further questions from Hamilton, but wrote testily that this process of constantly responding to unsubstantiated allegations by unnamed individuals was hampering the effort to bring democracy to Nicaragua. McFarlane expressed the sincere hope that his response would suffice to put this matter to rest. 1 It did, as far as Hamilton was concerned. On October 29, Congressman Barnes made one more attempt to obtain the documents he had seen in McFarlane's office. In his final letter to McFarlane, Barnes requested again that the documents he provided, but this time to the House Intelligence Committee. Barnes wrote that he had consulted with the House leadership, and also with Chairman Hamilton, but McFarlane heard nothing further from Hamilton or from Speaker O'Neill. He simply rebuffed Barnes once again, and there the matter ended. As in 1982 and 1983, the Intelligence Committee's passivity in pursuing charges of alleged law-breaking by administration officials had a political context. Divisions in Congress, and within the Democratic Party, restrained Hamilton and other Democrats. In the event of a showdown between the administration and the House Intelligence Committee, Congressman Brown complained in October, the vote will be 8-8 or even 9-7 for the White House. Hamilton agreed that Nicaragua was a very exceptional case because Congress was divided along partisan lines on how much to constrain the actions of the White House. Hamilton, like Barnes, Leahy, Durenberger, and most other members following the issue, spoke as if they had little doubt they had not been told the whole story by McFarlane. But they did not wish to press the contentious issue that had so recently been settled. 16 Hamilton suggested only that the administration would be well advised not to push the law 2/AR. 17 Indeed, far from hounding the administration about North's activities, the House and Senate Intelligence Committees took steps before, during, and after their investigations to give the administration even greater legal latitude in dealing with the Contras. From the end of June to December, the Boland Amendment's restrictions on the role of the CIA were loosened in the 1986 Intelligence Authorization Bill to allow the agency to provide training and intelligence information to the Contras, so long as such assistance did not amount to participation in the planning or execution of military or paramilitary operations or participation in logistics. The administration would be well advised. 391 activities integral to such operations. The language was necessarily imprecise, and even the two Intelligence Committee chairmen disagreed about what they were permitting. 18 A report by the Congressional Quarterly noted that the new language allowed the purchase of radios that would allow Contra leaders at their base camps to receive intelligence information from the United States and to pass that information along to units stationed deep in Nicaragua. Whether or not the passing of such information followed the intent of Congress, the CIA was left to make its own determination of what kinds of information it could provide. The Intelligence Authorization Bill approved in November also allowed the Reagan administration to provide trucks, helicopters, and communications gear to the Contras as part of the humanitarian assistance, so long as the vehicles were not modified to be used to inflict serious bodily harm or death. Finally, the House and Senate conferees acquiesced to demands from Reagan officials that the administration he allowed to solicit aid from third countries for the Contras. The Foreign Aid Bill approved on July 26 had contained language inserted by Senator Claiborne Pell prohibiting any understanding, either formal or informal, under which a recipient of U.S. economic or military assistance shall provide assistance of any kind to the Contras. Reagan administration officials threatened to veto the whole bill if that language was not changed. Pell agreed to new language which prohibited the administration from conditioning its assistance to another country, expressly or impliedly, on support for the Contras. 19 In the ever-shifting legal terrain shaped by Congress, donations like those of Saudi Arabia, not explicitly prohibited by Congress when first solicited by McFarlane in 1984, possibly illegal when next proffered in 1985, were now, perhaps, possible under the new legislation. 20. The desire of members of Congress to move away from the divisive Contra aid issue was powerful. Laws governing the administration's behavior since October 1984 had been significantly altered. Congress had passed humanitarian aid to the Contras with the understanding that military aid would come from other sources, and the desire to examine carefully the administration's role in those acquisitions was lacking, except among a handful of liberal Democrats. It was the intent of Congress that the Contras continue to apply military pressure on the Sandinistas. It had to be the intent of Congress, as well, that the Contras find the weapons with which to carry out their military campaign. With help from the Reagan administration, this is what they did. I think we're surrounded. Ahmed with weapons purchased by Richard Secord at the request of Oliver North with Saudi money sent at the request of Robert McFarlane. Contra forces throughout the summer launched potent offensives in northern and central Nicaragua. The rhythms of the war in Nicaragua followed a different pattern from the rhythms of the legislative process in Washington. Congress passed aid bills in the spring and early summer, which the president signed in late summer or early fall. The Contras began their offensives in the spring when the rainy season started, and ended them in the fall when the rains let up and the roads used by Sandinista troops hardened. By the time the Contras received the first penny of humanitarian aid voted by Congress, therefore, they had already struck their blows deep inside Nicaragua and were on their way back to the safety of Honduras. The Sandinistas tried hard to prevent the Contra offensives of 1985. The CIA had been predicting a Sandinista attack on Contra bases in Honduras since the start of the year, but the Sandinista army waited until the beginning of May to launch what they hoped would be a crushing and demoralizing blow. With several thousand troops up near the border, new roads built northward to support them, artillery in place at the front, tens of thousands of peasants evacuated from both northern and southern Bonder areas, the Sandinistas' preparations had been extensive. 1,392. I think were surrounded. 393 of new draftees had been trained and sent into battle, and even some soldiers from the regular army, hitherto held in reserve, were now sent to the front. 2 Sandinista forces hit Contra units at the end of April as they tried to move from the Las Vegas salient into Nueva Segovia and Jinotega. The Contras sustained heavy losses and retreated back into Honduras. 3 In the first week of May, several hundred Sandinista troops entered Honduras in and around the Las Vegas salient, cutting through the Contras' customary infiltration routes, and striking at the FDN's main base camp. 4 Preceding the advancing forces was a barrage of artillery rounds fired from Nicaragua into Honduras, striking the Contras camp and its environs and scattering the Contra forces. Then elements of several Sandinista light infantry battalions drove to the perimeter of the Contras main camp, forcing the rebels to pull back even deeper into Honduras. 5 As the Sandinista troops withdrew across the border into Nicaragua, they laid mines along the Contras infiltration routes. 6 The Sandinistas' cross-border raid did not destroy the Contras, but with only several hundred Sandinista troops involved in the operation that could not have been its purpose. The Sandinistas' goal was to eliminate the Contra threat in 1985, but their strategy was a combination of military, political, and diplomatic tactics. The Sandinistas envisioned nothing so crude as an invasion of Honduran territory, which would have required thousands of troops to destroy the Contras in one blow. That option was denied them by American military power and by the Sandinistas' strong belief that President Reagan would not hesitate to use it if given adequate justification. Rather, the Sandinistas' plan was to keep the Contras bottled up in Honduras and Costa Rica while pressing on the increasingly vulnerable link of the U.S. policy chain, the Contras' unhappy hosts. The incursion of May 1985 severely embarrassed the Honduran military and government, further shaking already fragile Honduran support for the Contras and U.S. policy. The attack not only drew international attention to the presence of several thousand Nicaraguans on Honduran soil, but it drew domestic attention to the Honduran army's apparent inability either to control or protect Honduran territory. The Sandinistas' artillery bombardments had forced about 1,000 Honduran civilians to flee their villages in the area, 7 but the Honduran army had not responded. A few days after the first incursion, Sandinista forces attacked again, this time striking at a Honduran border patrol, killing 1 Honduran soldier and wounding 4 others, the first publicly acknowledged Honduran CA 394 the Reagan Doctrine sualties of the Nicaraguan War. 8. Still there was no response. The Honduran army was hampered by lack of adequate transport helicopters to move large numbers of troops to the isolated border area, by lack of maps and communications gear, and by the fact that the Sandinistas held the high ground around the salient. 9. They were hampered still more by their keen desire to keep secret their support for the thousands of Contras on their territory, even though the secret had long since become impossible to keep. The American ambassador in Honduras, John Negroponte, reported after the incursions in May that the Contras' presence in Honduras had become a truly neuralgic point in U.S.-Honduran relations since the cutoff of U.S. aid to the Contras in 1984. The defeat of Contra aid in the U.S. Congress at the end of April 1985, followed by the Sandinista incursions in May, left the Honduran government exposed and carrying what it believes to be an undue share of the burden of confrontation with Nicaragua. 10. The Hondurans were in dismay over the damage done to their international image by the Contras' presence. They squirm over anything which contributes to a reputation of contributing to regional tensions or serving as a cat's paw for the United States. 11. Their first response was to try to sweep the Contras under a rug. After the Sandinistas incursion, the Honduran military ordered the Contras to disperse their forces out of the Las Vegas base camps immediately, both to prevent further Sandinista attacks and to reassert Honduran sovereignty over its own territory. The High Command sent 1,000 Honduran troops to the border, not to defend against Sandinista attack, but to supervise the dismantling of Contra base camps and their relocation to new secret camps further north and east along the border. 12. The new camps were in even more isolated jungle terrain, thus worsening the Contras' already difficult supply problems. 13. After the incursion, the Sandinistas went out of their way to exploit the Hondurans' concerns. Far from denying that their forces crossed the border, Sandinista officials declared that Honduras had brought the attack on themselves. Sometimes rockets cross the border, Sandinista military intelligence chief Julio Ramos told reporters several days after the raid. Nicaragua had warned Honduras that any camp that is so close to the border, it is impossible to avoid that once in a while a bullet goes across. 14. Before and after striking into Honduras, the Sandinistas offered to meet with senior Honduran officials to discuss the border problem, and on several occasions meetings between the two sides were held, quietly. A source of concern to the Americans. While Ambassador Negroponte was reasonably confident that the Hondurans' basically helpful posture toward the Contras remained firm, he warned Washington that the Honduran government had delivered the not-so-subtle message that a negotiating option was available to them if sufficient help for the FDN and assurances of various kinds to the were not forthcoming from the United States. 15. The Sandinistas pursued the same strategy in the south, along the border with Costa Rica, though with greater military force and more ambitious aims. At the end of May, the Sandinista Army and Air Force launched a large offensive against troops led by Eden Pastora along the San Juan River on the Costa Rican border with the aim of wiping out those much smaller forces altogether. Heavy shelling and aerial bombardment of Pastora's positions on both sides of the border and of the small landing strip at La Penca scattered the several hundred Contra forces operating in the region, and several thousand Sandinista infantry troops closed in to mop up. 16. Sandinista forces chased the Contras into Costa Rica, prompting Costa Rican President Monge to denounce the new Nicaraguan aggressión. 17. In Costa Rica as in Honduras, however, anger at the Sandinistas mingled with discontent and embarrassment at playing host to the Contras, and this discomfort was precisely what Humberto Ortega hoped to exploit. "We cannot go into Honduras or Costa Rica," he told a reporter. The presence of the Contras in Costa Rica and Honduras creates problems for Honduras and Costa Rica because the Contras are not going to defeat us. 18. It was a subtle strategy that required careful weighing of the risks of American retaliation, and over the course of 1985 and 1986 Ortega gambled several times, probing the limits of American tolerance. In May 1985 the Reagan administration did little to publicize the attacks on Honduras, fearing that government's response to international publicity. After the attack against Contra positions in Costa Rica, the White House spokesman warned the Sandinistas to halt immediately any further military operations against its neighbors and expressed concern at signs of increased aggressive behavior by the government of Nicaragua. 1. The Sandinistas' cross-border raids caused barely a stir in the United States. The Reagan administration's warning came on June 4, a week before the moderates voted to support renewed aid to the Contras, but the Sandinistas' military actions were not even mentioned in the Congressional debate. Reagan was a long way from building a case for Direct 396, the Reagan Doctrine, American retaliation, and the Sandinistas knew it. Although the Sandinistas dramatically moved their Soviet-made T-55 tanks into positions around Managua, Leon and Chinandega, and although Daniel Ortega declared that if the U.S. troops intervene, we will be ready to resist and win, 20. The Sandinista army continued its operations against the Contras along the borders. For the Contras and the Americans, there were two answers to Humberto Ortega's political military strategy: win congressional support for the Contras to reassure the Hondurans and, more importantly, move as many Contra troops as possible out of Honduras and Costa Rica and hack into Nicaragua to fight. At the end of April, no more than 2,000 to 3,000 Contras held positions in Nicaragua, one cluster of about 1,000 in the area of eastern Jinotega, northeastern Matagalpa, and central Zelaya, 21 another cluster of several hundred in the central provinces of Boco and Chontales, 22 a few hundred more scattered in the northwestern provinces of Nueva Segovia and Madreas, and a few hundred in southern Zelaya. The Sandinistas had launched their attacks at the very end of the dry season, a time of advantage for an army still heavily dependent on dirt roads for ferrying supplies to forward troops. When the roads turned to mud, it was the time for guerrillas to move. Even as moderates in the U.S. Congress prepared to vote in the spring for humanitarian aid to bring peace to Nicaragua, therefore, the Contras had begun infiltrating large numbers of fighters back into Nicaragua in preparation for a new rebel offensive. That offensive began shortly after McCurdy passed his bill. In regrouping and preparing for their June 1985 offensive, the Contras faced a twofold problem. The Sandinistas had mined or blocked with troops many of the old infiltration routes into the northwestern provinces, especially in Nueva Segovia, Madreas, and western Jinotega, where in 1984 the Contras had raised such havoc and even exerted significant control with support from the local population. The Sandinistas had run roads up to the border along the Boca Valley, north from Huivalay and northeast from Mura. Even if the Honduran army hadn't forced a large number of Contras to move north and east along the border, placing them across from northeastern Jinotega and Zelaya, the Contras would have had to find some new routes into Nicaragua. The result was that in May and June of 1985 most of the Contras task forces had to enter Nicaragua some 200 kilometers further east than in previous years, down through northeastern Jinotega and Zelaya into sparsely populated country along the eastern slope of the hills and mountains that cut through the middle. One think we're surrounded 397 of the country. Even this was no easy task. One Contra task force tried to infiltrate at the beginning of June along the banks of the Boca River, 200 kilometers east of the Las Vegas salient, and was reportedly met and turned hack by Sandinista troops. Two others had similar difficulties. Once inside the country, there was still no safe refuge, as the more mobile Sandinista forces, complete with air support, struck at any large concentrations of rebels they could find. The Contras' plan of attack, which Sandinista military officials referred to as Rebellion 85, was to move several thousand troops into the country, link up with the forces that had hunkered down in remote areas along the eastern slope of the hills and mountains that divided northern Nicaragua, and then swing northwest over the mountains toward Matagalpa and Estili and southeast toward the central provinces of Boco and Chontales, where other forces were awaiting resupply. By far the largest part in this plan was to be played by the Jorge Salazar Operational Command. Under the overall leadership of Quiche, the Jorge Salazar force had grown so large from absorbing recruits and other task forces that it had been divided into two large regional commands led by Rigoberto, the former Milpas fighter, and Franklin, the former small farmer from Matagalpa. 24 The Jorge Salazar Command had become not only the largest force within the FDN, but with its two non-Guardia leaders Rigoberto and Franklin it had emerged as a potent political force in rural Nicaragua. The June offensive began badly for the Contras. The forces of the Jorge Salazar Command had been inside Nicaragua for weeks awaiting resupply. In April and May, Sandinista forces hit their camp at Cerro Verde in central Zelaya and forced them to disperse and regroup further north before they could be reached by the reinforcements sent down from Honduras. Those reinforcements, the Andres Castro Regional Command led by Dimas, were hit by the Sandinistas on their way to the scene of fighting. According to Sandinista reports, the situation for the Contra forces in the interior turned desperate. Every day they asked for reinforcements from Honduras. Besides reinforcements, they requested food, ammunition, and boots. Contra forces bringing fresh supplies, however, were trapped by Sandinista light infantry battalions and had to split up. By the time they arrived to join the forces they had been sent to help, they were tired and had very little material. The Contra forces continued to receive strict orders not to take on Sandinista forces, to lie low and disperse. Some forces began heading northward again. On June 6, Barricada Re 398, the Reagan Doctrine ported that the area once occupied by the Jorge Salazar Operational Command had been cleared. The Sandinista party newspaper noted triumphantly that this Jorge Salazar Operational Command had become the counter-revolution's strategic force within Nicaragua and as such would have played the main role in the so-called final offensive to be unleashed in mid-June. 25 Barricada's optimism proved premature. The Contras' plans were disrupted, but fierce fighting continued in the area of San Jose de Boquete and El Qua into late June, with both sides taking heavy casualties. The struggle for control of the Boquete Valley was of vital importance, since for the Contras it was both an infiltration route and a potential staging ground for attacks in the northwest. The Sandinistas fought hard. One Ot Humberto Ortega's aides was killed in the fighting, but the rainy season took its toll. At the end of June, the Sandinistas' regional subcommander told Barricada that operational conditions were hazardous. Sandinista troops depended on airborne and land operations under conditions which have been extremely adverse, due to the intense rainfall in that zone at this time of year. Moreover, Sandinista commanders found that there are still some civilians supporting the mercenaries, either out of ignorance or fear. 26. By the beginning of July it was clear that the Sandinistas had failed to block the re-infiltration of at least 3,000 Contra forces from Honduras, and several hundred from Costa Rica, and would soon begin paying the price. 27. At the end of June, rebel forces of the Segovia Regional Command returned to make trouble in their old strongholds in Nueva Segovia and Jinotega and, according to Sandinista reports, were attempting to cut the lines of communication to northern towns and villages in the area with the support of other Contra forces operating south of Quilali in Jinotega. 28. In the third week of July, the Sandinista army reported more than 90 clashes over the previous month with Contra forces in military regions IN6, comprising the provinces of Nueva Segovia, Madreas, Estili, Jinotega, and Matagalpa. Another Contra force of over 1,000, the Diriangan Regional Command, which had at various times been led by former National Guard officers Mike Lima and Benny, had entered Jinotega in the middle of July and made its way westward toward the province of Estili and its capital of the same name, according to the Sandinista regional commander. 30. By the end of the month, the Diriangan Regional Command was ambushing Sandinista army trucks and blowing up bridges on the outskirts of Estel. 3. 1. On August 1, FDN forces destroyed a bridge on the road between were surrounded 399 Sabaco and San Isidro southeast of Estili in western Matagalpa, temporarily cutting off the Pan-American Highway and isolating a number of towns in Madreas and Nueva Segovia departments. 32. That same day, the Sandinista Defense Ministry reported heavy lighting at La Trinidad, a town of 8,000 people 13 kilometers southeast of Estili. Some 200 Contras had entered the town in the morning and surprised the local militia. 33 residents told reporters that the Contra troops had swarmed over the hills around the town at dawn and then engaged in a 3-hour firefight with Sandinista militia and later Sandinista army reinforcements before taking control of the center of the town. The Contras had this town for several hours this morning, a woman told reporters, and a Sandinista official in Estili called the fighting in the region the most serious we have seen around here since the start of the war in 1982. 34. From the air base at Estili, the Sandinistas sent light planes and Mi-24 helicopters to bomb the Contras positions and drive them out of La Trinidad. 35. By August 5, the Sandinista regional commander reported that the Army and Air Force had broken up the Contras' assault on Estili and charged that the Contras were carrying out offensive actions deep into Nicaragua in an attempt to portray before the world that they are strong. 36. On the same day that the Diriangan forces attacked La Trinidad and the roads around Estili, the Jorge Salazar Regional Command struck at a small village called Cuapa, some 200 kilometers to the south in Chontales province. The August 1st attack on Cuapa became both famous and notorious. It was famous for the blow it struck so deep inside Nicaragua and the proof this provided of the Contras' presence in the geographical heart of the country, and notorious for the manner in which the blow was struck. The rebels swept into Cuapa in the early morning, overrunning the small Sandinista militia garrison. The Sandinistas sent a truckload of reinforcements, but the Contras ambushed the truck, killing most of the 40 soldiers, who turned out to be local boys just recently drafted into the army. 37 The Contras took charge of the town and called residents into the main square. They said they were going to march to Managua, one resident told reporters. They said they represented Christianity and democracy. The Contras asked the townspeople about the town mayor, who had been appointed by the Sandinistas. The mayor, a native of Cuapa, was well liked. We told them he had done some good things for the town, one man told reporters. 38 The Contras rounded up 8 other Sandinista officials, not natives of Cuapa, including local Sandinista Defense Com 400 the Reagan Doctrine MIDI officials, marched them along with the mayor out into the woods, set the mayor tree and executed the rest. 39. The execution of the 8 local officials became one of the most frequently cited examples of the Contras' murderous treatment of civilians, all the more so since at least one of the Contras involved called himself Attila and was a former National Guardsman. 40 such executions were hardly rare, but this event was special because of the numbers involved and the publicity it received in the United States. Attacks like that on Cuapa were common in Chontales, according to local residents. Squads of Contras often descended into villages, killed or kidnapped local Sandinista officials and military recruiters, and held political meetings for the bloggers. Perhaps more remarkable than the killings themselves was that the Contras had asked the townspeople their opinion of the Sandinista-appointed mayor and abided by it. 41 For the Contras, it remained not only standard practice but publicly declared policy to execute local Sandinista officials. Despite such abuses, the forces of Jorge Salazar operating in Boco and Chontales were in friendly territory, so much so that by August they had established a base from which they could not be dislodged by Sandinista Army or Air Force. American journalists visited the region in August and wrote that the people who lived in these provinces considered themselves frontier people, cowboys, and hillbillies who loved open spaces and bridled at government regulation. Many sympathized with the Contras, which meant that Contra units operating there had sources of food and shelter that they did not have in other areas. 42 local ranchers and farm workers told reporters that on at least 2 occasions in recent weeks brigades of Contras numbering several hundreds had arrived peacefully at ranches in Chontales and had been given permission to rest overnight. 43 The Sandinista commander in charge of the Boco and Chontales region, Roberto Calderon, tried to explain that while some peasants supported the Contras and even took up arms with them, we would not say the peasant is a political or ideological enemy of the revolution, or that he is convinced because he is carrying a weapon. 44 But the Sandinistas knew they had problems with the rural population, and not just in the ranchlands of Boco and Chontales. Tomas Borga noted that many of the Contras who attacked La Trinidad and the roads around Estelf were young hoys who had evaded the draft, been sent to Honduras by their parents, and then joined the Contras. But he insisted that the number of youths joining the army was still higher than the number of draft evaders joining. Think were surrounded 401 the Contras. 4. In Chontales the roads were not safe. 46 One resident in the town of La Libertad, a Sandinista military base 30 kilometers east of Cuapa, told reporters, the roads are too dangerous to use, so people don't leave town. Nobody knows where the Contras are, Hut. But what? A reporter asked. But I think we're surrounded. 47 Although Sandinista officials after every battle claimed to have eliminated, annihilated, or neutralized Contra forces in Estili, Chontales, and Boco, the clashes continued. In the first week of August senior Sandinista officials called the Contra attacks publicity stunts, designed to aerate the image of active belligerency in areas that have important roads and where they had not previously acted. 46 But a week later the Defense Ministry reported that the army was preparing for yet another rebel offensive against Estili, and Commandante Luis Carrion Cruz was dispatched to organize the defense of the province. 49 During the first 3 weeks of August, the FDN reported 99 clashes with Sandinista forces, 31 in Jinotega, where the battle for the Bocay Valley and Contra-infiltration routes continued, 23 in Chontales, where the Jorge Salazar regional commands were moving in and out of villages and setting ambushes on the roads, 18 in Matagalpa, connected to the fighting in both Jinotega and Estili, 12 in Estili itself, the rest in central Zelaya, Boco, Madres, and even Leon. 50 On August 24. The Sandinista army announced it was beginning a second phase of massive attacks against approximately 4,400 anti-Sandinistas mobilized mainly in the country's Nordal-Central region. This second phase meant increasing Sandinista forces along the Honduran border to prevent the continuing re-infiltration of Contras as well as increasing the number of forces assigned to fight the Contras deep inside Nicaraguan territory. 51 The large Sandinista army and militias were being stretched thin. The second phase of the Sandinista army's counteroffensive led to another confrontation with Honduras. On September 13, according to a communiqué released by the Sandinistas, approximately 800 Contras were attempting to infiltrate into Nueva Segovia through the Las Vegas salient with Honduran army troops and the Honduran Air Force providing cover fire. Sandinista ground and airborne forces fought all day to repel the infiltration. In the afternoon the Honduran Air Force launched strikes against the Sandinista forces inside Nicaraguan territory. 52 The Honduran government's story was only a little different. President Suazo announced that the Honduran Air Force had struck positions in Nicaragua and shot down a Sandinista helicopter, but only after a Sandinista mortar attack. 402 The Reagan doctrine against positions inside Honduras killed at least 1 Honduran soldier and seriously wounded 8 others. 53 On September 14 the Honduran government declared a state of alert for land, sea, and air forces. President Suazo called an emergency session of the National Congress, and in an evening address on television and radio told the nation that the Honduran Air Force, in a limited defensive action, had repelled a Nicaraguan invasion. 54 Whether the Sandinistas invaded or only fired mortar shells across the border was of less importance than the aggressive posture assumed by the Honduran military, in stark contrast to its behavior in May. Clearly, the Honduran military had decided to provoke an exchange by letting the Contras pass through the salient and by providing cover fire for them. Whether or not the Hondurans' newfound confidence was due to the presence of large numbers of American soldiers in Honduran territory, the bombing of Nicaraguan positions was a shot across the Sandinistas' bow and a sign that the United States had, at least for the moment, improved its difficult relationship with the Honduran government. Meanwhile the fighting around Estelf and Chontales continued. On September 20, the Sandinistas reported resettling 200 peasant families to cooperatives from their homes in Estelf, a sign of the Contras' strength in the area. 5 General Joaquin Cuadra reported that 4,500 Contras were in action in the northern and central regions of the country, with 2,500 more prepared to move in from Honduras against Estelf. The Contras' aim, according to Cuadra, was to divide the Sandinista army between the fighting in Chontales and the conflict in Estelf, 200 kilometers to the north, and then try to occupy the northern city and take control of the Pan-American Highway. 56 The Honduran army continued to play a supporting role in this latest offensive. According to Cuadra, the Hondurans had placed 4 infantry battalions, 3 artillery battalions, and several armored units up near the border, thus protecting Contra forces from further Sandinista attempts to disrupt their infiltration. 57 Such was the military state of affairs in Nicaragua near the end of October when humanitarian aid from the United States was only just beginning to trickle into Contra camps in Honduras. October was the last month of the rainy season, and the Sandinistas welcomed the reprieve. The dry season will come soon, Humberto Ortega said, and it will be much easier to act against the enemy because we will be able to use our means of transportation, and deployment will be much easier. 58 Indeed, the onset of the dry season, and continuing supply problems on the Khan. I think we're surrounded. 403 Tras side, forced the guerrillas to pull back from their offensive in the last 2 months of 1985, regardless of the new flow of American aid. A significant portion of the troops began withdrawing back into Honduras, much to the chagrin of the Reagan administration and the Honduran government. The Contras summer offensive was another rude shock to the Sandinistas, but the future looked better to Humberto Ortega for the first time in over a year. Ortega was particularly pleased with the advances made in the air with the new Soviet helicopters, perhaps the most significant military development in the war. During the fighting at La Trinidad and Estel, he noted, the helicopters had played a critical role, and he cited as the Army's principal advance over 1984 the introduction of the different types of helicopters that we needed to support counterinsurgency operations, combat helicopters, and support helicopters. 59 The Contras agreed. The Soviet helicopter gunships were terrifying weapons for rebel forces in Nicaragua as in Afghanistan. Another advance over the previous year was the enormous growth of the Sandinista armed forces, now believed to number over 60,000 men, a growth Ortega considered of strategic significance. Still more were needed. In the next few weeks and months, Ortega declared in the middle of August, we are going to mobilize thousands of additional men because only through massive mobilization of the people will we be able to quickly end the war. At the end of August, Baracata printed the names of 4,000 youths who had to report for their physicals, and on September 2 Ortega officially announced resumption of the draft which had been suspended for 4 months. 68 Third improvement over the previous year was the Sandinistas' successful relocation of the rural population in the north, which had been so helpful to the Contras in 1984. Thousands of peasants who the Sandinistas believed supported the Contras were now in relocation camps. Other thousands were benefiting from changes in the agrarian reform program which were beginning to give them a stake in the revolution. Finally, almost all northern peasants, who in 1984 had seen Contras much more frequently than government troops in their remote hills, now saw mostly Sandinista army uniforms. Peasants that were confused because the revolution had not reached them, Humberto Ortega explained, or because we had committed errors, or because they feared the armed press. 404 The Reagan doctrines of the counter-revolutionaries coming from abroad, willingly or by force joined the counter-revolution. Just a couple of thousand were affected, and now they are affected less severely because the peasant sees the revolution and how we are hitting the counter-revolution. 61 The Contras, with their support structure thus severely weakened in traditional strongholds, had been forced to move into new areas like Estel and Chontales, and so their successes in these areas were signs of both strength and weakness. In the new regions, the Contras had to begin from nothing to establish their presence, instead of building on networks and relationships already in place. In effect, the Contras had lost an entire year of development, and Humberto Ortega, at least, was confident that they could not replicate their earlier successes. Most of the Contras were natives of Nueva Segovia, Jinotega, and Matagalpa, many fewer were from Estelf and Chontales. From the Sandinistas' point of view, the only serious problem arising from the battles of 1985 was the establishment by the Jorge Salazar forces of a near-permanent base in the center of the country. Humberto Ortega declared optimistically in October that we have brought to a defensive situation, a situation in which they do not have any prospects for strategic, military, and political development because they do not have their own social base for that. From the military point of view, even though we have not exterminated them and we think that will take time, they cannot, on their own, become an army capable of defeating us. That is impossible. 62 Humberto Ortega knew better than anyone, however, that wars were not won by military means alone. Earlier in the year, the Sandinistas had invited 2 Salvadoran guerrilla leaders to study the war against the Contras and recommend improvements in the Sandinistas' counterinsurgency efforts. The Salvadorans did not paint an optimistic picture. One told his Nicaraguan comrades that they were in a situation like Mozambique with South Africa. The war would drag on, and with American economic pressure the Sandinistas could be slowly strangled. 63 Even Humberto Ortega acknowledged that the Sandinistas would probably never obliterate the rebels entirely but would have to coexist with them so long as the United States continued to provide aid. 64 The Sandinistas understood from their own experience that all that was required for guerrillas to win was for the government to lose. In 1985 I think we're surrounded. 405 Sandinista leaders sometimes talked about losing. Ortega's rival, Tomás Borga, had said in April that the only revolutions which have been defeated are those which have been destroyed by the revolutionaries themselves. Revolutions are immortal provided the revolutionaries act in accordance with the laws of historical development. 65 To Borga, this meant hewing more closely to Marxist-Leninist principles and not succumbing to the threats and entreaties of the bourgeois imperialists. It also meant not giving in to bourgeois notions of popular support. Humberto Ortega was more worried about losing the support of important sectors of the population. Why does the United States want to aid the Contras at this time when they know that they are strategically defeated? Ortega asked. Because they want them to continue to pressure us, to economically weaken us, to distract us militarily so that we will not consolidate our army. The Contras were going to continue wearing us down while Reagan tried to completely drown our economy until a dissatisfied and disgusted people will turn against the revolution, and that will be the end of the revolution. 66. The deterioration of the Nicaraguan economy, which so concerned Ortega, had begun accelerating in 1984. By 1985 Sandinista leaders were flatly acknowledging that the economy was in crisis. During the early 80s, when the high price of oil and low price of export commodities depressed the economies of all Latin America, Nicaragua's economic problems did not stand out. Large amounts of foreign aid in the first 2 or 3 years masked weaknesses in the economy's productive capacity. But by 1984 the foreign aid had fallen dramatically, and when the other Central American countries began to pull out of their recessions, Nicaragua did not. Latin American countries averaged a 2.6% growth rate in 1984, Nicaragua's rate was 0.5. The low growth rate, combined with the high rate in the growth of the Nicaraguan population, resulted in a plummeting level of per capita gross national product. By the end of 1984, Nicaragua's per capita GNP hovered around $500, in the Western Hemisphere, only Haiti's, Bolivia's, and Honduras's were lower. 67. Nicaragua's debt of $4.5 billion, half of it owed to American banks, was requiring yearly interest and amortization payments of nearly $300 million. The Sandinistas did not want to default, but by 1985 Nicaragua had nevertheless become the first country ever to fall 6 months in arrears to the World Bank. In June of 1985, Nicaragua signed an agreement with the private banks to pay $15 million over the next year, while delaying the rest of the payments for 1 year. The agreement avoided the 406 the Reagan Doctrine fault. Nicaragua became one of a handful of countries declared value impaired by American bank regulators. 68 In addition, the Sandinistas still had not paid for past oil shipments from Mexico, a debt amounting to some $300 million. Without oil the Sandinista army, increasingly dependent on trucks and helicopters, would grind to a halt. Only the intercession of the Soviet Union had filled the gap left by Mexico. Even without the debt burden, Nicaragua's estimated $460 million in annual exports fell well short of the more than $700 million it needed to import raw materials and keep the economy afloat. The low prices of our export products, Daniel Ortega told his fellow Nicaraguans in February 1985, the financial obligations imposed by our creditors, and the economic damage caused by U.S. attacks have resulted in a shortage of foreign exchange. This has resulted in limitations in obtaining raw materials, spare parts, machinery, medicines, food, and basic products, all of which are vital resources for production and our people's survival. 69 The Sandinistas' answer to these problems from the beginning of 1985 had been to impose a traditional, capitalist austerity program. They tried to boost exports and cut government spending, they tried to remove price supports to cut spending and stimulate production, but without rising wages so much as to spark hyperinflation and increase the price of exported goods. Nothing much worked, however. Exports fell, in part because shortages of foreign exchange prevented the purchase of enough fertilizer and machinery for the growing and harvesting of crops, and so crop yields fell. Industrial production also declined sharply in 1985. The cuts in government spending, meanwhile, caused pain and anger at home, especially among those in Nicaragua who had been loyal to the revolution because they were the beneficiaries of the very programs now being cut. Over the course of 1985 the government reduced subsidies of foods, which earlier in the revolution had aided the cities at the expense of the countryside. And from February to May of 1985, prices were allowed to rise some 333% for major consumer goods. Wages were raised also, but not enough to keep up with this inflation. The worker will not enter paradise, Sandinista Directorate member Carlos Núñez stated after one large wage hike in February 1985. We're sent into a situation without any real training. We know of 2 cases where the mothers destroyed Sandinista coffins and bought their own so their sons would not be buried as soldiers. 84 One of the church's greatest offenses was its stand, along with the opposition parties, against the military draft and in favor of those who evaded it, this at a time when Humberto Ortega considered it essential to expand the size of his army to fight the Contras on 2 fronts. The church leaders would not be silenced, however. Efforts to divide the church by supporting a popular church based on liberation theology had failed. Obando traveled throughout the country and overseas. Nicaraguans, and the international press, followed his every word. Another potent and almost unassailable critic was La Prensa. In March the editor of La Prensa felt confident enough to tell a visiting group of Americans that aid to the Contras was fundamental to preventing the entrenchment of a communist regime in Nicaragua. War is an unfortunate thing, Jamie Chamorro said. We don't want it, but it is necessary to counter the Sandinistas. Contras fight with weapons and we, with political parties and the private sector, are putting up a different kind of battle. We are both working to prevent the entrenchment of a commune. I think we're surrounded 411ist regime in Nicaragua. 85 La Prensa, too, was a symbol, and almost as untouchable as the church, even though it had begun to receive money from the Americans' National Endowment for Democracy. 86 The link between such increasingly vocal domestic political opposition and the Contra War, even if only implicit, was intolerably dangerous for the government. This at least was the rationale for the Sandinistas' decision on October 15 to declare a new state of emergency with more sweeping restrictions on political and press rights. 8. The new restrictions seemed aimed principally at 2 sectors of the opposition, the church and La Prensa. Earlier in the month, officials from Borge's Interior Ministry had forcibly entered the offices of church spokesman Bismarck Carballo to prevent publication of a new magazine. 88 Following the October 15 announcement, La Prensa came under heavier censorship than ever before. Journalists estimated that, before the decrees, about 1/3 of La Prensa's articles had been censored. Afterwards, the proportion rose to 2/3. 89 With their international reputations and access to Western reporters and politicians, however, both La Prensa and the Catholic Church could still make their protests heard in Washington and around the world. Less fortunate were the other targets of the October crackdown. On October 19 the Sandinista government announced the arrests of 134 people accused of collaborating with the Contras, passing information, distributing propaganda, and planning acts of sabotage. 90 This was in Matagalpa alone. No doubt other collaborators were arrested in the other departments where fighting had been heavy. Although the Western press and the political debaters in Washington tended to focus on the effects of the new decrees on the church and La Prensa, the Sandinistas made no secret of their additional purpose in the countryside. In announcing the new decrees, President Daniel Ortega declared they were necessary to prevent the Contras from forming an internal front and provoking discontent and confusion among the masses. 91. The Sandinistas knew that their new decrees would bring a storm of criticism from the United States, and it was Daniel Ortega's unfortunate task to travel to New York for the United Nations General Assembly meeting at the end of October and defend the action as best he could. Much to his displeasure, he found another Nicaraguan in New York at the same time. Cardinal Obando was denouncing the Sandinistas' harassment of the Church in the most strident terms, and with great success. 412 The Reagan Doctrine. The most fervent American opponents of the Reagan administration's policy were befuddled and dismayed, even angry with the Sandinistas. President Ortega and his wife appeared on the Phil Donahue Show on October 22 to explain the government's actions to what was surely the largest American audience ever addressed by a Nicaraguan leader. Donahue was dejected. While he and millions of Americans were embarrassed by the Reagan administration's policies, Donahue told Ortega, the Sandinistas had nevertheless apparently scored, without meaning to, a tremendous public relations victory for the Reagan administration. The Sandinistas' October crackdown looks like the work. I'm not saying it is, Mr. President, it looks like the work of a fascist government. How could you impose such radical measures on your own people at a time when you claim to be on the edge of victory? 7. Ortega patiently tried to explain that when you're at the point of reaching a victory, but you have an opponent who has many resources, then you have to make a maximum effort to assure your victory, and thus bring nearer the possibilities for peace. But Donahue responded, you've snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. You've got the whole Catholic Church angry with you. Let them speak. Your revolution is popular. 72 Liberal columnist Mary Migrori, in a column entitled Ortega Has No Use for Friends, declared that Ortega knew he was a terrible trial for people in the United States who have gone bail for him, but he was nevertheless washing his hands of his congressional sympathizers, as they doubtless will of him, leaving Reagan free to continue the inconclusive war and all the misery it entails for Nicaragua. 93. As for the American moderates' hopes that their humanitarian aid bill might prod the Sandinistas to be more forthcoming in the Contadora negotiations, once again it had the opposite effect. The day the House had approved McCurdy's bill, the Sandinistas announced in a communiqué that the entire agenda of the Contadora talks would have to be reviewed and adjusted to the actual political conditions in the Central American region. On June 17, Tinoco said the Sandinistas were no longer interested in discussing theoretical formulas for future peace while the war goes marching on. Further talk about security issues and verification had to be set aside in favor of an in-depth discussion of the fundamental problems affecting the Central American region, above all, continuing U.S. aid to the Contras. For the next 4 months, the Sandinistas refused to discuss further any of the pending issues in the draft treaty until U.S. aggression ended. The Contadora group, led by Mexico, tried "I think we're surrounded" 413 to meet Sandinista demands by calling for the resumption of bilateral talks between the United States and Nicaragua. But Secretary Schultz reiterated in Mexico City on July 26 that the United States would only resume those talks if the Sandinistas agreed to begin a dialogue with the Contras. 94 The Contadora group's call for bilateral talks, however, encouraged the Sandinistas to hold firm in their refusal to proceed with any negotiations. The price the Sandinistas paid was gradual isolation. The Contadora group did not hold another meeting with the 5 Central American governments until September 12. At that meeting the group tabled a third draft of the treaty, in hopes of resuming discussions. The draft was not to the Sandinistas' liking. It struck a compromise between the September 1984 draft the Sandinistas had agreed to sign and the Tegucigalpa draft drawn up by the other 4 Central American governments with U.S. support in October 1984. As a compromise, it had necessarily moved closer to the position of the 4 and further from what the Sandinistas had been willing to accept the previous year. On 2 points in particular, international military maneuvers and the timing of negotiations on arms and troop limits, the draft was closer to American demands for simultaneous and verifiable actions by all sides. The Sandinistas objected to the changes. 95 At the next set of meetings on October 7 in Panama, Costa Rica announced it would sign the draft. El Salvador and Honduras expressed general support with reservations. Guatemala as usual said nothing, and Nicaragua declared it was not ready to give its views. 96. On November 11, the Nicaraguan government released a letter from Daniel Ortega to the Contadora Group presidents outlining Nicaragua's objections to the latest draft, and the Sandinistas withdrew once more from any further consideration of the draft. They declared that Contadora had been crushed and that the Latin American countries were a disgrace. 97 On December 3 the Nicaraguan government submitted a formal request that the Contadora talks be suspended until at least May of 1986. 98 On December 9, the OAS General Assembly voted 25-1 to urge that the Contadora talks continue. Nicaragua alone voted against the resolution. The Sandinistas stood firmly by their new position. All American aggression against Nicaragua had to stop before discussions about a Contadora treaty could resume. 99. 38. The $100 million aid vote. Round 1. An thing that had occurred in the month since passage of McCurdy's bill surprised Reagan administration officials. On the contrary, the Sandinistas fulfilled all the administration's worst predictions, increased its determination to press ahead for a full program of military aid to the Contras, and appeared to provide the necessary justification to seek the support of Congress. The Reagan administration's attitude toward the Sandinistas could have been described by Lenin's dictum, "The worse the better." Other events at the end of the year helped strengthen the administration's case for new aid to the Contras. At the end of November, a Nicaraguan helicopter shot down by Contra forces near the Honduran border was found to have Cuban soldiers aboard. On December 5 the new Assistant Secretary of State, Elliott Abrams, told a congressional committee that intelligence analysts had been receiving more and more reports of Cuban involvement as part of what Abrams called a massive Soviet and Cuban intervention in Central America. General Ochoa had just recently ended his tour in Nicaragua. He had publicly received a decoration from Humberto Ortega and was promptly replaced by another high-ranking Cuban general. American officials believed Cuban advisors were now also involved at all levels of the Nicaraguan counterinsurgency effort, down to very small units of the Nicaraguan army. Abrams. 414. The $100 million aid vote. Round 141. 5. Warned that we may be seeing Cubans move into a combat role on the mainland of North America. He argued that Congress ought to renew military aid to the Contras or we are going to be seeing a Soviet base in Nicaragua. Later in the month a small car crashed in Honduras and was discovered to contain weapons, money, and communications equipment from Nicaragua destined for the Salvadoran guerrillas. The Sandinistas virtually acknowledged their continuing support for the guerrillas when Daniel Ortega strongly implied that, in response to the Contras' acquisition of anti-aircraft weapons, the Sandinistas might provide the Salvadoran guerrillas with similar weapons. 2. On December 14 President Reagan appealed to the American people in a radio address, if Nicaragua can get material support from communist states and terrorist regimes, should not the forces fighting for liberty, now numbering over 20,000, be entitled to more effective help? 3. In the second half of December Abrams and other officials began discussing with conservative and moderate congressmen the prospects for passing military aid for the Contras in 1986. Senator Lugar, a pragmatic and respected Republican on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, believed military aid to the Contras could pass, if the proposal was done right. 4. Abrams and his colleagues needed little encouragement. On January 10 President Reagan decided to ask Congress for $100 million in new aid to the Contras, $70 million of which was to be explicitly for military assistance, with all restrictions against the CIA and Department of Defense lifted. The $100 million request was by far the Reagan administration's most audacious. After years of uncertainty and pretense, the new request represented a straightforward statement of the administration's goals in Nicaragua. $100 million was not harassment but full-fledged war. Openly aimed at increasing the Contras' capacity to fight a full-scale war against the Sandinista army, The request challenged Congress to end its own equivocations of the previous year and to choose war over peace. The request was the product of a new consensus within the Reagan administration that had been lacking in years past, when the means and ends of Nicaragua policy had been constantly debated amidst accusations of disloyalty or incompetence. From December 1985 through the first votes in March 1986, Secretaries Shultz and Weinberger, CIA Director William Casey, the new National Security Advisor John Poindexter, the Chief of Staff Don Reagan, and the President himself all favored military aid, and from 416 the Reagan Doctrine the START ruled out the possibility of settling for less. 5. Despite the usual efforts by the press to find disagreements between administration hawks and doves, between ideologues and pragmatists, there were only hawks and ideologues to be found. This new consensus had several causes. Chief among these were the dismal results of efforts since August to provide humanitarian aid to the Contras. The State Department had most reluctantly accepted responsibility for managing the disbursement of aid, and the new Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office established at the State Department was plagued by problems from the first day. The program approved by Congress was necessarily an anomaly, overt in the United States but covered in Honduras. Much as Reagan officials feared when they first rejected the overt option in early 1985, the Hondurans refused to let State Department officials work in Honduras and manage the purchase, receipt, and delivery of goods, because to do so would be to acknowledge that the Contras were based in Honduras. The NHAO officials, therefore, could not monitor most of the purchase and delivery of goods but had to accept the word of the Contras and, later, CIA intelligence reports that the goods were indeed arriving. The problem arose when funds were sent to the region to pay the Contras suppliers. The State Department did not have any means of fully monitoring how all monies were spent, nor any way of proving that items purchased eventually reached their destination. This in turn led to a scandal in the United States. When the General Accounting Office, the investigative arm of Congress, audited the NHAO accounts, it found, among other things, that the State Department did not have procedures and controls which would allow it to provide assurances that the funds are being used for the purposes intended by law and are not being diverted to other uses. Already by the end of 1985, reports that monies appropriated by Congress had been diverted or misspent or embezzled by Contra leaders were raising trouble in Congress. While the GAO found no evidence of malfeasance, 6. The State Department could not prove that none had occurred, and over the course of 1986 the administration had a most difficult time meeting the charges. Congressman Barnes declared the administration once again in violation of the law. 7. A more serious problem was that goods intended for the Contras did not in fact reach them for months, not because of malfeasance but because of the Honduran government. The first airplane full of NHAO supplies did not leave the United States for Honduras until October 8 for the $1.00 million aid vote, round 1, 417 months after the House passed McCurdy's Hill. The second flight left New Orleans on October 10, with an NBC camera crew aboard courtesy of Adolfo Calero's brother, who was managing the shipments in New Orleans. When the plane arrived in Honduras, on the military side of Tuncontin Airport, the Honduran army officials who greeted it were mortified to find American television reporters. The Honduran government summarily cancelled all further NHAO flights into Honduras and could not be persuaded to allow flights to resume until February 1986, 1 month before the expiration of the humanitarian aid legislation. 8. Throughout those 5 months, the NHAO officials had to rely even more on purchases made in Central America, thus exposing themselves to even more criticism from Congress due to the lack of an audit trail for such expenses. 9. As a further consequence of the Honduran blockade and other problems, by the beginning of March only $1 million out of the $27 million voted by Congress had actually been delivered into the hands of the Democratic resistance in the region, according to the director of NHAO. 10. In response to complaints from Congress in December about the way the State Department was handling the delivery of humanitarian aid, Elliott Abrams spoke for the entire administration when he said, "If this program is unpleasing to you, it's not exactly the greatest program in the world from our point of view either. 11 Secretary Schultz was particularly eager to get the resupply operation out of his State Department. The humanitarian aid program had been a military disaster for the Contras as well as a logistical problem for Washington officials. Since November 1985, Contra forces had retreated from Nicaragua in droves, and the ragged rebel forces were an alarming sight to CIA officials who watched them straggle into Honduras. Many of the troops entered Honduras barefoot. 12 By the beginning of 1986, more than two-thirds of all Contra forces were sitting in their camps across the border, awaiting supplies that did not arrive, causing anxiety to the Honduran government and inviting a repetition of the May 1985 Sandinista incursion. For the first time in years, the Contras made no effort to disrupt the coffee harvest in the northern countryside. 13 When it finally did arrive, the humanitarian aid voted by Congress was spent feeding the rebels in Honduras rather than in Nicaragua. By the time the next rainy season came in May, therefore, much of the humanitarian aid voted by Congress almost a year earlier had been used up without contributing to any Contra offensive. The Sandinistas, meanwhile, took advantage of the Contras' retreat to push new roads further up the Bocay Valley, to set up strong positions along the 418 the Reagan Doctrine Coco River, and to make preparations to block the next wave of rebel infiltration. At the end of February, American officials were telling reporters they feared the Contra war against the Sandinistas could collapse in 1986. The New York Times' James Lemoyne wrote that the Contras were in the worst military condition since formation in 1982. 14. Reagan officials believed the new $100 million aid request was essential not only to provide the Contras with weapons, but to perfect a resupply system that would enable the Contra fighters to get back into Nicaragua and stay there. The Contras still lacked all but the most primitive means of supplying their troops deep inside Nicaragua, or even just across the border. They had a difficult enough time transporting supplies of weapons and materiel from storage depots in one part of Honduras to staging areas in another. Reagan officials believed a new resupply operation run by either the CIA or the Defense Department was desperately needed. Those few officials who knew of Oliver North's nascent efforts to set up an air resupply system for the Contras could not have placed much faith in that answer to the problem. The operation run by Richard Seconds Ord, later to become famous in the Iran-Contra scandal, had gotten off to a very slow start and was not doing any better than NHAO at delivering supplies to the Contras. North had first asked Secord to set up a logistics operation in July 1985, but the first supply flight did not take off until February 1986. The plane lost an engine flying toward Contra camps in Honduras and crash-landed after the crew jettisoned all the supplies they were carrying. The first flight carrying weapons arrived later in the month, but this was actually a NHAO flight, used surreptitiously by Secord's crew to deliver weapons. 16 Secord's operation did not begin flying regular missiles until March, and even these were mostly flights from storage areas to staging areas in Honduras carrying weapons already purchased by the Contras with the Saudi money. Few of the flights made airdrops to troops inside Nicaragua. Neither North, nor presumably those officials who knew of his efforts, could believe that these private operations were any substitute for a well-funded program run by the CIA and the Defense Department. 18 The traumatic experience of supplying the Contras under McCurdy's 1985 compromise legislation greatly contributed to the wide consensus within the administration not to make any similar compromises in 1986. Most officials agreed it would be better to lose in Congress than to accept another year, or even another month, of humanitarian aid. The $1.00 million aid vote round won 4-1. 9. Nor did Reagan officials believe they would have to compromise with Congress in 1986. In the 5 years since Enders formulated his lowball option for pressuring the Sandinistas, the political and ideological landscape of the United States had been transformed. The debate over the administration's policies in Central America had calmed. 5 years after Enders set forth his strategy for El Salvador, Congress was regularly voting enormous amounts of military and economic aid to the popular Duarte government and was close to approving military aid to Guatemala for the first time in years. Contra aid remained controversial, but by 1986 the Contras struggle was now only one of 4 covert wars the Congress was openly supporting around the world. Aid to the Afghan Mujahedin, to the Cambodian anti-communist rebels, and to the forces of Jonas Savimbi in Angola was gathering support among moderate and conservative Democrats concerned about their party's image. The decline of political opposition to the Reagan administration's policies helped bring unity within the administration. To an extent not sufficiently understood by many observers, the divisions in the Reagan administration had been the consequence of external political pressures more than of disagreements over policy. For Reagan administration officials from Enders to Motley to Schultz, pursuing the diplomatic track had been principally a response to congressional pressure. So too, of course, was the idea for humanitarian aid, which no administration official favored. In 1986 the pragmatists no longer had to counsel restraint in dealing with a Congress in which many Democrats were looking to toughen their party's image. Secretary Schultz, for one, had less reason to worry that a constant clash with Congress over Contra aid would detract from the administration's ability to carry out other policies around the world. Fresh from the successful first summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in November 1985, Schultz threw himself into the battle with Congress over Contra aid. Contrary to the assertion by some observers that Schultz effectively withdrew from the highly politicized low-gain Nicaragua dispute, Schultz brought more energy than ever to the fight, yelling at reluctant congressmen and pounding the table for emphasis at committee hearings. 20 Calling Sandinista Nicaragua a cancer, right here on our land mass. Has tried to spread itself around in a fundamentally evil way. Schultz demanded that Congress help those Nicaraguans who were trying to attain freedom and independence in their country. 21. Another reason for the new unity in the administration was Elliott Abrams, who had replaced Langhorne Motley as Assistant Secretary of 420 the Reagan Doctrine State for Latin American Affairs in the summer of 1985. The shift from Motley to Abrams marked the final step in the gradual transition from the limited objectives and halfway measures of Enders's original lowball strategy to the all-out military effort represented by the $100 million request. While Motley had inherited and kept alive an active diplomatic track that was favored by Secretary Schultz, Abrams had inherited a negotiating process that was moribund and a Secretary of State who was disinclined to renew it. Abrams made clear from the beginning that he opposed negotiations with the Sandinistas as a general matter, and he certainly opposed talks without the leverage provided by a well-armed Contra army. Replacing Motley's and Enders's quiet advocacy of diplomatic solutions, Abrams became the administration's most forceful and articulate spokesman for aid to the Contras. As a young, neoconservative intellectual and former Scoop Jackson Democrat, Abrams more than Motley or Enders saw himself not only as a policymaker but as a combatant in the war of ideas. Described by one of his colleagues as a combative, unapologetic defender of U.S. policy who found it congenitally difficult to show respect for those, particularly McGovernite liberals, for whom he had no respect, Abrams enraged staunch opponents of Contra aid. 22 But he began with a good reputation among moderate and conservative Democrats, who recalled his work as an advocate for human rights and democratic reform in Chile, El Salvador, and other countries with right-wing dictatorships. 23 Until the explosion of the Iran-Contra scandal at the end of 1986, many moderate Democrats considered Abrams one of the most reasonable, effective, and cooperative members of the administration. 24. The Reagan administration's newfound determination to seek military aid for the Contras, however, was unwelcome to the moderates who were still digesting the consequences of their vote for humanitarian aid. McCarthy's bill in 1985 had been a hesitant, halfway measure by Congress, designed to buy time and give peace a chance. The new request, and the manner in which it was presented by administration officials, stripped the matter bare of soothing bromides. The Reagan administration now challenged Congress both to approve this commitment to see matters through to the end and to take responsibility for future events and future decisions yet unforeseen. This was not what most of the 70 to 80 moderates who voted for McCarthy's bill in June believed they had signed up for. The $100 million aid vote. Round 1 421. Even before the Reagan administration began talking about military aid, some moderates had begun to renounce their earlier vote for humanitarian aid. 2. At the beginning of February, about 30 Democrats sent a letter to President Reagan asking him to announce that you are postponing any decision on what kind of Contra funding to request until March 26. In the meantime, the congressman asked Reagan to launch a major diplomatic initiative, to put the power, prestige, and good offices of the U.S. clearly and unequivocally behind the upcoming efforts of the Contadora Group to seek a negotiated end to the bloodshed in Central America. Of the 29 signers of the letter, 16 were moderate Democrats who had supported McCurdy's bill in June after voting against Contra aid in April. The letter went unanswered for months. On February 5, McCurdy suggested in an op-ed article in the New York Times that he would vote against military aid if the president did not accede to their demand. 27. Neither the letter nor McCurdy's article contained any specific proposals concerning the kind of negotiated settlement the United States ought to support. Approval of more aid, McCurdy declared, depended on the president's ability to persuade moderate members of the House that he stands by his pledge, made in an open letter to me in June, that his administration is determined to pursue political, not military solutions in Central America. The Democrats' letter made only two specific demands: first, that the president appoint a bipartisan delegation of leading supporters and opponents of Contra aid to accompany administration officials to a meeting with FADN leaders to explore how the U.S. can best support Contadora, and second, to meet with the presidents of the Contadora Group to explore any actions the U.S. might take to facilitate a diplomatic solution. The moderates did not hazard a guess as to how determined the Sandinistas were to pursue political, not military solutions. Some simply declared the Sandinistas were ready to reach a settlement. Congressman Richardson, for instance, had speculated in November 1985 that the Sandinistas were now ready to deal 2 weeks after the Nicaraguan government had formally withdrawn from the Contadora negotiations. 28. Some of the moderates were more interested in avoiding a vote on new military aid than in determining the willingness of the Sandinistas to reach an agreement. At the time McCurdy was making his demands, in fact, the Sandinistas were trying to put an end to the Contadora negotiations. On January 8, President Ortega had sent a letter to the Contadora Group proposing an 422 the Reagan Doctrine altogether new diplomatic process which would abandon the search for the comprehensive treaty sought by Contadora in favor of bilateral non-aggression pacts between Nicaragua and her neighbors. The proposal, as intended, drove the Contadora governments to take steps to keep the Sandinistas from departing the negotiations. On January 11 to 12, the 8 foreign ministers of the Contadora and Support Group 29 met in Carabalita, Venezuela, and released a declaration that appeared to shift the negotiations significantly in the Sandinistas' favor. Fearing the possible risk of cessation of diplomatic accession, the ministers called for renewal of the Contadora negotiations but also encouraged the re-establishment of conversations between the governments of the United States and Nicaragua, in order to settle their differences and to identify possible forms of agreement. 30. In addition, the Contadora ministers called for an immediate end to all support for guerrilla forces in Central America, thus taking one provision out of the comprehensive treaty and making it a prior action necessary to create a climate of mutual trust for the negotiation of the treaty. Similarly, the message of Carabalita called for immediate suspension of international military maneuvers prior to the signing of a treaty. The new proposal aimed at the simultaneity that the United States and its allies had successfully reinserted into the Contadora draft treaty. Instead, the United States would have to end aid to the Contras and suspend military maneuvers as an incentive for the Sandinistas to return to the talks. 31. The Contadora Group also dismissed the administration's position, hitherto shared by McCurdy and other moderates, that the Sandinistas should hold a dialogue with the Contras. When the Sandinistas insisted that the United States must not only be willing to resume the dialogue, but also to abandon the idea of turning it into an instrument to force Nicaragua to hold an immoral dialogue with terrorist forces, the Contadora Group agreed. 12. The Contadora Group's ambassadors in Washington delivered the message of Carabalita to Secretary Schultz, who accepted it without comment. When McCurdy and his colleagues demanded that the Reagan administration explore how the U.S. can best support Contadora, therefore, they already knew Contadora's answer: stop aid to the Contras immediately, end all military maneuvers, conduct bilateral talks with the Sandinistas, and drop the demand that the Sandinistas meet with the Contras. McCurdy and his colleagues stopped short of making these demands their own, since most had already endorsed Arturo Cruz's earlier proposal for the $1.00 million aid vote round 423 negotiations between the Sandinistas and Contras. McCurdy simply called on the Reagan administration to propose and sign a peace agreement that would be so reasonable, in Latin American terms, that the Sandinistas cannot reject it without destroying whatever legitimacy they have in the eyes of the world. 33. In congressional hearings at the end of February, Secretary Schultz explained in detail why the administration opposed any delay in requesting Contra aid, much less the unconditional resumption of bilateral talks with Nicaragua. The Sandinistas' game plan, Schultz argued, was to somehow or other persuade people not to help the Contras for long enough so that, with this big Soviet buildup of advanced weapons, they will wipe them out before we wake up. So I am a little dubious about proposals to hold off while negotiations take place. Senator Claiborne Pell told Schultz the United States should let the Contadora countries and the support group take the lead, but Schultz responded that such a course meant leaving defense of American security interests up to the Soviets, the Cubans, and the Nicaraguan communists. Schultz insisted that before any negotiations could succeed, Congress had to approve Contra aid first. If you do not have any cards to play, he argued, you cannot get into the card game. The Sandinistas might eventually be willing to negotiate on American terms, but only when the present government sees that it cannot win militarily, that it is losing its base of support, and that its best hope for retaining some part in the government of the country is to sit down and negotiate. Under those circumstances, it will do it. Schultz stood firm against the kinds of compromises moderate Democrats were requesting. Here is a program there and the Congress either supports it or does not support it, it is not to be fussed around with. 34. On February 25, President Reagan formally delivered his $100 million request to Congress. Without the support of some moderate Democrats and Republicans, however, the administration's request had little chance of passing. House Democratic leaders counting votes in both parties were confident of victory. 35. Reagan officials, who had mistaken their own enthusiasm and unanimity for that of Congress, were surprised to find themselves apparently dead in the water. The opposition in Congress, Buchanan admitted, was broader and deeper than we thought. Having announced the new proposal, however, administration officials were reluctant to compromise. Instead, the president and his advisers first tried to bludgeon Congress into acquiescing. They set Buchanan free to make the case clearly, boldly 424 the Reagan doctrine and starkly, as he and other conservatives had wanted to do in 1985. To Buchanan this meant turning the debate into a sharply partisan confrontation. 36. On March 5 Buchanan published an op-ed article in the Washington Post asserting that the Democratic Party had become, with Moscow, co-guarantor of the Brezhnev Doctrine in Central America. The Democratic Party's vote on the president's $100 million request would reveal whether it stands with Ronald Reagan and the resistance or Daniel Ortega and the communists. 37 speeches written for President Reagan at the beginning of March contained the same kind of attacks in only slightly less partisan form. If the members of Congress hide their heads in the sand and pretend the strategic threat in Nicaragua will go away, Reagan warned, they are courting disaster and history will hold them accountable. The map of Central America would be covered in a sea of red, eventually lapping at our own borders. 38. Buchanan's aggressive tactics certainly made Southern Democrats nervous. While Tip O'Neill declared bravely on March 12 that there would be no deals, other congressional leaders said they were scared to death that pull another rabbit out of the hat, turn another loser into a winner, and leave us totally vulnerable. 39. At the same time, however, the raw partisanship of Buchanan's attacks sent some Democrats rallying around their party leaders. Democrats charged that Buchanan's statements amounted to red-baiting and McCarthyism. 40 even moderate Republicans, themselves unenthusiastic about military aid for the Contras, complained about the administration's highly offensive distort ions. 41 conservative lobbying groups across the country, employing the same strong rhetoric as Buchanan, did more harm than good for the administration's cause. In the Florida district of Buddy McKay, Citizens for Reagan ran newspaper ads with the headline "Whose buddy is he? Your congressman and communist Nicaragua." McKay took a defiant stand and said the conservatives could take their out-of-state campaign and shove it. 42 The National Conservative Political Action Committee sent letters to Democratic members warning them not to drive a nail into the coffin of liberty and democracy in Nicaragua and enclosed a nail in the envelope. One Southern Democratic congressman sent a letter back enclosing a screw. 45. Buchanan, to be sure, was at least as interested in attacking the Democratic Party as in winning approval for aid to the Contras. His conviction that it was more important to frame the issues clearly and place blame where it belonged than to win any given vote was a legacy of the Vietnam the $1.00 miliardi aid vote round 1425 war. In the eyes of many conservatives, Democratic congressmen and liberal activists had forced an American surrender and then escaped blame for the consequences of their actions. When the Democrats lost Nicaragua, Buchanan was determined that the American people should know who was responsible. Having voted to abandon Southeast Asia to Hanoi and Moscow, Buchanan wrote, the Democratic Party would not likely survive the ceding of Central America to the Warsaw Pact. Many leading Republican members of Congress felt the same way. Congressman Lott declared that if the Reagan administration lost the vote for Contra aid, my recommendation will be that we walk away from it and say that Tip O'Neill and the Democrats lost Nicaragua. 44 President Reagan, however, was more interested in winning the vote than in setting the historical record straight. Within days of Buchanan's editorial, Reagan took a more conciliatory tack, suggesting that members of Congress act not as Republicans, nor as Democrats, but as Americans. 45 By the end of the first week of March, the Reagan administration, still short by as many as 20 to 25 votes in the House, began talking about a compromise. Abrams held talks with moderates in both houses, and McCurdy predicted the administration would be dragged kicking and screaming to another position. 46 From the beginning of the year McCurdy had insisted no military aid could be passed unless the Reagan administration made a greater effort to pursue a diplomatic settlement. In March McCurdy proposed, as a Coney promise, that Congress approve the president's request but bar the expenditure of the military aid for several months while the administration resumed bilateral negotiations with the Sandinistas. If the Sandinistas refused to talk, or negotiated in bad faith, then Congress could vote again to release the military aid. 47 A similar plan was proposed in the Senate by Tennessee Democrat Jim Sasser, although Sasser's plan called for a full 6-week delay. Reagan officials were unhappy with both proposals. The president insisted a 6-week delay was too long, but Sasser correctly surmised that administration officials were smelling defeat on the question of direct aid to the Contras and were starting to feel around for a compromise position that might be acceptable to all sides. 46. By the middle of March Reagan declared he would be willing to talk about a 60 or 75-day delay in releasing aid to the Contras. 41 In the meantime the Reagan administration tried to appease the Democrats' desire for more negotiations by appointing a new special envoy to replace a tired Schlotterman, who after more than 50 meetings with Central American 426 the Reagan Doctrine leaders over 2 years had lost his value as a symbol of hope for a negotiated settlement. At the suggestion of Schultz and Abrams, the president appointed Philip Habib, one-time negotiator in the Middle East who, at the beginning of March, was fresh from a successful mission to help ease out Philippine President Marcos. President Reagan sent Habib immediately to Central America for talks with officials in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. Reagan even suggested that Habib might go on to Nicaragua, if there could be any benefit in such a visit. Habib's first destination, however, was Capitol Hill, where he told members that if they sent him to Central America without something in my toolbox, the Sandinistas will laugh at me. 51 With both McCurdy and the administration agreeing that disbursement of military aid could be delayed while diplomatic efforts proceeded, the only outstanding issue was who would decide whether or not to release the aid when the time came. Moderate Democrats led by McCurdy in the House and by Sasser in the Senate insisted that the military aid could only be released by another vote in Congress. Republicans and Reagan officials insisted the decision had to be left to the president. On this point the negotiations between McCurdy and the administration broke down. McCurdy and other moderate Democrats suspected the Reagan administration opposed any negotiated settlement with the Sandinistas and that the president's decision to disperse the military assistance was a foregone conclusion. That meant a vote for the president's proposal amounted to a vote for military aid, regardless of the delay. Reagan officials, on the other hand, suspected that McCurdy and his colleagues did not want to vote for military aid at any time, that they were looking for a way to avoid such a vote altogether, and that their demand for a negotiated settlement was really a demand for an American capitulation. Agreeing to give Congress another vote, therefore, meant continuing the disastrous humanitarian aid program indefinitely. Reagan officials still hoped that the president could overawe his opponents by appealing directly to the American public. On March 16 Reagan addressed the nation on television, and both sides paused in their negotiations to see what impact the great communicator might have on American public opinion. Reagan gave the speech Buchanan and other conservatives had long been clamoring for. He warned of the mounting danger that threatened the security of the United States. The unfolding strategic nightmare the president described began with the Soviet Union and Cuba using Nicaragua as a base to become the dominant the $100 million aid vote round 427 power in the crucial corridor between North and South America. From there they would be in a position to threaten the Panama Canal, interdict our vital Caribbean sea lanes, and, ultimately, move against Mexico. Presumably saving the worst for last, the president warned that, should the Soviets move against Mexico, desperate Latin peoples by the millions would begin fleeing north into the cities of the southern United States. The president's speech was aimed directly at the constituents of Southern Democrats, whom White House speechwriter cynically Hutt probably correctly suspected of having greater fear of Latin immigration than of Soviet interdiction of American sea lanes and the fall of Mexico to communism. Reagan's speech gave no hint of compromise, nor paid much attention to the question of negotiations. Reagan did not utter the word Contadora, nor mention Philip Habib, nor hint at any new effort to pursue talks. Reagan more than hinted at the pressure he wanted to put on members of Congress, however. Echoing Buchanan's March 5 article, the president insisted the Congress must decide where it stands. It would be remembered as that body of men and women that either stopped the communists before it was too late or did not. 52 The president asked the American people to contact their congressmen directly and urge them to help the freedom fighters help us prevent a communist takeover of Central America. 53. Reagan's lack of subtlety was an effective tactic for the South. The Democrats' response, read by Tennessee's Senator Sasser, emphasized the degree to which the Democratic Party agreed with Reagan about what our goals should be in Central America, about the behavior of the Sandinistas, and about the principle that Nicaragua must never become a base for Soviet military adventurism in this hemisphere. Never. The Democrats' only concern, Sasser suggested, was that President Reagan was seizing military options before he has exhausted the hope of a peaceful solution. With subtlety equal to Reagan's, Sasser concluded that as the father of a 17-year-old son, I say, Mr. President, let's not rush blindly into that quagmire. We've done that before. 54. The president's speech brought an increase in public support for Contra aid as much as a 12-point jump in one poll. 5. Its effect in the South was sufficient to make House Democratic leaders even more nervous. Congressman Jim Chapman had been in office less than a year after winning a special election in his staunchly conservative Texas district by a margin of 50.9 to 49.1. After Reagan's speech on March 16, Chapman's aides said his Texas constituents saw the communist presence in Central 428 the Reagan Doctrine America as an immediate threat, and that consequently the congressman was wide open on the question of Contra aid. 56 Chapman received special briefings from the CIA and a personal meeting with Reagan. A handful of other Southern Democrats, like Marilyn Lloyd of Tennessee and Alberto Bustamante of Texas, were also wavering as late as March 18, the day before debate was to begin. Between Reagan's speech and his appointment of Habib, the president had moved closer to securing a major ITY in what was certain to be a very close vote. 5 At the same time, compromise proposals were proliferating. Speaker O'Neill and the Democratic leadership recognized that one of these compromises might just give Reagan enough Southern votes to win. O'Neill had originally established the voting procedure to permit no amendments to the president's proposal, which would either pass or fail on a single vote. Designed to prevent McCurdy from repeating his victory of the previous year, which liberal Democrats had rued even more than the Reagan administration, O'Neill's tactic was a reassertion of his prerogatives as Speaker and an attempt to deal Reagan a clear defeat on this most contentious of issues. By the day before the vote, however, O'Neill recognized that he once again lacked the strength to defeat Reagan's proposal on a straight vote. And once again, McCurdy held the balance. The moderates wanted to vote for some form of Contra aid, even if they were reluctant to support the president's plan. McCurdy, who was still negotiating with Reagan officials, warned O'Neill that some of his colleagues would have to vote with the president if given no other choice. O'Neill finally gave in and made McCurdy an offer he could not refuse. If McCurdy and his group would vote with the party leadership against the president on March 19, O'Neill promised to give McCurdy a chance to offer his own alternative Contra aid proposal on April 15. O'Neill's concession was an admission that there was no longer any stopping aid to the Contras. 58 Perhaps Reagan was short of a majority for his own proposal, but O'Neill and the liberal Democrats were also short of majority to oppose further aid to the Nicaraguan rebels. O'Neill's concession turned the tide in the March 19 vote. Moderate Democrats announced they would vote against the president's proposal in anticipation of voting for an alternative Contra aid proposal a month hence. McCurdy continued negotiating with Reagan officials until the last minute, but the two sides could find no compromise on the question of releasing the military aid. "I need something more than a letter of a promise from the president," McCurdy told reporters. "He needs pressure." The $1.00 million aid vote round won 429 from Congress. The talks broke down in mutual accusations of bad faith. 59 On March 20, with McCurdy's group of Democrats standing firm with the House leadership, the House defeated the president's proposal. 222. 210. The vote against Contra aid in March 1986 was deceptive, for the Speaker's control of legislative procedures had turned a probable majority in favor of aid into a temporary 7 majority against it. 60 The moderate Democrats led by McCurdy remained an insurmountable obstacle to O'Neill's efforts to kill Contra aid. Whether out of political fear exacerbated by Reagan's speech, or out of a conviction that pressure on the Sandinistas was necessary to achieve a variety of moral and strategic goals, McCurdy and other Southern Democrats were determined that Contra aid in some form must pass. As it was, 46 Democrats voted for the president's proposal, 39 of these from the South. The president's defeat, in fact, owed as much to Republican defections as to the loss of McCurdy's Democrats. 16 Republicans, all from the North, voted against their president. These defections were the natural if unintended consequence of Buchanan's political strategy, which had been designed to frighten Southern voters without appeasing the more liberal sensibilities of the North. Republicans from northern blue-collar districts found their pro-Contra stance costly. Even Minority Leader Michel reported that people in his district were more worried about jobs and losing their farms than about a red map of Central America. 61 In the Pennsylvania offices of Republican Senator Arlen Specter, telephone calls after the president's March 16 speech were evenly divided between opponents and supporters of aid. Pennsylvania Congressman Tom Ridge, who had won his seat in 1982 by a margin of 50.2 to 49.8, while other Republicans in the state lost during the recession, voted against the president. The administration, he complained, had ignored moderates like him, and this problem had been exacerbated by the rhetoric. 62 Chalmers Wiley had held his Republican seat in Ohio since 1966 and had supported the president 5 times on contra-aid votes in previous years. He had second thoughts, however, when phone calls from his district ran heavily against the president after the speech. Wiley voted against the proposal, hoping the Sandinistas would take it as a sign of peace and friendship. 63 Congressman John Rowland of Connecticut was a freshman Republican trying to hold on to his seat in a district where registered Democrats outnumbered Republicans. He voted against Reagan despite an imploring phone call from the president. 64 430 The Reagan Doctrine. The loss of these Republicans was vexing to Republican leaders and White House officials. On the other hand, they knew they had only to win back 7 of the 16 to pass their aid bill the next time. They were likely to gain at least as many Southern Democrats. Despite their defeat on March 19, therefore, Republicans and White House officials did not believe they would have to accept even McCurdy's terms for a compromise. "I'll frame this as the day they voted for communism in Nicaragua," Congressman Lott declared after the vote. And, looking to the future, Lott told reporters, "I'm not going to vote for a pile of pabulum with Dave McCurdy's name on it." 65. 39. It's not easy selling McCurdy. He defeat of contra-aid in the House, though presumably temporary, provided an opening for those in the hemisphere eager for a negotiated solution. Between the end of March and April 15, when O'Neill had promised another vote, the Contadora Group hoped to resolve the outstanding disputes in the negotiations among the 5 Central American governments and obtain final agreement on a treaty. An agreement would doom any hope of passing contra-aid in the American Congress, and whether the Reagan administration supported the agreement or not, the signing of a final document by all 5 Central American governments would force the Contras out of their bases in Honduras and Costa Rica. The Sandinistas, whom American and Latin observers expected to welcome the reprieve from Congress, responded by launching an attack on the main Contra base camp in Honduras. The Sandinistas, engaged in a brutal war, were not interested in Congress's sign of peace and friendship. Humberto Ortega had begun the operation before the March 20 vote and had obviously planned to proceed regardless of Congress's decision. The strategic purpose of the mission, he explained later, was to strike at mercenary bases, against their training centers, against their camps, their redoubts, their central bases of operations. One observer called it a high-stakes gamble by the Sandinistas that the political risk of crossing into Honduras was outweighed by the chance to destroy the main GUR. 431. 432 The Reagan Doctrine Guerrilla Camps. 2 On March 22 some 1,500 Sandinista army troops attacked the main Contra base camp 10 miles inside Honduras near Los Trojes and other Contra staging areas further east at Boquete on the Coco River. The heaviest fighting took place on March 23 when Sandinista forces engaged several thousand rebel fighters in an all-day battle that left heavy casualties on both sides. The Contras were surprised by the attack and fell back from the main camp, allowing the Sandinistas to penetrate the perimeter by regrouping to mount a counterattack. Then it was the Sandinistas' turn to be surprised by the numbers of well-armed, veteran Contra troops who put up a stout defense. As the Contra forces began encircling the smaller Sandinista units, the attackers fought their way out supported by Sandinista artillery barrages from BM-21 multiple rocket launchers across the border in Nicaragua. At the same time, additional Sandinista forces in Nicaragua moved up to provide support and, possibly, to renew the offensive. 5 To the east, another Sandinista force attacked and destroyed the rebel airstrip at Boquete. 6 The Sandinistas' cross-border attack did not come as a complete surprise, either to the Honduran government or to the Reagan administration. On March 18, while McCurdy was negotiating with Reagan and O'Neill, A column of Sandinista armored personnel carriers and trucks had moved out of Esteli along the Pan-American Highway northward to the Honduran border. On March 19, while the House was debating Contra-Aid, the Honduran Army General Stahl had placed its forces on alert and dispatched 5,000 troops to the border area in response to what an army spokesman called an unusual movement of Nicaraguan troops armed with anti-aircraft guns and tanks. Honduran officials passed intelligence reports to the American embassy warning of Sandinista preparations for an attack on March 20 on Honduran border positions. 8 On March 21, the day after the House defeated aid to the Contras, Elliot Abrams and General John Galvin had flown to Tegucigalpa to reassure the Hondurans of the American commitment to their security. American officials had discussed the provision of new weapons and, if necessary, American airlift capacity to Honduran troops near the border area in the event of a Sandinista cross-border attack. 0 On March 22, a Honduran helicopter was shot down near the rebel camps by Sandinista forces, and on March 23 Honduran army units near the border had again been put on alert. 10 On the morning of March 24, the day after the heaviest lighting began near Los Trojes, President Azcona called the State Department directly to ask American officials to provide Honduras with the emergency military It's Not Easy Selling McCurdy 433 assistance they had talked about, including help in transporting Honduran troops closer to the border. 11 Elliot Abrams and other officials in Washington were eager to respond favorably for several reasons: to fulfill their earlier promises, to help protect the Contras from the Sandinista attack, to show the Sandinistas the United States was prepared to use its military forces in the region if necessary, and to dramatize for members of Congress the danger the Sandinistas posed to their Central American neighbors. The president's spokesman made a special point of stating that the incursion had occurred within 48 hours of the vote in the House. 12 In the United States, however, critics of the administration greeted reports of the incursion skeptically. The Nicaraguan government categorically denied that its troops had entered Honduran territory and accused the Reagan administration of fabricating the entire story in an effort to win congressional support for the Contra-Aid bill. The American press, which had no confirmation of the administration's claims, was skeptical that an incursion had occurred at all, let alone in the proportions suggested by administration officials. 13 The Honduran government added fuel to the charges by the way it handled publicity of the incident. President Azcona asked for American emergency assistance privately. Publicly, his government began by denying the attack had even occurred. 14 And then denied that the attack threatened Honduras' security. 15 Indeed, after some initial fears, the Honduran government had decided that only the Contras' security was threatened. Honduran military leaders asked for American help mainly to test the United States' commitment to a new security arrangement under which the part of its territory occupied by the Contras. 24 Since Nicaragua was interested in fighting the mercenary forces and occupying those camps, it was impossible to avoid military operations by our army in the entire border area where, logically, our fighters look for the Contras camps. That area of Honduras, Ortega declared, had become a war zone. 25 Democrats who had just voted against President Reagan's aid proposal were once again embarrassed by the Sandinistas' actions. Some still claimed that the Reagan administration had fabricated the incident or at least greatly exaggerated the risk in order to pass Contra-Aid. 26 Since the Sandinistas themselves had admitted crossing the border, however, some critics shifted their argument and alleged that the Sandinista army had only pursued Contras fleeing back into Honduras. This charge, too, was contradicted by Humberto Ortega himself. 27 Liberal accusations sue It's Not Easy Selling McCurdy 435 seed in muddying the waters, however, long enough for the Senate to vote on the president's bill on March 27. The Senate passed the bill, as expected, but only by a margin of 53 to 47, the weakest showing yet for the administration. In the end, however, the Sandinistas suffered in Congress more than the Reagan administration. Opponents of Contra-Aid could not hide their embarrassment at the Sandinistas' warlike response to their peaceful overtures. Speaker O'Neill called Ortega a bumbling, incompetent Marxist-Leninist communist, Democratic Whip Thomas Foley called the incursion unjustified and stupid, and Majority Leader Wright declared the Sandinistas' action a clear violation of the Rio Treaty, under which the United States had a clear and unequivocal responsibility to respond. 28. The Sandinistas' actions boded ill for the ongoing Contadora negotiations. At the next meeting of the 13 foreign ministers on April 5 to 7, Nicaragua's Descoto insisted that negotiations simply could not proceed until the United States ended aid to the Contras. Descoto also made clear the Sandinistas' unbending opposition to any discussion of arms limits. 29. The Contadora Group, displeased at the lack of progress, gave Nicaragua and the other Central American countries 8 days to respond to the latest draft of the treaty and pressed for a final agreement by June 6. Both the Contadora ministers and Democratic opponents of Contra-Aid were eager for an agreement before the next vote scheduled for April 15. Tip O'Neill expressed hope that Nicaragua would sign the treaty and put an end to the political struggle in the United States. The Sandinistas did not welcome this concerted effort to force an agreement. "We reject the 1985 proposal, we reject it," Ortega insisted on April 10. But to escape their worsening international isolation, the Sandinistas responded with a half gesture. On April 12 Ortega accepted the Contadora Group's invitation to return to negotiations, but only on the understanding that this should not and cannot be linked with the Nicaraguan literal acceptance of the proposal of the modified Contadora document. The latest draft, the Sandinistas insisted, had been shaped by the United States and contained points that are unacceptable as they seriously harm the country's sovereignty and security. One point in particular was troubling, that the Sandinistas would be asked to make a commitment regarding limits on the size of their army on the date of signature. If the U.S. aggression does not end, the Sandinistas insisted, they would under no circumstances agree to disarm. They agreed to sign the document on June 6, their 436. The Reagan Doctrine for, only so long as the U.S. aggression against Nicaragua has completely ended high that date and so long as an agreement is reached on the points pending in the modified document. 30. The Sandinistas shared the common assumption in Washington that McCurdy's Hill would pass on April 15, providing humanitarian aid to the Contras in some form and thus continuing the American aggression. 31. Nicaragua's ambassador in Washington emphasized that any form of aid approved by the U.S. Congress for the Contras would be an obstacle for the Contadora Group's process. 32. Opponents of Contra-Aid may have hoped that such statements indicated the Sandinistas' desire to sign a Contadora treaty if only aid to the Contras were ended. But frustrated Democrats reported from the Contadora meeting in Panama that Nicaraguan officials were being intransigent and that the Sandinistas' commitment to peace suspect. 33. Instead of using progress in the Contadora talks as a means of killing Contra-Aid, as these Democrats had hoped, the Sandinistas seemed to be using Contra-Aid as a means of killing Contadora. On April 15, with no diplomatic progress to report, the House of Representatives met to consider McCurdy's alternative proposal for Contra-Aid. Speaker O'Neill had thus fulfilled his promise to give the moderates a vote on their bill, but he had done so in such a way as to make passage of McCurdy's legislation difficult if not impossible. First, the legislation to which he attached McCurdy's bill, a $1.7 billion supplemental appropriation, was almost certain to be vetoed by President Reagan. 34. Second, the rule O'Neill and his deputies had devised to consider the bill built a complex labyrinth which made it very difficult for McCurdy to assemble the necessary coalition of moderate Democrats and conservative Republicans. According to O'Neill's rule, House members could vote on 3 different versions of the Contra-Aid bill. Liberals favored an amendment by Congressmen Hamilton and Richardson to provide $27 million in refugee assistance only to Contra fighters who turned in their arms. That amendment would he voted on first. If, as expected, it was defeated by a coalition of McCurdy's moderates and conservative Republicans, the next vote would be on McCurdy's amendment. Most observers expected the Republicans to vote against McCurdy's proposal so that they might then vote for their own amendment, the proposal supported by the Reagan administration. The problem for Republicans was that, according to O'Neill's rule, if either Hamilton's or McCurdy's amendment passed, It's not easy selling McCurdy. 437. Administration-backed bill would not even come up for a vote. To win approval of his amendment, therefore, McCurdy could not count on the Republicans. Instead, he would have to gain the support of almost all the Democratic Party's most liberal members. These anti-Contra liberals, according to the common wisdom, would vote for McCurdy's amendment if only to block passage of the Reagan administration's bill. If all went as planned, and McCurdy's amendment was approved by this coalition of moderate and liberal Democrats, then there would be one last vote on final passage of the legislation. But for McCurdy to win on final passage, he would have to change partners yet again. The liberals would be expected to vote no on final passage, thus achieving their goal of killing all forms of Contra aid. McCurdy, therefore, would need to get the support of conservative Republicans once more. The Republicans, presumably, would approve McCurdy's bill on final passage rather than see aid to the Contras defeated altogether. The biggest problem with this tortuous scheme was that both the liberal Democrats and the conservative Republicans had grown to mistrust and even to dislike McCurdy and his compromise proposals. Congressman David Bonnier, who had the unpleasant task of convincing his liberal colleagues to go along with the plan, told Mary McGrory that it was not easy selling McCurdy. 35 As the day of the vote approached, some 70 liberal Democrats remained unsure of what to do. Conservative Republicans, meanwhile, were loath to follow the course laid out for them by the Democratic leadership. O'Neill's procedure forced them to pass a pile of pabulum with Dave McCurdy's name on it, as Congressman Lott put it, or risk sharing the blame for the demise of the Contras. The Republicans mutinied. When the Hamilton Amendment came to a vote on April 16, Republicans held their ballots until, on a signal from Michel, they cast their votes en masse for the amendment. As a result, an absurd combination of liberal, anti-Contra Democrats and conservative pro-Contra Republicans approved Hamilton's proposal overwhelmingly, 361 to 66. McCurdy's moderates were left standing by themselves, surprised and outraged. Approval of Hamilton's amendment ended action on the Contra aid bill and prevented consideration of McCurdy's amendment. The Republican leader, Bob Michel, in a fiery speech after the vote, said Republicans had simply refused to play the role assigned to us by the directors of this farce. 36 Congressman Foley asserted the Republicans had committed parliamentary suicide, but the Democratic leadership was forced to scuttle further action on the Contra aid hill. They stripped 438 the Reagan Doctrine the Hamilton Amendment from the Supplemental Appropriations Bill and had to promise McCurdy another chance later in the year. Republicans had taken advantage of the fact that the Democratic Party was really not prepared to live with the Hamilton Amendment, despite its endorsement by O'Neill, Wright, and other party leaders. To bridge the gap in the party, something more than refugee assistance was required. The Republicans delighted in their victory 7 over O'Neill and, perhaps even more, over McCurdy, who had been denied his chance to assert control over policy in Nicaragua. Rather than play that game, Congressman Cheney said after the vote, "We said, screw it." McCurdy insisted his day was not over. The moderates, he declared, were not going to be beaten into submission by either side. 37 The phony treaty in ways the Republican House leaders could not have anticipated, their surprising maneuver on April 16 also confounded the diplomatic strategy of the Sandinistas. The expected passage of McCurdy's bill and official renewal of U.S. aggression would have provided the Sandinistas a convenient excuse to avoid the increasingly problematic negotiations in Contadora. Instead, McCurdy's hill had failed. The Contadora group had declared June 6 as the deadline for signature of a treaty, and Speaker O'Neill obligingly scheduled another vote on Contra aid for June 9. Both opponents and supporters of Contra aid knew for certain that if the Sandinistas signed a Contadora treaty on June 6, the House would not approve aid to the rebels 3 days later. The Sandinistas, however, did not welcome the new opportunity. On April 20, Daniel Ortega told a gathering of party faithful that the Sandinistas could not sign a peace agreement until peace actually existed in Central America. If there was no peace in Central America, he declared, the document cannot be implemented and therefore the document cannot even be signed. 1. This insistence on peace as a precondition for signing a peace agreement was tantamount to rejection of further negotiations. The Reagan administration was in a good position to take advantage of the Sandinistas' obvious reluctance to sign a treaty, but pressure from 439. 440 The Reagan Doctrine. Conservatives inside and outside the administration forced Reagan officials instead to reveal their own discomfort with negotiations. Constantine Menges, who had left the National Security Council and was watching events from outside the administration, was again convinced that Secretary Shultz and the State Department were falling, or diving, headlong into a Sandinista trap. He successfully stirred like-minded administration officials and members of Congress to action against the impending phony treaty. On April 1, Philip Habib had inadvertently set off a conservative explosion with a letter to Congressmen Richardson, Barnes, and Slattery stating the administration's position on the Contadora talks. The letter, drafted by officials in the Latin America Bureau and approved by Abrams, said the Reagan administration interpreted the provisions of the Contadora draft treaty as requiring a cessation of support to irregular forces and /or insurrectional movements from the date of signature. Habib's letter further stated that while the United States was not a signatory to or legally bound by the treaty, it would support and abide by a comprehensive, verifiable, and simultaneous implementation of the Contadora Document of Objectives of September 1983, as long as such an agreement being fully respected by all the parties. 2. Habib's letter appeared to be a step back from the simultaneity previously sought by the Reagan administration. In Craig Johnstone's four-step plan of 1984, for instance, the cessation of aid to the Contras was to be tied to the Sandinistas' implementation of other requirements in the agreement. What troubled conservatives was that Habib's letter suggested that the Reagan administration would end aid to the Contras on the day a Contadora treaty was signed. Since many conservatives also believed the Sandinistas would sign the Contadora draft on June 6, Habib's assurance meant that a cut-off of aid to the Contras was imminent. Congressman Jack Kemp, alarmed by Menges's warnings, called for Habib's resignation. Jean Kirkpatrick compared the Contadora Treaty to the Yalta Agreements of 1945. 4. Conservatives demanded that the Reagan administration state its objections to the treaty candidly or stand accused of complicity in another sellout to communists. So far, the Reagan administration had refrained from publicly criticizing the draft treaty. Elliott Abrams and other Reagan officials had not wanted to repeat the mistake of 1984, when the administration's obvious opposition to Contadora's draft gave the Sandinistas an opportunity to score an easy propaganda victory. This time, with the Sandinistas openly the phony Treaty 441 shying away from the treaty draft, Reagan officials were content to let the Sandinistas do the complaining. The wording of Habib's letter had been an oversight rather than a shift in policy. And since most State Department officials assumed that no treaty would be signed on June 6, they considered Habib's letter irrelevant. But the Reagan officials bent to conservative pressure. On May 22 the president's spokesman, declaring that Reagan remained solidly behind Habib, nevertheless bluntly declared that the United States would not consider itself bound to support an agreement which failed to achieve in a verifiable manner all the agreed objectives of the Contadora Document of Objectives. A few days later, Abrams told reporters that the wording of the Habib letter had been mistaken. 6. Obviously, we're not going to drop the Contras until the treaty has been not only signed but enacted and the provisions of the treaty carried out, and that would take quite a while. 7. Constantine Menges, in the meantime, saw a steamroller that was building toward a false treaty on June 6. The Pentagon's analysts predicted that the Sandinistas would conclude that a Contadora-like peace accord would provide them the shield from behind which they could continue their use of subversive aggression to impose communist regimes throughout Central America. 0. The logic seemed inescapable. If the Sandinistas were sure to violate any treaty they signed, then why would they not sign any treaty? 7. The Soviet-supported communists would be crazy not to sign, William Satire wrote. The cut-off of aid to the pesky resistance is real, while honest elections with press freedom and an end to subverting neighbors are promises that fall trippingly from the tongue. 10. This was not only the conservatives' logic, moreover. It was the logic of the Contadora group and many Democrats in Congress, who also assumed the Sandinistas would understand that the Reagan administration's policy of aggression could be crippled if the Sandinistas signed the Contadora draft in June. The Sandinistas, however, continued to view matters differently. The best evidence of this was their reaction to the Habib letter and the ensuing controversy in Washington. At one point in April, before the Habib letter was released, Sergio Ramirez had suggested that if the Reagan administration promised to cease aiding the Contras on the date of signature, Nicaragua might sign the treaty. No sooner had Habib's letter hinted at doing just that, however, than Sandinista leaders began adding new conditions. On April 25, Daniel Ortega declared it was not enough for the United States to promise to end support for the Contras. It would also 442 the Reagan doctrine have to accept a dialogue with Nicaragua in order to reach an agreement allowing the normalization of relations. 2 days later, Ortega insisted that the United States also had to sign the Contadora document. If they make no direct commitment to sign the document, then we cannot be carried away by what Mr. Habib or other U.S. officials have said. 12 The Sandinistas ran away from the Habib letter as fast as the Reagan administration did, and for the same reason. They did not want the Contadora Treaty to be signed. The May 8 inauguration of Costa Rican President Arias provided the next occasion for discussing the treaty, and Contadora ministers hoped that with the presence of so many Latin heads of state, there was the chance of a more serious dialogue. On May 6, however, the Nicaraguan government announced that Daniel Ortega would not attend the inauguration, allegedly because the Costa Rican government would not provide adequate security. In Ortega's place, the Sandinistas sent not their foreign minister nor even their deputy foreign minister, but only their ambassador to Costa Rica, whose low status ensured that she could not take part in negotiations with the other 4 Central American presidents or their foreign ministers. 14 The Sandinistas consequently suffered a number of rebukes. Peru's President Alan Garcia publicly asked that they sign the Contadora Agreement without demanding prior commitments from the United States. President Arias declared June 6 the sacred date, and President Cerezo of Guatemala said it would be a very sad day for the whole region if the treaty were not signed. Ortega responded from Managua 2 days later by saying it was very risky to establish a firm date for the signing of the treaty and a mistake to create expectations. 16 For the Sandinistas, the problem remained the draft treaty's proposed limits on armaments. Daniel Ortega declared on May 10 that he would not make any commitment to Contadora that puts the people's weapons on the negotiating table. 1. Defense Minister Humberto Ortega made clear that it didn't matter what the United States did or promised to do. The size of the Sandinista army and the number of weapons it required were not negotiable. Even if the United States stopped supporting the Contras immediately, Ortega insisted, Nicaragua still had to defend itself. Who is going to guarantee that later on the United States will not attack us, he asked. The Sandinistas had to have an army capable of confronting the worst variation of interventionism. Ortega declared that if it was necessary to arm 400, 500, or 600,000 men, we will do it. If all of them do not have rifles, grenade launchers, or modern weapons, we will the phony Treaty 443 make efforts to acquire them. Ortega further declared that the Sandinistas could not break their strategic ties with the socialist countries that supplied the Sandinista army's weapons. 18 If Nicaragua's defense requirements were to be defined as what was necessary to block an invasion from the world's most powerful nation, then it was difficult to imagine any agreement on arms limitations among the 5 Central American governments. Both friends and foes throughout the hemisphere had underestimated the Sandinistas' determination to preserve their armed forces, even if it meant a renewal of American military assistance to the Contras. Democratic politicians in the United States and Latin American diplomats shared the goal of defeating President Reagan's request for Contra aid, and they had asked the Sandinistas to put the revolution's fate in their hands. The Sandinistas, however, calculated their interests differently. Humberto Ortega told an American journalist in October 1985 that he favored a negotiated settlement, but one that did not mean the self-destruction of the revolution. 10. Preservation of the revolution could not be placed in the hands of the Contadora Group, Presidents Arias and Cerezo, or the American Democratic Party. The only reliable guarantor was the Sandinista People's Army. Most other matters were negotiable. The amount of political space that could eventually be accorded the bourgeoisie, the businessmen, and the opposition parties, the extent of state control of the economy, perhaps even a degree of political reform and decentralization that would place some limits on the total power of the Sandinista Directorate. What could not be negotiated was the power of the Sandinista Directorate to determine the direction of the revolution, to oversee any process of reform, to impose changes, if any were necessary, from above, without losing control altogether. The Sandinistas had reason to believe that the revolution as they had made it could not survive if they gave in to American and Latin pressures. And if the revolution did not survive, most if not all of the Sandinista leaders would not long survive in power either. It had been dismissed as rhetoric when Sandinista leaders argued that the only question being debated in the U.S. Congress was the means of destroying the Sandinista revolution. But the Sandinistas were right to be suspicious of their liberal friends in the United States. It was no comfort to hear leading opponents of Contra-Aid like Congressman Hamilton suggest that arms reduction and changes in Nicaragua's external behavior were only first steps, that over the long term Nicaragua would be unable to resist the tide of 444 the Reagan doctrine democracy in Latin America. 0. Perhaps for the moment the consensus in Congress opposed Reagan's war against Nicaragua. It was equally clear that a great majority of American congressmen in both parties was fundamentally opposed to the Sandinista revolution. The presence of 4 democratically elected Central American presidents at the inauguration ceremonies in Costa Rica cast in even starker relief the Sandinistas' form of rule. Both Democrats and Republicans in the United States hailed the tide of democracy in Latin America. Both Democrats and Republicans declared that the Sandinistas were out of step with the democratic trend in the region. The American Congress's dramatic switch in 1985 between April and June had been a rude lesson for the Sandinistas. If something as mundane as a trip to Moscow, the 8th in 5 years, was enough to turn a major ity of congressmen in favor of Contra-Aid, what faith could the Sandinistas have in Congress's reliability in the future? It was inevitable that the Sandinistas would have to take other actions in the future to defend the revolution against enemies both internal and external, actions the nervous Democrats in the United States might find even more objectionable than a simple trip to Moscow. Would American aggression be resumed by Congress every time the Sandinistas did what they deemed necessary for self-preservation? As for the Sandinistas' putative allies in Latin America, their help could only be expected to go so far. Their immediate goal of ending Reagan's Contra War stemmed from a vague commitment to an even vaguer concept of Latin nationalism against North American hegemony. But pitted against the Latin American government's commitment to Latin solidarity was their grave economic plight, their debts to American bankers, and their dependence on American markets and financial assistance. Presidents Arias and Cerezo had publicly opposed aid to the Contras, but the political climates in their countries, where the Sandinistas were widely disliked, and their almost complete dependence on American economic largesse, inevitably required some public hostility to the Sandinistas as a counterbalance. Even the Mexican government, presumably the Sandinistas' best ally in the hemisphere after Cuba, was divided between a new president eager for better economic ties to the United States and a foreign ministry that was allowed to play to the Mexican and Latin American left by standing up to Reagan. 21 Such allies in a region where American economic hegemony was a fact were inherently unreliable. The phony Treaty 445 Sandinistas could look only to themselves, to the Cubans, and to the Soviets for their security. The Sandinistas' dependence on these strategic alliances was one of the main reasons for their opposition to the Contadora Treaty. In the era of blossoming détente between the superpowers, the Sandinistas did not dare risk giving the Soviets an excuse to reduce or cease their levels of arms shipments. Despite the fact that the Soviets were pouring weapons into Nicaragua at unprecedented levels, the Sandinistas were less and less impressed with the Soviet commitment to challenging American power, not only in Central America but around the world. Even back in October 1985, Humberto Ortega's exchange with the Washington Post's Joanne Omong revealed concerns about the Soviet Union's staying power. Omong had said the United States sees the Soviet Union everywhere, that is what it is afraid of. Is that what they are afraid of? Ortega asked rhetorically. The Soviet Union 7. The Soviets have other problems, Star Wars, etc., they do not need us for their problems with the United States. 22. The Soviets seemed committed to helping the Sandinistas with the arms necessary to resist American power, so long as the confrontation with the United States continued. But if the Sandinistas themselves agreed in a treaty to limit their supply of arms, they could be fairly sure the Soviet Union would comply. Contadora, therefore, was a trap. The United States, Daniel Ortega warned, would turn Contadora into an instrument of negotiation that will lead to the disarmament of the Nicaraguan people. 21. The Sandinistas believed in 1986 that they were better off fighting the Contras than locking themselves into a Contadora treaty that cut at the heart of their power. Foreign Minister Descoto arrived at the May 16 round of talks, therefore, with new proposals designed to complicate the negotiations on arms limits. The Sandinistas proposed dividing all weapons into two categories, offensive and defensive, and then placing limits only on the offensive weapons. Descoto also declared that he did not believe in the signing of papers while the United States refuses to honor the commitment it made not to attack Nicaragua. 24. But on both counts the Sandinistas ran into a solid wall of opposition. Constantine Menges predicted that at this meeting of the Contadora Group and then at a meeting of the 5 Central American presidents a week later, Mexico would push the 4 Central American democracies to 446. The Reagan Doctrine sign the phony treaty. The likelihood was that Nicaragua, Guatemala, and now Costa Rica would try to pressure El Salvador and Honduras into signing. 2. It was the Sandinistas, however, who found themselves isolated by their 4 neighbors acting in concert. The Hondurans and Salvadorans responded with their own proposal on armaments, which called for counting practically all weapons as offensive and therefore subject to limitation. The Contadora Group, in the end, rejected the whole discussion of offensive and defensive weapons and called for counting all weapons to find a reasonable balance of forces among the 5 countries. The Sandinistas were isolated, therefore, and not just on the subject of arms limitations. At a meeting of the 5 presidents in Esquipulas, Guatemala, at the end of May, the newly inaugurated President Arias decided to emphasize democratization in Nicaragua as a central requirement of any agreement. The Costa Rican president challenged Ortega at Esquipulas and even demanded removal of a phrase in the final communiqué which described the 5 presidents as freely elected. Ortega had to acknowledge afterwards that the presidents had been unable to agree on the issue of democracy and pluralism in Central America. 26. Arias's renewed emphasis on the issue of democratization was an open challenge not only to the Sandinistas but to the Contadora Group, which had all but declared that aspect of the negotiations closed. His reopening of the political section of the draft treaty owed much to the assiduous diplomacy of Habib, who tirelessly emphasized this issue in his trips throughout Central America, to the point where Daniel Ortega complained publicly that the United States was encouraging certain Central American governments to propose, as a decisive issue, the definition and acceptance or non-acceptance of a given type of democracy. Ortega accused Arias of sabotaging Contadora's negotiation efforts by discussing this topic of democracy now, by engaging in this somewhat philosophical and irrelevant discussion. 27. But on June 5, the day before Contadora's deadline, Guatemala's President Cerezo joined in insisting that the Nicaraguan democratization process had to be discussed before any treaty could be signed. 28. By the beginning of June it was clear that the Central Americans were no closer to agreement on the security issues and had moved further apart on the political issues in the treaty. The much-awaited June 6 deadline was destined to pass without consequence. At the Esquipulas summit, the Sandinistas balked at even mentioning the June 6 deadline in the final communiqué. They were not alone, the will the phony Treaty 447 to conclude a treaty by that date, or by any date, was lacking on all sides. The Contadora Group, never one to insist on its own deadlines, presented a new draft of the treaty on June 7 and proposed another deadline for responses from the Central American governments. The summer ended without further progress, however. The Reagan administration breathed an audible sigh of relief, expressing contentment that the Central American governments had not been forced into action. 29 The accusations from conservatives of an impending sellout subsided. Habib was given credit by Democrats for having made an effort to support negotiations. The Reagan administration, having weathered the storms from both right and left, turned its attention to the next battle for Contra aid. Contra reform. The adverse developments in the Contadora negotiations did much to weaken earlier arguments by moderates that new Contra aid should wait until diplomacy had been tried. Congressman McCurdy and 12 other moderate Democrats and Republicans had flown to Central America in the first week of June for meetings with all 5 presidents. They found the 4 democratically elected presidents pessimistic about the prospects for further negotiations led by the Contadora Group. The Sandinistas were just dragging this out, Guatemalan President Cerezo insisted, and Arias declared he was not going to allow Contadora to go on and on and on. As usual, the delegation members added their own nuance to these statements when they returned to Washington, so that while Congressman Bustamante came back from Central America convinced that the Sandinistas intend to delay and to stall for time, playing on public opinion in this hemisphere and in Europe, one Congressman Spratt insisted that all 5 presidents believed a Contadora treaty could be achieved in 90 days, provided the parties genuinely want a treaty. 2 Nevertheless, members of Congress had ample reason to understand that Contadora was on its last legs. The 4 presidents were, in fact, in the first stages of rebellion against the Contadora Group, and moderates in Congress applauded them for taking destiny into their own hands. 3 In addition to learning that the negotiations were stalled, perhaps por 448. Contra Reform 449 Monantly, the visiting members came away impressed with the 4 democratically elected leaders and appalled by Daniel Ortega, the only national leader in military uniform, as one member remarked, for the evident unity of the 4 democratically elected presidents against the Sandinistas greatly influenced the approaching debate on Contra aid. The rebels, President Arias said, had no chance of winning. He opposed supporting an endless war in Nicaragua, which could only mean no economic growth in Costa Rica. On the other hand, Arias argued, there would be Contras forever unless Nicaraguans feel they have free elections. In general, he insisted, there would be no peace in Central America if there is no democracy. The other presidents agreed that pressure on the Sandinistas to carry out fair elections was essential. 6 McCurdy and his colleagues found a new dynamic at work in Central American politics. The 4 elected leaders had united around democratization as a matter of self-preservation. All 4 understood that their survival as national leaders rested heavily, if not solely, on the fact that they had been elected. Elections were their base of legitimacy, their chief source of power, and, in relation to the United States, the key to their economic and political survival. To ask the world to defend democracy in Central America was the same as asking the world to defend them, the elected presidents. With the exception of Arias, they all faced the same threats: powerful militaries accustomed to ruling, weak if not failing economies, and in El Salvador and Guatemala, leftist guerrillas. By displaying and emphasizing their democratic credentials, they could enlist broad American support from Reagan administration officials and members of Congress, from Republicans and Democrats, from liberals and conservatives. McCurdy and his colleagues carried Arias's theme hack to Washington. These are impressive men with proven democratic credentials, MC Curdy told reporters. We should look to them on how to establish peace and democracy in Central America. McCurdy and his colleagues left Central America believing more than ever, according to Bruce Cameron, that the Sandinistas were a threat to their democratic neighbors and that the solution to the Sandinista challenge was to force accountability upon them through the ballot. They believed that the Contras were not the solution, but were indispensable to achieving one. The Reagan administration reaped the benefit, for the message of the four presidents that so appealed to McCurdy and his colleagues was nothing more than the central point on which President Reagan had long 450 the Reagan Doctrine insisted. Two moderates who had voted against aid in March returned from the trip to Central America publicly espousing a policy toward Nicaragua fundamentally consistent with the president's. Congressman Bustamante from Texas, a consistent follower of McCurdy, told his House colleagues he came away with the strong feeling that we need to continue to pressure the Sandinistas. Here will he know peace in Central America until internal reform is forced upon the Sandinistas. 9 Indeed, of the 13 members who traveled to Central America with McCurdy, 4 turned from opposition to support of the $100 million for the Contras, and others in Congress were influenced by their conversion. 10. McCurdy returned to Washington ready to negotiate again with the Reagan administration. 11. Most of McCurdy's suggestions were acceptable to Reagan officials. With their newfound admiration for the 4 democratically elected presidents, for instance, McCurdy and other moderates wanted to provide more than $300 million in economic assistance to Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala, above and beyond the aid already provided them in the Foreign Assistance Bill. The Reagan administration had no trouble embracing increased aid to its allies and welcomed the new congressional enthusiasm for what were now widely referred to as the emerging democracies in Central America. 12. The Sandinistas were not the only Nicaraguans to feel the pressure to reform. The growing consensus in favor of democratization also affected the Contras and the continuing struggles among their political leaders. In the weeks leading to the next vote on aid to the Contras, a long-simmering crisis in the Contra leadership threatened to undermine the new support in Congress for the administration's policies. In the end, this crisis created even broader support for the Contras. Since June 1985, when Arturo Cruz, Alfonso Robelo, and Adolfo Calero had allied as the United Nicaraguan Opposition, a power struggle between Calero and the other two had threatened the Contra leadership. Cruz and Robelo demanded at least equal control of the rebel army, and Calero resisted. While the two technically held a majority within UNO, Calero was president of the FDN, upon which UNO had been grafted. Any authority over the FDN's troops by the UNO Directorate depended on Calero. Cruz and Robelo looked to the Reagan administration to force Calero to concede his exclusive powers. They argued that the Americans had contra-reform. 451. Made Calero the leader of the Contras and could just as easily make them the leaders. The fight against Calero recalled the fight against Somoza in this and other ways. It again displayed the strength of Nicaraguan opposition politicians when courting sympathies in the American political culture and their weakness when facing the caudillo in the political culture of Nicaragua. It also revealed, again, the difficulties an American administration had in intervening in Nicaraguan political struggles on any side. The first recourse of Cruz's supporters had been to the American press. Before this campaign, Adolfo Calero had led the FDN for 3 years without ever himself becoming the specific target of criticism in the United States. And his record as a staunch opponent of Somoza was undisputed, and in the Carter years William Bowdler had singled Calero out as an opposition leader officials in Washington should meet. As late as March 1985, James Lemoyne of the New York Times described Calero favorably as an outspoken opponent of the dictatorship who was jailed for organizing a strike of businessmen against Somoza in 1978. 14. During the struggle with Cruz and Robelo, however, Calero's public image underwent a transformation. By May 1986, Lemoyne was describing Calero as an extreme political conservative, and other journalists were calling him an ultra-conservative, the same term used to describe supporters of the death squads in El Salvador. 1. It was easier for supporters of Cruz and Robelo to tell Americans that Calero was an ultra-conservative and thus a somocista than to explain their real objection to Calero, which was that, regardless of politics or ideology, he had become a classic Nicaraguan caudillo. 16. It was not that. Calero was himself a somocista, Robert Lycan explained, but that he practiced politics in the style of Somoza, relying on cliques rather than institutions. 17 Even this explanation fell a bit short, however, for in a rebel army there were no genuine institutions to rely on. The view of Calero as caudillo was by no means limited to Cruz and his supporters, however. Oliver North had become sufficiently troubled by rumors of corruption surrounding Calero and his allies in the FDN that he had taken control of privately raised funds out of Calero's hands and given it to Richard Secord. Indeed, North's fateful decision to have Second establish and manage resupply operations for the Contras probably owed much to North's perception of Calero's failings as a leader and organizer. North's unofficial lieutenant in Central America, Rob Owen, grew sharply critical of Calero at the beginning of 1986. Calero had used his strength and will and the FDN to further consolidate his hold on the RE-452, the Reagan Doctrine Sistance, and to gain control of UNO. Owen described Calero as the strong man. What he says is law. Those who followed him were liars motivated high greed and power. Owen also suspected that monies were being pocketed high FDN leaders, although he had no proof. K.S. Owen doubted whether the United States retained any influence over Calero, suggesting that it was Calero who could and did manipulate the United States government. According to Owen, Calero and the FDN leaders no longer trusted even North, because they resented his and Owen's support for UNO, because they were angry that North had reduced their control over the finances and the army, and, in short, because even North, their closest American ally, was taking away Calero's exclusive control of the Contras. 19. Sympathy for Cruz's complaints about Calero was greatest at the State Department. Elliott Abrams had become the administration's leading spokesman for aid to the Contras and was one of its most effective advocates on Capitol Hill. It was clear that the moderate Democrats and Republicans upon whom the administration depended were fond of Cruz and hostile to Calero. From purely political calculations, therefore, Abrams and other State Department officials wanted Cruz and Robelo to be content. Calero stood in the way. Cruz also appealed to Abrams's ideological proclivities. Calero, although no ultra-conservative, did seem to stand only for anti-communism. The more progressive rhetoric of the Cruzistas was in keeping with Abrams's conception of the Reagan Doctrine as not just anti-communist but pro-democratic. It was an echo of the policies Abrams was conducting in El Salvador, in Haiti, and in Chile. Moreover, Abrams agreed with Cruz and his supporters that the broadest possible cross-section of the Nicaraguan opposition should be brought within the Contra alliance. 20 Since Cruz had been the opposition's candidate for president in 1984, he seemed capable of uniting rather than dividing the armed and unarmed opposition to the Sandinistas. Calero's style, on the other hand, was exclusive, and the more Cruz and his American hackers pushed, the more Calero resisted. This was a tactical error, ironically reminiscent of Somoza's. Flexibility would have served Calero better. Abrams had no special affection for Calero in any case, and Calero, who had developed close ties with CIA officials and North, had failed to notice Abrams's increasing influence within the Reagan administration. Even State Department officials were not prepared to go as far and as fast as Cruz wanted, however. Cruz and his supporters insisted the Somadists had to be purged from the Contras leadership. Senior Reagan Contra Reform. 453. Officials, including Abrams, did not agree. It did not seem conceivable to Reagan officials that Cruz and Robelo, who had visited the Contras camps less than a half dozen times, could take over Calero's role. Indeed, it did not seem conceivable to Cruz's followers either. Cruz had never wanted to be a military chieftain. In public statements, Cruz disavowed military goals and spoke only of negotiations. Even when asked if he would support a military victory if the Sandinistas refused all peaceful settlements, Cruz responded, "No. No, 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 no." He had cultivated over the years an image as senior statesman and man of peace. He was unwilling to see it tarnished, which was one reason he was always on the verge of resigning. his position as Contra leader was an inherent contradiction. No Reagan officials, even those most partial to Cruz, saw him as the man to whom sole control of the military could be given. Nor, however, could the Reagan administration afford to let Cruz resign. Congressman McCurdy had been quick to declare that if the rebels did not undertake necessary reforms, which meant giving Cruz and Robelo the powers they demanded, then Congress would walk away from them. 21 When the simmering mutual suspicions and resentments among the three leaders of UNO blossomed into full-blown confrontation in the spring of 1986, Reagan officials were forced to intercede to prevent the collapse of the alliance and the loss of crucial support in Congress. In February, Cruz's American and Nicaraguan supporters had presented Abrams with a list of demands designed to put UNO, and by implication Cruz, in charge of all aspects of the struggle. 22 Cruz and Robelo warned they would not lobby Congress for more aid to the Contras if their demands were not met. "If I am to go the Hill and talk to Congress," Cruz told Abrams, "I must be honest and tell the truth. I will not tell them that we control the military." Calero angrily retorted, "You have control of the military through me. And you are forgetting your first responsibility. You promised the commanders in your first visit to Honduras that you would get aid for them." But Robelo responded that if the Contra troops didn't recognize him and Cruz as their leaders, why should we help them? 23. Abrams agreed to pursue Cruz's requests, but he urged Cruz and Robelo to go to Congress in the meantime and lobby for the aid. He assured them the reforms would come after the vote was won. 24 We just got rid of Baby Doc, Abrams told one Cruz supporter, referring to the recent ousting of the Haitian dictator, "We're about to get rid of Marcos, and in 2 years we'll be rid of Pinochet. Certainly, we can have Contra reform." 23. Settling the disputes within the Contra alliance required more than 454 the Reagan doctrine Abrams's assent, however. Calero was a patient and stubborn man. Cruz was notoriously mercurial and given to bouts of frustration, a weakness Calero exploited. When Cruz and Robelo visited the Contras camps in Honduras, they were made to feel unwanted, and they returned from their infrequent visits sputtering with indignation. "Colonel Bermudez didn't once mention Arturo or me," Robelo complained to Abrams about the Contra commander's speech to graduating officers. "They don't recognize our leadership." 26 Bermudez did not hide his contempt for the whole idea of UNO. 2 Cruz's defeats among the Contras were matched by successes in Washington. In the Senate, moderate Republicans and conservative Democrats made progress in Contra reform, their condition for passing the administration's proposal. The legislation required the administration to support both the broadening and the unification of the Contra leadership. Its purpose was to encourage the inclusion of Nicaraguans perceived as more liberal than Calero and to subordinate the military force to civilian leadership, which really meant the subordination of Calero's FDN to Cruz's UNO. Buoyed by this victory in the Senate, Cruz demanded immediate action by the administration to redress the balance in the resistance movement. The CIA's Alan Fears met with Cruz to reassure him that the reforms would take place. He told Cruz, "Arturo, I know you are concerned about the slow pace of reform, but I promise you it will come. But you have to be careful, you can't push them too hard. Without the FDN, there is no resistance to the Sandinistas. They are the core, the crucial, indispensable element. Give us time. They'll change." Cruz, incensed by what appeared to him to be Fears's unshakable commitment to Calero and the FDN, stalked out of the room and promptly resigned. 28. Cruz's supporters convinced him to suspend his resignation while Reagan officials took steps to answer his complaints. By April even the CIA's patience with Calero's obstructionism had worn thin and, with another vote approaching, administration officials agreed it was time to force Calero to make some sacrifices. Abrams gave Calero an ultimatum: either he agreed immediately to negotiate with Cruz in good faith, or he would face a cut-off of the remaining American humanitarian assistance to the FDN. 29 Now Calero was furious. He told American officials that Cruz and Robelo had no following inside or outside Nicaragua. Who has more people? Calero fumed. Ask yourself that question. Who has more followers? Cruz and Robelo are only two. How many do they represent? 30. Calero agreed to Abrams's blunt ultimatum, however, and contrary from 455 meetings between Cruz, Robelo, and Calero were scheduled for the beginning of May. As so often in the history of U.S.-Nicaraguan relations, the American administration, having intervened partially to demand a change, could not bring itself to intervene fully and impose a settlement of the conflict among Nicaraguans. Instead, it preferred to force the two sides to work out their differences, but with the clear understanding that it was the caudillo who had to make concessions. And as usual, when the Nicaraguans struggling against the caudillo were finally handed this opportunity to establish themselves, they faltered and showed their weakness. Given the chance to make demands of Calero at his moment of weakness, Cruz and Robelo suddenly grew timid. In the second half of April, Cruz's supporters, assigned to work with FDN officials to draft position papers for the May meetings, found their leader withdrawn, unwilling to assert his views or even to involve himself in the preparatory deliberations. 51 Before the May meetings had even begun, therefore, Cruz's supporters conceded on their most important demand. Instead of eradicating the FDN as an independent political military organization and subsuming it under UNO, they allowed the FDN to survive. Instead of fighting the issue, one Cruz supporter recalls, Cruz sulked. 52 The alliance between Cruz and Robelo also cracked at this crucial moment. Perhaps Robelo's instincts for survival led him to keep his distance from the erratic Cruz, who so often seemed bent on resignation. 55 When Cruz and his supporters demanded that all decisions of the UNO Directorate be made by majority vote, giving Cruz and Robelo dominance over Calero, Robelo undermined him, recommending that the minority in a losing vote would have the right to appeal. Cruz again threatened to resign, and his American supporters talked Robelo into backing down. The final compromise, however, gave Calero a veto over decisions affecting military strategy, appointments, and dismissals of military officials, and major political decisions, thus preserving his hold over the FDN. These concessions would later help erode the gains Cruz and Robelo had won. For the time being, however, despite the weakness of the reformers, the May meetings resulted in a significant diminution of Calero's authority within the movement. With Reagan officials threatening a cut-off of aid, Calero voluntarily ceded some of his influence to ward off a move by administration officials to force him to do so. 54 Under pressure from U.S. officials, particularly from the CIA, Calero made a tactical retreat. According to Cruz's supporters, Alan Fears delivered Adolfo. 5 The final 456 The Reagan Doctrine Agreement did strengthen the authority of UNO over the FDN and other member organizations, specifically directing that all political, financial, and military resources were to be placed at the service of UNO. While the FDN continued to exist as a political entity, the communique added that none of the groups in the alliance will have an army. The FDN army was now supposed to be UNO's army. Cruz's allies won control of foreign relations, and the document stated that a combined military and diplomatic strategy offered the most effective means to force the Sandinist regime to adopt a real solution. 36. It also declared that UNO was to be governed by the principle of civilian authority over the military, respecting the line of command in each structure. 37 To symbolize the new subservience of the military, Bermudez was directed to submit his agreement to the new arrangements in writing to the UNO Directorate and to pledge his subservience to the new civilian authority. Robelo declared that UNO was in its most solid, firm position ever. 36 The May 29 agreement turned a crisis into a political victory for the Reagan administration, and especially for Elliott Abrams. The press reported a measured triumph for Cruz and Robelo, a defeat for Calero's conservative forces, and, although doubts were raised about the real meaning of the changes made in Miami, members of Congress who followed the issue closely declared themselves satisfied with the results. Senators Kassebaum and Cohen, and Congressmen Aspen, Skelton, and Bustamante stood more firmly on the side of Contra aid than earlier in the year. 3. Kassebaum expressed hope that the Contras would become a group we can be proud to support. Senator Lugar praised Abrams for spurring Contra leadership reform. 40 and supporters of aid put a provision in their bill placing the Secretary of State, or his designee, in charge of the overall program, making Abrams first among equals within the administration. The benefit to the administration was nothing compared to the loss it would have suffered in Congress had Cruz resigned. On the eve of the Miami meetings, McCurdy had told reporters, if Cruz walks, they might as well kiss support to the rebels goodbye. It would clearly be seen as a sign that the rebels refused to become more democratic and provide a reasonable alternative to the Sandinistas. 41 Now that Cruz had not resigned, and even appeared to have won in his dispute with Calero, the Contras more than ever appeared to many moderates in Congress as a movement with political promise. With the issue of Contra reform temporarily settled, disagreements between the Reagan administration and McCurdy's moderates further narrowed. 42. The $100 million aid vote. Round 2. McCurdy and the Republicans collided again, however, over the issue of a second vote. McCurdy still insisted that while humanitarian aid could begin immediately, military aid could not be released for 90 days, now October 1, to give time for a negotiated settlement under Contadora. Aid could then be released only by a joint resolution of the House and Senate. But administration officials still would not compromise on this point, nor did they feel they had to. As the negotiations proceeded, it became clear that a potentially decisive segment of moderates, including a portion of the McCurdy group, was prepared to support a bill acceptable to the administration. The Reagan administration and House Republicans believed they could win without McCurdy. They went forward with their own bill, adopting those aspects of McCurdy's plan they liked, and rejecting the rest. While talks with administration supporters continued, McCurdy also met with the House Democratic leadership. With the possibility of a big defeat on Contra aid looming, O'Neill made yet another concession to McCurdy. He offered to make McCurdy's amendment part of the underlying military construction bill so that when the overall bill passed, McCurdy's legislation would be approved automatically, without any direct vote. Liberals would be given an opportunity to defeat all Contra aid by offering another amendment sponsored by Hamilton, but otherwise they. 457. 458 The Reagan doctrine were required to lend their support to McCurdy from the beginning, merely by agreeing to O'Neill's rule. 1. The only virtue of the rule, for liberals, was that they would not have to cast a vote for McCurdy's proposal. It was another painful concession for liberal members convinced that McCurdy supported the Contra War almost as much as the Reagan administration. The debate on the House floor on June 25 lacked the passion of previous encounters. Liberals knew the battle was lost. Moderate supporters and opponents of McCurdy's proposal had almost nothing to argue about. President Reagan had helped lower the heat of debate by giving a most conciliatory speech the day before. Designed to appeal to moderates of both parties, the speech was written by Bernard Aronson and gave favorable mention to a slew of moderate Democrats, including Leigh Aspen, who had traveled to Nicaragua with Aronson and Robert Lycan in April and come back supporting military aid to the Contras. President Reagan, cutting short his usual litany of the Sandinista sins, said he knew that even the administration's harshest critics hold no brief for Sandinista repression. Reagan credited his Democratic opponents with honest questions and honest fears about his policy. While he called McCurdy's bill a tragic mistake, it was offered I know in good faith. For the first time, Reagan acknowledged that the behavior of the Contras was not above reproach, that human rights abuses had occurred in the past and were intolerable. He promised he would not permit this democratic revolution to be betrayed nor allow a return to the hated repression of the Somoza dictatorship. Paraphrasing Arias, Reagan declared that the only way to bring true peace and security to Central America is to bring democracy to Nicaragua. And the only way to get the Sandinistas to negotiate seriously about democracy is to give them no other alternative. Reagan, of course, had been saying much the same thing for more than 3 years. In a succession of widely celebrated gaffes, the president had called for democracy in Nicaragua, stated this as his goal in supporting the Contras, declared his intention to make the Sandinistas say uncle and give up their Marxist-Leninist project, and been forced to retreat in the face of those who claimed that insisting on democratization in Nicaragua was tantamount to calling for the Sandinistas' overthrow. By June 1986, however, such statements were on the lips of moderate Democrats and Republicans and elected presidents in Central America. Reagan's speech, widely praised for its responsible and bipartisan tone, was a rhetorical concession to the moderates in Congress, but it was a the $1.00 million aid vote round to 459 substantive concession by them to the president. Reagan could afford the conciliatory, even apologetic tone because the core of the argument had been conceded by a majority of Congress. The floor debate on June 25 revealed the extent to which McCurdy had divided and weakened Reagan's opponents, even as he himself led the fight against Reagan's preferred amendment. Liberals did not bother to make the broader, ideological case against American intervention in Nicaragua. Instead they concentrated their attack on allegations of corruption in the distribution of NHAO funds. 2 Congressman Barnes proposed an amendment to withhold further aid until all past aid had been accounted for. It was defeated, 225 to 198. The House leadership took little part in the debate. The Democratic whip, Thomas Foley, seemed positively grateful to the president for abandoning his earlier anti-democratic rhetoric. Yesterday I think the president approached the issue of goodwill of people on both sides of this question in the proper tone and sense. This body has no unpatriotic MEM bears. For the first time in 3 years, neither Jim Wright nor Tip O'Neill spoke. For Wright, still balancing his party's divergent sectional interests just months before a general election and his own expected rise to the speakership, there was nothing to be gained from speaking out. As in the past, McCurdy's legislative tactic was to portray his policy as all things to all members. For those opposed to military aid, Congressman Spratt argued, we withhold aid for 90 days, and make it subject to a second vote. For those who demand aid now, we provide aid now, $30 million. Enough, to sustain the Contras as a force. For Jim Chapman, the besieged freshman from conservative Eastern Texas, insisted McCurdy's was a policy that exerts absolutely the maximum amount of pressure on Nicaragua because in the event of the failure of those negotiations, it is the McCurdy plan that delivers the heavy metal to the Contras earlier. McCurdy's insistence on a second vote less than a month before the 1986 congressional elections lost the support of those who did not want to revisit the question in the middle of their re-election campaigns. Many members were simply tired of the issue. Others had become convinced that the Sandinistas were not ready to negotiate. Congresswoman Olympia Snowe declared that they had already been provided ample time by this Congress to show a spirit of true conciliation and compromise. It was time for the Congress to take decisive action on behalf of democracy in Central America. 460 The Reagan Doctrine. In the end, McCurdy's grounds for opposing the administration had become too narrow to sustain enough of his moderate followers. Of the 24 members who clustered loosely around Congressman McCurdy, at least half, including McCurdy himself, favored Contra aid in some form. They were more in agreement with the conservative authors of the administration-backed proposal, Democrat Ike Skelton and Republican Mickey Edwards, than with the majority of their fellow Democrats. Members who rose on June 25 to support McCurdy's bill spoke of the emergence of a consensus position on Central America in the House. The similarity between the Skelton-Edwards and McCurdy proposals signified the establishment of a near bipartisan consensus. 1. After the vote, even McCurdy privately expressed his satisfaction with the bill that had passed, which was not surprising, since he had done more than anyone to shape its terms. 10. The administration-backed Skelton-Edwards amendment passed on June 25 by a margin of 221 to 209, a reversal of the 1-1 vote margin against military aid in March. As one of several close votes on Contra aid over the years, the passage of the $100 million package in June 1986 has been viewed by some as transient, simply another swing by an ever-vacillating Congress. 11. This was not the common view at the time. Despite the slender margin, Reagan's victory was seen by supporters and opponents alike as both inevitable and decisive. The Congressional Quarterly noted that the House of Representatives, available for immediate disbursement. North wanted to call off the State Department's search for other funds, but he continued to press for the reprogramming due to the urgent need to get CIA back into the management of this program. 25. Poindexter neither reopened that question nor advised Secretary Shultz that he no longer needed to seek support elsewhere. In June, North again expressed concern that the U.S. government was bifurcating its efforts to help the Contras, with the State Department going in one direction while he went in another. Money truly is not the thing which is most needed at this point. What we most need is to get the CIA re-engaged in this effort so that it can be better managed than it now is by one slightly confused Marine Lt. Colonel. Poindexter again declined North's advice. Far from discouraging Shultz and Abrams from seeking support abroad, Poindexter discussed with them the means for transferring the money to the Contras while at the same time, as he told North, not at all letting on that we had access to accounts. Poindexter told North that he, too, wanted to get out of the business. 26. North believed the pressure to find new money for the Contras had abated. But so far the Contras had received little if any money from the arms sales to Iran. The Contras survived the months of June through September largely on resources they had already acquired before any diversion. As it happened, the people whom North had called upon to assist the Contras did not share his view of how the money in their accounts 472 the Iran-Contra scandal and its consequences should be spent. As a result, nothing like $6 million, let alone $12 million, ever reached the rebel forces. In his effort to get around the restrictions of the Boland Amendment, North had encouraged the formation of an organization which he by no means fully controlled. What Richard Secord called the Enterprise in his testimony before Congress was a hybrid organization. It carried out covert activities with the cooperation and encouragement of U.S. government officials, served as broker and financial manager in arms sales between the United States government and foreign officials, and was answerable, much of the time, to North. Yet it was also independent of the government and, on occasion, defiant. The enterprise had the attributes of a private company, seeking to enhance revenue, stay in business, and make money for its owners. Secord's partner, Hakim, who handled all the finances, described it as a strange animal. With so many different identities. 2. Hakim was a businessman and believed he was supposed to run things as a businessman does. 28. When it came to providing money to supply the Contras from the accounts they controlled, Secord and Hakim did not always consider North's instructions more important than their own judgments. Secord and Hakim were intent on building up what Hakim called the financial backbone of the company. On occasion, Hakim explained, North wanted too much money for the Contras, and sometimes he gets it, sometimes says, well, we cannot afford it. We got to keep the enterprise going. 29. From the first sale of American arms to Iran in February, Secord and Hakim had received the surplus of $4.6 million into their accounts. Hakim put $2 million in reserve in a certificate of deposit. 30. When North reported to McFarlane on April 21 that the Contras pot is almost empty, 31. And Secord reported to North that current obligations over the coming weeks would nearly wipe us out. 32. The balance in Hakim's account was a little over $2.3 million, with another $2 million in the certificate of deposit. North himself had other uses in mind for this money besides aiding the Contras. He had Secord purchase $100,000 worth of radios for donation to a country in the Caribbean. He also had him purchase a ship for use in future covert operations, at a cost of about $300,000, and he expected Secord to continue his role as middleman in upcoming sales of arms to Iran. What North may not have known was that after the first infusion of funds from the February arms sale to Iran, Secord and Hakim had also directed over $600,000 to various capital accounts for their own per the enterprise, a tainted operation 473 poses, in addition to the $4.3 million in their main account and certificate of deposit. 33 In May, Hakim transferred $500,000 into another account for investment purposes. 34 The pattern of expenditures from Hakim's accounts suggests that Secord and his partners spent little of the surplus from the Iran deal on the Contras, and that, insofar as the resupply operation could be sustained solely by other monies contributed specifically for the Contras, Secord hoped to use the money from the Iran deals to shore up his company's financial backbone. Through April, Secord had used only contributions for the Contras to pay for the airplanes and the airstrip and the salaries of the pilots and crew. He had not anticipated spending any money on new weapons and only reluctantly purchased a little over $200,000 worth of weapons for the Southern Front in April. Then, when the resupply operation ground to a halt after a brief life in early April, Secord made other unanticipated expenditures for spare parts and maintenance to keep his few aircraft flying. 35 When the second sale of American arms to Iran in May yielded an additional surplus of over $8 million, Secord and Hakim put another $2 million in the reserves, leaving them with the $6 million that North told Poindexter was available for immediate disbursement to the Contras. At the Iran-Contra hearing in the summer of 1987, however, Secord denied that he had ever told North that the $6 million would be used for the Contras. I think he had an expectation that we would support the Contras to the extent that we could, Secord told the congressional investigators. We spent the money that we thought that we could spare from the Iranian initiative. The enterprise needed money. 36. Through May, June, and July, Secord's air supply operation continued to be plagued with problems. Deliveries in the north remained confined almost exclusively to ferrying the FDN's weapons and supplies from depots to forward positions in Honduras. Contra forces in the south had even more problems. No supply missions were attempted until June, when the airstrip in northern Costa Rica was completed. The first supply mission attempted on June 9, however, failed when the pilot could not find the troops. And when the plane landed at the brand new airfield in Costa Rica, it got stuck in mud caused by inadequate drainage, and remained stuck for a day. The airstrip, paid for by funds donated to the Contras, was never used again. 37 President Arias had declared Costa Rica's strict neutrality in the Nicaraguan conflict, and when he heard about the airstrip he asked that it he shut down. 38 The next two missions to the south, also 474 the Iran-Contra scandal and its consequences, failed to locate forces to drop to, and on the second of these flights the plane struck a tree and lost one engine. Without a spare available, the aircraft was out of commission for almost a month. 39 There was a successful drop in June and one in July. Then the whole operation came to a standstill again in both the north and the south. In May and June the enterprise's account balances ranged from $5 to $11 million, with reserves rising to $4 million. Hakim distributed still another $1 million to the partners' capital accounts. In the same months, Hakim's records show that a little more than $800,000 was spent on the resupply effort, with another $400,000 spent on arms and munitions. In July Secord spent another $600,000, improving his small, inadequate fleet with new spare parts and a new airplane. Not only did Secord and Hakim spend little on the Contra resupply effort, they planned to recoup all the money they did spend on the Contras, and more, for the enterprise. After the House passed aid to the Contras at the end of June, Secord hoped to sell the assets of his air resupply operation to the CIA as soon as it was able to take control, presumably sometime in September. This was North's plan, as well, and from the end of June on he urged Poindexter and CIA officials to buy out Secord's operation. A report drawn up by one of Secord's colleagues for presentation to the CIA valued the operation's assets at over $4 million. Almost all of the assets had been purchased not with money from the Iran deal, but with the other money raised for the Contras. If Secord sold the planes and the airstrip for even $3 million, this would have more than compensated for any of the money he had so far spent from the Iran surplus. North urged Poindexter in a July 15 message to convince the CIA to buy Secord's operation for $2.25 million, arguing among other things that Secord needed to borrow $2 million to provide food for the Contras and could only do so if there were assurances that lenders could be repaid. 41 At the time of North's message, Hakim's accounts still contained almost $4 million, with another $4 million in reserve. 42 Officials at the CIA did not want to buy Secord's assets, however, and by the beginning of July this had already been made clear to Secord and his associates. The main problem, in the view of Alan Fears and other senior CIA officials, was that the whole Secord operation was tainted, presumably by its dubious legality and the potential for scandal. Fears said he would not contaminate the new program with anything that's got any clutter from the past. 43 Another, less decisive problem was that Secord's operation had so far been most unimpressive. As his chief assistant in the Enterprise attainted Operation 475 resupply operation, Robert Dutton, recalls, the feeling at that point was that it was a tainted operation, unsuccessful, the aircraft looked terrible. It wasn't something that was very attractive. 44 Secord could not do anything about the taint of the operation. He left it to North to argue this point with senior administration officials, but he was determined to improve the resupply operation to make it more attractive to the CIA. According to one of his employees, General Secord continually stressed the fact that the aircraft were not operating at their maximum efficiency and that we should strive harder to fly more and provide more air support in order to improve the image of that capability. Secord and North would try to reverse that opinion by the Central Intelligence Agency while at the same time improving air operations support. 45 July and August passed, however, without any noticeable improvement. The State Department's efforts to help the Contras, meanwhile, had also made little progress by the end of August. Schultz had decided not to ask the Sultan of Brunei directly for the $10 million during his visit in June. 46 Instead, it was decided that Abrams would make the request. But it was not until August 8 that Abrams, armed with an account number given him by North, met with a Bruneian official in London and asked for the donation to the Contras. The official said his government would consider the request, but as late as September no funds had been deposited in Secord's Swiss account. Meanwhile, the secrecy surrounding North and Secord's operation began to be punctured from a variety of directions. Even in May, North himself had warned Poindexter that the more money there is, the more visible the program becomes. And the more inquisitive will become people like Carey, Barnes, Harkins, et al. While I care not a whit what they say about me, it could become an embarrassment for the President and you. This was one reason North wanted the CIA back in the operation to cover his private resupply effort under an officially authorized program. 47 In late April and again in June, as North's informal representative in Central America, Robert Owen, had predicted, news stories suggesting North's involvement in resupply activities, and Owen's, began appearing in American newspapers. On June 24, the day before the House passed the $100 million aid legislation for the Contras, Texas Democrat Ron Coleman introduced a resolution of inquiry, directing the President to provide to the House of Representatives certain information concerning activities of Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North. Inspired by Congressman Barnes, it was another effort to get around the complacency of the Intelli 476, the Iran-Contra scandal and its consequences, gents committees, and force a confrontation with the administration. The resolution specifically requested the President to hand over all documents concerning North's contacts with the Contras, presumably including those McFarlane had showed Barnes in his office in the fall of 1985. Once again, The effort to trap the Reagan administration received little support from the House leadership or from Democratic committee chairmen. Coleman's resolution was referred to the House Armed Services Committee, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and the House Intelligence Committee for consideration. Chairman Fasell and Hamilton sent letters to the White House seeking the administration's opinion of the resolution, to which Poindexter responded on July 21. Citing Robert McFarland's denials of the previous year, Poindexter denied all allegations of non-compliance with the Boland Amendment and declared the matter settled. 4 On July 30 the House Armed Services Committee, under Congressman Aspin, reported unfavorably on the resolution, which effectively killed it and made it unnecessary for the other two committees to report. 49 Hamilton nevertheless asked Poindexter to make North available to the Intelligence Committee for questioning, although Hamilton said he personally was not going to push the issue. 50 On August 6 North met with 11 members of the committee at the White House and denied the allegations against him. The committee members professed their satisfaction with North's answers, and Congressman McCurdy, in particular, expressed his view that the Intelligence Committee should report unfavorably on the resolution of inquiry, even though no report was necessary. Hamilton agreed and at the end of the meeting expressed his appreciation for North's testimony and his satisfaction with the answers given. Administration officials left with the impression that Hamilton would turn aside future offers of similar resolutions. 52 Critics of the Intelligence Committee's second investigation of activities by the NSC staff later complained of its inadequacy. It was as if law enforcement officers were to do nothing but interrogate a suspect, politely listen to his denials of wrongdoing, and straight away let him go, Theodore Draper writes. First, the committee did not know any more than they read in the newspapers, and then they did not want to know any more than North chose to tell them. 53 But Congress had finished with the divisive issue, and even staunch opponents of Contra aid like Hamilton did not wish to reopen it. Even if he had, McCurdy's comments during the meeting indicated that a majority of Intelligence Committee members opposed further inquiry. The enterprise, a tainted Operation 477 North's escape from the resolution of inquiry did not put an end to the gradual exposure of Secord's resupply operation, however. By the summer of 1986, North and his private associates were scrambling from one crisis to another. Since April, a former CIA official working as an advisor to the Salvadoran Air Force had also been assisting the Contra resupply effort at Ilopango. From the beginning, however, the ex-CIA agent, Felix Rodriguez, had expressed dissatisfaction with the way the operation was run. He sympathized with the FDN's growing complaints about shoddy aircraft and inadequate and sporadic supplies. 54 More significantly, he shared the FDN's conviction that the airplanes and equipment in Secord's operation rightly belonged to the Contras, since they were paid for out of money donated for them. The commander of the Salvadoran Air Force, General Bustillo, agreed. Together, Rodriguez, Bustillo, and Enrique Bermudez challenged Secord's and North's assertion that the resupply operations assets belonged to Secord's company and could be sold. 55 As the spring turned into summer, Rodriguez's complaints grew louder and the network of those he complained to grew wider. Secord and others suspected him of being the source of press stories about the operation. Matters came to a head at the end of June, when a confrontational meeting between Rodriguez, North, and one of Secord's colleagues settled nothing. 56 In July, Rodriguez staged a minor revolt at Ilopango, taking control of the aircraft, winning the allegiance of the pilots and crews, and placing armed guards from the FDN on the planes to prevent them being taken away by Secord. No sooner was that dispute settled than Rodriguez traveled to Washington to rebut claims by North that he had tried to stop the resupply operation. On August 8, just 2 days after North's meeting with the House Intelligence Committee, Rodriguez met with Don Gregg, Vice President Bush's national security advisor and a longtime associate from the CIA. Disturbed by Rodriguez's charges that Secord's resupply operation was essentially a money-making scheme, that Secord hoped to sell the aircraft to the CIA even though they rightly belonged to the Contras, and that the operation was corrupt, shoddy, unsafe, 57 Gregg called an interagency meeting on August 12 to pass on the troubling news. He told Fears and the CIA to have nothing to do with Secord's operation. 56. Gregg's interagency meeting, so soon after the Intelligence Committee hearing, combined with the growing tensions in El Salvador between Bustillo's and Secord's people. 59. Finally convinced North that the time 478 the Iran-Contra scandal and its consequences had come to shut the whole operation down. On August 13 North sent instructions to Secord, conduct emergency recall immediately. Bring the maintenance and air crews out of there quietly but quickly. Leave all the equipment, including airplanes. Perhaps this thing can be hacked together for the transition. But for the moment the people must be gotten out of there. 60 August 13 was also the day the Senate passed a Contra aid bill identical to the House version, avoiding the need for a conference on the issue and presumably opening the way for the legislation to become law sometime in September. North may well have believed the Contras could survive until the CIA took over and that the risks of continuing the private resupply operation had grown too great. But Secord defied North's instructions. There is more than $1 million worth of equipment, spares, located at the airfield, he wrote back. I must remind you that these assets are owned by Udall Research and there is no intention of abandoning them. 61 In another message that same day he insisted that his companies were perfectly legal, and he threatened to make this a major issue if his operation shut down. I will not permit to tear us up, he wrote, but he wanted North to know that the problem of the assets was no small matter. 62 Secord later testified that his refusal to shut down the operation had nothing to do with the money. What it has to do with is abandoning a project that we had sweated over for a long time and was finally functioning, and to abandon it simply because there are some personalities clashing was not acceptable to me, and I rejected that suggestion. 63 North backed down, and the supply operation continued. Secord was already trying to divest himself of other assets he had acquired in the Contra resupply operation. In the middle of July, Secord and Hakim had completed purchase of an additional $2.2 million worth of arms, purportedly for the Contras, but they had never delivered the weapons. Instead, Secord sold the weapons to the CIA in September for $1.2 million. And because they knew this was to be their last transaction in connection with the Contras, Hakim recalls, Secord decided we should maximize our profit. So although the weapons were never provided to the Contras, Hakim in August paid Secord and himself a commission of $861,327 on the purchase, in addition to the $1.2 million from the sale, which was deposited back into the enterprise account. 64 The next crisis came in early September, and again it involved the emergency airstrip in Costa Rica that Secord had purchased and built but had never successfully used. On September 5 North got word that the enterprise attainted Operation 479. Costa Rican official planned to hold a press conference to denounce the airstrip as a violation of Costa Rican law. The American ambassador Louis Tams persuaded President Arias to cancel the press conference, and the crisis was averted, but only for the moment. 65 On September 10 Costa Rican security forces raided the airstrip and impounded 77 drums of gasoline that had been stored there. 66 And 2 weeks later the official went ahead with his press conference, revealing the existence of the airstrip and mentioning the name of Secord's company, which Hakim immediately shut down, transferring its assets to another shell company. 67 After this near disaster, the time might once again have seemed right to shut the entire resupply operation down. With October and the new fiscal year approaching, it was a short time before the Contra aid legislation would become law and American aid would begin flowing. Between Rodriguez, the Costa Ricans, Bustillo, the FDN, and the press, the risks of complete exposure grew with each passing day. The Sandinistas, meanwhile, were doing their best to find and shoot down the resupply aircraft. At the end of August, the Sandinistas reported detecting spy flights over the southern region of Nicaragua. 68 On September 9 the Sandinistas accidentally shot down one of their own planes in a region where the resupply flights were occurring. 69 On September 1 one Seacords pilots reported that the Sandinistas had set up extra guns along their flight path 70 far from shutting his operation down. However, Secord in the second half of September began pushing it into high gear. By early September the resupply operation had still not begun to work effectively, especially in the south. As Robert Dutton later recalled, we were still not accomplishing what we set out to accomplish. We were flying missions but nothing was being delivered because we couldn't find the troops to deliver them or they couldn't identify their own position where we could get to them. 71 As far as he was concerned, the entire resupply operation didn't even become viable until mid-September. 72 At that point, however, the pilots began to solve their problems. They abandoned trying to locate troops all the time and instead began to drop to designated zones and let the troops find the supplies on their own. 73 They also took more risks. They flew during the day in order to see the drop zones better. They flew 2 planes at a time on some missions. 74 The risks paid off. For the first time ever, Seacord's operation began to make regular drops in the south. Secord urged his men on. He told Dutton to continue using 2 planes until the surge was well underway. He also told Dutton to start making 480. The Iran-Contra scandal aired its consequences drops even if there was no contact with troops on the ground. It was a force-feed operation, he wrote. Dry runs not getting us out of business. On September 13 Dutton reported proudly that all 5 planes were flying regular missions and had delivered 55,000 pounds of supplies in just 2 days. By the end of September, Seacord's resupply operation was flying missions almost every day and Dutton estimated that they had put somewhere in the neighborhood of 180,000 pounds of munitions and supplies on the ground. Indeed, they were now delivering more than the Southern forces needed. 76 The surge that Secord referred to, in addition to supplying the Southern Front forces, was designed to prove that his operation was finally working. As Dutton later recalled, since we had the aircraft now working and we had a means to make the deliveries, we were building up a case for the fact that the operation was now in fact a successful operating air resupply operation and that would be looked at by the CIA as something that was now a viable operation for them taking it over, purchasing it. They came into the operation. 77 Dutton put together a photo album of the successful operation for North to show his colleagues, and on September 12, Poindexter told North that he had talked to Casey that morning about Secord. He told North to keep the pressure on Bill to make things right for Secord. 78 The recklessness of the late September surge finally came to disaster on October 5. Less than 2 weeks before the president signed the $100 million aid package into law. A mission to supply forces in the south, this time FDN troops, went off during the day despite the greater risks involved. The pilot flew down the Pacific coast of Nicaragua, but turned east over land sooner than usual. A special Sandinista unit, trained and equipped to shoot down the resupply aircraft, fired a missile and brought the plane down. Only Eugene Hasenfuss parachuted to safety. The resupply operation that exploded into the press that day had been in operation for 6 months, during most of which time few planes were flying and even fewer supplies were delivered. The question of whether the Contras could have survived without North's and Secord's efforts to supply them, and without the State Department's efforts to solicit money for them, was answered by the fact that the Contras did survive with almost no help from either of these sources. The $10 million from the Sultan of Brunei never reached the Contras, as it turned out, because North Secret the Enterprise, a tainted Operation 481 Terry had inadvertently transposed 2 numbers and the money was transferred to the wrong account. 79 There is reason to question how much of that $10 million the Contras would have seen in any case, even if it had gone to the right account. According to Hakim, he understood that $3 million was going to be set aside for arms purchases for the Contras, but he had no instructions for the other $7 million and, as he recalled, almost incredibly, I believe we were short OL money at the time. 80 There were, at the time, millions of dollars in the accounts of the enterprise. As for Secord's resupply operation and the famous diversion, some members of the congressional committee that later investigated the matter suggested that the total amount of money diverted to the Contras was no more than $600, 00081. The logic behind that calculation was that only the arms bought by Secord and actually delivered to the Southern Front represented a real transfer of value to the Contras. The more commonly accepted figure for the diversion is between $3 and $4 million, but even if one accepts the contention that $4 million was diverted on behalf of the Contras, it is unlikely that the Contras ever received anything like $4 million worth of benefits. Attorney General Meese's assertion on November 25 that the Contras had received between $12 and $30 million worth of diverted profits from the sale of arms to Iran was wildly off the mark. For all the controversy raised about the diversion, the Contras were fortunate if they received $2 million worth of tangible benefits during the entire 9-month stretch from January 1986 to the shoot-down of the supply plane on October 5, an amount that paled in comparison to the far less controversial $32 million they had ultimately received from Saudi Arabia. The mechanism that North helped set up for aiding the Contras in 1986 had proven less dedicated to that task than North himself believed. And the politically disastrous downing of the Hasenfuss plane in October, less than 2 weeks before the president signed Contra aid into law, was also the product of motives that went beyond supporting the Contras. When the Iran-Contra scandal broke, Secord's and Hakim's enterprise accounts were frozen with a balance of more than $8 million. When North was asked during the Iran-Contra hearings in 1987 if he was surprised that so much money remained in those accounts, he responded, "I was surprised. And I want to note I still don't understand that, and I am not willing at this point to accuse anybody, but I was surprised." 87. Only hours after Attorney General Meese revealed the diversion at his November 25 press conference, Senator Durenberger declared it would be a cold day in Washington before Congress voted any more money for the Contras. One support for the Contras in Congress actually proved more resilient in 1987 than most imagined, however. The scandal alone did not undermine support for that policy. Rather, it was the scandal's effect on the Reagan administration that took the greatest toll. Since the consensus in Congress in favor of aiding the Contras had been shaped not only by events in Central America, but also by the unremitting pressure of a very popular president on a wary and divided Democratic Party, it was vulnerable to any shift in the balance of political power in Washington. Little had changed in Central America between June 25 and November 25, or in American perceptions of the situation there, but the weakening of the Reagan presidency opened the way for others in Washington and in Central America to wrestle toward control of American policy and change its course. President Reagan's popular approval rating was 67% at the beginning of November. By the end of November it dropped to 46%. The 21-point decline was the sharpest ever recorded. 2 for Reagan, whose 482. 483. Greatest political weapon had been a popularity that overawed his opponents. The plummeting approval rating threatened his ability to lead effectively. Nor did the drop in popular approval measure the full depth of the crisis into which the Reagan administration fell at the end of 1986. For a time, in the view of the president's advisers, there seemed no limit to how far Reagan might fall. In the White House there were frightened whispers about possible impeachment. Worse still, President Reagan seemed incapable of finding his own way out of the morass. A president who had always depended heavily on his advisers to provide him with the facts and the details to carry out his broad visions and justify them to the public and Congress now found no one in the White House or the cabinet to help steer him through this most dangerous of political crises. The two men who knew most about what had happened, Poindexter and North, had been fired. When Meese's assertion of possible criminal wrongdoing was followed by the appointment of a special prosecutor, these two understandably refused to talk. Another who might have provided Reagan some guidance, William Casey, was either confused about the nature and the timing of events or he was dissembling. 3. On December 15, Casey suffered a seizure and was found to have a serious brain tumor. He died a few months later. Secretary Shultz publicly distanced himself from the Iran operation, provoking charges of disloyalty from the president's advisors. Secretary of Defense Weinberger could offer the president no help. The Chief of Staff, Don Regan, tried to take control of the situation, but lacking all the facts he also stumbled and was widely blamed for the confusion and paralysis in the White House. When the president tried to explain what had happened, on the basis of briefings and chronologies prepared for him by Meese and others, he found that he had been given inaccurate or misleading information, which was quickly exposed by the press. When he departed from these prepared statements, he made his own mistakes, for his recollection of what he had approved was imperfect, at best. Reagan preferred to state what he wished to be true rather than what documents and testimony seemed to indicate. In the early days of the crisis, some advised President Reagan to forget about trying to piece together all the facts, to declare executive privilege and put an end to further investigation of the matter. Senator Fritz Hollings, a South Carolina Democrat, suggested there was nothing wrong with the president coming forward at this particular point and saying, "I acted out of the national security interests, compassion for the hostages." 4. 484 The Iran-Contra scandal and its consequences. Most leading Republicans, however, opposed a strategy of stonewalling the press and Congress. Howard Baker, the former Senate Majority Leader who had achieved national fame in the Watergate hearings, argued that this thing is festering and going to get out of control. Unless we get all these circumstances out and published as soon as possible, I think in grave danger, not because of the substance necessarily, but because of the technique and the timing. 5. Senator Robert Dole called for thorough, and multiple, investigations. A candidate for the Republican presidential nomination in 1988, Dole told reporters, "There is a party interest here. This does reflect on the Republican Party and Republicans, not just on the White House staff. Dole wanted to cut our losses, and do it as quickly as possible." 6. Reagan was deeply troubled by polls that showed a majority believed he was lying. 7. In an attempt to restore his reputation for honesty, Reagan submitted himself and his administration to 3 separate investigations. He appointed a commission led by former Senator John Tower to investigate and prepare a report on what had occurred. He promised full cooperation with the congressional investigating committees that had begun forming, and he approved the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate and prosecute any criminal wrongdoing. None of these investigations solved Reagan's political problem, however. The worst of the political crisis did not pass until Reagan admitted, in a televised speech on March 4, that his administration had traded arms for hostages. Although Attorney General Meese had decided that the diversion of money to the Contras from the Iran arms sales was the most explosive discovery, polls throughout the crisis showed that very few Americans cared about the diversion. When asked in December which was the worst aspect of the whole Iran-Contra affair, 5.1% of those polled said it was the way the administration had handled the facts, 26% believed it was the sale of arms to Iran, and 7% said it was the use of the money to help the Contras. 8. The president never acknowledged knowing about the diversion, and he never apologized for any aspect of covert efforts to support the Contras, authorized or unauthorized. The day after Reagan admitted error in trading arms for hostages, his approval rating jumped 9 points. The president was not altogether out of the woods, Congressman Michel declared, but he's certainly gotten to the fire break. Despite the congressional investigations of the Iran-Contra affair that dominated the spring and summer of 1987, and despite predictions by Senator Dole that the government would be in a holding pattern until 485. The next president took office. 9. The president had a fairly successful final 2 years. He signed a popular arms limitation treaty with the Soviet Union and held 3 summit meetings with Mikhail Gorbachev, the symbols of a blossoming détente. The economic recovery continued. In 1988, Reagan's popularity helped lift Vice President Bush into the presidency. 10. The 4 months of crisis from the end of November to the beginning of March, however, profoundly transformed the character of the Reagan administration. The president restored his popularity with the American people, but the style of his presidency, his method of governing, had changed as a result of the scandal. The dominant Reagan presidency of the first 6 years, one Democratic senator noted, had ended. 11. Reagan's political survival had required setting aside partisan confrontation and accepting help from wherever it was offered. Since the Democrats in Congress had it in their power to do the greatest damage, the president and his advisors offered peace to the opposition party. 12. To heal the breach of trust between the president and the Democrat-controlled Congress, Reagan and his political advisors filled the jobs of purged officials with appointments deemed acceptable to members of Congress from both parties. Although no Democrats were brought into the administration, the new team had the appearance of a national unity government. Popularity among Democratic as well as Republican congressmen became, for the first time, a prerequisite for a senior position in the Reagan administration. The new National Security Advisor, Frank Carlucci, named on December 2 to replace Poindexter, had been a career Foreign Service officer who held high posts in the Nixon, Ford, Carter, and Reagan administrations. To replace William Casey, Reagan settled on William Webster, who had been named director of the FBI during the Carter administration. 13. Most important was Reagan's selection of Howard Baker to replace Don Reagan as Chief of Staff at the end of February. Baker had made his reputation first as a virtually nonpartisan member of the Watergate Committee. Later, as a moderate Republican Senate Majority Leader, Baker proved a natural conciliator whom Democrats liked and respected. 14. Throughout the 4 months of political crisis, Democratic leaders had, of course, hoped to take advantage of the president's travails. The party's smashing victory in the 1986 elections for Senate, where the Democrats picked up 9 seats and regained control of the chamber, was the first good news for the party since 1980. As the race for the presidency in 1988 began, Democrats hoped the scandal would place them in 486, the Iran-Contra scandal and its consequences, the White House, as well. Members clamored for seats on the House and Senate investigating committees in the hope of reaping some of the favorable publicity that had gone to members of the Watergate Committee. And as much as Republicans like Dole and Howard Baker wanted the investigations to begin and end as quickly as possible, Democratic leaders pleaded the difficulties of creating new investigative bodies and stretched the deadline for a final report out into the fall. 16. The administration's offer of peace and conciliation in the depths of its crisis was accepted, nevertheless, by a Democratic Party that hesitated to make too much of their good fortune. Some Democrats feared that dragging the government through another Watergate-type affair would damage the nation at home and abroad. 17. Others feared that even if this was an acceptable price to pay for bringing Reagan down, the American people would lash out at the Democratic Party for taking partisan advantage of the president's crisis. 18. As Senators George Mitchell and William Cohen of Maine later wrote, while some Democrats were eager to break out the long knives and deliver incapacitating, if not fatal, thrusts to the Republican Party's wounded Caesar, party leaders like the new Senate Majority Leader, Robert Byrd, knew that the line between political opportunity and calamity is a thin one. Ronald Reagan, whatever his personal or political weaknesses, remained a popular leader. The American people wanted the truth told, not exploited by opponents seeking political advantage.